Trial marriage husband, need to work hard chapter 354 to chapter 442. After speaking, Elder Tang returned to his room with the help of his assistant. Meanwhile, Father Tang looked at Tang Xian in disbelief. Xian no matter what, Tongming is still your sister. To hell with my sister, who admitted to it? Tang Xian glared at Father Tang before returning to her room with tears in her eyes. I'll go check on her. Tang Xian's husband followed her back to the bedroom. Father Tang looked at his wife with a guilty expression. All these years, Tongming had drifted away from home and he, as a father, couldn't dote on her because he wanted to be fair. Mrs. Tang glanced at Mr. Tang but didn't say a word before heading upstairs. No matter how much Tongming hated her, she was still Tongming's mother. Seeing her daughter being humiliated and unable to say a word. Who could understand this feeling? However, Tongming had no idea that, without even making an appearance, she had once again ignited a war and panic in the Tang family. The next day, at the press conference for Hidden Expert. As a supporting character, Tongming was expected to attend. However, due to all the rumors going around, the organizers were extra cautious. The public speculated that Tongming and Mo Ting's relationship had broken down, which was why she only received a supporting role in Hidden Expert and had no chance of getting a role in a major film. Plenty of people were worried for Tongming. If Mo Ting ended up marrying someone else, Tongming would face more than just being dumped. Perhaps she would also face revenge from the daughter of a tycoon. After all, no wife could tolerate their husband having a dirty relationship on the outside. Even if it was a business marriage, there was no love involved. 2 p.m. at Crown Plaza Hotel. Tongming wore a black strapless dress as she attended the press conference. But, to everyone's surprise, Mo Ting was following behind her. It was Mo Ting who accompanied her here. This wasn't the rumor that their relationship had broken down. On stage, the host was just about to start the press conference as the main cast and crew slowly made their way onto the stage. When it was Tongming's turn, Mo Ting suddenly called out to her and lowered his head. You can speak freely today. Huh? Regarding us? Tongming smiled, understood. Seeing the two still whispering to each other, the host couldn't help but laugh. It seems President Mo's manager is still worried about leaving Tongming in our hands. She's already about to go on stage, yet she's still reminding us. Don't worry, we are serious hosts, we won't play any tricks. Mo Ting escorted Tongming onto the stage and returned to his seat as a guest. Come, Tongming, say hello to everyone. After a simple greeting, Tongming stood behind the two male actors. As she was too tall, the host couldn't help but tease her. Luckily, Hidden Expert doesn't have any emotional scenes. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for the two main actors to carry Tongming. The crowd burst into laughter. By the way, Tongming, I wanted to ask you, what made you choose Hidden Expert? Tongming took the microphone from the host and said, actually, as you all know, I have the most powerful manager in the universe, Mr. Mo Ting. Afterwards, the camera focused on Mo Ting, who was sitting below the stage, causing the entire audience to be excited. He helped me choose Hidden Expert because he knew what I was lacking and what I liked. Afterwards, when he showed me the story, I immediately fell in love with the little hooligan that I was about to play, a female hooligan disguised as a man. Wow, it sounds like they're showing off their love, the host laughed nosily. In that case, does President Mo oversee all of your work? Does he have times where he slacks off? Tongming glanced below the stage and shook her head. No, he doesn't. He personally goes through all of my work and evaluates it before reporting to me. Then, isn't President Mo very busy? The host's eyes grew wide in surprise. How? About this, let's get President Mo to personally answer this question, okay? After speaking, the host gestured for the stage manager to hand the microphone to Mo Ting. Mo Ting took it from the manager and said, being busy is a normal part of life. But, it's enough to prioritize her matters. Oh God. The host gasped. President Mo is so considerate. Tongming, you are truly blessed. The host returned his gaze to Tongming. In that case, has he ever been inconsiderate? Tongming shook her head without hesitation. Let me put it this way. Before going to bed, if he is still working, I will simply call out to him and he will walk in with what I want. Sometimes it will be warm water, sometimes it will be milk, sometimes it will be something else. Anyway, he will always bring out what I want. Is it really that amazing? The host was obviously in disbelief. How about this, to prove that your hearts are connected, let's use hidden expert as the topic. You will write down your answer and President Mo will answer it. Is that okay? Tongming glanced below the stage. Seeing Mo Ting nod his head, she nodded her head as well. Okay, let's grab the question board. Tongming, after you've written down your answer, seal it up and don't let anyone see it. Okay. Okay, now that Tongming has written down her answer, let's ask President Mo why Tongming likes the character of Xiaoxi, the host asked. After hearing this, Mo Ting replied calmly, because she can hang from a wire. Are you sure? If it's not to sharpen her acting skills, is there something else? I'm sure, Mo Ting nodded his head. The host looked at Tongming and watched as Tongming revealed the question board, she can hang from a wire. Have you guys discussed this in private? Of course not, soulmate. Hearing the word soulmate, everyone understood why Mo Ting was here. He wanted to dispel the rumors that were going around. He wasn't going to marry anyone, he only had Tongming. Okay, we're done with the gossip. Let's move on to the film. Let's talk about Hidden Expert. In reality, the biggest star of Hidden Expert did not attend. He was also a weirdo in the industry. He was extremely talented in acting and had won many international awards at a young age. However, he had a strange personality and only appeared in one film every few years. Not only was he a weirdo, his box office earnings were also strange. Whenever he appeared in a film, it would never fail. It could be said that the box office earnings were guaranteed and he was someone that everyone fought over. But, he always chose his films based on his personality. As a result, for Tongming to clinch the role of Xiaoxi, it was more glorious than clinching the first place in a major film. After all, this weirdo wasn't someone that anyone could work with. He knew how to pick the supporting roles. At the end of the press conference, it was time for fans and the main cast to interact with each other. Of course, at a time like this, it was inevitable that Tongming would be asked the most difficult questions. A chubby woman held onto the microphone and asked worriedly, Tongming, us fans really want to know how your relationship with President Mo is going. We are extremely worried about you, extremely worried. The host glanced at Mo Ting and then at Tongming before passing the microphone to her. Tongming held onto the microphone and smiled, is President Mo's actions today not enough to reassure you? But Tongming knew the fans would still suspect they were putting on an act. So, she walked off the stage and pulled Mo Ting onto the stage with her. The fans screamed in excitement. Tongming and Mo Ting intertwined their fingers and replied confidently, I'm not afraid of being abandoned because he has given me enough confidence. I'm not afraid of rumors either. For us, this is simply another opportunity to show off our love. Wow. Lastly, I hope everyone will pay attention to my upcoming film, Hidden Expert. After speaking, Tongming originally wanted to hand the microphone back to the host. However, Mo Ting grabbed it from her and said to everyone, I only have Tongming. Anything that doesn't come from my mouth is just a rumor. Whoever I marry is up to me. It's not up to the media to decide, and it's definitely not up to the rumors. Only Tongming's matter could make Mo Ting explain himself like this. Mo and Tang worked together to counter the rumors, we are doing great. President's courage, I have the final say in who I marry, not the media. This time, the rumors of being dumped were cleared up. The black-bellied President Mo was able to show off his love to the public once again. That night, Tongming returned to the set of Stupid. At this time, the staff no longer looked at her with sympathy. All the guesses and conjectures she had heard were now nothing more than a passing cloud, not worth mentioning. That night, Xianxia was at home watching the entertainment news. Seeing Mo Ting ignoring her, she felt indignant. Mo Ting's assistant was the one that contacted her on August 19th. Could it be that, as the heiress of a rich family, she couldn't compare to a bare-chested model? After thinking for a moment, Xianxia realized it was indeed unfair, so she took over the stall from Tang Xian's hands. Weren't there reporters blocking the entrance? Weren't there reporters waiting for them? She was going to admit it. She wanted to see how Mo Ting was going to erase the truth. The next day, Xianxia made the news explode. She had personally admitted to the media that on August 19th, she had almost registered her marriage with Mo Ting. As for whether they were a couple in the past, why they wanted to get married and so on, she did not reveal a single thing. This caused the public to think that it was Tongming's appearance that caused Xianxia and Mo Ting's relationship to fall apart. At this time, Tongming was still filming her morning scenes. This scene was about her giving birth. As the highlight of the last few scenes, Tongming was well prepared. Even though she had to lie in a pool of blood and repeat it over and over again, to the point where even the staff began to feel disgusted, she did not complain. To be honest, out of all the actresses I've worked with, Tongming is the least troublesome one. She is never squeamish. She obviously has a pair of delicate legs, yet she dares to appear in any scene. She is truly hardworking. Look at this scene of her giving birth. The pain is so realistic. It makes me feel like I'm having a difficult labor. After Stupid is released, her reputation will definitely skyrocket, right? I really hope she can continue to pursue perfection. She will. After filming, Lin Xing sat on set and watched Tongming act. He was certain that Tongming's serious expression wasn't just for the sake of acting. She was wholeheartedly focused on doing something right. Shenggu. This is the first time you've praised another actress, one of the supporting actors laughed. But, Tongming is definitely worth learning from. That's why I was wondering if there's an end to the rumors about Tongming ruining President Mo's marriage. From what I've seen, Tongming's character is definitely not a problem. An actress can pretend for a while, but time will reveal a person's true nature. Anyways, I quite admire Tongming. Lin Xing laughed and added, so, there's no need to care about what the public say. After Tongming finished her scene, she almost fainted. Han Xiner immediately called a doctor to calm her down. Coke was so scared that he almost ran over to Mo Ting and begged for forgiveness. Ningjia, seriously. If boss found out I didn't take good care of you, he would definitely fire me. You are my assistant, it has nothing to do with him. Don't be afraid, Tongming laughed as she sat in her chair. How can you still laugh? There's another piece of news. Tongming received the phone from Han Xiner. After looking at it for a few seconds, she handed it back. You don't need to worry about things like this. Huh? Isn't an arrogant heiress like this easy to deal with? So? Your boss loves people that ask for trouble. Dealing with them is effortless. After speaking, Tongming stood up and headed for the waiting room. She had to prepare for the next scene. To be honest, Tongming couldn't be bothered to deal with someone of Qi Xinyan's level. Those that were too arrogant usually didn't have any brains. Afterwards, Mo Ting gave Tongming a phone call. Tongming picked up on set without any change in her expression. I thought you would at least be a little jealous. I'm sorry, President Mo, please clean up the mess you left behind, Tongming said in seriousness. Mo Ting's lips curved upwards as he couldn't help but smile. I thought the Tang family would have a follow-up plan. It seemed the phone call he made to Elder Tang had worked. Since it was just Qi Xinyan, then he was sorry, but he couldn't be bothered to deal with her. Since she was looking for trouble, then he had no choice but to fulfill her wish. Tongming's smile froze on her face. She suddenly felt her heart sink. I never had any intention of returning to the Tang family. But, if those people don't know how to restrain themselves, then I won't allow myself to be bullied and bullied. Who would dare to bully you? Huh? Mo Ting asked in a deep voice. Tonight, come and warm Mrs. Mo's bed. Today, I was called a mistress, so I'm a little angry. As you wish, Mr. Mo. After speaking, Mo Ting hung up the phone. However, he was already standing not too far away, waving at Tongming. Tongming looked at Mo Ting as he leaned against the car door with a smile on his face. Suddenly, she thought of a phrase, unparalleled. Because of this, Tongming felt that no matter what Mo Ting wanted, she would give it to him. As long as he wanted it, as long as she had it. Late at night, in the hotel bathroom, Mo Ting hugged Tongming as they lay in the bathtub, affectionately kissing her back. Because of her delivery scene, Tongming had to roll a few times on the ground and her back was slightly bruised. Mo Ting's eyes darkened when he saw the redness. Are you hurt? Where? Tongming couldn't feel any pain, it should be a small injury. Mo Ting placed his chin on her shoulder and said in a low voice beside her ear, from now on, you're not allowed to suffer even a small injury. But I really envy those girls out there. When they get into trouble or get into a fight, their husbands go out to help them. This is the first time I've discovered Mrs. Mo has a violent side to her. Mo Ting stretched out his arms and hugged her even tighter. Okay, if I get the chance in the future, I will definitely fight for you. What do you plan to do about Miss Chi? Tongming leaned back against Mo Ting as she enjoyed the feel of his perfect body. Although her cheeks were red, perhaps it was because she wasn't looking at him directly, she wasn't completely seduced by his body. Do you need me to deal with such a small matter? Hearing Mo Ting's question, Tongming laughed. At least Lu Che did make a phone call. But she has no self-respect. Mo Ting's eyes darkened. She could have been a pure heiress, yet she insisted on challenging the people of the entertainment industry. Just as she thought, the entertainment industry is full of actors. As long as they want to hurt you, destroy our relationship, I won't let them go. Hearing Mo Ting's vow, Tongming's eyes instantly became dazed. The next day, plenty of people called Hai Rui to verify Xianxia's information. Quite a number of people thought Tongming was the third party, ruining their relationship. However, Hai Rui couldn't be bothered to respond. Of course, Lu Che wasn't around because he was taking Long Jie to meet his parents. So, the responsibility of responding fell onto Feng Yu's shoulders. Feng Yu couldn't help but sigh. What was the difference between his promotion and before? It wasn't easy for Hua Jingjing to be home. All he wanted to do was have a meal with his wife, but the reporters were surrounding them. In the end, Feng Yu was so annoyed that he turned to the reporter and said, I hope Miss Chi can be magnanimous and respect your status as a socialite. Then, Vice President Feng, can you tell us if Miss Chi is President Mo's predecessor? They don't know him, Feng Yu replied straightforwardly. If they don't know each other, how could there be an engagement? If Miss Chi wasn't too sad, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to admit such things. Faced with the intense pressure from the media, Feng Yu straightened his suit and gestured for Hua Jingjing to wait at the hotel. That's just your media speculation. Can you tell us the truth? The media asked. I'm saving Miss Chi some face. By the way, is it because President Mo has become more benevolent recently? I can't believe the media can spread rumors as they wish, Feng Yu sneered as he turned around to leave the media behind. He then accompanied his wife for dinner. Just what is Xianxia thinking? Hua Jingjing asked as she sat opposite Feng Yu. She couldn't quite understand what had happened. As a socialite, why would she drag herself down with her? As a socialite, not only did she fail to attract President Mo's attention, she even lost to Tongming. In the eyes of a person like her, models and actors are nothing. Did you think she would be willing to lose to Tongming? Feng Yu explained, the Tang family was responsible for pushing her out. But, in the end, she took over the responsibility from them. On the surface, she appeared to be telling the truth, but in reality, she was slandering Tongming as a mistress. With a brain like this, Tongming and President Mo can't be bothered to do anything about it. That's why our date was delayed, Feng Yu complained. In that case, why didn't you clarify everything just now? Why did you save her face? If it's up to me, you didn't even need to save her face. Hua Jingjing couldn't help but feel unfair for her friend. How could you kill a mouse with a cat's paw? Isn't that why President Mo left the matter to me and not the PR manager? Although she already knew Mo Ting couldn't be provoked, seeing the look in Feng Yu's eyes, Hua Jingjing couldn't help but hug her arms, thinking about how I provoked President Mo in the past. I'm so scared. Luckily, Feng Yu gently held onto her hand and gave a half-smile. Be smarter from now on, okay? The next day, Feng Yu's response quickly reached Xianxia's ears. He was actually telling her to respect herself. Most importantly, Tongming and Mo Ting did not participate in the entire incident. It was like they were watching someone else put on a show. This feeling completely hurt Xianxia's self-esteem. When had she ever been treated like this? In the end, she couldn't help but speak to the media. In the end, she asked Mo Ting, are you brave enough to admit that you gave me a phone call on August 19th? Faced with her challenge, Hai Rui did not immediately respond. Meanwhile, Mo Ting remained on set to accompany Tongming for her final 2 scenes. In the end, Hai Rui realized the impact would be too great, so Feng Yu decided to accept an interview. He did it right outside Hai Rui's main entrance. In fact, it wasn't a formal interview. From his expression, it was obvious he didn't care. Vice President Fong, could you? No need to ask, I already know what you want to ask. Fong, you couldn't be bothered listening to the reporter's nonsense. Fong, you couldn't be bothered listening to the reporter's nonsense, as he said straightforwardly, since Miss Chi wants an answer, then we have no choice but to respond. On August 19, President Mo's assistant, Lu Che, did indeed give Miss Chi a phone call. His motive was to inform her of their marriage. The media was in an uproar as they frantically snapped their shutters. Was Mo Ting going to announce it to the public? Fong Yu observed the expressions on the media's faces and smiled mysteriously. After waiting for them to finish their discussion, he continued. But the entire incident started because the old president was in a rush to have a grandchild and insisted that President Mo bring a granddaughter-in-law home on the same day. So, President Mo randomly picked Miss Chi from a bunch of blind dates. He originally wanted to wait for her to arrive and ask her for a favor to avoid the old president's coercion. But, who would have thought? Miss Chi didn't even arrive. So, since Tongming is not a mistress and President Mo does not know Miss Chi, the media's wild guesses can stop. At that time, the old president used his illness as a threat and President Mo acted in a hurry. I originally thought Miss Chi didn't arrive because she didn't take it to heart, but it turns out she still remembers. In other words, Xianxia had been thinking too much. That's how it all began. I originally thought there was no need to explain a small matter like this. Who would have thought? It turned out, Mo Ting had randomly picked Xianxia and simply asked her for a favor. No wonder Mo Ting didn't even bother to explain himself. It turned out, he had never taken Xianxia seriously. Randomly picked. Originally, they thought it was going to be an exciting love triangle. Who would have thought, Mo Ting had never taken Xianxia seriously. Yet, Xianxia took it so seriously. Wasn't this a joke? Not only was it a joke, it was the biggest joke in the world. Let me clarify once again, President Mo does not know Miss Chi. He has only met her once at Chanel's celebration dinner and has no intention of taking things any further. President Mo and Tongming have a great relationship. Please don't judge other people's feelings with the eyes of the world. This is Hai Rui's last statement. If the media continues to spread rumors, I'm sorry, but don't blame Hai Rui for being merciless. After speaking, Fong Yu turned around and returned to Hai Rui in high spirits. The remaining reporters immediately packed their things. They had another article to write about. It turned out, it was all because of a socialite throwing herself at Mo Ting. The internet quickly spread the news of Xianxia throwing herself at Mo Ting. Thinking about it, I feel embarrassed for her. It turns out, she actually thought Mo Ting wanted to marry her. Miss Chi has reached a new level of narcissism. Haven't you guys noticed? With Mo Ting's black-bellied ruthlessness, only someone with Tongming's EQ could match up to him. A socialite like this can't even be bothered to entertain her. Is that why Hai Rui sent Fong Yu? Wrong. Didn't you guys notice that Fong Yu also had an impatient look on his face? Hey, this face slap feels good. Haha, did she really think she could do whatever she wanted just because she had money? Wrong again. Tongming's family background is quite scary. It's just that she has never relied on them. The newspapers had written that Xianxia had no sense of shame and that she was throwing herself at Mo Ting. So, Father Qi was unhappy. Although he rarely got angry at Xianxia, this time, Xianxia was the one who threw herself at him. He had eyes and saw everything clearly. Don't you feel embarrassed? Father Qi questioned Xianxia with his hands behind his back in the study room. Xianxia's face turned red as she averted her gaze. You might not be embarrassed, but I've been completely embarrassed by you. What do you think? No matter where I go, I have to put up with people looking at me strangely. Because of this joke, our business partners have decided that we are not trustworthy enough, so they cancelled their original plans. What are you trying to do? Why did you provoke Hai Rui? Do you think you can fight against the Tang family? Tongming, she obviously has 4 siblings, yet grandfather Tang only loves her. How can you compare to her when it comes to scheming? Father Qi was so angry that his entire body was trembling. From today onwards, you're not allowed to go out for a month. Stay at home and reflect on yourself. But, no buts. It doesn't matter if you don't attend one of those socialite gatherings. After speaking, Father Qi waved his hand at Qi Xinyan, go get some rest. When Qi Xinyan heard about the cancellation of the Qi family's collaboration, she realized how serious the situation was. Not to mention a month, based on how the outside world ridiculed her, she wouldn't even be willing to go out for half a year. How shameful, she originally thought Mo Ting wouldn't be able to explain himself to the public. After all, it had happened in the past. Who would have thought? He was in the entertainment industry and was the overlord of the entertainment industry. If he couldn't even make up for this, could he still be called the emperor of the entertainment industry? What a joke, what a complete joke. The set of Stupid originally had scenes scheduled in the afternoon, but because of the storm, Tongming was forced to stay in the hotel. After seeing Fang Yu's response that morning, Han Xiner sat on the edge of the bed and laughed happily. Tongming put down her script and glanced at her as she shook her head. Is it really that funny? Don't you think it's funny? Han Xiner sat up and placed one hand on her hip. No wonder boss can't be bothered to make an appearance and Fang Yu doesn't seem to care. They are both very capable people, Tongming replied straightforwardly. That's why I say PR is so interesting. Every time we successfully turn the tables around, the excitement and sense of achievement is definitely great. Tongming lifted her head and looked at Han Xiner. Just like Mo Ting had said, she enjoyed excitement and challenges. In that case, when Long Jia returns, you can officially join Hai Rui's PR department. If you can become Fang Yu's direct disciple, I'm sure you will quickly surpass your teacher. Han Xiner's eyes were filled with excitement. She did not hide her emotions. Okay, I will do my best. After speaking, Han Xiner continued to browse through the comments online. However, as she browsed through them, her expression changed. Ningjia. Because of Qi Xinyan's incident, people have started to dig into the Tang family's background. With the mention of the Tang family, Tongming slightly hid her smile. Han Xiner knew this was Tongming's weakness, so she wanted to change the subject, but Tongming stopped her. Hand me the phone. You should leave this matter to boss. Give it to me. Han Xiner hesitated as she handed over the phone. Meanwhile, Tongming looked through the netizens' information. Not only did the netizens find out that Tongming was born into a perfume family and had a high status, they also found photos of the entire Tang family. Even Elder Tang wasn't spared. In reality, Tongming had never hidden her identity. It was just that no one had ever been so passionate about it before. This time, it was all because of Qi Xinyan's incident. The netizens felt that she was in no way inferior to Qi Xinyan, so they decided to post photos of the Tang family. I know you don't like to have anything to do with the Tang family, but if the netizens are like this, the Tang family will definitely be affected. My birth is not something I can decide. I may have experienced ups and downs in the entertainment industry, but I have relied on myself to earn money. I have a clear conscience, so you don't need to care about me. Tongming handed back the phone with a dark expression. Han Xiner sighed helplessly. In reality, the Han family was more or less responsible for this incident. If Tongming hadn't insisted on being with Han Yufan, Elder Tang wouldn't have kicked her out of the Tang family. Ning Jia. Don't be sad. Tongming looked at Han Xiner and gave her a hollow smile. However, that evening, Tongming received a phone call from Tang Xian. Her voice was trembling. Have you not embarrassed the Qi family enough? Do you want everyone in the Tang family to be dragged down by you and be compared to a bunch of nobodies? You were born into a bad family, so you can go down on your own. Don't drag your family down with you and embarrass themselves. The Tang family only want to appear on financial magazines, we don't want to appear on the entertainment headlines. Tongming did not say a word as she allowed Tang Xian to criticize her. After a while, she finally asked, have you said enough? Would you believe that I can make you appear on the entertainment headlines for an entire month? Tang Xian. I know how to deal with this incident. It has nothing to do with the Tang family. Whether I'm famous or ruined, it's all my business. I've never wanted to share it with the Tang family. Tang Xian, stop calling my phone, I'm getting annoyed. Really? Don't you have any self-awareness? Before Tang Xian could respond, Tongming hung up the phone. As she put down the phone, her eyes darkened. It was not her wish to be born into the Tang family. She had already punished herself for so many years. Was it not enough? How far did the Tang family want to push her? Ning Jia. I'm fine. Tang looked at Han Xiner and revealed a reassuring smile. The rain outside made Tang's mood a little heavy. But, after thinking about Mo Ting, Tang's heart slowly calmed down. In fact, she felt an inexplicable warmth. Once upon a time, in order to hide from the Tang family and take care of Han Yufan, she was willing to give up her beloved career and retreat behind the scenes to be a good wife and loving mother. But now, she felt, only by standing in the most dazzling position would she be able to match up to Mo Ting. Therefore, she would not retreat for the sake of the Tang family. Ning Jia, someone's knocking on the door. I think it's boss. I'll go open the door. Yes. Tang smiled at Han Xiner. However, to her surprise, the person holding a black umbrella at the door turned out to be Elder Tang's assistant. Miss Tang, the chairman wants to see you. He is waiting in the car downstairs. Tang glanced at Han Xiner. Although her emotions were complicated, she couldn't find a reason to reject Elder Tang. Not to mention, they were already downstairs. Tang gestured for Han Xiner not to follow. She then mouthed to her to give Mo Ting a phone call. Han Xiner nodded her head. After Tang left, she pulled out her phone and dialed Mo Ting's number. Hey, boss, the Tang family are here to look for Ning Jia. Mo Ting was already on his way to the set. As soon as he heard Han Xiner's anxious words, he immediately sped up. Downstairs, the assistant held up an umbrella as he led Tang to a black car parked under a tree. Through the car window, Tang looked at the old man sitting inside and couldn't help but sigh. She couldn't remember if it was 4 or 5 years since she last saw her grandfather. Miss Tang, please get in, the assistant opened the car door. Tang hesitated for a moment before finally getting into the car. She didn't even have time to change out of her costume. Elder Tang sat upright in the car with a righteous aura. He turned his head to look at Tang and couldn't help but scoff. Is this how you act now? Grandpa, are you here for the newspaper? If it is, I will think of a way to deal with it. There is no need for you to personally make a trip here. Humph. Elder Mo scoffed, you sure have a backbone. It's been 9 years. Don't you miss your mother and grandfather at all? Since you have the courage to leave home, why can't you bear the scorn and supercilious looks of those people? You're overthinking things. The only reason I left the Tang family was because I wanted to enter the entertainment industry, Tang denied. Perfume is not my interest. But you have talent. Tang calmed down and did not say another word. However, the atmosphere in the car suddenly froze like ice. It was suffocating. If you want me to forgive you, I can. You have to cut all ties with the entertainment industry and break up with that Mo brat. Then, you have to return to the Tang family. Tang pondered for a moment, then replied, I'm fine now. What's so great about you now? Every day, you're trampled by those shady people. Can't Grandpa give you the glory you want? I can't. Tang replied straightforwardly. Every day that I return to the Tang family, I can't eat or sleep in peace. I can't use a single cent of the Tang family's money because I feel like it was stolen. I would really break down. Grandpa, can't you just give me my freedom? Has the Tang family been so humiliated by you? Elder Mo's face was filled with anger. So much so that you don't even want to stay a second longer? Yes. What did the brat from the Mo family give you? He gave me everything that I'm missing. These are things that you can't give me, Tang choked on her tears. What is it that I can't give you? Dignity, Tang laughed in self-ridicule. Grandpa, you will never disregard the rest of the Tang family for my sake. Do you think you don't have dignity because you were born into the Tang family? Elder Mo's eyes were filled with shock as his hands began to tremble. You know very well whether I have dignity or not. Why ask me so directly? Do what you want. If one day you want to return to the Tang family, you will need to cut all ties with the entertainment industry. I will not acknowledge a grandson-in-law from the entertainment industry, no matter how capable he is. Elder Mo was helpless against Tang. Apart from talent, the grandfather and granddaughter were the most similar in terms of stubbornness. In that case, I will never have a place in the Tang family. Tang, a few years ago, you suffered so much for the sake of Han Yufan. You were even kicked out of the Tang family. What happened in the end? Elder Mo's eyes turned red. This time, you did it for a man again. He is different. What if I insist that you give up on him? I can't do it. Even if I die, I won't do it. I can give up on anything, but Mo Ting is the only one I have. No one can take him away from me, not even grandfather. As Tongming spoke the last sentence, her tone was firm and she spoke quickly. She did not give Elder Tang a chance to interrupt. After quite some time, Elder Mo finally found his voice. What if you had to choose one of us? I don't want the empty Tang family. I only want him. Obviously, the grandfather and grandson were destined to part on bad terms. Actually, it had nothing to do with anything else. It was just that they had different standpoints. The old man doted on her, but his doting was conditional. Naturally, Tongming was kicked out of the car. Afterwards, the black car drove off. As soon as Tongming turned around, she saw Mo Ting patiently waiting for her with an umbrella in his hand. Tongming's tears immediately rolled down her face. At this time, Mo Ting removed his jacket and pulled her into his embrace, hugging her tightly. It's okay. It's okay, you have me. Tongming hugged Mo Ting tightly. Until the moment she had to make a choice, she would never have realized how much Mo Ting meant to her. Ting. Do you know how important you are to me? Tongming asked in the rain. I know. But, you need to remember, I will always love you more than you love me. Tongming buried her head in Mo Ting's embrace as her tears landed on his sweater. The couple stood in the rain for quite some time before Mo Ting wrapped his arm around her and said, let's go back to the hotel. Tell me everything your grandfather told you without leaving out a single word. Okay, Tongming nodded her head. Mo Ting wrapped his arm around Tongming as they returned to the hotel. His heart was in turmoil. Who was the old man trying to bully? Even if it was a member of the Tang family or an elder, as long as Tongming was unhappy, he wouldn't let it go so easily. 10 p.m. The storm suddenly stopped. Tongming had already calmed down thanks to Mo Ting's comforting words. The couple hugged each other to sleep as they held each other's cheeks. I've already asked Cope to postpone tonight's shoot. Get some sleep. Tongming snuggled into Mo Ting's embrace and pressed against his chest. No need, I'm just going to sleep for half an hour. I want to get up and film. Okay, if you want to sleep, I'll hug you. If you want to film, I'll accompany you. Mo Ting did not force Tongming to rest. He simply allowed her to do as she pleased. After listening to Elder Tang and Tongming's conversation, Mo Ting suddenly realized that Tongming must have experienced a lot of pain and hardship during her childhood. The Tang family ostracized and made things difficult for her, Elder Tang's control, and her own guilt and pain. These were all things that made his heart ache when he thought about them. So, an hour later, the night scene began. Late at night, as soon as Elder Tang returned home, his assistant immediately called for the family doctor, attracting the attention of the rest of the Tang family. Tang Xian followed him around anxiously. It was not until Elder Tang had stabilized that she asked her assistant, where did grandfather go? Why did he suddenly relapse? That. The assistant was in a difficult position. What else can't you say? Grandfather is already in this state. Tang Xian was extremely anxious. The chairman went to see Tongming, the assistant replied honestly. After hearing this, Tang Xian was stunned. Did you say grandfather went to see Tongming? Grandfather said he won't see Tongming again. We are both granddaughters, how could he not see her? The chairman was simply saying it out of anger. Tang Xian handed the medicine and water to her assistant and turned around to return to her room without looking back. She had already endured so much, but why did Tongming still refuse to leave the Tang family home? She knew deep down that Elder Tang had always had Tongming as his successor. But, unfortunately, Tongming was the child of a mistress. So, anyone could do it except her. Grandfather. You forced me to do this. Tang Xian clenched her fists tightly. She couldn't help but want Tongming to stay away from the Tang family home. Scene 181, third scene. Action. This scene was a scene between Tongming and the athlete. When it came to child rearing, the athlete was completely caught off guard. On the muddy road after the rain, Tongming carried her child in her arms. Her body was extremely weak. However, as soon as the athlete saw her, not only did he refuse to acknowledge her, he refused to acknowledge her child either. In front of the camera, Tongming carried the child in her arms and revealed a contemptuous smile. She looked at the back of the athlete and said, "My child is a genius. If you don't raise him, you will regret it." "Crazy woman, I'm an athlete, I can't have children, I still want to win awards and be a champion." Tongming stared at the back of the man who didn't even look back. She struggled a few times as her body swayed. "He really is a genius." Her murmurs could be heard in the night sky. "Pass." Coke yelled as he stood up. He had been staying in Beijing for quite some time recently, so he had picked up quite a few local phrases. As a result, he didn't sound awkward at all. Translator, Uni editor, Uni. The scene was over. Before Tongming could return to her senses, Mo Ting had already walked over to her side and wrapped her in a jacket. "Mrs. Mo, the scene ended. There are only 2 more scenes left. It will be over by tomorrow, right?" Tongming sighed. "I suddenly feel a little reluctant. Filming will be over by tomorrow," Mo Ting said as he carried her out of the set. "It's getting late. Let's go back to the hotel and get some rest. We have an early scene tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Do you still remember what you promised me?" "Of course I do." Tongming turned her head and looked at Mo Ting. He also looked tired. He was a high and mighty CEO, yet, because of her, he had to stay by her side, regardless of the weather. He had to worry about her constantly. She suddenly felt a little sad. Especially when she thought about the words Mo Ting had said to her that night. Did he really love her more than she loved him? Mo Ting had already prepared the script to announce their wedding. He had been waiting for this day and this moment. However, there was one piece of news that was announced before Mo Ting's wedding. It was breaking news. Rich family drama, Tongming is confirmed to be an illegitimate daughter. Tongming's background is a mystery. Could the heiress of the Tang family be fake? So she's the daughter of a mistress. Tongming's identity has been revealed. The next morning, Han Xiner directly knocked on Tongming's door and handed her the news. At this time, Hai Rui had already begun their PR. As long as Tongming's identity was mentioned, it would be blocked. Even so, news of Tongming's identity still began to spread throughout the industry. Rich families are indeed corrupt. They are too reckless. This isn't a big news. What's there to expose? Tongming is the daughter of a mistress. Will she also be someone else's mistress? If this was in the past, Tongming would simply scoff at news like this. After all, she didn't know the person that had hurt her, so there was no need to get angry over a stranger. However, this time around, this piece of news could only be spread by the people of the Tang family. After all, only the people of the Tang family knew about it. Ning Jia. Seeing Tongming being wronged, Han Xiner wanted to comfort her, but Tongming grabbed onto her wrist and said, "Don't tell Mo Ting. He just left. Hai Rui still has a lot of work to do. Actually, boss just gave me a phone call and told me not to tell you about this in case you feel bad. It's fine. It's the truth anyway. It's not a bad thing for it to be exposed. But will it affect the Mo family's opinion of you?" Han Xiner was worried about this. "Help me prepare my car. I need to return to the Tang family home," Tongming said firmly. There were some things that she needed to resolve. Allowing Tang Xian to bully her like this was something she would have done in the past. But now, no one could hurt her. Because hurting her was equivalent to hurting Mo Ting. Should I let boss know? Of course. But I need to head over first. I can't sit still here for even a second. Okay, you go first. Here are the car keys. Hurry and leave before the media arrive, Han Xiner said as she protected Tongming. Tongming left the hotel. As Han Xiner watched Tongming leave, she suddenly felt that life was difficult. For example, in the Han family, her older brother was greedy and her older sister was evil. As for Tongming, she was forced into this state by her own family. How much hatred did she have for her to pull out a knife against her own family? Tongming actually understood why Tang Xian did this. It was because she knew her grandfather had spoken to her. Was she so afraid that she would take over the Tang family? Was she willing to expose the Tang family's dirty laundry? Tongning sped down the road. However, halfway there, she received a phone call from Mo Ting. Slow down. Tongning immediately slowed down. Ning, you head over first. I'm on my way to pick you up. After all, today's the wedding announcement. Perfect timing. It was a sunny morning at the Tang family home. On the luxurious steps of the living room, Elder Tang stood straight with his walking stick and his black suit. His gaze swept coldly across the 2 rows of children standing below. With the family scandal exposed, Tang Xian was punished to kneel. Father Tang and Mother Tang stood on the right side of Elder Tang while the Tang siblings stood on the other side. Apart from Tang Xian, Tang Yichen and Tang Jingxian were also called over by Elder Tang. As for Tang Ning, she was the 3rd child. Today, I want to make a very difficult decision. I want to kick my other granddaughter out of the Tang family home, Elder Tang said in a deep voice. Do you have any objections? Father. Father Tang cried out in shock. You have the least right to speak here. You were the one that caused all of this. Elder Tang blocked Father Tang's path. Grandfather, I can't accept this. Tang Xian said as she stood up. Because of Tongning, you are actually going to kick your own granddaughter out. Tongning is also my granddaughter. Plus, it seems, you still haven't realized your mistake. In order to vent your anger, you exposed the family scandal that the Tang family has been hiding for over 10 years. You have caused the entire Tang family to lose its peace. I cannot tolerate you, Elder Tang said in a stern voice. How is she your granddaughter? She must be a B** that came out of nowhere. Slap. Elder Tang rarely hit people, but this time, he actually hit her. The old man's hand was still as powerful as ever as he flung Tang Xian's face to the side. I, Tang Zhen, will make things clear to you today. Tang Xian, with your temper and character, don't even think about taking over the Tang family. Tang Xian's eyes grew wide as she felt the same. However, at this time, the housekeeper entered the living room and said to Elder Tang, Chairman, the 3rd miss has returned. How could she have the face to return? Tang Xian screamed. Let her in. Elder Tang said as he stomped his walking stick on the ground. It had been 9 years. The number of times Tongning had stepped foot into the Tang family home could be counted on one hand. Her memories of living under this roof had always been filled with subservience. But, this time, she no longer lowered her head. Dressed in a brown trench coat and with her long hair draped over her shoulders, she coldly entered the living room. Everyone felt that she was different, whether it was her temperament or her demeanor, she was completely different from the Tongning that would avoid everything. Tongning walked over to the kneeling Tang Xian in her high heels. She first bowed to Elder Tang and called him grandfather before turning around to greet Father Tang and Mother Tang. No one knew why she was here. But she had completely forgotten that this was her home. Xiaoning, it's good that you're back, Father Tang said lovingly. Tongning did not look at Father Tang's expression. She simply turned to Elder Tang and said in a cold voice, Grandfather, I want to settle my personal grudge with Tang Xian. I hope none of you will get involved. Xiaoning, we are sisters. All right. Elder Tang glanced at Tongning and interrupted Father Tang. He wanted to know what Tongning had experienced over the past 9 years. So, he asked his assistant to help him sit down as Tongning turned to face Tang Xian. Just as no one expected this, they heard another loud slap. Tongning had actually hit Tang Xian, everyone was shocked. Tang Xian was even more furious. She covered her cheek and shouted, You hit me? Yes, I hit you, Tongning said with her head held high. This slap is for me to get back at you for all the years I put up with you. You. Do you want to know why grandfather values me and not you? It's because I am better than you in every way. When we were young, your grades weren't as good as mine and you couldn't win over the elders like me. When we grew up, even if I left the Tang family, you would still be no match for me. Even if all I have is my name, it will always be a thorn in your heart. Since it is a thorn, then let it remain as it is. Making you mad is exactly what I want. But, Tang Xian, remember. It is a fact that I am more capable than you. All these years I've been away from home, the fact that I've never stepped foot into the Tang family has already shown my attitude. But, you are not sensible at all. I can't handle being forced. If you continue to be unscrupulous, I'm sorry, but when my patience reaches its limit, it will be time for me to return to the Tang family. I don't need to ask for your opinion. Today, I am simply giving you a warning. If you continue to provoke me, then you can forget about being the big miss of the Tang family. As Tongning said these words, her eyes were filled with a cold light that made people tremble in fear and tremble in fear. Even though her aura wasn't as dangerous as Mo Ting's. No one doubted that she was joking when she said it. Her expression was telling everyone that she was serious. Seeing Tang Xian in a daze, Tongning turned to face Elder Tang and bowed. She then said in a low voice, "Grandfather, don't worry, I will deal with the scandal. I'm sorry for disturbing you today." After speaking, Tongning turned to leave. But, Elder Tang held her back. "If you still admit that you are a part of the Tang family, then don't step out of this house today. Grandfather, don't force me. I've already made my stance clear last night. If you step out of this house today, you will be the same as Tang Xian, you will no longer be a part of the Tang family," Elder Tang scoffed. "Tang Xian may have done something wrong, but if you show your face in public, you will not be forgiven. I've never embarrassed the Tang family." "Are you referring to your scandals, and the world's longest legs award?" Elder Tang narrowed his eyes. "In my eyes, they are nothing but embarrassing. There's nothing I can do about it." After speaking, Tongning continued to walk away. But, Elder Tang continued, "Are you really going to abandon your parents and family? Just because of your hobbies and dreams? Xiaoning. Stay here. Mom and Dad miss you," Father Tang persuaded. Tongning shook her head. However, just as Tongning was about to walk away for the third time, Mother Tang suddenly spoke. Her voice was raspy. "I know that this is all because of me." Tongning did not turn around. I know that deep down, Tongning would rather not have me as her mother because I have caused her to be shamed for the rest of her life. "Madam, don't cause trouble," Father Tang immediately tried to comfort her. "Actually, the solution to all of this is very simple. As long as I'm not around, everything will be fine, right?" "Madam, what nonsense are you saying?" "That's enough, stop talking. Tongning won't be going anywhere today. She can only stay here." "I will get someone to deal with the rumors that are spreading," Elder Tang interjected. "As for Tang Xian, this is the last time. If I find out that you are doing something similar again, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Sorry grandfather, I still need to film." "What film?" "You are not allowed to step out of the Tang family home today." Elder Tang gestured for his assistant to close the front door. "Tongning, it's time for you to calm down. It's time to cut off those shady relationships." Tongning watched as the front door was closed, but she did not panic. She simply turned around and said to Elder Tang, "Grandfather, you can't lock me up." Elder Tang stared at Tongning. Deep down, he was well aware that Tongning was no longer the child that she used to be, her willpower was stronger than before. But, on the surface, he still had to say, "I will lock you up for as long as I can." Tang Xian was still kneeling on the floor sobbing as she sneered. Seeing that Elder Tang's motive was to force Tongning to return home, she stood up and gave him a strange smile. "Grandfather, have you made up your mind to force Tongning to return home? This has always been her home." A little b** tch? What right does she have? After speaking, Tang Xian pounced on the table, grabbed the fruit knife from the fruit platter and placed it on her wrist. "What if I say, I won't be here with her?" Tang Xian. Elder Tang panicked as he almost lost his grip on his walking stick. "What are you doing?" "Grandfather, I'm serious. In this home, I won't be here with her and she won't be here with me." After speaking, Tang Xian bit her lip as a bloody cut appeared on her wrist. "Don't do anything stupid." Elder Tang immediately pounced over and grabbed onto Tang Xian's wrist. He then said to his assistant, "Aren't you going to get the first aid kit?" Seeing that Elder Tang doted on her the most, Tang Xian pounced into his embrace and cried, "Grandfather, isn't this a good thing? Why must an outsider return home?" Since Tongning was able to leave for 9 years, it means she has never treated the Tang family home. Why must we make things difficult for each other? If you have something to say, then say it. Why are you doing something stupid? Elder Tang was so angry that he almost lost control. Grandfather, promise me that you won't let Tongning come back. Promise me first. Seeing that Tang Xian was about to go to extremes, Elder Tang had no choice but to agree. Okay, I promise. I promise. Hearing the words I promise you, Tongning felt the only warmth in her heart dissipate. Xiaoning, leave first. Father will come and pick you up another day, Father Tang pleaded. Pick me up? There's no need. Keep an eye on your daughter. From today onwards, I, Tongning, have cut all ties with the Tang family. Also, from this moment onwards, if Tang Xian dares to offend me again, I will make her wish she was dead. After speaking, Tongning took a few steps back. Just as she was about to leave, the housekeeper once again rushed into the room and said to Elder Tang, don't worry. Tang Xian, Elder Xian said angrily. I'm not, Elder Tang. Let him in, Tongning refuted. Tongning, there are no outsiders here. If anyone tries to stop him from coming in, I'll just run into a pillar. What do you think, Grandpa? Tongning said as she pointed to the Roman pillar on the left. Xian Tang Mo to Tang. Tang. The housekeeper understood Elder Tang's intention and immediately led Mo Ting into the house. However, Mo Ting did not come alone. He brought 20 bodyguards with him as they entered the living room. President Mo, don't you think you've gone overboard with your display? Elder Tang once again put on his solemn mask and sneered at Mo Ting. Mo Ting ignored Elder Tang as he waved at Tongning. Tongning's tears were about to fall, but as she approached Mo Ting, she buried her face in his chest and said in a hoarse voice, Hubby. Take me away from here. Okay, I'll handle it. Mo Ting stretched out his hand and stroked Tongning's hair as he gently placed a kiss on her forehead. Is it arrogant? But, I don't think it's enough. After all, when the Mo family makes a move, they always do it this way, Mo Ting replied calmly. This is the Tang family home, not the Mo family home. But, the Tang family is bullying the Mo family. Mo Ting's voice was similarly dangerous and dark. The sharpness in his eyes was no less than Elder Tang's. Tongning is my granddaughter. When did she become a part of the Mo family? Mo Ting couldn't be bothered to waste time with him as he pulled out his marriage certificate with Tongning from his pocket. I am Tongning's legal husband. Elder Tang, do you think she is a part of the Mo family? Elder Tang. If possible, I wish the Tang family had never given birth to Tongning. For a family like you to act like this, I feel ashamed. Since Tongning is my wife, she doesn't need a single cent from the Tang family. The Mo family is enough to guarantee her 10 lifetimes of glory. Return to the Tang family home? From now on, you will have to kneel before me. From today onwards, I will be taking Tongning with me. She will no longer have anything to do with the Tang family. If anyone wants to bully her, they will have to get past me first. After speaking, Mo Ting turned around with Tongning in his arms. At this time, the Tang family subconsciously tried to stop them. But the people that President Mo brought with him were not to be trifled with. They were all experienced fighters. In the end, under Mo Ting's dangerous and bloodthirsty gaze, the Tang family servants watched helplessly as Mo Ting flicked his coat and led Tongning out of the Tang household. Elder Tang trembled in anger, but he was powerless to stop them. He was well aware of one fact: today's meeting had created an insurmountable gap between him and Tongning. Xiaoning. When did you get married? We didn't even know about it, Father Tang mumbled in shock. She even married into the Mo family. Mother Tang had long lost her patience. She simply sneered, only now do I realize, in Elder Tang's heart, Tongning and I are worse than animals. It's good that she got married. She married Mo Ting and married into the Mo family. She has a better future than her mother. From now on, she no longer needs to be looked down upon. Madam, what are you talking about? Father Tang grabbed onto Mother Tang's shoulder. Stop causing trouble. She married into the Mo family. In other words, a certain someone's husband can't be compared to her. She has finally helped her mother vent her anger. After laughing, Mother Tang pushed Father Tang away and returned to her bedroom. After so many years, this was the first time she felt like she could hold her head up high in front of the Tang family. At the same time, the other members of the Tang family were also shocked. Tang Xian was naturally angrier. Tang Yichen did not want to get involved in a family argument. Meanwhile, Tang Jingxian watched as Mo Ting left with a glint in his eyes. Sister too, isn't that the CEO of Hai Rue? Isn't he? Jingxian, what do you want? This time? I want to release an album. If you aren't afraid of grandfather breaking your legs. But, Mo Ting is now my brother-in-law. Tang Jingxian exclaimed excitedly. If you want to cry, then cry it out. On the way home, Mo Ting looked at Tongning, who was leaning on his shoulder as he drove. I was the one who arrived too late and made you suffer. Tongning couldn't help but cry. It was obvious that she was trying to hold it in. I ran off on my own. What has it got to do with you? Why do you have to take responsibility for everything? It's all my fault that I didn't protect you, Mo Ting said with self-blame. From now on, you are my wife, not someone else's granddaughter. Furthermore, you have nothing to do with that family. Okay, Tongning nodded her head, but she still couldn't help but cry. The pain of a family member was the most helpless and difficult to heal. She had no choice. Don't cry. You're making my heart ache. Tongning couldn't cry, but she also couldn't not cry. So, she sat up straight and calmed herself down. Drive me to the set. We agreed to finish filming today. I don't want to delay the progress of the entire production because of my personal reasons. Okay, as long as it's something you want to do, I will accompany you. He had said this before. The simplest way to love someone was to accompany them. The news of the illegitimate daughter was still spreading. But, under Mo Ting's protection, Tongning directly arrived at the set of Stupid. The crew looked at Tongning worriedly, including Lin Xing. Even though he didn't have any scenes to film today, he was waiting on set for Tongning. He planned to celebrate the completion of her first scene with her. A good actor, no matter what difficulties they encounter, must stand firm in front of the camera. I am very happy to see you appear, Lin Xing patted Tongning on the shoulder. Go ahead and finish your last 2 scenes. Tongning nodded her head and wiped away her tears. She looked at her colleagues and revealed a comforting smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. Okay. Lin Xing watched as Tongning walked onto set. He finally had a plan in mind. He had always been bad-mouthing people and had never praised anyone seriously. Yet, a newcomer like Tongning actually made him feel this way. Tongning could be considered as his disciple, right? The last 2 scenes of Stupid took a long time to complete. It was the female lead going crazy and searching for her child. My child is a genius. He is a genius. Have you guys seen my child? He really is a genius. Anxious and panicked, the actress grabbed the passers-by's hand, eager to convince them. However, all she got was the coldness of the passers-by. Hey, this woman seems to be an actress, right? No way, it's probably a crazy woman who kidnapped her child. The actress lived a proud and flamboyant life, but in the end, it had such an ending. It was a pity. However, the story continued. The genius that the actress kept mentioning was the main theme of Stupid. Because of the last 2 scenes, Tongning was distracted and no longer focused on being angry at the Tang family. But, just because she wasn't angry didn't mean Mo Ting wasn't either. Congratulations, Tongning, on completing your scenes. Congratulations on the resurrection of our actress. Congratulations. Good luck. Everyone in the crew surrounded her, giving her flowers and hugs. Tongning, you are amazing. Coke also gave him a hug. You really are what you said, you are a genius. Thank you, Director Coke. You have made me a success, Tongning thanked him politely. Enjoy your life as an actor. I also wish you an outstanding performance in Hidden Expert. You have a high chance of winning the Best Newcomer award this year. Tongning had never considered whether she would win an award or not. She simply wanted to fulfill Mo Ting's wish, and now, she had finally accomplished it. You guys should stop clinging to Tongning. What she wants the most is President Mo's blessing. Someone saw Mo Ting appear with flowers in his arms and pushed Tongning out of the crowd. Tongning watched as the handsome man slowly approached her. She also took a step forward. I did it. Mo Ting handed her the roses, I know. Afterwards, in front of everyone, he hooked his arm around her neck and kissed her on the lips. Everyone on set cheered as Tongning slowly recovered from her initial shock and began to respond to her man's demands. It wasn't until everyone's faces turned red that Mo Ting finally let go of her. Mrs. Mo, congratulations on completing your scenes. President Mo, for you to bring a bouquet of roses on a special day like this. Does he have something good to announce? Everyone guessed that Mo Ting was planning to propose today. However, Tongning simply smiled without saying a word. This seemed to be the first time she had received flowers from Mo Ting. Of course, she was well aware why it was a bouquet of roses. What kind of good news do you guys want? Mo Ting asked in a rare moment of excitement. Propose. 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 Everyone encouraged the two of them in unison. However, Mo Ting directly pulled out his marriage certificate and said, "We've been married for a long time." After all, the purpose of his marriage certificate was to announce his identity. So, Mo Ting didn't mind showing it a few more times. Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought the couple had been married for a long time? Oh God, Tongning, you sure kept it a secret. I can't believe you actually managed to convince our President Mo. Well done. Luckily, I'm not one to bully newcomers. Otherwise, if I offended the madam, I wouldn't even know how I died. Haha, at least you know what's good for you. There are still a lot of rumors going around saying that President Mo will never marry Tongning. The media should be slapped in the face. The media. Mo Ting's expression turned serious. That's right, he had already announced his identity in front of the Tang family, yet he still had to deal with the media. He had already announced his identity in front of the Tang family, but he had yet to announce it to the world. Coke, I'm taking Tongning with me. I'll pay for everyone's meal today. Yay! The entire crew erupted in applause. After all, this was the only time in their lives that they would be able to eat a meal that Mo Ting paid for. Afterwards, Mo Ting turned to leave with Tongning. However, Tongning asked him to wait as she walked over to Lin Xing. Thank you, Xinggu. You have done me a great favor. You're too kind. I will continue to monitor your acting. Don't embarrass me, Lin Xing laughed. Definitely. I will show you a different Tongning in Hidden Expert. That's good. You and President Mo should also take good care of each other. In this flashy industry, to be able to find true love that you can protect, you should cherish it even more. I know. Tongning shook Lin Xing's hand before reluctantly leaving the first film in her life. From now on, she was going to welcome her identity as Mrs. Mo in her best form. Afternoon. Tang family home. Tang Xian's extreme behavior made Elder Tang realize the truth. Tang Xian could not tolerate Tongning's existence. But, who was he going to rely on to inherit the Tang family? After fainting, Tang Xian woke up to find Elder Tang sitting on the edge of the bed. She struggled to sit up and said, "Grandfather. I dreamed of my mother again." Haze. Elder Tang sighed. After this incident, his voice sounded a lot older. "Grandfather, I can only tolerate one of them. I can't let both of them stay in the Tang family home at the same time. It would be an insult to my mother's spirit in heaven. What do you plan to do?" Since grandfather has already made his decision, then in order to restore the Tang family's reputation, I have an idea. Announce that Tongning is not a part of the Tang family and that she is simply following her mother's second wife into the family. Elder Tang did not say a word. But, he was obviously hurt as he stood up from his chair and left Tang Xian's room. But, Tang Xian knew, this was Elder Tang's tacit approval. Since he was going to kick Tongning out, he was going to kick her out completely. Look, the Tang family has released a statement. It turns out, Tongning is not a part of the Tang family and her mother is not a mistress, she is a second wife. So, she is a fake heiress. I originally thought she was a phoenix, but in the end. The commenter above me, I don't care about the Tang family's background, okay? Even so, the Tang family's statement makes me feel like they are throwing Tongning out there and using her as a spear. Just because she is not their biological child, they can trample all over her? Rich. Do you know what a rich family is? The Tang family had publicly announced that Tongning was not a part of the Tang family and that She was simply following her mother's second wife into the family. So, the mistress was a misunderstanding and Tang Ning's background wasn't as bad as the rumors made it out to be, but, how many people were ridiculing Tang Ning behind her back, and how many people that were once afraid of the Tang family were laughing behind her back? She was simply a fake heiress, yet she managed to turn Beijing upside down. What a joke. It was 3 p.m. Tang Ning looked at the statement in Han Xiner's hands and threw it to one side. This is the Tang family's PR tactic. Ignore it. But, Ning Jia, don't you feel bad that the Tang family is sacrificing you like this? Han Xiner was close to tears. Of course I feel wronged. But, I can't return the favor by crying. There are so many people waiting to see me make a fool of myself. They're waiting to see me fall from the clouds. What's the point of feeling wronged? This is too much. Han Xiner threw her phone onto the floor. Tang Ning lowered her head and calmed down for a moment before she received a phone call from Mo Ting. 7 p.m. Hai Rui will be holding a press conference. I will send someone to pick you up at 6 p.m. Tang Ning could tell that Mo Ting had suppressed his emotions. He was definitely angry. In fact, he was quite angry. Ting. I'm fine. Today is a day that belongs to us, there's no need to be upset over a stranger, Tang Ning comforted. If only it had nothing to do with you, Mo Ting sighed, did you know? Sometimes, I really hate myself. Why didn't I meet you earlier? Why did I let you suffer so many injuries? I have you, that's enough, Tang Ning said firmly as she held back her tears. 6 p.m., right? I will leave on time. Your makeup artist should be home soon. Mo Ting said as he looked at the watch on his wrist. I want to see the most beautiful Tang Ning. Prepare yourself. I know. Even if it wasn't for herself, for Mo Ting, she still had to pull herself together. After all these years, when had Tang Ning ever relied on the Tang family, since the Tang family had decided to deny their blood ties? From now on, Tang Ning would no longer be a part of the Tang family. A moment later, the makeup artist arrived with the supplies that Mo Ting had prepared for her. Mrs. Mo, please. This elder Tang doesn't look like a stupid person. Why is he so cruel? Fan Yu sighed as he looked at the news from the afternoon in Hai Rui's CEO's office. Even if Tang Ning isn't a part of the Tang family, he shouldn't have sacrificed her like this. Is Tang Ning really not a part of the Tang family? Mo Ting remained silent. To be exact, the dangerous glint in his eyes had never dissipated from the moment he received the news. From now on, she won't be. Fan Yu understood Mo Ting's meaning as he nodded his head. Don't worry, Jingjing has already spoken to me about this a few times. I will definitely make sure Tang Ning's clarification meeting is as grand as it can be. Hasn't Tang Ning never relied on the Tang family? Plus, after marrying you, she will be a part of the Mo family. From now on, the Tang family will have nothing to do with her. I know. But, I can't help but feel bad when I see her being bullied like this. Mo Ting replied coldly. By announcing your marriage, you are already giving her the biggest support and encouragement. After all, the public has already assumed that you will break up with her after her identity is revealed. Mo Ting scoffed, this is all thanks to the Tang family. There's plenty of time in the future, Fan Yu said with a deeper meaning. Since that's the case, I'll go make my preparations. Go ahead. Mo Ting waved his hand. Sometimes, he really wanted to help Tang Ning shoulder all the storms. But, no matter how strong he was, there were some things that he couldn't do anything about. For example, the Tang family. One day, he was going to make the Tang family regret. 5 p.m. Tang Ning was already dressed up as she stood in front of the mirror in a dignified manner. The makeup artist and Han Xiner stared at her in a daze. At this moment, not only was Tang Ning beautiful, she was also expensive. The dress she was wearing was a luxurious custom made by Christian Dior. It took elements from a cheongsam and used a beige color as the base. On the chest area, it was embroidered with white diamonds. Not only did it wrap around Tang Ning's body, it also highlighted her best feature. Long legs, just the price of this gown alone had reached an astonishing 8 digits, not to mention, her gold-embroidered heels and all sorts of accessories. President Mo is too generous. Han Xiner couldn't help but click her tongue after hearing the makeup artist's description. He has put the most expensive thing in the world on you. He knows I don't like things like this, Tongning said with a gentle smile. He simply wants to show the public his attitude. I understand, Han Xiner nodded. Han Xiner nodded her head. If the Tang family bullies you, the Mo family can handle it. But if you leave the Tang family and marry into the Mo family, I really want to see the expressions of the reporters and the Tang family. It's almost time, let's get ready to go, the makeup artist urged as she helped her put on the last diamond stud. No wonder you are a famous model. I've never seen a body as perfect as yours. For the sake of this press conference, Fang Yu had put in a lot of effort. Because he knew Mo Ting had high expectations, he chose the best hotel in Beijing, the Surrey, to hold the event in a luxurious venue. On top of that, he strictly controlled the venue and had high expectations for every reporter that entered the venue. This was a treatment that Hai Rui's artists had never received before. As soon as news of this spread, everyone began to spread rumors that Mo Ting was trying to support Tongning. However, they never expected the Tang family's abandonment would come so suddenly, and Hai Rui couldn't possibly prepare all of this in one day. So, Mo Ting had already prepared this beforehand. He originally planned to use it to announce their marriage, but since the Tang family had already shown their attitude, it was only right for him to respond. 6:30 p.m. Mo Ting had just finished a busy day at work and arrived at the hotel. As soon as he entered the waiting room, he saw Tongning standing by the window. He removed his cold jacket and hugged Tongning from behind. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about you. Tongning replied as she pressed her face against Mo Ting's. I'm thinking about our future life and the fact that we will be together for the next few decades. It makes me feel warm and beautiful. After hearing Tongning's words, Mo Ting turned her around and held on to her hand. After announcing our marriage, you will still be Tongning. You don't need to make any changes for me. You can continue to do runway shows and act. As for me, I will be your exclusive manager for the rest of my life, as long as you want me to. In that case, should I prepare a lifetime contract? Didn't you look at the contract carefully? It will last for 50 years after my death. Tongning tiptoed and placed a kiss on Mo Ting's lips. She then hooked her arms around his neck. It's about time. Let me help you change into your dress. Are you sad because of what happened to the Tang family? Mo Ting asked as he held onto Tongning's hand. The couple walked into the changing room and Mo Ting opened up his arms in front of the mirror. Rather than saying I'm sad, it would be more accurate to say I'm angry and wronged. But, I know, you will help me get revenge soon enough. Tongning unbuttoned Mo Ting's jacket and unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his impressive abs. I'm glad you know. Tongning's face turned red as she couldn't help but ask, you do so much for me every day. Aren't you tired? Tired. Mo Ting nodded his head. But, I think this tiredness is worth it. I am willing to be this tired. I want to be this tired for the rest of my life. Tongning helped Mo Ting put on the black suit. As she looked at the gold embroidery on his sleeves, she suddenly realized his suit and the dress she was wearing were a matching outfit. Mo Ting stood tall and straight, dressed in a retro oriental suit, making him look even more slender and dignified. Under the reflection of the lights, his uncanny facial features looked even more resolute and handsome. This was the Mo Ting that Tongning was infatuated with, the Mo Ting that she worshipped with all her heart, and the most precious gift that God had given her. It's about time. I'll go on stage first. In a moment. Xiner will bring you in, Mo Ting instructed. Why do we have to leave first? Tongning didn't understand. I have some private matters to deal with first. Be a good girl. After speaking, Mo Ting placed a kiss on her forehead. Did I compliment you on how beautiful you look tonight? No. You are indeed beautiful. After speaking, Mo Ting wrapped his arms around Tongning. A moment later, he finally let go. Inside the luxurious venue, most of the Beijing media had already arrived. They had attended plenty of press conferences in the past, but none of them were as grand and high-class as this one. For the sake of Tongning, Mo Ting was willing to go this far. Needless to say, it was obvious how much Mo Ting doted on her. The hotel had set up a stage. Standing behind the stage was Fang Yu. He was dressed in a retro blue suit, his outfit was extremely formal. It was obvious how much importance he placed on this press conference. Today, apart from responding to Tongning's family background, I have another piece of good news to share with everyone. Please wait patiently. Now, let's welcome President Mo onto the stage. The reporters were shocked. They originally thought having Fan Yu host the press conference was already a great honor. After all, he was currently the vice president of Hai Rui. Who would have thought Mo Ting would be the one to personally take the stage? Afterwards, under the shocked gazes of the reporters, Mo Ting walked out from the backstage and appeared in front of everyone. All the reporters noticed Mo Ting's outfit. It was obvious how much importance he placed on this press conference. But it didn't seem like he was here to clarify anything. Rather, he was here to attend a ceremony. Mo Ting faced the reporters and scanned across the venue. The corners of his lips curved upwards as he finally spoke. Let me get to the point. Today's press conference has a lot to announce and a lot of information. It's enough for the media to write multiple headlines. The reporters burst into laughter. They thought Mo Ting was joking, but their curiosity was still piqued. So, they decided to listen to what he had to say. Firstly, regarding the birth of my artist, Tongning, I would like to announce that Tongning is the biological daughter of the Tang family. She is not an outsider, the blood of the Tang family flows through her body. Huh. Oh God, is this true? This. Is President Mo trying to slap the Tang family in the face? If Tongning is the biological daughter of the Tang family, why doesn't the Tang family acknowledge her? Or, could it be that Tongning's mother is actually a mistress? The reporters were in an uproar as they began to discuss amongst themselves. In fact, they couldn't understand why Mo Ting was trying to expose this truth. Secondly, the past of Tongning's mother is a private matter of the previous generation. It has nothing to do with Tongning. If anyone dares to spread rumors and insult her, Hai Rui will definitely cooperate with the law and punish them. Lastly, Mo Ting looked at everyone present and raised his left hand, revealing the wedding ring on his ring finger. He then said loudly, on behalf of my wife, Tongning, I would like to officially lodge a complaint against the Tang family. When Mo Ting mentioned wife, he deliberately paused for a moment to emphasize. Wife. What? Wife. Hurry up and take a picture of my wife. The reporters seemed to have gone crazy as they continuously snapped their shutters at Mo Ting. They wanted to hear what Mo Ting was going to announce. He was referring to Tongning as his wife. They were married, right? They were married, right? It's understandable that the Tang family want to save face. But, they have publicly cut off all ties and erased all blood relations to achieve their own goals. This has already caused serious harm to my wife. Since morals cannot restrain the Tang family, then I, Mo Ting, have no choice but to take legal action and make them pay the price. A lawyer's letter will be sent to the Tang family soon. No matter how the Tang family wants to fight, I, Mo Ting, will be happy to keep you company. Mo Ting's words were serious and firm without the slightest hesitation. He clearly expressed his stance. He was going to get revenge on the Tang family. The Tang family had tried so hard to hide the truth, yet he was going to expose it. The Tang family had painstakingly abandoned them, yet he was going to fight back. He was going to tell everyone that the Tang family's bullying of Tongning had come to an end. From today onwards, Tongning will take on my husband's surname. I will give all the best things I have to my wife. After speaking, Mo Ting stretched out his hand towards the entrance of the venue. With a loud bang, the main doors of the venue were pushed open by the security guards. Tongning stood behind the doors in a dazzling glow. Tongning is here. Isn't she a little too beautiful? Oh God, she's being spoiled like a queen. The reporters began to snap photos of Tongning. She's so beautiful. Looking at the crowd of reporters and Mo Ting standing not too far away, Tongning held her breath and took a deep breath. Afterwards, she walked towards the stage. Tongning. Tongning is so glamorous. So what if the Tang family sacrificed her? She is still married to Mo Ting. With this comparison, it doesn't matter if she's the heiress of the Tang family or not. She already has a husband that loves her so much. I like President Mo's way of doing things. The Tang family sacrificed Tongning, yet they still want to stand on their own. How is that possible? President Mo is great. Along the way, the crowd continued to discuss. Whether it was envy, shock, belittlement or praise, Tongning couldn't hear any of it. At this moment, all she could see was Mo Ting. A moment later, Tongning finally stood in front of Mo Ting. The first thing Mo Ting did was hug his wife. Tongning, say a few words. Tongning. Hearing the reporters' shouts, Tongning extricated herself from Mo Ting's embrace and bowed to the reporters. She then received the microphone from Mo Ting's hands. Hello, I am Tongning. Tongning. How do you feel about the Tang family sacrificing you like this? Do you support President Mo in taking the Tang family to court? As soon as the media arrived, they asked two very sharp questions about the Tang family. Tongning turned her head and looked at Mo Ting as she held tightly onto his hand. At this moment, she felt a strong backing behind her and gained courage. So, she replied in a loud voice, I've already told the public how I live my life. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Even if it's my family, there is a limit to my tolerance. So, my husband's wishes are my wishes and my husband's wishes are my wishes. Do you hate the Tang family? I have no hatred towards the Tang family. I have more meaningful things to do in my life, Tongning replied in seriousness. Then aren't you angry about what the outside world says about you? What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. As long as my husband trusts me, I feel like a lot of things aren't that important anymore. In that case, can you tell us how you feel right now? Tongning turned her head and looked at Mo Ting. She then let go of his hand and took a step forward. She then said in a serious tone, Tongning, I don't know what kind of person I am in your hearts right now. But, I want to tell everyone that I've never taken the initiative to hurt anyone. I'm not a kind person. In the eyes of some fans, I'm a schemer. But, everything I've done, I've lived up to my conscience. I've never crossed a bottom line. Along the way, I've been through a lot of hardships, I've encountered a lot of obstacles and I've suffered a lot. But, because of the protection of the person by my side, I'm able to stand where I am today. Perhaps all of you might think that I'm not good enough for him. After all, he's such a dazzling person. But, whether it's walking the runway or acting, I simply want to be the best Tongning I can be and become his wife. Plus, because he loves me. In this world, I'm the only one that can be by his side. This will be my mission for the rest of my life. Lastly, I would like to thank my husband for everything he's done for me. At the same time, I will unconditionally support every decision he makes. After speaking, Tongning once again bowed to the media. Of course, because of her sincerity, a lot of female reporters began to shed tears. Every word she said on stage was filled with 100% of her emotions. She was the voice of a lot of women that had just met their lover. I wish you all the best. Yes, I wish you all the best. Tongning, you're amazing. Tongning, don't be afraid. Let the Tang family apologize to you. After receiving the blessings, Tongning smiled and took a few steps back to stand beside Mo Ting. She then handed the microphone back to him. Mo Ting held onto Tongning's hand and raised the microphone again. At the same time, I hope the media can guide the public in a positive direction. After all, the entire entertainment industry still needs your supervision. Mo Ting placed a moral label on the media. But, polite meant that they were giving them some face. If anyone tried to disrupt the peace, they couldn't blame Hai Rui for being merciless. Of course, don't worry, President Mo, we will definitely report on the Tang family to the best of our ability. Don't worry. Seeing that Mo Ting and Mo Ting had said everything they needed to say, Fang Yu finally received the microphone and said to the reporters, after the press conference, I would like to invite everyone to the banquet hall. There will also be a dinner. As soon as the reporters heard about a dinner, they were overjoyed. It meant Hai Rui still had PR to give them benefits. But, before the press conference was over, the public was already in an uproar. Especially the fans. La la la, this day has finally arrived. Luckily, I didn't give up. Wow, Mo Ting is so cool. His way of protecting his wife deserves 100 points. So handsome. So beautiful. I'm talking about Tongming's legs. He directly announced his marriage. F***ck, is he trying to kill the single dogs? Mo Ting's press conference this time has won my heart. It's like a slap to the Tang family's face. Ha ha ha, the Tang family thinks they're so great. But in the end, Tongming has turned into a member of the Mo family. Haha, she doesn't want to be the heiress of the Tang family at all. If she wants to be, she should be Mrs. Mo. By the way, the Tang family are so cruel. They're even willing to sacrifice their own family. For the sake of their reputation, they're willing to turn their own family into a wild one. I have to hand it to them. This is the first time I've seen something like this. The Tang family. Because Mo Ting had borrowed the attention of the entertainment industry. He was currently drowning in saliva. As for the Tang family's reaction? Chairman. Hai Rui's lawyer is already outside the door, his assistant said to Elder Tang, who was deep in thought. Should we let them in? Elder Tang waved his hand helplessly. But this is karma. Elder Tang cleared his throat. Elder Tang cleared his throat. If I hadn't spoiled her, perhaps things wouldn't have gotten to this point. I know Tongming is innocent, but I don't know why. When I saw her do something stupid, I thought she had gotten used to it and would understand my difficulties, Elder Tang said in a deep voice. It turns out, I've already hurt her so badly. I've wasted my seniority. Chairman. The assistant said helplessly. The Tang family had indeed done too much in this matter, so he couldn't find any words to comfort Elder Tang. Although the Tang family had a lot of descendants, in Elder Tang's eyes, Tongming was the only one that could shoulder the responsibility. Yet, he had personally pushed Tongming out of the family. What would happen to the Tang family from now on? Was the century-old perfume brand going to end in his hands? A moment later, Elder Tang entered the living room. As soon as he saw Hai Rui's lawyer, he sat down on the sofa and asked, "What does President Mo want? Let's get straight to the point. There's no need to waste each other's time." Elder Tang, it's very simple. I only need one word, an apology. There's no need for compensation. The Mo family has everything they want, we don't need anything from you, the lawyer replied straightforwardly. We are all straightforward people. This time, we have been entrusted by President Mo to let the Tang family know that there are some things that didn't need to go this far. But, the Tang family's actions have been too unsightly and have severely hurt Mrs. Mo's heart. For the sake of protecting his wife, President Mo has requested an apology from the Tang family. How should we apologize? Elder Tang asked. That will depend on Elder Tang's sincerity. You guys can go home. I already understand President Mo's intentions. Elder Tang said as he twirled his walking stick. We will definitely do as he wishes. Since that's the case, we will take our leave. After speaking, the lawyer stood up. Elder Tang then looked at the ancient painting in the middle of the living room and said to his assistant, Go make arrangements to apologize to Xiaoning. Chairman, it's my fault as a grandfather. Can't I apologize to my granddaughter? Elder Tang stomped his walking stick on the ground. Tongming is my granddaughter, the granddaughter I value the most. But now. It seems Miss Tongming is seriously injured this time, her assistant sighed. I also know. The future of the Tang family is worrying. After speaking, Elder Tang suddenly clutched his chest as his body began to twitch. A few seconds later, he fell to the ground unconscious. His assistant was so shocked that he sent Elder Tang to the hospital. As soon as Tang Xian and the others heard the news, they immediately rushed over to the emergency room. As soon as they saw Elder Tang's assistant, they ran up to him. What happened? Why would Grandpa suddenly have an accident? It's just a sudden relapse. What else could it be? It's all because of Tongming. Tang Xian's assistant had already hidden the fact that Hai Rui's lawyer had visited, but Tang Xian still blamed Elder Tang's illness on Tongming. Big miss, if you had been a little less angry at the chairman, perhaps he wouldn't be in the hospital right now, her assistant said coldly. What did you say? Tang Xian's expression changed. Just as she was about to explode in anger, Father Tang hugged her and tried to calm her down. Xian, your grandfather's condition is currently unknown. Don't cause any more trouble. Tang Xian freed herself from Father Tang's embrace and turned to look at Mother Tang. If it wasn't for you and your daughter, our Tang family wouldn't be in such a mess. Mother Tang glared at Tang Xian coldly as her voice trembled. Time will prove who is the rightful one. Stop arguing, Father Tang yelled anxiously. A moment later, the doctor stepped out of the emergency room and said to everyone, the patient is fine, but he can't be agitated any further. In that case, can we go in and see him? Father Tang asked. Yes, but don't get in the way of the patient's rest. After speaking, the doctor left. Tang Xian and the others pushed open the door and entered the room. As soon as they saw Elder Tang lying in bed, Tang Xian immediately pounced on him. Grandfather, are you okay? Elder Tang waved his hand and looked at his assistant. Ask them to leave first. I have something to tell you. Big miss, you guys can leave first. Although Tang Xian wasn't happy, she had no intention of disobeying Elder Tang. So, she stood up and left the room with Father Tang and the others. While I'm not feeling well, let Tang Xian temporarily take over as executive CEO. I want to see how capable she is. Yes. Chairman. But, I'm afraid that something might happen to me. So, quickly arrange for a lawyer to prepare a will. I want to hand over all the power of the Tang family to Tongning. Elder Tang finally made his decision. I know that Tongning is the only hope of the Tang family. Assistant Lang, when the time comes, you must support Tongning well. Chairman, you will be fine. Go and get ready. Assistant Lang nodded his head and left the room. He then told Tang Xian about Elder Tang's decision to make Tang Xian the executive CEO. However, he made a request. The chairman hopes that the big miss can apologize to third miss on his behalf. You must show your sincerity. At this moment, Tang Xian simply thought that Elder Tang was handing over power to her. So, in her eyes, Tongning was nothing. Tell grandfather not to worry, I will apologize to Tongning properly. Big miss, I hope you don't disappoint the chairman. Over the years, Assistant Ling had witnessed Tang Xian's personality. He did not believe that Tang Xian had the ability to manage Tangkor perfume well. Plus, with her magnanimity, if she found out that Elder Tang had handed over power to Tongning, she would definitely cause trouble. So, Assistant Leng was extremely calm and knew what he needed to say and do. Don't worry, I won't disappoint grandfather's expectations. After speaking, Tang Xian raised an eyebrow and looked at Mother Tang. Meanwhile, Mother Tang clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned blue. She knew that if Tang Xian became the head of the household, her good days in the Tang family would come to an end. She didn't care what happened to her, but what about Tongning? Her daughter didn't seem to care about the Tang family at all. She was already married. But, would the Mo family misunderstand her identity, the mistress? Who was the mistress here? All of a sudden, she wanted to do one last thing for Tongning and her daughter. This was the first night that Tongning and Mo Ting announced their marriage. And Mo Ting once again treated this night as their wedding night. Not only did he light the entire home with incense and candles, he even placed Tongning in a sea of white flowers. If this is a dream, I hope I never wake up. Tongning sat in Mo Ting's embrace as Mo Ting wrapped his arms around her. Have a look, Mo Ting showed Tongning a fan's message. Tongning, Mo Ting, are you in the bridal room? Haha, Tongning, you've done a great job. The Tang family doesn't want you, but our Mo Ting wants you. Tongning. When are you guys going to create a little Ning or little Ting for everyone to play with? Let me ask a dirty question. How are President Mo's abilities? Seeing this message, Tongning's cheeks turned red as she buried her head in Mo Ting's white shirt. Don't kids these days go to school? She's asking you how my abilities are, Mo Ting chuckled beside Tongning's ear. How do you expect me to answer a question like this? Tongning asked as she tugged on Mo Ting's shirt. Mo Ting smiled as he hugged Tongning tightly and said gently, I really don't want to let you go to the set of Hidden Expert. We've already announced our marriage. Don't we need to go see the Mo family's elders? Tongning asked as she struggled free from Mo Ting's embrace. I've already spoken to them about this. According to tradition, we should first seek the approval of the woman's family. So, their request for me was to take you home as soon as the Tang family gives their approval, Mo Ting explained. It's okay. I can go see them. The approval of the Tang family isn't that important. But, this won't stop you from entering the set of Hidden Expert. Tongning nodded her head. In reality, she felt she was being too hasty. Her identity as the daughter of a mistress had embarrassed the Mo family. What are you thinking about? It's not because of what you think it is. My parents are overseas right now. I'll call you one day to introduce you to them. As for grandfather, after he finds out I'm actually married, he's already worrying about the next generation. Why haven't they appeared after so long? Tongning asked curiously. Because they are used to keeping a low profile. In short, the Mo family is more casual, so you don't have to worry about anything. Thinking about it carefully, Mo Ting had never lied to her before. So, she nodded her head in relief. I will work hard. I will work hard to be worthy of you. I don't have any other requests from you. I just want you to be happy. Mo Ting gently stroked her hair as he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Last time I heard you sing, I want you to record the theme song for Stupid. Do you really think I know everything? At least, I'm sure singing won't be a problem for you. Why do I feel like President Mo is trying to save money for the company? Tongning stretched out her hand and twisted Mo Ting's ear. Her gaze was attracted to the mole on his ear. She had always thought that this mole was very beautiful. It was like a black earring, and it was completely natural. Feeling Tongning's fingers caressing him, Mo Ting's eyes gradually became hazy. He grabbed her hands and placed them on his chest as he said in a low voice, "Help me take off my clothes." Tongning nodded her head, stood up, knelt in front of Mo Ting and helped him unbutton his shirt. As soon as his muscular chest was revealed, she ran over to his ear and placed a kiss on the tempting mole. Mo Ting stretched out his arms and pulled her into his embrace. He quickly regained control of her. Tomorrow, you will be able to answer your fans' questions. What questions? Tongning asked in a daze. Questions about my abilities. The next day. Because Stupid had finished filming, Tongning accompanied Mo Ting to work. Inside the spacious CEO's office, Tongning sat on the sofa looking at music scores. Mo Ting had asked her to try and write lyrics for the song. Perhaps it was because they had announced their marriage. Tongning had a peaceful aura around her. With her husband's love and a busy career, she felt satisfied from the bottom of her heart. President. Fang Yu knocked on the door and entered. As soon as he saw Tongning sitting on the sofa, the words he originally wanted to say were stuck in his throat. Mo Ting glanced at Tongning and said, "Come in and talk to me." The Tang family have sent an invitation for Tongning to meet with them. They say they have arranged an apology. But, I think they are playing a trick. The latest news is that Elder Tang has been hospitalized, but they have kept the news under wraps. I'm sure the big miss of the Tang family doesn't want Tongning to know, Fang Yu whispered to Mo Ting. Is he okay? He's fine. Keep a close eye on him. After giving his instructions, Mo Ting stood up with the invitation in his hand and approached Tongning. He then placed his hands on the sofa and asked, "The Tang family have invited you to catch up. Do you want to go? Has the Tang family announced this to the public?" Tongning raised an eyebrow. Of course. In that case, you should go. Otherwise, what would you become? Wouldn't the public think you're petty? They are simply putting on an act. After all, we are both aware that the person that should apologize will never apologize sincerely. Let's resolve this issue before I enter the set of Hidden Expert. In that case, I'll go with you. No need, Tongning stopped her. The Tang family can no longer hurt me. I simply want to see what tricks Tang Xian has up her sleeves. I've said it before, I won't give her any more chances. Okay, Lu Che should be back in a couple of days. Let him go with you. Go ahead, I'll continue writing the lyrics, Tongning nodded. It seemed she would never be able to have family love in this lifetime. But, she still needed to learn what it meant to be loved by a parent. Otherwise, how was she going to teach her child? Mo Ting looked at Tongning in a daze and lowered his head silently. Even though he had thought of many ways to distract Tongning, he still ended up being hurt by the Tang family. Tongning wasn't weak. She wasn't the type of woman that needed a man to coax and lie to. But, he still couldn't help but be careful. By the way, the magazines that you took a few photos in the past have all responded well. If I have the chance to contact a high-end magazine, I will accept them for you. You can make the decision, Tong Ning smiled. At this moment, her secretary entered the office with a tray and said to Tong Ning, "Madam, your black tea." Madam. Hearing this word, Tong Ning suddenly felt a warm feeling in her heart. Thank you. I really like you. Good luck, the secretary said before she quickly left the office. Tong Ning couldn't help but smile. It seems, I am more charming than you. Even your secretary likes me. She can like you as much as she wants. I won't be jealous. Tang Xian wanted to apologize to Tong Ning, who would believe a thing like this. After Elder Tang fell ill and was admitted to the hospital, he made Tang Xian the CEO on one condition: she had to personally apologize to Tong Ning. So, she invited Tong Ning to play a game of poker. In reality, her motive was to let Tong Ning know that she had taken over the Tang family business. Tang Xian's husband worked in the shipping industry, so he was often away from home. Even after 3 years of marriage, the couple treated each other with respect. Compared to loving her family, Tang Xian loved the feeling of having power in her hands more. After a long day of work, Tang Xian returned home. However, she was stopped by Mother Tang. "Stop harassing Tong Ning. You don't have the final say in this matter. The person that wants the Tang family to apologize is the CEO of Hai Rui." Tang Xian freed herself from Mother Tang's grip. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, after all these years, the Tang family business has finally returned to my hands. I haven't let my mother down. If the family business had really fallen into the hands of shady people, I'm sure she wouldn't have been able to rest in peace. Plus, so what if Hai Rui stands up for Tong Ning? Isn't Tong Ning the child of a mistress? This is a reality that no one can change. I wonder what the Mo family would think if they found out about her identity. I'm more than happy to hear about her divorce. As you know, the entertainment industry is quite messy these days. According to Mo Ting's status, if he wants to change his wife, there are plenty of people lining up." Mother Tang clenched her fists as her body trembled in anger. But, Tang Xian had hit the nail on the head. "I'm not a mistress, your mother is." However, just as Mother Tang finished speaking, Tang Xian immediately threw a slap across her face. "Don't mention my mother. You're not worthy." "What's going on now?" Father Tang returned home and saw the two women staring at each other. He immediately ran over and stood in between them. "Ask her what she said." "Who is the mistress?" Tang Xian asked angrily as she pointed at Mother Tang. "Yuling, what did you say to the child this time?" Father Tang looked at Tang Xian awkwardly as he pulled Mother Tang into the room. "Yuling, why did you say this to the child?" "Tang Qinwen, I must have been blind to believe your words and believe that Tong Ning would return to my side." Mrs. Tang sneered. "Because of you, I allowed my own daughter to misunderstand me for 26 years. I've never explained myself to anyone. But in the end, what did I get? Your good daughter pointed at my nose and hit me. Tang Qinwen, I've had enough. Right now, I only have one thought in my life, and that is to make my daughter happy. So, don't blame me." After speaking, Mother Tang pushed Father Tang away, left the Tang family home and drove to Hai Rui. She really wanted to have a chat with Mo Ting. But, all she saw was Mo Ting escorting Tong Ning downstairs. The couple were loving and affectionate. In the underground car park, Mo Ting opened the car door for Tong Ning. He had overindulged last night, so he planned to let her go home and rest. However, when he looked around, he noticed Mrs. Tang hiding not too far away. Mo Ting lowered his head and patted Tong Ning on the shoulder. "Someone seems to want to see you." Tong Ning followed Mo Ting's gaze and saw Mrs. Tang not too far away. She originally wanted to ignore her, but, after a sigh, she stepped out of the car and said to Mo Ting, "Hurry back to work." "Do you need me to accompany you?" "No need," Tong Ning shook her head. Mo Ting respected her privacy, so he placed a kiss on her forehead and said, "Go ahead." Tong Ning did not allow anyone to accompany her as she headed straight for Mother Tang's car. Mother Tang thought Tong Ning hadn't noticed her. As soon as she saw Tong Ning appear in front of her, she looked at her awkwardly. Get in the car. Let's go somewhere nearby for a chat." Mo Ting watched as the two women left and followed behind in his car. Until they entered a nearby cafe. Meanwhile, Mo Ting sat in the car and waited patiently. "Xiao Ning, does he treat you well?" Mother Tang was a little uneasy as she swirled the cup in her hand, not daring to look at Tongning. I'm already married to Mo Ting. From now on, I belong to the Mo family. I will no longer have anything to do with the Tang family. You should focus on your own life, Tongning replied calmly. No, your grandfather is sick, so Tang Xian has become the CEO. According to her, even if you express yourself, she will not let you off the hook. Mother Tang suddenly grabbed onto Tongning's hand. But, a moment later, she realized it was too sudden, so she let go. I don't mean anything else. I simply want to ask, does the Mo family care about rumors that you are a mistress child? Isn't that the truth? That's not. Mother Tang immediately denied. Xiaoning, I know you hate me and haven't forgiven me for so many years, but, I've already forgotten. From now on, I hope Mrs. Tang won't mention these things because they've already happened and can't be changed. Yes, they can't be changed. Mother Tang suddenly looked like she had lost her soul. But, after thinking for a moment, she lifted her head again. If I can change it, can you forgive me? Tongming couldn't describe how she felt, nor could she describe how much she hated her. But, I don't hate you. Xiaoning, I really want to be like a normal mother and daughter, holding hands and shopping, Mother Tang choked up. That doesn't seem possible, Tongming replied straightforwardly. Seeing Mother Tang's disappointment, she added, because of my identity, I can't wander around like a normal person. Plus, I am about to join another production and it will take me 3 months to complete. Okay, I know. I just want to tell you that you are my pride. At this moment, Tongming still didn't understand what Mother Tang meant, so she did not have much of a reaction. The only reason she was able to calmly meet with the Tang family was because she didn't want Mo Ting to worry. Tongming couldn't remember what else the couple talked about. But, as she waited to leave the cafe, she noticed Mo Ting's car parked outside. This was perhaps the world's biggest gift to her. I don't say it, but you know I need you. Whenever I want to see you, you will appear by my side like a miracle. As Mother Tang left, she saw the loving look on Tongning and Mo Ting's faces and smiled. Xiaoning, the only thing I can do for you is clear my name so you don't have to be criticized by everyone anymore. Mo Ting gestured for Tongning to get into the car. As he looked at Mother Tang's expression as she left, he subconsciously remembered something. What's wrong? Mo Ting asked as he noticed Tongning hugging onto his arm as soon as he boarded the car. I was just thinking that she may not be having a good time in the Tang family, Tongning replied. Perhaps your mother isn't as bad as you think. The next day was the day that Tang Xian agreed to reconcile with Tongning. It was also the second to last day that Tongning was to join the cast of Hidden Expert. Release a photo of my parents to the media and provide evidence that the woman is a mistress. The bigger the commotion, the better. It would be best if everyone in the Mo family knows that the mother and daughter. Before Tang Xian could finish her sentence, her phone was snatched from behind her. Tang Xian turned around. Seeing it was her brother, she let out a sigh of relief. Jingxian, give me back my phone. Tang Jingxian didn't say anything. Taking advantage of his height, he put the phone to his ear and said to the person on the other end, cancel the plan. What are you doing? Tang Xian, I really can't believe it. You're my biological sister. Are you born with such viciousness? Tang Jingxian smirked as he threw the phone back at Tang Xian. I don't care who you want to harm or how you want to do it. Just don't let me hear about it. Jingxian, I'm doing this for this family. I don't think Tongning is getting in my way. Tang Jingxian ran his fingers through his hair and sneered as he prepared to return to his room. Oh, by the way, since you are now in charge of the Tang family, you don't mind if I enter the entertainment industry, right? Are you kidding me? You are the 4th young master of the Tang family. Then it's decided. After Tang Jingxian said that, his tall figure quickly disappeared in the aisle. Not long after, Mrs. Tang entered the house to find Tang Xian sitting on the sofa with anger in her eyes. Tang Xian sneered as she stood up and said to Mother Tang, if you don't want to stay in this house, you can leave. Of course, you can also continue to be a servant for the Tang family. Mother Tang did not say a word as she prepared to return to her room. However, Tang Xian deliberately said, I've handed the evidence of you being a mistress to the media. Last time, it was just a small fuss that was quickly settled by Mo Ting. This time, it's solid evidence. How did you seduce my father, and kill my mother? In the past, I tolerated you because I cared about your father's reputation. But now, I no longer care. So, Tang Xian, you will regret this. There was no longer any anger in Mother Tang's eyes as she spoke. Instead, there was a sense of relief. Tang Xian was surprised by her reaction. But, before she could say anything, Mother Tang had already returned to her room. Stop right there, rather than living like this, he might as well give everyone a quick death. If Tang Xian dared to hurt her daughter again, she would make Tang Xian pay the heaviest price. In the evening, Tongning was packing her luggage because she was about to enter the set of Hidden Expert. Mo Ting called Han Xiner over to help tidy up Tongning's clothes while he led her into the bedroom. Before Tongning could stand properly, Mo Ting had already carried her in his arms. This time, I won't be able to continue working on the set. I know. Tongning nodded her head. Hidden Expert required her to travel to many different cities for filming, so it was impossible for Mo Ting to be by her side at all times. 3 months. If I had known, I wouldn't have accepted this script. Manager Mo, even if you can avoid it this time, will you be able to avoid it again? Don't worry, no matter where I go, I will take good care of myself. Also, tell Xiner to keep me updated on my situation. As for Long Jia, when she returns, tell her to apply for Hai Rue. Since she's already married, she shouldn't have to run around with me anymore. I will check up on you every day. After speaking, Mo Ting held onto Tongning's cheeks and kissed her. His kiss was less forceful and passionate than usual, but it was filled with a sense of longing and reluctance. Tongning responded to Mo Ting wholeheartedly. It wasn't until her cheeks were completely red that the couple parted unwillingly. Don't be like this. Tongning mumbled. However, Mo Ting directly sat down on the bed and pulled Tongning onto his lap. Afterwards, he kissed her. Again. Tongning couldn't help but let out a moan, but Mo Ting still forcefully swallowed her into his stomach. We've been married for so long, but this is the first time we've been apart for so long. It seems, I've spent more time clinging to you than you clinging to me, Mrs. Mo, I suddenly feel like I'm at a disadvantage. Don't tell me the person that has given more love will be more reluctant to let go? After hearing Mo Ting's words, Tongning froze. Although she was normally introverted, it didn't mean she couldn't bear to part with Mo Ting. This is the script you accepted for me. I will do my best to complete it. I want to be the best wife you can give me. That way, I can feel safe. Mo Ting hugged Tongning tightly. It was like he wanted to embed her into his flesh and blood, although he didn't want to let her go. This was the Tongning that worked hard to live up to herself. This was the Tongning that attracted him the most. This was the Tongning that shone brightly. Tonight, you need to make it up to me. Tongning leaned over and nibbled on his ear. What do you think? Mo Ting flipped over and pressed her down on top of him as he tore her clothes apart. From now on, not long after, Han Xiner helped Tongning pack her luggage. Originally, she was going to report to Mo Ting and Mo Ting's bedroom. But, as she stopped, she heard a small sound. Han Xiner's cheeks turned red as she took a few steps back. It was still broad daylight, she couldn't wait any longer. But, thinking about how they were going to be apart for so long, she understood and turned around to return to her apartment. But, before entering the set, she still needed to see Tang Xian. The weather in March was warm and sunny. Han Xiner arrived at Hyatt Regency on time to pick Tongning up and meet Tang Xian at the hotel. However, Tongning did not get out of bed yet. That morning, not only her, but even Mo Ting, did not get to work on time due to his overindulgence. Ting. I need to meet Tang Xian at 10 a.m. I'm going to be late. Hearing Tongning's words, Mo Ting sat up in bed, lifted her in his arms and helped her wash up in the bathroom. Don't be like this, the way you are makes me want to give up everything and just stay by your side. Mo Ting wrapped her in a towel. Seeing the marks all over her body, he felt a little regretful. Apart from the time they were filming, this was the first time he had left marks on Tongning's body. Does it hurt? Tongning smiled and shook her head. I've already asked you to give up your supermodel title. How could I ask you to give up your best actress title? How could I? After speaking, Mo Ting finally let her go. Tang Ning hugged Mo Ting from behind and whispered, Mo Ting, you are the motivation that makes me stronger. I can give up my supermodel title for you and I can also become a best actress for you. Mo Ting turned around and hugged Tang Ning for quite some time before the couple stepped out of the bedroom. At this time, they received a phone call from Fang Yu. President Mo, I've intercepted some information regarding Mother Tang. I've already sent it to your email. You can have a look. Mo Ting did not say a word to Fang Yu as he hung up the phone and logged into his email. As soon as he saw the information Tang Xian wanted the reporters to spread, his gaze turned cold and sharp. What's wrong? Tang Ning asked as she noticed the change in Mo Ting's expression. In a moment, I have a new score to settle, Mo Ting handed his phone to Tang Ning. Tang Ning casually flipped through it and nodded her head. Tang Xian arranged to meet at a cafe called Moon. She had also invited the media and reporters. Dressed in a white business suit, she exuded the aura of a successful career woman. It was like she was about to blow the horn of victory. Before Tang Xian became the acting CEO, the Tang family rarely appeared in front of the media. Elder Tang had devoted his entire life to managing the perfume business and had carried forward the century-old brand. To this day, he had not even hired a spokesperson. But, it was obvious that Tang Xian wanted to explore a new path. So, she arranged to meet with Tang Ning because she wanted to use this opportunity to show off her status. 10 a.m. Tang Ning arrived late. As soon as she entered the hall and saw Tang Xian, she couldn't help but be surprised. The two sisters were more or less similar, but they were also completely different. Tang Xian was arrogant, like a thorny rose, beautiful and full of wildness. Tang Ning was quiet, but there was a hidden coldness between her brows. On the surface, she appeared harmless, but in reality, behind her patience was a sharp knife. One was in the light, while the other was in the dark. You're here. Tang Xian's eyes were filled with jealousy as she looked at Tang Ning. How could the child of a mistress marry the king of the entertainment industry and marry such an outstanding man? As for her, she could only rely on herself to take everything from the Tang family. Perhaps it was on purpose, but Tang Ning's clothes and accessories were all limited edition. Especially the handbag she was carrying. Before Tang Ning's appearance, the reporters thought Tang Xian was indeed from a prestigious family. Every movement she made exuded an elegant aura. But, after Tang Ning's appearance, they finally realized there was always someone better than her. Tang Ning's 9 years as a model weren't for nothing. Even though he was only sitting beside Tang Xian was overshadowed by him. Even the bewitching red rose was suppressed and lost its luster. Since you're all here, let's take a photo together. There's no rush. Tang Ning pulled out her phone and showed Tang Xian the message Hai Rui had intercepted this morning. Do you want to explain what this is? Tang Xian took a look at the phone and her expression changed. As long as it's a piece of gossip, it's hard for it to escape Hai Rui's information network. Next time you do something like this, can you use your brain first? Tang Ning looked at Tang Xian like she was watching a joke. I've been in this industry for 9 years. Tang Xian, I've seen all sorts of people. I don't want to play such lowly tricks with you. Didn't you come here today to show off to me that you've become the CEO of Tangkor? Tang Ning put away her phone and changed the subject. Plus, you look down on my status as a model, yet you want to use my fame to let the public know that you, Tang Xian, are in control of Tangkor? Am I right? After hearing Tang Ning's words, the reporters suddenly didn't know if they should continue filming. Grandfather's health isn't good, so I won't bother him with things like this. But I've said it before, my patience with you has long since reached its limit. That's why I helped you become famous. A good sister like you deserves to be known by everyone. What do you mean by that? Tang Xian looked at Tang Ning cautiously. You'll find out in a moment. Tang Ning remained calm. This was her usual attitude. She was about to leave Beijing to film in another city. Although she didn't acknowledge her mother, it didn't mean she would allow Tang Xian to bully her mother. Under these circumstances, she simply wanted to remind Tang Xian to behave herself. I still need to attend the opening ceremony, so I won't stay any longer. Take care of yourself. After speaking, Tang Ning stood up and put on a hat and sunglasses. With Han Xiner's help, she left the cafe. Tang Xian was a little flustered. It was only now that she realized she couldn't see through Tang Ning at all. But it was because of this feeling of defeat that her hatred towards Tongning grew deeper. President Tang, do you still want to continue filming? Put it away. What else is there to film? After speaking, Tang Xian stood up. Not only had she not achieved her goal today, she had even been taught a lesson by Tongning. But, just as Tang Xian was about to leave the cafe, a group of reporters suddenly rushed into the cafe and surrounded her. Miss Tang, we heard you abused your stepmother and exposed your dirty linen in order to seize power. Is this true? We heard you forced your stepmother to the point of suicide. Is this true? Miss Tang. Get out of my way. Tang Xian was blocked by the reporters as she stood awkwardly in front of the cameras. Because she had never faced the media like this before, Tang Xian completely lost her usual glamorous demeanor in front of the public. Outside the cafe, Tongning sat in her car. As she looked at Tang Xian through the car window, her lips curved upwards. She deserves it. Xianxia was satisfied and felt Tang Xian had overestimated herself. Everything else aside, Tongning had already been in the industry for 9 years and was well versed in how to use the public. Yet, Tang Xian actually dared to provoke her? With this, I'm sure she will behave herself for a period of time and won't dare to do anything to Auntie. After all, if the Tang family made a move, the public would inevitably link everything that happened to Mother Tang to Tang Xian. If she's smart, in order to save her image, she will try her best to treat Auntie well. Tongning looked at Han Xianxia and realized she was indeed made for PR. Even Long Jia couldn't think of these things. Han Xianxia was able to see through them easily. The problem is, she's not that smart. So, using this method, it was impossible for Mother Tang's status in the Tang family to change. But, that was a personal choice. Han Xianxia had already thought it through many years ago. No matter what, she no longer wanted to get involved with the Tang family because she had a new goal, to become a best actress. But, there were some problems that she couldn't avoid even if she wanted to. For example, if Tang Xian found out that Elder Tang had already written his will and handed power to Tongning, how would she feel? After the opening ceremony, we will head out. Do you still want to see President Mo? Han Xianxia asked. Even if I see him, I will still have to separate. Tongning sighed. 12 p.m. The opening ceremony for Hidden Expert was held in Beijing. This time, all the main cast and crew were present, including the rumored national treasure, Bai Qindong. He was in his early 30s, handsome. With his tough guy image, he had performed outstandingly in films such as Undercover and Fierce Robbers. His box office earnings were still unbroken. He was unusually low-key, had a strange personality and his whereabouts were always a mystery. Apart from filming, no one could find any news about him. Of course, a legend like this always had to choose the script. But, not only did he choose the script, he also chose the supporting roles. So, Tongning was curious as to why Bai Qindong had acknowledged her existence. The opening ceremony went smoothly. After lighting the incense, Tongning turned around and saw Bai Qindong. So, it was only right for her to greet him. Hello, Donggu. Bai Qindong nodded his head and brushed past Tongning. Tongning watched as he left, feeling a little awkward. After all, from now on, she would be following Bai Qindong around like a sidekick. If Bai Qindong continued to be so indifferent, how were they supposed to work together? Not too far away, Mo Ting's car was parked under the shade of a tree. However, he did not approach Tongning to disturb her. After all, it didn't change the fact that she was about to leave with the production crew. A moment later, Tongning received a message on his phone. It was a simple message, I'm leaving, don't miss me. Mo Ting looked at his phone and replied with a few words, take care of yourself. In reality, what he wanted to say was, I'm already missing you as soon as you leave. But, I can't bear to let you fly. Meanwhile, Tang Xian's incident caused quite a stir in Beijing. Thanks to the media's influence, she was now viewed as a snake that bullied her stepmother and chased away her little sister. So, when it came to manipulating public opinion, she was still far from being able to do so. Because of this, Tang Xian had a taste of being surrounded by the media. On top of that, she didn't dare to let Elder Tang know what happened today. Otherwise, Elder Tang would definitely doubt her abilities and take back his decision to make her the acting CEO. When one thought about it, Tang Xian was indeed quite pitiful. It seemed she always lived in Tang Ning's shadow. Even the eldest child of the Tang family couldn't compare to Tang Ning in any aspect. On this particular day, as soon as Tang Xian entered the house and saw Mother Tang, her eyes burned with anger like she wanted to tear her apart. But, when she thought about the public opinion, she had no choice but to endure. After all, she wasn't stupid enough to cause trouble for Mother Tang at a time like this. She even called Mrs. Tang auntie respectfully. Mrs. Tang was stunned. He thought Tang Xian had taken the wrong medicine. But she did shout, without a doubt, that was because Mrs. Tang had no idea what was happening in the outside world. After returning to her room, Tang Xian threw everything on her desk to vent her anger. She even scratched her palms until they bled. However, she didn't care about the pain. No matter how painful it was all in her heart. What was a little discomfort to her, she was indeed not as smart as Tang Ning. This was something she was born with and no one could change it. But, this didn't mean she couldn't make up for it. After calming herself down, Tang Xian stepped out of her room and overheard the conversation between Tang Jingxian and Tang Yichen from the second floor. Sister 3 has gone out of town to film. Will the family be able to calm down a little? Tang Yichen had inherited Father Tang's legacy and was currently studying at medical school. As for Tang Jingxian, he had just turned 24. On the surface, he was studying for a postgraduate degree in finance, but in reality, he loved music and had even formed a band behind the Tang family's back. When it came to the Tang family, the two siblings had always remained neutral. Do you really pay attention to Tang Ning's news? I can't help it. Who told Sister 3 to do things that we don't dare to do? Sister 3's new film is co-starring with Bai Chendong and they're shooting in a beautiful location. I'm so jealous. What's there to be jealous about? They're all dangerous places, Tang Yichen replied. Can Tang Ning, who used to be a model, handle it? You didn't see her audition for Stupid. Sister 3's acting is really talented. She doesn't lose out to any of the A-list actors, Tang Jingxian argued. I am her brother. Do you think I also have acting talent? You? You're good at acting as an idiot, Tang Yichen said in disdain. That's enough. Do you think the family isn't messy enough? Don't mention Tang Ning in front of Tang Xian. Otherwise, this family will never have a day of peace. But, whether it's on TV or in magazines, Sister 3 will always be seen. Even if I don't mention her, does that mean Big Sis won't be able to see her? Tang Jingxian scoffed. Plus, if I ever have to pick a side, I will definitely stand with Sister 3. That's enough. I have an operation tomorrow. I'm going to bed first. Tang Xian stood on the second floor and overheard the siblings' conversation. She felt something that Tang Yichen said had struck a chord in her heart. She was saying that Tang Ning always went to dangerous places. Since she would see Tang Ning no matter where she went, why not make her disappear from the screen? Afterwards, Tang Xian gave her assistant a phone call, find out which film set Tang Ning is on and where she is right now. If grandfather finds out what I'm doing again, I want you to return home and never appear in front of me again. After the assistant heard this, he trembled with fear as he repeatedly agreed. In the middle of the night, the crew finally arrived at their destination. As they were in the middle of nowhere, the crew immediately set up camp. Tang Ning. Since you're with us, you need to be prepared to endure hardships, the director said as he stepped out of the car. There are a lot of outdoor scenes in this film. You will indeed need to travel a long distance. So, you need to get used to it. Mo Ting's intention was for Tang Ning to train herself. Since he had chosen a supporting role, a serious crew and a strange actor, Tang Ning was naturally prepared. Don't worry, director. Although that's what you say, you still need to take care of yourself. If you need anything, let the crew know. Okay, Tang Ning nodded. Okay, get some rest. After speaking, the director left. Tang Ning looked at Bai Chendong who was quietly helping the crew, so she decided to follow him and give him a hand. However, Bai Chendong pushed her away and said, "This is your first time filming an action film, so you have a lot to learn. Although you have a stunt double, you should at least know what to do. I don't like actors that use stunt doubles the entire time. I hate it when actors don't act professionally. Go and learn from the martial arts director." Tongning was a little surprised. Was he talking to her? Call your assistant over to help. Bei Qingdong kept his head down the entire time and spoke in a low and raspy voice. But, for some reason, Tongning suddenly felt that this strange man wasn't unapproachable. Shiner, come and help. Han Shiner glanced at Bei Qingdong and said to Tongning, actually, I'm a little afraid of him. Scared? Tongning looked at Han Shiner in confusion. She didn't quite understand what Han Shiner was talking about. Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. Han Shiner shook her head. Han Shiner shook her head and said, go find the martial arts director. I'll come find you in a bit. Tongning watched as Han Shiner approached Bei Qingdong. She couldn't understand. This was obviously the perfect time for a fan to ask for an autograph, yet she was scared. As expected, Bei Qingdong had his head lowered and refused to look at Han Shiner. It was this sense of unfamiliarity and distance that made Han Shiner feel uncomfortable. But, to her surprise, Bei Qingdong gave Han Shiner a similar feeling to Mo Ting on his face. Not only did she think this, she couldn't help but say it out loud, you look like President Mo, we are cousins. Huh? After hearing this, Han Shiner was stunned as she looked at Mo Ting in a daze. Don't tell anyone. No one will know, not even Tongning, Bei Qingdong said coldly before he turned around and tidied up the tent. Han Shiner pointed at herself, a little confused. Why did he tell her? Plus, he was already done with his work. Why did he call her over to help? Most importantly, what did she find out? President Mo and Bei Qingdong were cousins. No wonder they looked similar in terms of height and aura. But, Mo Ting was more respectable and had a more astute gaze. Whereas, Bei Qingdong was simply cold to the bone, cold to the point that no one could get close to him. Plus, Han Shiner had always told Tongning everything. Why did it suddenly feel like she had found out a secret? Plus, this secret was only known to her and this weirdo. Thinking of this, Han Shiner felt like she was being watched. The feeling of unfamiliarity gave her goosebumps. As Tongning had no foundation in martial arts, the production crew arranged for her to film non-action scenes for the first 15 days. As a result, apart from non-action scenes, Tongning also spent the rest of her time learning martial arts moves from the martial arts director. On top of that, the environment was harsh and the basic necessities were unsatisfactory. The other two female villains couldn't help but complain that they couldn't continue filming in this environment. During this time, Tongning would either be standing to the side doing leg presses or dancing with a sword. Although she was a model, her body was very flexible. So, as long as her martial arts moves were smooth and professional, it was pleasing to the eye and made her look heroic. But, because of her seriousness, those that weren't as serious were scolded by the director time and time again. As for the director, he liked to use her as a comparison, you're late again. Tongning has already started work for 2 hours. Mosquitoes? Of course there were mosquitoes in the wilderness. But, look at Tongning's body, there are bruises all over her body, but I didn't see her cry out in pain. That's enough. Even the wife of the president can tolerate it. What else can't you tolerate? During filming, the director was a little impatient, so he couldn't help but blurt out a few words. But, he had no idea that these words would make Tongning a lot of enemies. This was especially true for one of the actresses. Due to an allergic high fever, the filming was delayed. However, for the sake of progress, the director allowed the actress to rest after filming until the actress fainted on the arduous set. Does the director really think everyone is like Tongning? You're comparing Tongning to everything. Who is Tongning acting so serious for? She's already married into a wealthy family. Isn't her acting too much? If this goes on, Tongning will have to act on her own. Rumors quickly spread throughout the set. Of course, as a smart person, Han Shiner overheard a few of them. As soon as she returned to Tongning's side, she immediately asked, Ningjia, what should we do? You've almost become a public enemy. It's hard to predict the hearts of the people on set and you're so far away from President Mo. If something really happens, he won't be able to help even if he wanted to. It was obvious the director didn't know how to act properly. But, the victim was Tongning. Over the past few days, Tongning had been busy learning her moves and had indeed neglected the atmosphere on set. Hearing Han Xiner's words, she had a rough idea of what was going on. I understand. I understand? Han Xiner was worried. Was she done with just one I understand? Of course, she had yet to witness Tongming's ability to win over people. But, based on the current situation, it was a piece of cake for Tongming. The next day, Tongming, who was supposed to be on set, unexpectedly did not show up. Not only that, she even made the makeup artist wait for half an hour. As the director was filming, he came across an actress that was distracted. Out of habit, he tried to pull Tongming out to compare her to her. But, she was nowhere to be seen. Where's Tongming? She hasn't arrived on set yet, the stage manager replied. The director rubbed his nose, suddenly feeling a little awkward. Meanwhile, the actress looked at him with a gloating expression. She wanted to know what the director would say about Tongming being late. After all, with Tongming being late, they would never have to be compared again. Come, let's continue. One more time, the director waved at everyone. A moment later, Tongming finally arrived on set. In fact, she looked drowsy. The director originally didn't want to say anything, but seeing her like this, he couldn't help but ask, Tongming, what did you do last night? Don't you know that your first scene today is very important? Xiner originally wanted to say that Tongming had practiced her moves all night, but Tongming stopped her. Sorry, director, I was fighting mosquitoes all night, that's why I woke up late. When they're fighting mosquitoes, you're also fighting mosquitoes. Why are the mosquitoes biting women and not me? The director was furious. This is how the environment is. You guys are here to suffer, not to enjoy life. If you don't have the right attitude, you can also leave. I'm sorry, director. I won't do it again, Tongming apologized in seriousness. Look at you. Normally, I use you as a comparison. Now, you don't even have the face to do so. The director cursed a little more before letting Tongming off the hook. This time, the entire crew was finally balanced. Tongming was still scolded. How satisfying. Ningjia, I almost made a mistake. I'm sorry. Han Xiner felt she was still too young. Tongming's move not only freed her from the awkward situation of being compared to the director, it also relieved everyone else. EQ was indeed something that only capable people could play with. In the evening, Ting will send someone to deliver something. I'll need you to help me carry it. President Mo is going to deliver something? Han Xiner was a little excited. The place was indeed tough, so she couldn't resist the urge to improve her food. Tongming smiled mysteriously. On the phone with Mo Ting last night, she had asked for a lot of things. But, not a single one belonged to her. This production was not like stupid, it was not her territory, so she had to be careful. Don't you have anything you want? Mo Ting asked as he raised an eyebrow. I only want you, Tongming replied straightforwardly. It's yours. Every part of my body, inside and out. Do you know how hard it is for me to control myself from looking for you? Mo Ting asked in a low voice. I want to devour you until not a single piece of flesh is left. Tongming clenched her fists tightly. A few impulsive words almost came out of her mouth. For example, I don't want to film anymore, I want to stay by your side. Or, come over and keep me company and stop working. But, in the end, her words turned into silence. Seeing that she was silent, Mo Ting knew she was trying her best to hold back, so he quickly changed the subject. He didn't want to make her feel worse. I will take care of everything for you. Don't worry. Ting. Mo Ting unconsciously responded. Nothing, I just wanted to wake you up. Take good care of yourself. I know, Tongming nodded. I'm afraid the things I want to say to you will become less and less. Why? Because I'm afraid every word that comes out of my mouth will reveal my desire to return to your side. Hearing this, Mo Ting's lips suddenly curved upwards. Actually, you don't need to hold back so much. If you really reach your limit, just let me know and I can visit you on set. How about this, I can visit you once a week. That way, would you feel like time passes faster? This way, no matter how long the filming period was, there was still hope. Tongming smiled and nodded, okay. In reality, not only did Tongning call Mo Ting every day, Han Xiner also reported to him about Tongning's condition. No matter where she was injured or what she was going through, Mo Ting knew better than she did. But, no matter how reluctant he was, he still needed to train her. That morning was Tongning's first scene. She was to dress up as an ugly beggar. Her makeup was completely unacceptable to other actresses. Not only was she barely dressed, she also had an indescribable stench. Not only was her hair a mess, it was also covered in all sorts of filth. On top of that, there was a bloody scar on the left side of her face. This kind of ugly appearance was not something most actresses could accept. Yet, Tongning did not even blink when she was dressed like this. I suddenly feel that Tongning's appearance is quite pitiful. No wonder she was late today. She must have been shocked by her appearance. Actually, she's really serious. She's able to do this even when we can't accept it. She's really much better than us. The supporting actors stood to one side and discussed amongst themselves. As soon as they saw Tongning appear, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. This was because the director was famous for being serious. As long as he said it was stinky, he would really use such props for the sake of the realistic effect of the actors. So smelly, what did the director tell Tongning to apply? Didn't she feel anything? In reality, Tongning's heart was also in turmoil. Seeing her expression, the director asked, "If you feel uncomfortable, go wash the smell away." "It's okay, I can do it." "Okay, let's try it again." The lights and cameras were all in place. In this scene, the hooligans were filming the steamed buns of the Hermit King. They felt that he was expressionless and easy to bully, so they followed him all the way. Just as they approached the temple, the hooligans suddenly snatched the prince's basket and took out all the steamed buns inside. He took a bite out of them one by one. Not only that, but she also had to do a lot of very rude things, such as picking her nose, walking on her hind legs, spitting on the ground. "Why are you all here to watch Tongning act?" "We're just curious." Back then, it was because this character was too ugly that I turned down the role of the third female lead. The public has been praising Tongning as a genius. Of course, we wanted to see how talented she was. The other actors surrounded the set to watch Tongning act. In reality, they were not happy with her performance. Tongning had turned into a model and had no foundation in acting. She had learned everything on the spot. Under these circumstances, it would be strange if her acting was natural. It's starting, on the muddy road, a man wearing a white robe carried a basket into the depths of the jungle. Suddenly, an unknown object jumped out and snatched the basket from the man's hands. It then sat on a rock with its legs crossed, threw aside the white silk cloth and began to chew on the steamed buns. The man in the robe took a few steps back. After looking down at the hooligan, he said, "Leave one for me. Tomorrow, I will walk this road again." "How many do you want?" The hooligan suddenly laughed as she said to the man with a steamed bun in her mouth, "Leave none for me. Give me all the money you have on you. I only earn a few copper coins every day when I go down the mountain to read people's fortunes." The hooligan did not listen. She pounced on the man and rode on his body, taking away everything that could be exchanged for money. The man helplessly shook his head and returned to the rundown temple on the mountain. The next day, the man once again came across the hooligan. This time, the hooligan held him down. Just as the man was about to look for something, he suddenly pulled out a copper coin. The hooligan once again robbed him clean. The third time, the man had nothing else to give the hooligan, so he gave his robe to the hooligan. The hooligan wore the man's robe and followed him the entire way. When they arrived at the cliff, the hooligan saw the man fly straight towards the rundown temple. "I'm getting goosebumps. I feel like Tongning has been possessed by a hooligan." Although Tongning also failed a few times, it was because she felt her acting wasn't perfect enough. Even a hooligan is acting so seriously. That evening, Tongning finished filming and Han Xiner returned with the gifts Mo Ting had given her. In particular, she had prepared a lot of daily necessities and medicine for the female lead. This time, the crew no longer had anything to say. Especially since Tongning noticed that the female lead was bitten by mosquitoes because she had type B blood. She even brought some anti-allergy medicine for the female lead that was allergic to it. All these little things made the actors who were originally dissatisfied with her admit defeat. I can't believe that while we've been scolding her behind her back, she has returned good for evil and done something that even my assistant couldn't do. She must have been late today on purpose to lower the director's expectations. Forget it, I can't stand to hate someone as thoughtful as her. I admit defeat. Even the director was convinced by the local specialties that Tongning had asked Han Xiner to bring to his tent. Of course, Bai Qindong also had some, but Han Xiner didn't know how to give it to him. Every time she arrived outside the tent, she would always turn around. Do you want to go? Han Xiner hesitated. But, as soon as she turned around, she bumped into Bai Qindong. Ah! Han Xiner screamed, but Bai Qindong quickly covered her mouth. Be quiet, what are you doing? Han Xiner struggled as she took a few steps back. I went to a nearby pool to have a bath and just returned. Did you need something from me? Bai Qindong replied calmly. Nothing, Han Xiner blushed as she jumped away. Bai Qindong watched as Han Xiner ran away. The meaning in his eyes deepened. It didn't take long before Tongning got along well with the rest of the crew. Now, even if she woke up early to practice her martial arts moves, the director would no longer compare her to others. She would arrive late to remind the director that she wasn't a hardworking person. The entire crew gradually got into a good mood. Because of Tongning and Bai Qindong's seriousness, the other actors also cooperated nervously. Because of Tongning's professionalism, she completed the 15 days of non-action scenes in just 5 days. At this location, all that was left for Tongning were her martial arts scenes. The first scene required her to hang onto a wire and fly over a cliff that would only appear with post-production special effects. Tongning, we've arrived at the place you like. You even rejected gunshot because of the wire. Now, it's time to satisfy you. The other actors laughed. Tongning also laughed. Everyone could tell that Tongning was in a good mood. But, they had no idea that Mo Ting had agreed to visit her on set. For some reason, even though they had been married for so long, Tongning's heart still raced at the thought of seeing Mo Ting. It was like seeing her first love for the first time, her heart was filled with excitement. With the terrible weather today, there might be a thunderstorm. Tongning's martial arts scene will be postponed. As soon as the director made this announcement, everyone became free. Ningjia, why are you getting changed? It's just postponed, it's not like we're not filming anymore, Han Xiner chased after Tongning suspiciously as she watched her remove her makeup. Mo Ting is coming, Tongning replied. Han Xiner let out a laugh. She thought Tongning didn't care about her appearance. It turned out, even she cared about her image in front of Mo Ting. Now that I look like this, I do look a little ugly. But, we'll see it in the film anyway. Plus, I don't think President Mo will mind. I want to hug him. How could she continue hugging him like this? Han Xiner suddenly stopped talking. Because Tongning had never hidden her feelings for Mo Ting. Ningjia, wait for me, I'll help you. Han Xiner chased after Tongning. Not too far away, a skinny man watched as the two left and let out a sigh. For some reason, his palms were covered in cold sweat. Tongning had almost hung onto a wire. As for the damage to the wire, it would have hurt her quite badly. There was no rain on the mountain, but it was raining cats and dogs at the foot of the mountain. At this time, Mo Ting was stuck on the road. A few cities were hit by the heavy rain one after another. President, we really can't drive over. It's too dangerous. Lu Che looked at the flood and said worriedly, why don't we wait until tomorrow morning when the weather clears up? That way, the madam won't be able to rest easy. Mo Ting put down the documents in his hands. His eyes were filled with a sense of urgency. Go to the nearest hotel and immediately contact the production crew. See if they need any help. Okay. Lu Che nodded and immediately turned around. Helplessly, Mo Ting pulled out his phone and dialed Tongning's number. He had to hear Tongning's voice for him to be at ease. Hey, honey, are you okay? Tongning was stunned by the way Mo Ting addressed her. It turned out, it could be so natural and heartwarming. It's fine, it's not raining on the mountain, don't worry, Tongning replied. I just saw on the news that the nearby towns have been flooded. Where are you right now? I'm on my way, but Lu Che has already turned around and is staying at a nearby hotel for the night. He will come back after the rain stops. After hearing this, Tongming was a little worried. Why don't you return to Beijing and come back another day? I don't want to break my promise, Mo Ting replied. It's okay, I'll be nearby. If she had known Mo Ting would rush over to her side like this, she wouldn't have agreed to his suggestion of seeing her once every 5 days. She knew he was tired and had a lot of work to do. In that case, you need to be careful. Call me at any time and tell me you're safe. Okay. Lu Che wasn't sure if he was hallucinating, but he felt that after spending a few days at his parents' home with Long Jia, Mo Ting's gentleness towards Tongming had increased by a few levels. Plus, how did he manage to treat everyone coldly and place all his gentleness on one person? Lu Che, have you contacted the production crew? Hearing this question, Lu Che immediately returned to his senses. President, the director said not to worry. Everything is fine, don't worry. How could he not worry when his most precious treasure was still on the mountain? Ning Jia, President Mo won't be able to come, right? Han Xiner noticed Tongming's worried expression, so she quickly patted her on the back of her hand. It's okay, there's always next time. Plus, President Mo is a strong person, there's nothing he can't handle. You're not married yet, so you don't understand. Xiner, even though he appears invincible in everyone's eyes, for me, he will always be a part of me, Tongming said as she looked down at her phone. I understand. Han Xiner emphasized. Who told you to be so lovey-dovey? A moment later, Tongming received a message from Mo Ting informing her that he had arrived at the hotel safely. Tongming let out a sigh of relief. However, she was destined to have a sleepless night. The next morning, the weather cleared up. Mo Ting gave Tongming a phone call to inform her that the floodwaters had subsided and they were on their way up the mountain. Tongming decided it was best not to take on dangerous dramas like this from now on. Otherwise, she would have to live in fear for the next few months. Since the weather cleared up, martial arts scenes were bound to take place. However, Tongming spoke to the director. Can we delay it a little? What's wrong? President Mo wants to come up, Han Xiner explained. The director nodded his head. Okay, let's delay it a little. That way, you can say a few good things about me in front of President Mo. Thank you, director. The director waved his hand, not caring at all. In reality, because of Tongming's professionalism, she had already saved them half the time. So, if she needed to delay by an hour or two, the director would not be stingy. He's already here. Han Xiner turned around and saw Mo Ting was already standing behind Tongming. She couldn't help but poke her in the waist. Tongming also turned around. Her heart suddenly raced. No matter how many times she saw Mo Ting, it felt like the first time she saw him. Quick, look, it's the CEO of Hai Rui. President Mo is so handsome. Even if he's handsome, he already belongs to someone else. Don't even think about it. That's right, he's here to see his wife. Discussions began to break out around them. Tongming couldn't bear to let others see her, so she walked up and pulled Mo Ting over to her tent, avoiding everyone. I haven't seen you in a few days, how did you lose so much weight? Mo Ting asked as he held onto Tongming's face. Tongming immediately hugged him without a care in the world. Mo Ting's body trembled. He was a little surprised. Is it too bitter? It's bitter. But, this pain is because I can't see you. But, it's only been 5 days. So, I made sure I had plenty of time. I went to a martial arts instructor and attended a full class. I filled up all my free time, but it was useless. I still missed you. After hearing Tongming's words, Mo Ting's lips curved upwards. I thought I was the only one like this. In the future, I will never accept a role that will separate us again. Just this once. Yes. Tongming nodded her head. Although she couldn't describe the future, at this moment, she was already satisfied. The producers have not forgotten about the promotion for Hidden Expert and have already accumulated a large number of fans. After your audition for Gunshot, the public have become a lot more confident in your acting. So, Ning, all of your hard work has been worth it. You will definitely be a hit during the summer holidays. Heaven rewards the diligent. The heavens will definitely take care of my baby. We will try our best to win this year's Fei Tian Best Newcomer Award. After playing the roles of an actress and a gangster, Tongming was indeed infatuated with emotional roles. It felt like he had experienced the lives of different people. This was a sense of accomplishment that couldn't be brought by a runway show. If she had to choose again, whether she wanted to be a supermodel or stay in the mountains filming, she would rather be immersed in her role. Her dream of becoming a supermodel had already disappeared the moment she gave up on Fashion Week. Although she was a little regretful, she was more thankful than anything else. If she had never acted, she would not have known that she had something she loved more than anything else. She would have had the chance to leave something behind for the world. That way, when she and Mo Ting grew old, she would be able to look at the characters she once played with Mo Ting. Wouldn't that make her feel young again? Mo Ting was the person who understood her the most. He had always been. The couple hugged each other for a long time. It wasn't until the director called Xianxia to ask Tongning when they could start filming that she finally pulled away from Mo Ting's embrace and said, "I have a scene today where I'm hanging from a wire, do you want to watch? However, my makeup is very ugly. Since we're all here, of course we have to watch. If you have something to do and need to leave early, just let Xianxia know." Tongning held on to Mo Ting's hand as they headed towards the set. On set, Tongning needed to put on her makeup. Mo Ting let go of her hand and spoke to the director. Of course, the director was full of praise. "Back when you recommended her, to be honest, I only recommended her because of Bai Dong. As you know, Bai Dong likes to pick his supporting roles, yet, he didn't pick her. Previously, when we first met, I already said some harsh words. I thought even if a model could act, she wouldn't accept looking ugly. In fact, I was prepared to replace her at any time. But, Tongning really exceeded my expectations. The first one to arrive at the set every day is always the most hardworking one. After following the martial arts director for a few days, he has practiced the martial arts movements for the early stages of the set countless times and mastered them thoroughly. Most importantly, for the sake of her role, she is willing to sacrifice anything. This is what I admire the most about her. President Mo, I can tell you without boasting that Tongning will definitely become a great actress. She is a good actress, don't let her go on the runway again." Mo Ting listened in seriousness as he revealed a rare smile to those around him. It was like he was the one being praised. How rare. It's already rare to see someone like Tongning. She is also my most precious treasure. A moment later, Tongning walked out of the room with her makeup on. Her body was still smelly and her face was unkempt. Even Mo Ting was surprised to see her. This was probably the best she could do. It seemed, his wife had sacrificed a lot. With Mo Ting by her side, Tongning took a deep breath and felt a lot more at ease. "Okay, Tongning, go put on the wire." The stage manager immediately instructed the crew to get into position. No one noticed that the wire had been tampered with. Today's scene was to film the king and the hooligans flying over a cliff and arriving at a rundown temple. This was the first time the hooligans had flown into the sky, so they were extremely excited. Tongning, take a moment to get used to it. Although she had fallen from the sky on the runway before, this was the first time she had flown around like this. Tongning looked at Mo Ting anxiously. But, Mo Ting simply winked at her, gesturing for her not to be nervous. Tongning took a deep breath. It seemed, as long as Mo Ting was by her side, she would be fearless. "Here, let's rehearse. Stage manager, check again to see if there are any problems with the wire." Tongning's waist and inner thighs were restrained and the wire was attached to the wire. Afterwards, Tongning was slowly hoisted into the air. "Does Tongning feel okay?" "Director, we can start filming now." "Okay, after Dongji's makeup is done, we can start filming." Bai Dong was still dressed in a white robe. His simple outfit made him look even more restrained. However, this time Mo Ting was also present. As Han Xianxia held on to something, she couldn't help but compare the two. As expected, it was the same feeling as before. If Mo Ting was the noble king, then Bai Dong was the hidden expert. One was noble, while the other was virtuous. One was suitable for being at the top, while the other was suitable for staying away from the mundane world. "Come, get into position. Let's rehearse." Behind the green screen, the stage manager cleared the area. Afterwards, Bai Dong put on his wire suit. For this scene, he needed to hold on to Tongning. In a moment, try not to look down. Plus, I've already been holding on to you, so don't worry. Tongning lifted her head and nodded her head. Suddenly, she had the same thought as Sheener. When Mo Ting wasn't around, she didn't feel it. But, now that Mo Ting was here, when she looked at Bai Chendong again, she felt the two of them were quite similar. Action. Hey, the stinky Taoist, how did you fly over the cliff? Tongning got into character. Her hooligan aura was fully displayed as she walked around. No one is more stinky than you, the man scoffed as he reached the edge of the cliff. Hey, I say. The hooligan wanted to argue, but the man suddenly grabbed onto her collar and dragged her over the cliff. The hooligan's eyes grew wide in surprise. Although Bai Chendong had warned Tongning not to look down, as an actress and a hooligan, it was hard for her not to look down when she was being thrown into the air for the first time. At this time, 3 of the wires on Tongning's body snapped, everything happened too quickly. Bai Chendong subconsciously grabbed onto Tongning's collar as they both fell to the ground. Everyone's expressions changed in shock. Before anyone could react, a black figure had already appeared by Tongning's side. Heavens, what happened? Luckily, they weren't too high up and Bai Chendong was protecting Tongning. So, as soon as they landed, Tongning lay on Bai Chendong's chest. Even so, Tongning still fainted. As for Bai Chendong's hand, it appeared he was also injured quite badly. Mo Ting helped the two sit up and said to everyone, "Take them to the hospital immediately." Everyone was scared out of their wits, completely forgetting that they were going to be sent to the hospital. It wasn't easy for Mo Ting to carry the woman into the car. He then said to the director in a stern voice, "Investigate. Why did this accident happen? Investigate it thoroughly." The director was stunned. Especially when he saw Mo Ting's darkened face, he panicked as he nodded his head, okay, I understand." Seeing this, the stage supervisor immediately stood up, grabbed the director's hand and said, "Director, this has nothing to do with me. Before hanging the wire, all the equipment has been checked. You saw it too." The director pointed to Mo Ting's car. "President Mo is here and the accident happened right in front of him. Not only that, his wife and a national treasure actor were injured. Aren't you going to investigate the cause of the accident? Xianxia is in charge of this matter." "Where is Xianxia?" The floor supervisor immediately looked for someone, but found that Xianxia, who was responsible for checking the wires, was nowhere to be found. What's going on? According to reports, the production team of Hidden Expert, which Tongning is a part of, has released news that while filming a martial arts scene, Tongning unfortunately fell and injured herself. Currently, no one knows if she is still alive. Rumor has it that Tongning and an actor fell from a high altitude together. In order to protect Tongning, the actor suffered serious injuries and died on the spot. A murder on the set of Hidden Expert. Tongning did not listen to advice and broke the rules, causing the male lead to be seriously injured. His life is hanging by a thread. Along the corridor of the hospital, Mo Ting had just sent the 2 men to the emergency room when Lu Che anxiously approached Mo Ting with his phone in hand. "President, news has already been leaked." "What's strange is, it seems this was premeditated. It's only been half an hour, but the rumors are already starting to slander the madam. Seal the news. Don't speak to the public for now." Mo Ting stood at the entrance of the emergency room and ordered Lu Che, "Immediately send out professionals to investigate the truth." Yes. Not long after, Long Jie gave him a phone call to check on Tongning's situation. "The rumors are going crazy. Everyone is saying that Tongning fell and got hurt." "What happened?" "It's true, but it's not as serious as the rumors say." "Don't believe them," Lu Che comforted. "What about Bai Chendong?" "Rumor has it that he fell to his death trying to save Tongning." "There's no such thing." Lu Che's voice turned colder. "Stay at home and don't cause more trouble. If you really want to help, use your little channels to find out who leaked this information and who the culprit is." "Okay, I understand. But, if anything happens to Tongning, give me a call immediately." Long Jia was still worried. The internet was going crazy. How long had Tongning been on set for? "Have you heard? Tongning was injured during the fight scene and now her face is disfigured." "No way, I heard that he broke his arm." "Does that mean he can't walk on the runway or act in movies anymore?" I also heard that he's disfigured. Haze, such a beautiful face, if it's really disfigured, then it would be ruined. Tongning, hurry and step out to refute the rumors. Rumor has it that even President Mo has gone on set. It seems, it's true. Oh God, I don't want to. The internet was filled with cries. Some people even called Tongning a jinx and called her a scourge. They even dug up all the news that claimed Tongning to be a poison and continued to hype it up. At this time, the fortune teller couldn't sit still any longer. He directly started his divination and said that Tongning's appearance was the epitome of a short-lived life. He also said that her fingerprints would implicate her family and everyone around her. Although the fortune teller's words were annoying, Tongning's career had been full of obstacles ever since her debut. Everyone that had worked with her, whether it was her agency or her artists, had more or less experienced different kinds of disasters. The films that she filmed also suffered different kinds of setbacks. Those that didn't believe in the supernatural naturally didn't believe in the fortune teller's nonsense. However, in this society and the environment, even if they didn't believe in it, they still had a curious mindset. So, as more people talked about it, the more strange it became. Tongning was a jinx. With a label like this, it seemed the fortune teller was trying to stop Tongning's acting career. For people in the industry, especially investors, this was a huge taboo. Although people said they didn't believe it on the surface, when it came to using people, their expressions would change. It was clear to see how sinister the conspirators behind the scenes were. They had reached the peak of perfection. The quiet corridor continued to be filled with people. Meanwhile, Mo Ting sat outside the emergency room. He had never felt so anxious before. Especially when he thought back to the moment Tongning fell to the ground. Mo Ting felt his vision turn black as he felt his breathing stop and his heart stop beating. Who was it? Who was it? If he was to find this person, he would never let them off the hook. It didn't take long before the doctor came out of the emergency room. As soon as he saw Mo Ting, he immediately approached him and said, "The male patient has a slight fracture in his left arm, but it's not a big problem. As for the female patient, she has some abrasions and a slight concussion. She will be under observation for an entire night." What a blessing in disguise. Don't worry too much. From the looks of it, the injured person is an actor. Our small hospital doesn't have a high security level. If you want the patient to rest in peace, I suggest you transfer to another hospital. The male patient has already woken up. You can go in and check on him, but don't disturb his rest. Thank you, doctor. No problem, the doctor said before he turned and left. Meanwhile, Mo Ting immediately pushed open the door to check on Tongning. Seeing her sleeping peacefully on the bed, Mo Ting's heart felt like it had been pierced by a needle. He wanted so badly to hug her and feel her warmth. He really wanted it to be him that had fallen from such a high place. She's fine, Bai Qindong said from next door. The two beds were separated by a curtain. Mo Ting was still worried, so he insisted on holding on to Tongning's hand to calm himself down. He then lifted up the curtain and looked at Bai Qindong, who was lying on the bed. "Thank you for today," Mo Ting said as he looked at Tongning. "If you want to thank me, then send Tongning's assistant over to take care of me," Bai Qindong said as he held on to his arm. "I'll send her to you in a bit." Mo Ting did not even blink as he sold Tongning out. This incident was premeditated. "Are you already looking for the reason?" Bai Qindong asked coldly. It was bad enough that someone dared to hurt him, but they even hurt his sister-in-law. Mo Ting's eyes darkened as he lowered his voice. "After we find the culprit, I will make him pay for your fracture tenfold. If you help me, I will make sure to treat him well when I find him. Of course, if things don't work out, you can do whatever you want with him." How could tenfold be enough? Bai Qindong was implying that this man had created an opportunity for him and Han Xiner. After all, the little brat was afraid of him. Since that was the case, it wouldn't be a big deal for him to suffer a fracture, right? Mo Ting raised an eyebrow but did not say another word. A moment later, Han Xiner quietly entered the emergency room. As soon as she saw Mo Ting watching over Tongning, she immediately asked, "President Mo, is Ningjia okay?" "Your Ningjia only has a slight concussion, but Bai Qindong's injuries are more serious. He doesn't have an assistant or manager, So you can thank him on behalf of your Xianxia and take care of him until he recovers, Mo Ting said in a serious tone. Even if he was selling someone, he still had to be serious. Han Xiner also witnessed the scene that day. Actually, from the moment that Bai Chendong saved Tongning, she no longer felt that Bai Chendong was scary. Okay. As Han Xiner agreed, she did not notice the smile on Bai Chendong's face from behind the curtain. Afterwards, the crew also arrived at the hospital. However, the director and staff did not dare to enter the room. All they could do was check on Tongning's condition from the sidelines and wait anxiously outside. Not long after, night fell. Tongning felt dizzy, but luckily, she quickly opened her eyes. However, as soon as she saw Mo Ting lying in front of her bed, her throat swelled up and her voice became hoarse. However, the slight movement of her fingers was enough to wake Mo Ting up. How do you feel? Does it hurt anywhere else? Mo Ting asked anxiously. His eyes were bloodshot. It seemed he hadn't slept a wink the entire day as he watched over her. Tongning shook her head and opened her mouth to say something. But Mo Ting immediately understood and replied, "He's fine. It's just a slight fracture." "I'm also fine," Tongning replied in a hoarse voice. "With such a big incident, what are we going to do about the crew?" "The crew is still waiting outside. I'll see you after you get some rest." After speaking, Mo Ting stood up, but Tongning held on to the corner of his shirt. Ting. Mo Ting turned and looked at Tongning. "Don't vent your anger on others because of this matter. Punish those who should pay the price. Before the matter is investigated clearly, everyone is a suspect." Tongning. "President Mo," the director called from outside the door, "are you awake? Please come in." Tongning struggled to sit up. As soon as she woke up, she was afraid that this man would implicate the innocent and take his anger out on someone else. Even though she knew the culprit was unforgivable. The director, producer, and a few other people in charge entered the hospital room together. As soon as they saw a frosty-looking Mo Ting sitting by Tongning's bedside, they all trembled in fear. "Are you okay?" Tongning smiled and shook her head. "That's good. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. I believe there will be a result soon. As for acting, I can go back to work after 3 days of rest." Tongning replied straightforwardly. Actually, her injury wasn't that serious. Plus, she couldn't just give up on a big production like this and replace her as she pleased. She still had to wait for Mo Ting to agree. The director glanced at Mo Ting and waved his hand. "You should get some rest. Even if you don't, Bai Chendong still needs to rest. We will first film the other supporting characters. This film was created specifically for Bai Chendong. Plus, this film was originally supposed to take a month to film, but you guys completed it ahead of time." But what? "But, the public has been spreading this matter in a bad way. I hope President Mo can step out and clarify for Tongning." To put it bluntly, someone was deliberately trying to frame Tongning and implicate Bai Chendong. It only took a little bit of analysis to figure out the answer. Xianxia, who was responsible for checking the wires, has gone missing. I'm sure, as soon as we find him, the truth will be revealed. Tongning scanned her eyes across the room and asked Mo Ting, "What are the rumors saying about me?" "That. Please go home. My wife still needs to rest." Mo Ting did not answer Tongning's question, nor did he allow anyone else to answer. "Okay, in that case, you guys rest well. We will be heading home first." "Thank you, director." The director waved his hand casually. As long as Mo Ting didn't pursue the matter, it was already great news for them. Afterwards, Tongning looked at Mo Ting in seriousness and asked again, "What are the rumors saying about me?" "Don't worry about anything," Mo Ting said as he held on to her body. Tongning was silent for a moment before she suddenly grabbed onto Mo Ting's trembling right hand. "Are you worried?" "I just wish I was the one that fell." Mo Ting lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. He was trying his best to control his emotions. "I don't know how many more times I can hold it in. Don't ever get hurt again. Especially don't let me see it happen." Tongning did not say a word. She simply sat up and hugged Mo Ting tightly. "I'm sorry for making you worry." The couple remained silent for a while before Mo Ting pushed Tongning away and helped her lie down. I'll go make you something to eat. You must be hungry. Okay, Tongning nodded. Mo Ting gently patted Tongning on the head before he stood up and left the room. However, Tongning knew that he was hiding behind the door. He simply didn't want her to see him. Normally, if she had a fever or a cold, Mo Ting would be extremely worried. So, seeing her fall from such a high place with his own eyes, she had promised to take care of herself. It turned out, when she got hurt, the person that suffered the most wasn't her, but Mo Ting. Tongning flipped over and picked up her phone from the bedside table. She looked at the missed calls on her phone. They were from Hu Jingjing and Long Jia. It seemed the situation wasn't simple. Otherwise, these two people wouldn't have called her at the same time. Tongning was a little surprised, but she still gave Hu Jingjing a phone call. On the other side, Hu Jingjing picked up almost immediately. What happened? Everyone is saying that you died or Bai Chendong died. It's just a minor injury. Bai Chendong is fine. That's good. Hu Jingjing let out a sigh of relief. She then asked in seriousness, who's behind this? Rumors are spreading about you like a jinx in the entertainment industry. Even a fortune teller has jumped out to slander you. I honestly don't know, Tongning thought to herself. The culprit was a member of the production crew, but she had no idea who the mastermind was. Could it be? Tongning's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. Soon, Mo Ting returned to the hospital room and prepared some light food for Tongning. Tongning lifted her head and looked at Mo Ting. I want to go see Bai Chendong. No need, Mo Ting sat on the edge of the bed and helped her sit up. He then personally fed her. Seeing Tongning's confusion, Mo Ting calmly explained, Xianxia is taking care of him. Also, I've already given Xianxia to him. You don't need to feel guilty. You mean, yes, he likes Xianxia. Although I don't know how he got to know Han Xianxia, he definitely didn't do it on a whim. That guy is extremely lazy. He can't even be bothered to put up a front. He then looked at Tongning and said in seriousness, actually, Bai Chendong and I are cousins. He's only a few days older than me. Cousins? That's why he didn't pick on me, right? Tongning suddenly understood why Bai Chendong agreed to act with a newcomer like her. It turned out. No, if he really doesn't want to, no one can force him. No wonder I feel that you two are similar. Afterwards, she patted the spot beside her and said, come up here and sleep with me. It's been a long time since I've hugged you to sleep. Mo Ting sat down on the bed and pulled Tongning into his embrace, like this. Tongning closed her eyes and nodded, I have a candidate in mind, but I need to confirm it. I will find someone to verify it. Hearing Mo Ting's words, Tongning suddenly smiled, Ting. Did you know? You seem to know what's in my heart. I never need to say it out loud. That's because I feel it with my heart. Mo Ting lowered his head and kissed her. If you didn't marry me, perhaps you wouldn't have to stay in such a small hospital, such a small ward. But you definitely don't know how glad I am that the person who married me is you. Hidden Expert was not a product of Hai Rui, so Mo Ting had no say in the changes. Under the onslaught of rumors, the director finally received a phone call from the producer. I've thought about it. In order to avoid any more problems in post-production, I think it's best to replace Tongning with someone else. I've already decided on who to replace her on set tomorrow. But, is it really okay to change it just like that? Plus, the other party is Mo Ting, the director said awkwardly. It's not like you don't know what's taboo for people in this industry. Right now, everyone is saying that Tongning is a jinx. Even if they are trying to defame her, what if she brings misfortune to the film? It wasn't easy for us to invite Bai Chendong. Even if it wasn't Tongning, this film would still be popular. But President Mo. I really don't know how to explain this to him. The director was put in a difficult position. Plus, in the director's heart, apart from Tongning, no one else was more suitable for the role of the hooligan. I'll talk to President Mo. You don't need to worry about anything else, just focus on filming. Then, okay. The director could only admit defeat in the end. This kind of thing was originally decided by the one who paid. So, late at night, the producer gave Lu Che a phone call and he handed it to Mo Ting. it's an important call. Mo Ting looked down at the sleeping Tong Ning and gently placed her to one side. He then walked barefoot out of the hospital room and stood in the corridor. Hello, this is Mo Ting. President Mo, it's me, Xiao. Is Madam Mo feeling better? The man asked Mo Ting in a respectful tone. President Xiao, if you have something to say, please speak. Actually, I have high hopes for Tong Ning. Especially since she is a model and her acting is so good. She is indeed a rare talent. But, as you know, in our industry, luck is the most important thing. Even if something happens to Tong Ning, Hai Rui will still be there to help. But, hidden expert has cost me everything I have. If something were to happen, I would lose everything. So, we have discussed it for a while and have decided to replace Tong Ning. I hope you can understand. We are all from a small family, we can't accept someone as important as Tong Ning. To put it simply, he wanted to replace Tong Ning. President Xiao, you need to think this through. There are some things that you can't regret, Mo Ting reminded as he hid the fire in his eyes. There was one important thing that he did not mention, his relationship with Bai Chendong. If Tong Ning was replaced, then Bai Chendong, would he continue acting? I'm sorry, President Mo, I understand, Mo Ting did not continue to argue. The almighty Hai Rui had plenty of resources. However, he wanted the man to know the consequences of his actions. After hanging up the phone, the man looked like he had thrown away a huge burden as he continued to laugh. People like Tong Ning are a dime a dozen. Although she is famous as a model, this is the entertainment industry. I don't need to take risks for a newcomer. President, the madam has been replaced? Who would have thought something like this would happen to an artist that Mo Ting personally managed? Lu Che was a little surprised. Did the man eat a bear's heart or a leopard's guts? Mo Ting turned around and glanced at Lu Che. Lu Che immediately obeyed. Actually, Mo Ting wasn't surprised that the producers would think this way. But, whether or not someone had instigated this would require a thorough investigation. If he was replaced. Since they called Tong Ning a jinx, then they would destroy the entire production. President, put on your shoes first, Lu Che changed the topic. Lu Che quickly changed the subject as he retrieved a pair of shoes from the hospital room and placed them in front of Mo Ting. Mo Ting put on the shoes, walked over to Bai Chendong's room and knocked on the door. President Mo Han Shiner stood up obediently from her chair. Go out. I want to have a few words with Bai Chendong, Mo Ting said in a low voice. Okay, Han Shiner turned and left. At this time, Bai Chendong was obviously unhappy. Don't order her around. That is my right. The producers have replaced Tong Ning, Mo Ting said straightforwardly. So, you should also withdraw from the film. Otherwise. I understand, Bai Chendong nodded. Bai Chendong nodded his head. No matter how much he liked the film, he wasn't going to sit back and watch since the producers were bullying his own people. Above all, even though he didn't spend much time with Mo Ting, he was well aware of Mo Ting's temper. Even if he insisted on finishing filming, the film would have a hard time going through the screening process. Even if it passed, it would never be released. How dare they bully Hai Rui? Did they really think that just because Mo Ting was married, he had become a sheep? Didn't they know how much he treasured Tong Ning? Afterwards, I will use the reason that the production did not have adequate protection measures as an excuse to withdraw from the film. Since I am still in the hospital, I won't have to pay any compensation. The luxurious Tang family home was still brightly lit even in the middle of the night. Elder Tang's health had stabilized and he was discharged from the hospital. The entire family went to the hospital to welcome him so he could be happy to see him. Grandfather, it's getting late. Let me help you back to your room to get some rest, Tang Xian and her husband said as they supported Elder Tang. Grandfather. Jing Xian, grandfather has just recovered. Don't use your nonsense to piss me off. Be sensible, Tang Xian interrupted. On the surface, it seemed like she was being considerate of Elder Tang's health. But, in reality, she was trying to stop Tang Jingxian from talking about Tong Ning. However, Elder Tang wasn't so easily fooled. He simply stood up straight and said, Jingxian, speak. As long as grandfather can satisfy you. Tang Jingxian glanced at Tang Xian. Hai Rui had not come out to refute the rumors yet, so he wasn't sure what the truth was. He decided to wait for the results to be released before telling Elder Tang. "It's okay, grandfather." "What do you mean?" Mrs. Tang rushed down the stairs and said to Grandpa Tang, "Dad, can you give me some time? I want to have a word with you." "Yuling, what is it that can't be discussed tomorrow?" Elder Tang asked in a strict tone. "Dad, if it was for myself, I wouldn't mind. But, it's related to Tongning. I can't hold it in until tomorrow morning," Mother Tang said as she approached Elder Tang. Mrs. Tang walked in front of Elder Tang. "I went to the hospital but was stopped by Big Missy's people. I couldn't see you, so I waited at home." "In that case, speak." Elder Tang looked at Tang Xian from the corner of his eyes. "Xiaoning fell and got injured while filming. Even now, we don't know if she's still alive." "What did you say?" Elder Tang suddenly became agitated. "Grandfather, calm down." Tang Xian immediately said. "Grandfather, things aren't as serious as Auntie says. I've already asked someone to investigate. Tongning only suffered minor injuries and is fine." "Someone? You've always looked down on people from the entertainment industry. How did you manage to find out so quickly?" Mother Tang immediately asked. "Plus, I've already asked someone to look into it and it's someone from Hai Rui. But, up until now, Hai Rui hasn't released a statement and they've kept the news under wraps." "How did you find out?" "Auntie, just because you can't do it, doesn't mean I can't do it." "But, when did you become so concerned about Tongning?" Mother Tang asked. "Yuling, the fact that Tongning is fine is already a blessing in disguise. When she returns, go see her. Don't argue at home. Plus, I understand what you're trying to say. Since Tongning is fine, let's talk about it later." After speaking, Elder Tang turned around to leave. However, Mother Tang yelled at him from behind, "Dad, if you kill Xiaoning because you want to protect Tang Xian, then I no longer have any reason to be kind to the Tang family. I may not be able to find any evidence that caused Xiaoning's fall, but Hai Rui will definitely be able to. When that time comes, I hope you can protect her." This time, it was Mrs. Tang's turn. Tang Xian looked at Elder Tang impatiently and said, "Grandfather, go back to your room and get some rest." Elder Tang did not say a word as he returned to his room with the help of his walking stick. After the couple returned to their own room, Tang Jingxian finally snuck into Elder Tang's bedroom to chat with him. "My precious grandson. Are you disappointed in grandfather?" Elder Tang let out a long sigh. In the past, grandfather always represented fairness and justice. But now, I've been avoiding and giving in. "Tell me the truth, how is your sister 3 doing?" "She should be fine," Tang Jingxian replied. "Jingxian, grandfather knows you like to sing and that you've formed a band. But, I want to tell you, it's not that I'm against you entering the entertainment industry, it's just that you've seen the current situation. Look at the state your sister is in. Grandfather really hopes that your sister 3 will come back and take over my responsibilities. That way, I can play the drums with you. But, Tongning. Hayes, who else can I rely on?" After hearing Elder Tang's words, Tang Jingxian felt a sense of responsibility for the first time. "Grandfather, I'm not cut out for business. Neither is your sister. But, she still wants to fight for fame and fortune. Grandfather is waiting for your sister 3 to change her mind." "But..." Elder Tang shook his head. Deep down, he knew why Tongning didn't want to return home. Because of Tang Xian's scheming. "From now on, keep an eye on your sister. Also, try to find out more about your sister 3. I may be old, but if I'm stupid once, I won't be stupid again." "Yes, grandfather." At this time, there was no one else in the Tang family home corridor. Tang Xian was holding onto her phone as she spoke on the phone. "President Tang, everything has been done. The producer of Hidden Expert has already replaced Tongning. Right now, everyone is saying that Tongning is the bane of the entertainment industry and everyone is avoiding her. That's not enough. We still need to spread even more sinister news so she can be completely ruined." "Okay." The person on the other side of the phone replied before hanging up. Tang Xian put down her phone and was about to return to her room when Tang Jingxian suddenly stretched out his hand to stop her. "I heard everything you said on the phone. don't you think you've gone overboard? Xianxia, I think you've misunderstood. Is there any point in quibbling in front of me? Sister. Tang Xianxia asked as he crossed his arms. Xian, don't you think everyone in the family has been tolerating you? I'm sure you know how Auntie has treated us all these years. Even when you forced Tangning out of the family, she has never once said a word of heartache. Yet, here you are, taking an inch and wanting a mile. I don't understand what you're saying. Move aside, I need to rest. You don't need to manage the family business, you don't understand. Tang Xian pushed Tang Jingxian away. Tang Jingxian took a deep breath and did not say another word. He had finally understood one thing: those that pretended to be asleep could never be woken up. There were times when he didn't want his family to fight. But there were times when he couldn't help but wish that Tangning could return to the Tang family and kick Tang Xian out. Wouldn't that be great? Of course, if Tang Xian continued to act like this, that day wouldn't be too far away. In reality, the person trembling in fear was Mother Tang. Over the years, the only reason she had been able to tolerate Tangning was because Elder Tang had always been fair. But he was now leaning more and more towards Tang Xian. Did this mean even if Tangning was killed by Tang Xian one day, he wouldn't object? There was no way she would allow that to happen. However, Tangning had no idea that the Tang family had been thrown into war again and again because of her. In fact, she had no idea that she had been replaced. On the night of the incident, Hai Rui finally released a statement clarifying that Tangning had only suffered a small scratch and Bai Chendong had only suffered a slight fracture. As the cause of the incident was still under investigation, it could not be announced yet. So, everyone was asked to wait. However, the rumors that Tangning was a jinx did not disappear. In fact, they became more and more bizarre. In the end, it turned into a rumor that Tangning was raising ghosts. There had always been rumors like this in the entertainment industry. For the sake of a bright future, many celebrities would hire experts to guide them and keep a few ghosts at home to ensure their success. Tangning's path to stardom had always been bumpy, but she always managed to avoid danger. So, people couldn't help but suspect that she was raising ghosts. As this was a new and unknown field, there was always a sense of mystery and fear in the industry. But, no matter what, after hearing this news, no one in the industry was brave enough to work with Tangning anymore. Even if it was Hai Rui and Mo Ting, under these circumstances, should they tell Tangning to take a break? Should they choose to keep the peace? Hai Rui's PR tried their best to suppress the news. But, even though the public was forgetful, what about those in the industry? The next day, Tangning had another checkup on her body. After confirming that she didn't have a concussion, she asked Mo Ting to leave the hospital. However, Mo Ting told her, "Return to Beijing first, someone wants to see you." Who? Tangning asked. Mo Ting patted her on the head as his heart ached. It was like he was swearing to himself that one day, he would make her so famous that no one would dare to slander her. "You will know when you see her." Tangning was a little confused, but in the end, she obeyed Mo Ting's arrangements. However, it didn't take long before she found out that she had been replaced. After all, it was hard to keep it a secret under these circumstances. "I've been replaced?" Tangning asked as she tilted her head. "I didn't even know." Mo Ting stopped the car and pinched her cheeks. "Just treat it as an experiment in life. There's nothing to be sad about. You deserve better." Tangning lowered her head. Since this was Mo Ting's decision, there was nothing to be sad about. She knew that as long as something could be resolved, Mo Ting would not give up so easily. The endorsements and resources he had received in the past were the best examples. Plus, she understood that if the root of the problem wasn't dealt with, even if she was still on set, something would still happen. Rather than that, it was better to leave as soon as possible. This way, the crew wouldn't suffer any losses. However, little did she know, Mo Ting had no intention of allowing the crew of Hidden Expert to exist. She even spread rumors that I'm keeping a ghost. Tangning couldn't help but laugh. "I've already made my stance clear, why isn't she letting go? Is she only satisfied when she destroys me? Actually, in this world, human nature isn't innately good. Some people are born this way, and bad people grow old. That's a fresh perspective." Tangning nodded gently. Do you trust me? Mo Ting asked. His eyes were filled with a desire to be trusted. Tongming nodded her head again as she held on to Mo Ting's hand. Of course I trust you. If you trust me, then follow behind me. In the entertainment industry, there's nothing I can't protect you from. This was something Tongming had never doubted. After Tongming left, Han Xiner was left behind in the hospital. As she watched Bai Qindong resting in bed, she began to browse through the news out of boredom. As soon as she discovered someone was saying that Tongming was keeping a ghost, she couldn't help but curse. Luckily, after cursing, she quickly covered her mouth. I heard it. Bai Qindong said as he closed his eyes. Just pretend you were hearing things. Han Xiner waved her hand. Do you want me to prepare some tools for you to beat up? That would be great. If someone finds out, it would be the same as confirming the rumor that Tongming is keeping a ghost. Bai Qindong finally opened his eyes. But, he seemed to possess a certain charm that made Han Xiner want to look at him a few more times. I was just saying. Han Xiner sighed. Ningjia's life has been full of ups and downs. She's actually a really good person. I wonder why there are always people that want to hurt her. Have you heard of the saying that even the heavens are jealous of the talented? These words comforted Han Xiner, so she nodded her head. Ningjia is just too amazing. She's blocking other people's paths. Since you know that, why are you still angry? Han Xiner thought about it this way and realized Tongming was right. In the worst-case scenario, Tongming still had Mo Ting by her side. So, things were bound to turn for the better. After comforting Han Xiner, Bai Qindong closed his eyes and continued to rest. However, the nurses outside began to secretly discuss amongst themselves. Hey, that Bai Qindong doesn't seem to respond to anyone that tries to talk to him. Previously, the doctor said so much to him, but he only responded with one word. It seems, he really trusts his little assistant. His temper is also weird. I feel a sense of fear whenever I look at him. That's why I feel nervous when I give him an 4 drip. He doesn't seem to like people touching him. As if. When the little assistant washes his hands and washes his face, doesn't he avoid her at all? Actually, this was different from person to person. That afternoon, Tongming returned to Hyatt Regency and finally ran into Long Jia, who she hadn't seen in a while. Long Jia anxiously ran over to help Tongming up. How did you get so skinny? It's just a small scratch, it's not serious. Tongming quickly comforted. It's not serious. Do you know how I felt when I heard you fell into a car accident? Long Jia suddenly burst into tears. If something really happened to you, I wouldn't know where to hide and cry my heart out. Tongming understood that Long Jia was concerned, so she did not refute as she allowed Long Jia to scold her. You're already an adult and you've been married for so long, how could you still be so careless? Long Jia said as she sobbed. No, this is all because of the mastermind. When we find her, we will make her beg for death. Suddenly, Tongming's eyes flashed with a cold light. Some people were indeed like Mo Ting said, no matter how much you warned or emphasized, they would still live in their own world. She really didn't want to do this, but if it really was Tang Xian. By the way, what are we going to do about your replacement? If word gets out that an artist under the CEO of Hai Rui has been replaced, how will boss be able to face the world? Long Jia asked angrily. The producer of Hidden Expert sure has guts. Ting will resolve this matter. Of course I know boss will resolve it. I simply want to know how they will die. Since Tongming wasn't going to continue filming and Stupid was released after Stupid, they might as well disappear from the screen. By the way, Ting mentioned that someone wants to see me. Who is it? Don't tell me it's you? Tongming asked as she sat on the sofa. How could it be me? It could be someone else. Take a guess, Long Jia said mysteriously. Tongming shook her head. Although she knew a lot of people, there were only a few that could truly blend in with the industry. Yet, these people were right next to her, who else would want to see her? Long Jia gestured for her to close her eyes. Tongming originally didn't want to play such a childish game. But, since it was someone she didn't expect to see, she decided to close her eyes. Afterwards, the sound of leather shoes rubbing against the floor drifted into Tongming's ears. Tongning closed her eyes and smiled. Zihao. Long Jia was shocked. She couldn't believe she had guessed correctly. That's right, the man standing in front of Tongning dressed in a dark blue suit was, without a doubt, Zihao. After a few months overseas, he had become more mature and reliable. I never thought you would actually become an actress, Zihao sat down opposite Tongning. I've seen your audition video and from the bottom of my heart, I feel that you are better than most actors. Although your acting skills are still a bit raw, with your intelligence, it is a piece of cake for you to overcome these obstacles. Thank you for having so much confidence in me. Tongning was unexpectedly happy. The scene of Zihao retreating from Qingtian flashed before her eyes. But, they were no longer the same people they used to be. Have you finished your studies and returned? But, as soon as I returned, I heard you made some big news, Zihao smiled elegantly. Tongning still remembered the first time she saw him. At that time Zihao had been depressed because of Xianxia's death. But now, it seemed he had been reborn and was like a new person. Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Tongning wanted to change the topic, but Mo Ting suddenly walked out of the study room and said to the group. Let's watch the news first. After speaking, Mo Ting picked up the remote control and turned on the television in the living room to watch the entertainment news. Tongning has also been replaced. This was the headline at the bottom of the television screen. The reporters were currently on the set of Hidden Expert. As they had already replaced Tongning, they naturally couldn't see her. This is the first time that the production crew of Hidden Expert have visited the set in public. They seem to have announced to the public that Tongning has been replaced. Although the producers didn't say it explicitly, from the looks of it, Tongning was indeed nowhere to be seen. So, this is in line with the rumors. From what we heard from the hospital, Tongning has already been discharged. But, we don't know where she is right now. As for the reason why Tongning was swapped out, the public speculated that it might have something to do with her keeping a ghost. It's not easy being a celebrity. Most importantly, the fact that the production of Hidden Expert was able to withstand the pressure from Hai Rui and insist on replacing Tongning shows how much they value their artists' morals. No matter what, they are worth praising. This radio reporter is the mistress of the producer of Hidden Expert, Mo Ting explained after seeing the confusion in everyone's eyes. No wonder. Long Jia sneered. It's obvious they want to use the reason for replacing Tongning because of her bad character. They want to hint that Tongning will do anything for the sake of fame. This President Xiao is indeed well connected in the industry and has connections in many places. This is the reason why he doesn't respect Hai Rui, Mo Ting continued. I originally wanted to give them a way out. Everyone turned to look at Mo Ting. All of a sudden, they felt a sense of danger. This wasn't surprising, Mo Ting had always been like this in the business world. Killing without leaving a trace. Okay, now that you've seen the news, let's get down to business. No, boss, why don't you tell us your solution? I'm really curious. Let me have a taste of it, Long Jia gathered her courage and requested. Every time you keep it in your heart, it makes me feel bad. Tongning laughed and explained, actually, it's not that difficult. Has boss told you about it? Long Jia asked as she turned to look at Tongning. No, Tongning shook her head. Forget it, it's just the two of you again. Do you two have a telepathic connection? Long Jia waved her hand and grabbed onto Tongning's arm. Okay, hurry and tell us about it. Actually, Hidden Expert was created specifically for Bei Qindong and the producers have indeed invested a lot of resources into it. Everyone knows this. But, no one knows that Bei Qindong and Ting are cousins. Long Jia took a sip of her tea and spat it out without a care for her image. Tongning glared at her, you are dirty. Sorry, I was a little agitated, Long Jia quickly explained. Remember to wash the carpet in my house before you leave, Mo Ting said slowly. Even so, Bei Qindong isn't someone that casually breaks a contract. He didn't break a contract, the one that broke it was the production crew of Hidden Expert. The safety agreement clearly states that if an actor is involved in a safety incident and the production crew can't guarantee their safety, the actor can directly withdraw from the production, Mo Ting explained. This is the special treatment that a national treasure can ask for. Haha, looks like we're in for a good show. We're done watching TV. Let's talk about something else. Mo Ting casually turned off the television and looked at Xianxia. Mo Ting casually turned off the television and looked at Xianxia. He then asked in seriousness, if I hand Tongning over to you, can you guarantee her safety? What do you mean? Tongning asked. Xianxia turned his head and looked at Tongning before nodding his head, of course. The reason why Xianxia came back this time is to get investors. He has already become a director and has a film in his hands. I've already seen it and it's not bad, Mo Ting explained. Since you and Xianxia are both newcomers, why don't you take a risk? As newcomers, even if the film flops, no one will blame or laugh at you. I will invest. I want to look at the script first. Tongning was afraid that if they couldn't guarantee the quality, Mo Ting's name would appear on the screen of a bad film. Of course, Xianxia laughed. Xianxia laughed. Don't worry, I have a budget for everything. It's impossible for President Mo to just take money. He is a businessman, he will only do things that are profitable. You need to trust me on this. Plus, even if he wants you to invest, he doesn't need to do it this way. Hai Rui has a lot of resources, they can easily choose people with strong backgrounds to work with. Are you willing to take a risk with me? I've already been rumored to be keeping ghosts. What risk would I be afraid to take? Tongning suddenly laughed. But, I still want to look at the script first. Xianxia nodded his head, since that's the case, then it's decided. Let's watch a good show first. The script is in your husband's hands. Okay, let's watch a good show first. As it was an invitation from an elder, Mo Ting couldn't reject it. So, he decided to attend on his own. He knew Tongning wouldn't like the restrained atmosphere. As for the rumor that Tongning was keeping ghosts, there was no evidence to prove it. Plus, Hai Rui had already done everything they could to keep the news under wraps. Inside the luxurious palace-like clubhouse, the red wine towers were stacked high up. At an event like this, practically all of the business elites in Beijing were gathered. So, Mo Ting could only be considered a little experienced. In terms of seniority, he would need his father or grandfather to shock everyone present. Of course, Mo Ting didn't like to compare himself to others, even if the number of people present was in the billions. President Mo, you have been quite popular in Beijing recently. Someone approached Mo Ting with a glass of wine and ridiculed him. Mo Ting's lips curved upwards as he returned the compliment. I heard your daughter really likes one of the male artists under me. If you need any help, please don't hesitate to ask. In other words, everyone knew that his daughter was a celebrity chaser, but he wasn't any better. The man smiled awkwardly. In front of President Mo, I never get the upper hand. I didn't win either, Mo Ting laughed. Why isn't your wife here yet? She likes silence, Mo Ting replied. President Xiao over there has been talking about a lot of interesting things in the entertainment industry. President Mo, why don't you go over and have a look? The man pointed to the lawn as he spoke. In that case, I'll excuse myself. After speaking, Mo Ting turned around and headed towards the lawn. At this time, President Xiao was surrounded by a few women. Of course, there were also a few men trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. CEO Xiao, I've heard that there'll be a backlash if you raise little ghosts. Some people clearly don't have any celestial fate, yet they forcefully change their fate. Either they suffer a backlash or they'll implicate the people around them. A woman wearing a short black dress sat beside President Xiao as she sipped on a glass of red wine. I know, right, that's why I ran away so quickly. To be honest, Tongning. The woman clicked her tongue. If it wasn't for Hai Rui, I wouldn't have accepted her in the first place. Mr. Xiao, keep your voice down. Mr. Mo is also here today. Another slightly plump woman laughed. Even if President Mo comes, I'm not afraid. This is the business world. Relationships can only be discussed at the right time. President Xiao laughed. Time will prove that I'm wise. Time will never prove the wisdom of the foolish. Time does not have the function of making people wise. Behind them, Mo Ting's voice rang out. Everyone's body trembled, suddenly feeling awkward as if they had been caught red-handed. Gossiping behind someone's back was the most frightening thing to be exposed like this. President Mo, Boss Xiao also restrained his frivolity just now and suddenly became a little more reserved. I think your crew will be dismissed today. Do you believe me? Mo Ting smirked as he raised the glass in his hand towards President Xiao. CEO Mo, didn't you say that my wife is raising little ghosts? Since she's raising little ghosts, then it's impossible that I don't know some Chiman escape techniques, right? I predicted that the crew of Hidden Expert would be dismissed today. Do you believe me? President Xiao's expression turned ugly as his face turned red and white. President Mo, don't you think you're being a little cruel by saying that? Is it too cruel to say that my wife is raising little ghosts? That's what the media said, really? Mo Ting's smile deepened. Don't tell me you're not working with someone to slander my wife? Is the safety of your crew guaranteed? Mo Ting, if you say something like this, we're going to have a falling out. After speaking, President Xiao stood up from his chair as the atmosphere suddenly became tense. At this time, an elegant woman dressed in a white qipao approached the two men and asked, "What's going on?" "Auntie, a little private matter." "That's good," the elegant woman nodded her head. After greeting Mo Ting, she turned and left. At this time, Mo Ting spoke calmly. "I'm sure President Xiao knows the woman that just left. She's Bai Chendong's mother." "But, President Xiao." Mo Ting looked at President Xiao with a dangerous expression. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Did I mention that Bai Chendong and I are cousins?" President Xiao's eyes grew wide as his heart skipped a beat. President Xiao is right. In the business world, relationships should only be mentioned at the right time. In that case, I wish you all the best of luck. After speaking, Mo Ting turned around with a smile, leaving President Xiao standing in the same spot. He didn't know what to do. Hidden Expert was a film that was tailor-made for Bai Chendong. If anything happened to Bai Chendong, then all his previous investments would go to waste. He was originally going to make a huge profit, but now, President Xiao wiped his face in regret as he scolded himself for being stupid. If he had known that Mo Ting would agree so easily, there must have been a trap. Yet, he insisted on plucking the hair from the tiger's mouth. He was digging his own grave. Was he going to sit back and watch all his resources sink into the ocean? After thinking for a moment, President Xiao suddenly chased after Mo Ting. "President Mo, can we have a chat? This incident was all my fault. I'm sure you won't hold it against me, right?" Mo Ting freed himself from President Xiao's grip and said coldly, "You can humiliate me, but you can't humiliate my wife." After speaking, Mo Ting lifted his wrist and looked at the quartz watch on his wrist. "The press conference should be starting soon, right?" President Xiao's face turned pale. After Mo Ting left, he immediately pulled out his phone and called his assistant. On the other side of the phone, his assistant said anxiously, "President Xiao, Bai Chendong has announced his withdrawal from the film using this incident as an excuse. Quick, look at the news. Bai Chendong rarely accepted interviews because of his eccentric personality. But, for a national treasure like him, as soon as he opened his mouth, everyone would be convinced. After all, the entire nation knew that he couldn't be bothered to lie. This incident was caused by someone on set. Plus, the person responsible is still on the run and the police are still looking for him. As for me, I wasn't implicated by Tongning. I simply saved her because it was a man's instinct. However, an accident like this was used by people with ulterior motives and spread all over the place. It's intolerable. So, the rumor that Tongning was bitten by a ghost is a completely false rumor. As for me, Bai Chendong, if the crew can't provide an explanation for this incident and can't guarantee my safety, I will announce my withdrawal from the production of Hidden Expert. Film fans, whether you believe me or the crew, it's up to you. Bai Chendong's words were straightforward. He was this straightforward. How could fans believe the crew? My Qinchin is so cool. Chengu, I believe in you. Are you kidding me? My Qinchin has never spoken so much in his career. Of course I believe in my Qinchin. It's good that he left the film. This film is so dangerous. What would happen if he got hurt again? Bai Chendong doesn't care about slandering others because he is lazy. Haha, I believe in him. I look down on the film crew for avoiding responsibility and scheming against an innocent woman. How disgusting. After the interview, Bai Chendong immediately left with Han Shiner in tow. Han Xiner followed by Bai Chendong's side and helped him block off the media. Bai Chendong watched as Han Xiner acted like an assistant and suddenly felt he was lacking a helper. Perhaps, he should have asked Tongning for her instead of using her as a temporary assistant. Donggu. Get in the car. Bai Chendong watched as Han Xiner was surrounded by the media, so he suddenly grabbed her by the arm and pulled her out of sight. After leaving the media, he lectured Han Xiner, I told you to block off the reporters, not use yourself as a human shield. I don't have much experience. Han Xiner scratched her head awkwardly. Seeing the change in Bai Chendong's expression, she asked, Is your hand okay? It's fine, Bai Chendong replied before looking out the window. Han Xiner thought he couldn't be bothered to talk to her, so after a few seconds, she finally asked, So, where are we going now? I'm not filming anymore. Naturally, I'm going home. She needed to think carefully about how she was going to trick Mo Ting to her side. What excuse could she use to negotiate with him, as Bai Chendong had always been secretive about his whereabouts, not many people knew where he lived. Even though Han Xiner had a good brain, she couldn't remember how many turns the driver took and how many villas they passed. Finally, they arrived at the seaside. Only then did Han Xiner realize, did Bai Chendong live on a private island? Donggu. I won't be going. After all, I'm sure there will be a maid to take care of you at home. No one. I'm the only one at home, Bai Chendong immediately replied. Plus, I can't take care of myself with only one hand. Han Xiner was a little surprised as she nodded. But, for some reason, she suddenly felt like she was being kidnapped. Was she planning to enter a private island? Bai Chendong was indeed living on a private island, but he wasn't completely isolated from the outside world. On the other side of the island was Beijing's most beautiful night view. After landing on the island, Han Xiner was completely amazed. Bai Chendong didn't like villas, so he built a glass house. Help yourself, I'm going to make a call. After using his fingerprint to unlock the door, Bai Chendong headed straight into the bedroom, leaving Han Xiner in the living room. He couldn't wait to discuss with Mo Ting how to make her stay and not let her leave. By the time Mo Ting received Bai Chendong's phone call, he had just finished attending a ball and was on his way home. After hearing Bai Chendong's simple explanation, he replied, There is a way. Just tell me the conditions. Remember what you said. Mo Ting's lips curved upwards, You will be joining the film I've invested in. As usual, you will be partnered with Tongning. Of course, I want you to be paid nothing. Deal, Bai Chendong agreed happily. Aren't you afraid that I'll frame you and shoot a lousy movie? If you knew how to make Tongning act in a lousy movie, you wouldn't have allowed her to join the cast of Hidden Expert. Bai Chendong was confident about this. Plus, even without Tongning, Mo Ting wouldn't casually invest in a lousy film. Although it's not a lousy film, the director is a newcomer. When it comes to promotions, you will be the main focus. Bai Chendong had not signed with any agency. So, no matter how Mo Ting wanted to promote the film, all he had to do was nod his head. Send the script to my email later. In reality, this wasn't the first time Mo Ting had asked Bai Chendong to act in a film. But, Bai Chendong didn't agree as readily as he did when he agreed to leave. After all, his sister-in-law was being bullied. But, who would have thought, Han Xiner was enough to make Bai Chendong surrender. It seemed, Han Xiner's position in Bai Chendong's heart couldn't be underestimated. A moment later, Mo Ting returned home. At this time, Tongning had just finished reading the script. Who would have thought, Ziheo's script was a disaster film. After reading through the script, Tongning did not say a word until Mo Ting sat down beside her. What do you think? It's heavy, Tongning replied in seriousness. But, I think, it's worth a try. The script was called WH, also known as The Strange Husband. It was about 20 years in the future, when a terrifying virus spreads throughout the world. Once infected, a person's entire body will begin to rot. The male and female lead of the film are a married couple. But, over the course of their long lives, the wife discovers the husband's strange behavior. The story began with the outbreak of the virus in the small town of the male and female lead. As a doctor, the husband continues to help treat patients. But, in the end, he is discovered to be the source of the virus. This genre is still lacking in the domestic market. Although there are people who are willing to bid for it, there aren't any that are of high quality. So, who will act as the male lead? Plus, this film requires a strong acting ability. Do you think I can do it? Mo Ting looked at the script in Tang Ning's hands and smiled confidently. I have a feeling, this film will be the cornerstone of your acting career. Tang Ning looked at Mo Ting in seriousness and grabbed onto his hand. I'll act. As for the male lead, you don't need to worry about it. This type of script is his forte. Mo Ting said with a deeper meaning. This time, the crew will not be revealed. We will film the entire film in secret. I will then start promoting the film in the middle and post stages. I will be in charge of acting. As for promoting, you are the expert. After speaking, Tang Ning suddenly remembered that there were still some things that she had to deal with. She still had a few bruises on her body, so she couldn't just forget about them. When will you start filming? I must say, I really can't underestimate Nzihao. He has already been making preparations in secret. As soon as the funds are in place, we can start filming. The earliest we can do it is at the end of the month. Okay. Tang Ning nodded her head. In that case. Apart from doing some preparations, she also needed to resolve the matter with the Tang family. Plus, the wife in the film is a stunt double. The martial arts that you learned from Hidden Expert can be used as a foundation. In reality, God loves you. Tang Ning smiled but did not deny it. I don't believe in God, but I believe in you. Did you change the wife's job because you felt bad that I had to go through so much pain? Mo Ting froze for a moment. So. He had been exposed. So, what did the wife originally do? Tang Ning asked. She is an author that is obsessed with science fiction, Mo Ting replied. In that case, let's go with the author. Tang Ning replied. Since the author made this arrangement, she must have her reasons. Plus, didn't you say before? Let's treat it as a form of training. Fine. I can't argue with you. In reality, whether it was a stunt double or an author, the film would be equally exciting. But, a weak author would, in a way, increase the audience's fear. After all, this was a disaster film. If there was no tension, wouldn't it be a complete failure? Actually, the thing that reassured Tang Ning the most was that this time, both the producer and director were on the same side. So, when they worked together, they would have a better understanding of each other. Meanwhile, that evening, Tang Xian drove home. As she entered the living room, she bumped into Elder Mo's lawyer leaving. Tang Xian was shocked as she approached. Lawyer Liu, are you leaving? Let me take you. Big miss, please wait. As soon as the lawyer saw her, he became nervous as he waved his hand to avoid her. This made Tang Xian even more suspicious. It seemed she needed to find out more about Elder Mo's actions. Grandpa Xing must have instructed him to do something, so the lawyer was behaving like a mouse before a cat when he saw her. Tang Xian's expression was a little gloomy. She then gave her assistant a phone call. Help me investigate why grandfather is hiring a lawyer. I want to know the results by tomorrow. Okay, President Tang. As long as Tang Ning was around, she felt like there was a thorn in her side. Plus, news of her raising a ghost had spread. Although she didn't win, she didn't lose either. At least, Tang Ning had no more films to film and was feared by the people in the industry. If the face that she hated continued to appear on TV, she would never be able to eat or sleep in peace. As night fell, the glass room was brightly lit. In reality, from the moment Han Shiner arrived on the island, she had been familiarizing herself with the surroundings. But, Bai Chendong had made the glass room look like a maze. No matter how hard she tried, she felt she was still in the same spot. On the other hand, Bai Chendong, the jerk that claimed he couldn't take care of himself, was nowhere to be seen. How do I get out of here? Do I need to listen for echoes when I live in such a big house? At this moment, Bai Chendong was in the middle of a bath. Even though he could hear Han Shiner's footsteps approaching, he had no intention of alerting her. He simply lay in the large pool with his eyes closed and his dangling arm submerged in the water. Where are you? Han Shiner said as she pushed open the bathroom door. The first thing she saw was Bai Chendong's muscular back. Of course, it only lasted for a second before she turned around. Did such a vulgar plot in novels have to appear in her real world? In reality, she had no idea that Bei Chendong did it on purpose. It was very deliberate. I'm sorry, you continue, I'll go out. Since you're already here, why don't you help me? Bei Chendong said as he leaned against the side of the pool. I can only remove my clothes, but putting them back on is still quite difficult. You can choose not to wear it. After speaking, Han Xiner turned to run, but Bei Chendong stopped her. You said it yourself. After speaking, Bei Chendong stood up without any intention of hiding it. Actually, he was still wearing his boxers, although Han Xiner's moans were a little scary. Bei Chendong watched as Han Xiner ran away. For some reason, he suddenly felt that teasing this little brat was quite fun. After all, the night was still long. She probably wouldn't be lonely anymore, right? Han Xiner was actually quite embarrassed. She obviously saw that Bei Chendong was still wearing his pants, yet she still ran away in fear. She then touched her face. It was frighteningly hot. In reality, not only was she embarrassed, she was also afraid. She wondered if a weirdo like Bei Chendong had a lot of perverted hobbies like in the movies. Plus, there was no one here to save her. If Bei Chendong really wanted to do something to her, wouldn't there be nowhere for her to run? With this thought, Han Xiner immediately gave Tongning a phone call. But, in her panic, she did not notice that she had dialed the wrong number. Instead, she said anxiously, Ningjia, can you come and pick me up right now? I'm a little scared. What if that weirdo Bei Chendong kills me? On the other end of the phone was an ellipsis. After quite some time, a man finally replied, I am Bei Chendong. Han Xiner. At the moment, I don't have a hobby of killing people. But, I can train it a little in the future. Han Xiner. Hurry back and help me change my bandages. No, I'm scared. Han Xiner decided it was best to stay away from Bei Chendong. I want to go back to Beijing. This time, it was Bei Chendong's turn to laugh. He laughed so hard that he couldn't control himself. I'll get the housekeeper to come and pick you up. Is that okay? But, didn't you say you don't have any servants? Han Xiner immediately grabbed onto his weakness and retaliated. The housekeeper is only responsible for cleaning the house, she doesn't need to take care of my meals. After speaking, Bei Chendong hung up the phone and called for his housekeeper. After seeing the kind housekeeper, Han Xiner finally let down her guard. At least, it proved that she wasn't alone. But, when faced with this house and the weirdo Bei Chendong, she still needed courage. Plus, she didn't need to sleep that night. If Bei Chendong showed up, just the thought of it was scary. After putting down his phone, Bei Chendong decided it was best for Han Xiner to blend in with the crowd. Otherwise, she would treat him like a psychopath and a murderer. Afterwards, he got out of the water, put on his robe with one hand and walked over to Han Xiner's living room. Help me get dressed. Let's go back to Beijing. Didn't you say you had nothing to film? Now I have a chance. Bei Chendong had already seen the script for WH, and it was to his liking. Since that was the case, he would reluctantly return to the house in Beijing for a while until the little rascal was no longer afraid of him. Han Xiner had no idea that Bei Chendong was returning to Beijing because of her. She simply thought it was because Bei Chendong had accepted a script. But, as long as she was able to return to Beijing, she was more than happy. If she continued to stay here, she felt like she was going to have a mental breakdown. Bei Chendong looked at the joy on Han Xiner's face and couldn't help but sigh. As expected, it was useless to be impatient. To deal with Han Xiner, it was like boiling a frog in warm water. There was no rush. There was plenty of time and opportunities in the future. But, did this little brat not have the slightest sense of honor and pride of being the assistant of a national treasure actor? How many people were waiting outside? Bei Chendong sighed. He was indeed suited to taming animals. How did Tongning understand it so easily? After Bei Chendong withdrew from Hidden Expert, the production crew had no choice but to temporarily stop filming. Actually, they could have replaced Bei Chendong, but this was a script that was specially created for Bei Chendong. So, the popularity and reputation of other actors on the same level as Bei Chendong would not accept a role that Bei Chendong no longer wanted. If they were to replace a newcomer, then the film would no longer have any value and meaning. No matter how much they invested into it, it would be like throwing a stone into the ocean. After all, not everyone had the same box office appeal as Bai Qindong over the past few days. The news of Tongning keeping a ghost had already faded away as the attention was taken up by other newcomers. However, due to pressure from Hai Rui, the police still managed to find Xianxia, who was responsible for checking the wires. Xianxia confessed that he had indeed received money, but he had never seen the person who paid him. Every time he contacted the police, they found out that the person was using a virtual phone and was using a public phone. The money he received was also in cash, so he was reminded to collect it from a designated location. It was obvious that the person was cautious and meticulous. In fact, they were very skilled and appeared to be a habitual criminal. Afterwards, Hai Rui and the police announced the details of the incident. Although the trail ended with Xianxia, the police used a strict tone to tell everyone that they and Hai Rui would not stop looking for the mastermind. As soon as the incident was announced, the media and netizens were in an uproar. As a result, the rumors that Tongning had suffered a backlash were also dispelled. This was the first time since Tongning announced her comeback that she had revealed the dark secrets behind her back to the surface. Mo Ting's intention was simple. He wanted to tell those that were afraid of Tongning that she was simply being framed and that she had nothing to do with her actions. Of course, he didn't want Tongning to star in other people's films anymore. After all, WH was already a masterpiece in its own right. Plus, a disaster film like this was perfect to hone an actor's acting skills. He also believed that after this film was released, Tongning would definitely emerge from her chrysalis. Tang Xian should be thankful that she has a smart assistant. Tongning put down the script that was filled with markings and turned to look at Mo Ting. Actually, I can follow this lead. Your current task is to prepare for filming. Don't worry about a small matter like this. After all, we still have a long way to go. Mo Ting stopped flipping through the documents and looked at Tongning with a deeper meaning. This completely shows how jealous and afraid she is of me. I should feel happy. Every day that I'm alive is torture for her. Tongning's gaze paused for a moment before returning to the script in her hands. I will be more careful from now on. She wanted to cause trouble for Tang Xian in the business world, but it was, after all, the Tang family's business. If he really did hit her, Tongning would feel even more guilty towards Tang Xian and be even more forgiving towards her. What was there to be afraid of? Some people couldn't help but make a move. With this thought, Mo Ting continued to focus on the documents in his hands. That evening, on Tang Xian's desk was a stack of documents her assistant had found for her. Actually, it was just a clue that he had gotten someone to follow the old master's lawyer. President Tang, from the looks of it, the chairman has already secretly written his will, the assistant said as he stood in front of Tang Xian's desk. Plus what? According to my friend at the law firm, the chairman seems to have passed the power of the Tang family to Tongning. The assistant hesitated for a few seconds before telling Tang Xian the truth. It was because the old man had told him not to stand on the wrong side and that the power of the Tang family would eventually fall into Tongning's hands. Although it was just a hint, it was enough to show how scheming Elder Tang was. After hearing this, Tang Xian crushed the document in her hand into a ball of paper. I've done everything I could to take over Tangkor, yet grandfather has decided to hand the Tang family to Tongning. How am I inferior to her? President Tang, what do you plan to do next? What do I plan to do? Of course, I can't let the power of the Tang family fall into someone else's hands, Tang Xian said as she clenched her fists. Since Tongning has already married into her dream family, she shouldn't compete with me for the Tang family. Do you have a plan in mind? The assistant asked. Let me think about it. The incident with the wire had already alerted the enemy. So, it was impossible for her to make a move on Tongning now. So, the person she needed to deal with first was Elder Tang, the chairman of Tangkor and her grandfather. Let me go home and have a chat with grandfather. You are the big miss of the Tang family and the rightful successor. No matter what happens, I will be by your side to help you. The assistant took the opportunity to reveal his sincerity. Tang Xian nodded her head. In this world, the only person she could trust was the person by her side. Even though he was only an assistant, late at night, Tang Xian entered the Tang family home. As soon as she saw Mother Tang, she glared at her coldly and walked over to Elder Tang's study room. "Grandfather, I am Xiaoxian. I want to have a chat with you." "Your grandfather is not in the study room." Mother Tang's voice was cold. Tang Xian turned around and prepared to enter Elder Tang's bedroom. But, after a moment of surprise, Tang Xian suddenly turned to Mother Tang and said, "Over the years, you have treated us well, but that doesn't change the fact that you stole someone else's husband and had an affair with Tongning. Since you are shameless, I don't mind giving in to your daughter." "Xia Yuling, did you think that your daughter has nothing to do with the world? She is actually the most cunning one. She actually tricked grandfather into writing a will to hand the Tang family over to her. Let me tell you, as long as I am in this family, I will not let you and your daughter live a good life. Even if Tongning is already married." At first, Mother Tang was angry. But, after hearing these words, she sneered and felt relieved. She was well aware that Tongning would never do anything behind her back. This meant, in Elder Tang's heart, Tongning was still the hope of the family. "I used to think that you simply had the temper of a spoiled heiress. But it's not until now that I've realized, you are actually evil." After speaking, Mother Tang returned to her bedroom like she had made a decision. Previously, she had been wavering because she still had a trace of reluctance to leave this family. But now, she already knew what was most important. After returning to her bedroom, Mother Tang held back her tears. Finally, with trembling hands, she pulled out her phone and gave her best friend a phone call. "Xiao Jia, can I ask you for a favor? I need a venue and to notify the media. I want to put an end to the Tang family's history. Let's talk about it in person." But, before that, she wanted to see Tongning one last time. For the time being, Tongning decided to spend all her time working out and trying to figure out her character. To truly understand the inner workings of an author, Mo Ting arranged for Tongning to join an author's chat group. At this time, Tongning finally realized that writing required a lot of time and effort from conception to completion. From the creation of the world to the appearance of a supporting character, everything required a lot of thought. Of course, nothing could be done overnight. In order to truly immerse herself in the script, Tongning even found a few foreign disaster films and seriously imagined herself as the main character. Sometimes, he wondered if people would feel shocked when they saw the character he was playing on the screen. Like this, Tongning spent an entire day reading. When Mo Ting returned home, he found Tongning still looking at the script in the same position. He immediately approached her, took the script from her hands and turned off the TV in the living room. "It's time to rest. I just want to read a little more." "No," Mo Ting took the script from her and ordered her to go back to her room to get some rest. Tongning tried to grab the script back, but Mo Ting raised it high in the air. Tongning took advantage of the situation and wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's waist. She suddenly smiled. "It feels good to have someone controlling me." Mo Ting lowered his arms and hugged her. "Go do some exercise. You need to stretch your muscles." "You asked me to cook for you to stretch my muscles. It's not like I'm going to walk the runway. Can I go into the kitchen now?" Not walking the runway is not a reason to get injured. If you have scars on your body, you won't look good on set. What kind of man would try so hard to prevent his wife from entering the kitchen? Tongning's eyes curved as she looked at Mo Ting seriously. Plus, in the script, the author is considered half a housewife. She also needs to enter the kitchen during filming. Let's talk about filming later. After speaking, Mo Ting let go of Tongning. After joining the set this time, there will be a lot of filming. When the time comes, you will realize how precious the free time you have right now is. If I don't want to cook, then you shouldn't either. Let Auntie do it. Accompany me for a nap. Mo Ting looked at Tongning's red eyes and nodded his head. Let's go. Accompany me to get changed. The couple carried each other into the changing room and returned to the bedroom together. However, not long after they lay in bed, Mo Ting leaned over and whispered in Tongning's ear, "Your mother wants to see you. Will you go see her?" Tongning's originally closed eyes suddenly opened. After a few seconds of silence, she replied, "I don't want to see him." "Then I'll reject it for you." But, a few minutes later, she changed her mind. "When will it be? Where is it?" At Hai Rue. When the time comes, I'll give you some privacy. Alright. After answering, Tongning threw herself into Emoting's arms and quickly fell asleep. In the dim room, Emoting was not sleepy at all. Because he knew that Mother Tang was contacting the media. If it wasn't something big, why would she make such a big fuss? But what was it that required her to contact the media? Meanwhile, it had been a few days since Bai Qindong moved into his Beijing apartment. However, Han Xiner found an excuse to return home. Every morning, she would come over and leave at night. It turned out that it was such a difficult thing to get close to someone. Could it be that he didn't have anything attractive about him? She just felt afraid. That night, after Han Xiner helped Bai Qindong change his bandages, she prepared to pack up and leave. But Bai Qindong suddenly grabbed onto the corner of her shirt and said, "Why don't you stay and rehearse with me tonight?" "No. Besides, I don't know how to do it." Han Xiner immediately refused. What a joke. She had already tried her best to avoid being alone with Bai Qindong. If she continued to rehearse with him, wouldn't she be digging her own grave? "I don't need you to know how to do it. Just pretend to be Tongning and I will guide you." Bai Qindong placed the script on the table without looking at Han Xiner. In fact, his voice was a little cold. "I will be on set at the end of the month and I haven't prepared for it yet. Do you want Tongning's first film to flop?" Han Xiner's heart raced. In the end, she made up her mind, okay. Although Bai Qindong managed to convince Han Xiner to stay, he couldn't even compare to 10% of Tongning in her heart. This made him a little unhappy. He really wanted to teach this brat a lesson. He was the lazy Bai Qindong. This was the first time in his life that he had to use such a roundabout method to woo a woman. God knows how hard it was for him to endure. He didn't like crowded places, he didn't like to live in Beijing, and he didn't like to listen to the traffic, and he didn't like to beat around the bush. But for the sake of this brat, he endured everything. What else did she want? Then, come here. Han Xiner put down her handbag and sat down in front of Bai Qindong. What do you need me to do? Bai Qindong looked at the solemn expression on Han Xiner's face and looked at her nervous expression. In the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He picked up the script and asked, "If I were to woo you, what would you think?" Han Xiner's eyes grew wide in shock. You're joking, right?" "Yep, I'm just joking." Bai Qindong took advantage of the situation and continued, "These are lines from the script." That's good, that's good." Han Xiner's heart raced as it almost jumped out of her chest. But, after a moment of reaction, Han Xiner suddenly threw a punch at Bai Qindong. "You jerk." Bai Qindong looked at Han Xiner like he was looking at an idiot. He then held up the script and said, "Come, let's rehearse." "Okay. By the way, when can I remove this troublesome sling from my arm?" "Before you start filming anyway." In reality, Han Xiner had already flipped through a few pages of the script and roughly knew what kind of story it was. She actually quite liked the idea. If Tongning and Bai Qindong were to film it together, it would definitely be shocking and exciting. Plus, if she were to help Bai Qindong rehearse, she would be making a contribution, right? But the main character, the doctor, was really... She made one's scalp go numb, just like Bai Qindong. "Actually, the reason why I rarely go out is because I'm lazy and don't want to socialize. It's not because I'm strange," Bai Qindong explained. After quite some time, Bai Qindong finally defended himself. He then laughed self-deprecatingly. "I never imagined that the outside world would make me so mysterious. And that you would be so afraid of me." This time, Han Xiner scratched her head awkwardly. But, at a time when no one was paying attention to the entertainment news, the century-old Tang family had a huge scandal. Late at night, Mother Tang was packing her belongings. As soon as Father Tang saw this, he asked as he removed his white coat, "Why are you packing your jewelry box all of a sudden?" "Qin Wen, I have plans to go out with a friend tomorrow. If you need anything, give the housekeeper a call," Mother Tang said as she put down her belongings. "Okay, I just finished a few surgeries and am tired. I'm going to go have a bath," Father Tang said as he wrapped his arms around Mother Tang's shoulders. "Have fun." "Okay," Mother Tang nodded her head with tears in her eyes. "I've already heard about what happened to Tang Xian. She's still young, don't lower yourself to her level." She had heard these words for over 20 years and endured it all the way until today. But, when her patience didn't bring her understanding and reward, she felt like her life was nothing but a joke in the eyes of others. Hurry and have a bath. You must be tired from the whole day, Mother Tang said as she pushed Father Tang into the bathroom. As she returned to the mirror, she realized her hair had started to turn white. It turned out, looks really did age. No one noticed that something was wrong with Mother Tang, apart from Tang Jingxian. The next morning, as he noticed Mother Tang's eyes were red, he asked with concern, "Auntie, are you sick?" "No, something got into my eyes yesterday. I woke up like this after a nap." "I will go see the doctor in a moment," Mother Tang explained. "That's good. By the way, I will be going on holiday for a few days. Take good care of your father." Tang Jingxian nodded his head casually before he watched as Mother Tang left through the front door without looking back. After leaving the Tang family home, Mother Tang headed straight for Hai Rui. Although Tongning said she wouldn't be seeing her, she still accompanied Mo Ting to the office early in the morning. Mo Ting worked while she read her script. Mo Ting could tell that Tongning was both cruel and pitiful towards her mother. "President, Auntie is here," Lu Che knocked on the door and informed Mo Ting respectfully. At this time Mo Ting stood up and walked over to Tongning. "Let's go." Tongning put down her script and entered the VIP room with Mo Ting. Mother Tang was already sitting on the sofa with a haggard expression. "Ting. Go do what you need to do, it's fine." Tongning didn't acknowledge her as her mother, so he naturally wouldn't acknowledge her as his mother-in-law either. Plus, he understood Tongning was doing this to avoid making things awkward for him. So, he nodded his head and left the VIP room. "Xiaoning. Why are you looking for me?" Tongning's tone was cold and distant, but Mother Tang was already used to Tongning's attitude, so she didn't mind. She simply grabbed Tongning's hand and replied. "I remembered that you haven't given me your dowry for your wedding, so I sent it to you. I know you can have anything you want after marrying Mo Ting, but these are just a small token of my appreciation. You can do whatever you want with them." Mother Tang pushed the jewelry box towards Tongning. "By the way, are your injuries okay?" "It's just a scratch," Tongning replied stiffly. "That's good. Tang Xian is too evil." As she spoke, Mother Tang reached out her hand to touch Tongning's face. But, just as she was about to touch it, she suddenly lowered her hand. "Okay, I've come to see you. From now on, the two of you need to live a good life together. I'll be leaving now." Tongning did not move. To be exact, she sensed something wasn't right. As a meticulous and sensitive person, she could clearly sense that Mrs. Tang had an indescribable sense of freedom when she saw her this time. It was as if she had let go of everything that had been weighing down on her heart. "Xiaoning, I want to hug you." Tongning did not say a word as Mother Tang pounced over and gave her a hug before turning to leave. Tongning looked at the jewelry box on the table and felt a little upset. After so many years, she no longer felt like she had a mother. But, for some reason, at this moment, she suddenly wondered. If Mother Tang was to leave the Tang family and live with her, would she be willing to do so? But, when she thought about it, she realized she had put so much effort into the Tang family. Wasn't the answer obvious? Tongning did not say a word as she watched Mother Tang leave. Afterwards, Mo Ting entered the VIP room and pulled her into his embrace as he asked, "Why do you look so pale?" "I feel like something has happened," Tongning replied as she looked at Mo Ting. Mo Ting nodded his head as he looked at her pale face. "Your mother has already contacted the media and booked a hotel. The time will be 3 p.m. What does she want to do?" Tongning suddenly felt anxious. Mo Ting hugged her and gave her a little bit of strength. As her husband, he could control the entire entertainment industry, but he couldn't help Tongning face her family. Unfortunately, family was Tongning's biggest weakness. She should be asking her what she wants to say. "Just a moment ago, when she handed me the jewelry, I already felt something was wrong. Ting. I'll get someone to stop her." Mo Ting knew what she wanted to say, so he immediately gave Lu Che a phone call. After calming down, Tongning also gave the Tang family home a phone call. The person who picked up the phone was the housekeeper. "Third miss, are you asking about the madam?" "The madam said she was going on a holiday for a few days." In that case, has anything happened to the Tang family over the past few days? The housekeeper froze for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to tell Tang Ning everything that Tang Xian had said to Mother Tang the day before. Third miss, the big miss may have been provoked by something, that's why she was so disrespectful towards the madam. Normally, she doesn't go this far. After hearing this, Tang Ning immediately hung up the phone and gave Tang Xian a phone call. This was the first time she had called Tang Xian about Mother Tang. Of course, her tone was cold as ice. Tang Xian, if anything happens to my mother, I will make sure you are buried with her. You've already crossed my bottom line. I've already stolen everything from the Tang family. I'm also determined to be the Tang family's successor. Tang Xian's gaze darkened. She was interested in Tang Ning's provocation. Your mother has always been a dog raised by the Tang family. What? You used to ignore her, but now your heart aches for her? At home, she has always been hitting and scolding people. Is this the first time you've heard of this? Tang Xian's voice slightly trembled. This was because she wasn't confident enough. After all, she was the one that was bullying Tang Xian. If Elder Tang was to find out and Tang Ning added fuel to the fire, Elder Tang's position in the family might actually be shaken. But, she couldn't possibly admit defeat in front of Tang Ning, even if it was just words. Tang Xian. Tang Ning yelled. Just you wait. Ning, I couldn't stop her. Perhaps she was afraid you would notice something was wrong with her, so she left quickly. Let's go straight to the hotel. Mo Ting said as he wrapped his arm around Tang Ning's waist and turned around. Seeing Tang Ning like this, his heart ached. But, there was nothing he could do. After receiving Tang Ning's call, Tang Xian threw her phone on the desk. Seeing her face turn red, her assistant asked quietly, President Tang, what happened? Tang Xian stood up from her chair and looked at the words Executive President on the glass door. She sneered. Tang Ning said she is here to steal the position of heir. Tang Ning said it herself? Logically speaking, she wouldn't say something like this. That's because she found out about how I humiliated her mother at home, Tang Xian scoffed. Tang Xian scoffed. Wait, Tang Ning just mentioned something happened to Xia Yuling. Could it be that her shameless mother has finally realized what she's done and has decided to end her life? If that's the case, I'm really happy. President Tang, I don't think something's right. Why don't we give her a phone call and ask? Her assistant was meticulous. She deduced that Tang Ning had always stood aloof from worldly affairs, so she wouldn't be easily angered unless the situation was really serious. Why should I call her? Xia Yuling must be using this to force grandfather to pressure me. She wouldn't want to die. After speaking, Tang Xian continued to bury her head in her work. As for the will, after her argument with Xia Yuling, Tang Xian no longer wanted to argue with Elder Tang. It was better for her to hold on to the shares as soon as possible. That was the only way to win. Tang Ning couldn't understand what was going on, so she felt even more afraid. She thought Xia Yuling had done something drastic because she was provoked by Tang Xian. But, in reality, this thought had been hidden in Xia Yuling's heart for over 20 years. Every day and every night, whenever she tossed and turned in bed, she would think about this secret a few times. Mo Ting understood that Tang Ning was nervous. The more she stayed silent, the more she struggled. I've thought about it over and over again, but I can't think of anything she wants to expose to the media. I can feel that she's already prepared for the worst. Mo Ting reached out his hand and held on to Tang Ning's cold hands, comforting her. Let her say what she wants to say. Afterwards, we just need to keep her here. Lu Che has already contacted the hotel. When the time comes, we won't let her leave on her own. Ting. It's fine. Listen to me. I'm here. Hearing this, Tang Ning suddenly calmed down. Because she knew that she still had a shoulder that she could rely on. Nothing would happen. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let her say what she wants to say. Her identity was no longer a secret, and the worst that could happen was that she would appear in the entertainment news headlines again. She had withstood even greater destruction. Could it be that she was still afraid of the truth being exposed? Soon, their car arrived near the hotel. In order not to cause a commotion, the two of them did not get out of the car. Instead, they sat in the car and waited quietly. Lu Che has arrived at the lobby. Mom is in room 3023. The afternoon press conference will be held in Hall 2. Mom? It's been a long time since I've called her by her name in such a serious manner. Do you really not mind her? No matter what, she brought you into this world, and I'm grateful to her. Listen to me and bring Mom home. Don't torture yourself anymore. In the future, you will also become a mother. Mo Ting could completely see through Tongning, especially her complicated feelings towards Xia Yuling. She needed someone to make decisions for her and stabilize her wavering heart. Tongning held on to Mo Ting's hand and nodded her head. You are the head of the family, I'll listen to you. Father Tang felt a little strange. From the moment he woke up in the morning and saw Xia Yuling's empty jewelry box, he had been feeling uneasy. Plus, he couldn't get through to Xia Yuling's phone number. So, he contacted a few of Xia Yuling's regular friends. In the end, he discovered that no one had gone out with her and she had never told anyone about her plans. Could it be that Tang Xian's incident had hurt her? After thinking for a moment, Father Tang packed his things and left work early. After making a phone call home, he headed straight for Tang Xian's office. Father, what's going on today? Tongning called me and said some strange things. Why did you? Tang Xian stood up from her chair and walked over to Father Tang. What's going on? Just as Father Tang was about to reply, Tang Xian's assistant rushed in and said, President Tang, I found out that Madame Tang contacted the media. I'm not sure what she's trying to do. What? Father Tang jumped up from the sofa in shock. Father. What's going on? Tang Xian asked as she held on to Father Tang. Father Tang took a deep breath and glared at Tang Xian. Why did you say such harsh things to your auntie the other day? Did you know that you may have harmed both me and yourself? Father. What do you mean? What I mean is, if you don't hurry and stop her, you can forget about being the big miss of the Tang family. After speaking, Father Tang chased after Tang Xian. But, he had no idea where to find Xia Yuling. At this moment, there were less than 40 minutes left until the press conference began. Tang Xian watched in confusion as Father Tang left. She suddenly felt a little amused. What's wrong with my father? Something big has happened. Press conference? I want to see what other tricks this woman has up her sleeves. Does she think she can escape her identity as a mistress just because she sees the reporters? Stop her? Why should I stop her? Let her see the reporters, Tang Xian said confidently to her assistant. It seemed she had no sense of danger at all. Her assistant took a deep breath but did not say a word. Mo Ting guessed that the Tang family would come to stop her, but surprisingly, they did not appear before the press conference began. But, even if they did appear, it would be useless. Because, today, he was going to make Xia Yuling reveal all the secrets she wanted to reveal. He had a feeling that this was the key to unraveling the knot in their hearts. Father Tang drove to the hotel, but the traffic was so heavy that it was impossible for him to make it to the hotel Xia Yuling was staying at. It didn't take long before the reporters began to arrive. Accompanied by her good friend, Shao Jia, Xia Yuling entered the hotel's second ballroom. With Mo Ting's help, Tongning entered the hotel through a side door. But, to avoid a commotion, Tongning and Mo Ting had no choice but to hide in their room and wait for news. Time passed quickly. Soon, it was 3 p.m. Xia Yuling's good friend was a famous radio host. The only reason Xia Yuling was able to gather the media was because of her. The reporters received news from the inside and knew that it was related to the Tang family. That's why they were willing to make a move. Of course, even if they didn't say anything, the identity of Tongning's mother was already enough to attract attention. After all, the news of Tongning keeping a ghost had only just begun to die down. Xia Yuling glanced at her friend. After receiving her encouragement, she took a deep breath and approached the media. She then bowed to them. Hello, friends from the media. My name is Xia Yuling, the daughter-in-law of the chairman of Tangkor. If you are still unfamiliar with my identity, then I would like to introduce you to my other identity. I am Tongning's mother. Today, I have something to say. It seems, the Tang family is about to release big news. If she is the daughter-in-law of the chairman, then wouldn't she be the mistress? Didn't Tongning's mother previously expose herself as a mistress? Below the stage, the reporters were already discussing amongst themselves. They were extremely interested in the secret that Xia Yuling was about to reveal. After all, it involved Tongning. From a model to the actress that she was today, Tongning's every step of the way was completed under the watchful eyes of the media. Even today, she was still the center of attention, even if it was her mother. I've always been called a mistress. After all these years, I've already gotten used to being called a mistress. I thought it was worth it to keep a few secrets for the sake of the most important people. After all, everyone has their own story to tell. But, it's only now that I've realized, because I've always been called a mistress, my daughter has suffered a lot. She debuted at the age of 17 and has never asked for a single cent from the Tang family. She has worked so hard to get to where she is today. Because of me, her mother, I've embarrassed her. I feel sorry for my daughter, Xia Yuling said in seriousness. Xia Yuling spoke in a serious tone. She tried her best to raise her voice so that everyone could hear her clearly. In that case, Ms. Xia, are you here today to apologize to the public? The female reporter immediately asked. No, I'm not here to apologize. I'm here to clarify things. Because, if I don't step out now, I can't guarantee that my daughter won't be harmed again. As soon as these words left her mouth, the media were in an uproar. The meaning behind her words was too obvious. She knew who the culprit was. Does that mean you know who the mastermind behind the incident that happened to Hidden Expert was? Oh God. I know, but I have no evidence. That's why I'm standing here today to tell everyone that I'm not a mistress. Xia Yuling's voice trembled as she spoke. Today, I want to reveal the truth. My husband's first wife wasn't the heiress of Zhongheng Corporation, Liang Fengqing, but... Xia Yuling was interrupted by her friend. Elder Tang had called her. Do you want to answer? It? Xia Yuling glanced at the media and then at her friend. In order not to back down, she stood on the stage and grabbed the phone from the media. Sorry, I need 2 minutes. I have an important call to make. After that, she said hello into the phone. Yuling, I already know about your press conference. Dad, I'm sorry. But I'm sorry. The way Tang Xian hurt Tongning has already bitten my heart. I need to let Tang Xian know that the 3 of us are the children of a mistress. Tongning and I have already endured enough, I don't want to endure any more. I'm not criticizing you. If you want to say something, then say it. Actually, I also want to hear about it, Elder Tang said in a low voice. The old man said in a low voice, I'm just asking you not to hurt the other 2 innocent children with your words. If it wasn't for them, I would have announced it to the world a long time ago. After speaking, Xia Yuling hung up the phone and handed it to her friend. Sorry, let's continue. To let the reporters fully understand the situation, Xia Yuling briefly explained the Tang family's current situation. In the past, the Tang family had kept the news under tight wraps. It wasn't until recently that someone revealed that Tongning was the child of a mistress that the public became extremely curious about the Tang family. How do you plan to clarify the situation today? Even a mistress won't admit to being a mistress. Plus, Liang Fengqing is no longer around. No matter how much you say, you won't be able to prove it. The reporters continued to question Xia Yuling. It seemed, the reporter's words were exactly what Tang Xian was thinking right now. She must be thinking that Xia Yuling was shameless to the extreme. How dare she speak up in front of the media and boast shamelessly? Who said there's no way to prove it? From the handbag in her hand, Xia Yuling pulled out an old marriage certificate, a family photo and a few other small details. She then showed them to the reporters one by one. This is the date Tang Qinwen and I got married. This is the date he and Liang Fengqing registered their marriage. I married Tang Qinwen 6 years before she did. Plus, Tang Xian isn't the Tang family's first child. I have another son and Tongning has an older brother. But, he died of pneumonia when he was 2 years old. You must be wondering why Tang Qinwen married 2 women, right? At that time, Tang Qinwen was sent by my father-in-law to train at the grassroots level. So, I didn't know about his true identity and decided to spend the rest of my life with him. The nightmare began after my son died. Because of that, my health has always been poor. So, Tang Qinwen secretly dated Liang Fengqing and had Tang Xian and then my second son. Originally, Tang Qinwen wanted to divorce me, but I ended up getting pregnant with Tongning. After giving birth to Tongning, I found out he was cheating on me, so I divorced him. After speaking, Xia Yuling pulled out the divorce documents with the dates clearly written on them. Afterwards, Liang Fengqing passed away after giving birth to the fourth son of the Tang family. At this time, Tang Qinwen wanted Tongning to return to her roots. For the sake of a complete family for my daughter, I ended up joining the Tang family. But, after entering the Tang family, I found out I had become their mistress. It turned out, Tang Qinwen used his identity as a poor man to maintain his marriage with me, while using his identity as a rich man to hold a wedding ceremony with Liang Fengqing. But, because they didn't divorce me, they had no choice but to hide it from their elders. It wasn't until I and Tang Qinwen divorced that they registered their marriage. This is also the reason why Tang Xian was already 29 years old and they had only been married for less than 25 years. Tang Qinwen begged me not to reveal the truth. To prevent the other 3 children from getting hurt and finding out that their father was a jerk, I endured for so many years. I thought as a married couple, there was no afterlife and everyone made mistakes. Plus, Liang Fengqing had already left, so no matter how big the mistake was, it had already become a fleeting cloud. But it was only now that I realized I could no longer ignore the hurt and persecution my daughter has received. She had a legitimate reason. Tongning didn't marry Mo Ting as the daughter of a mistress, Mo Ting shook his head. At this moment, facing the sea of reporters and cameras, Xia Yuling revealed the secret that she had kept in her heart for over 20 years. She was no longer afraid of being embarrassed. Between her daughter and her husband, she had made the wrong choice for so many years. Now, it was time for everything to return to normal. So, I would like to ask the media to stop slandering my daughter for being a mistress. I, Xia Yuling, am the rightful mistress and my daughter, Tongning, is a legitimate member of the Tang family. If you have any questions, I can provide you with the evidence. None of this can be faked. I, Xia Yuling, hereby swear that from now on, no one will ever hurt my daughter. The reporters continued to take pictures of Xia Yuling on stage. It seemed they were even trying to capture Xia Yuling's facial expression. It turned out, the Tang family had a scandal like this. It turned out, Tongning had a background like this. As for Xia Yuling, after tolerating her husband for so many years, she finally revealed his wrongdoings for the sake of her daughter. Ms. Xia, aren't you afraid of revenge for exposing the Tang family scandal? Faced with the reporter's questions, Xia Yuling sneered as she wiped away her tears and replied, "Since I am standing here today, I have already prepared myself for my family to be torn apart. I want my daughter to be open and honest. From now on, whether she is on the runway or acting, she will be able to stand tall. Because as her mother, I have never done anything to embarrass her. Revenge? As long as my daughter can live a good life, I have nothing to fear. By the way, thank you all for coming today." After hearing Xia Yuling's response, the reporters began to whisper amongst themselves. It must be because of the Tang family's internal strife and Tongning's difficult situation that Ms. Xia decided to speak up. She fell from a high altitude. I originally thought it was a vicious competition in the industry. But, if it was really the Tang family's doing, no wonder Ms. Xia stepped out to protect Tongning. This was a life-threatening incident. That's right. Regardless of what happened, whether it was as a wife or as a mother, Ms. Xia is a great person. At least, I can't allow myself to be wronged and push my own daughter away for the sake of someone else's child. Either way, the truth has now been revealed. Everyone knows that Tongning is a legitimate member of the Tang family. It seems, Ms. Xia not only needs to defend against the Tang family, she also needs to defend against the Liang family. Revenge. No matter whose revenge it was, she didn't care. In this life, Tang Qinwen had betrayed her once, and she had betrayed Tang Qinwen once. Now they were even, right? Yuling, I never expected you to suffer so much. Her friend held on to her and sighed, "It's good that you've said it, Tongning will understand." After speaking, Xia Yuling's heart felt empty. She didn't know how she got off the stage. All she saw was Tang Qinwen appear at the entrance. But as their eyes met, Xia Yuling quickly averted her gaze. She didn't want her family anymore. All she wanted was her daughter, Xia Yuling and Xia Yuling quickly left the ballroom and entered her room under the protection of the security guards. However, as soon as the door closed, Xia Yuling's emotions completely collapsed. It must have been hard on you, keeping this secret for so many years. Her good friend immediately held her shoulders and advised, since you've already made your choice, just move forward boldly. No matter how bad you are, you still have your daughter and son-in-law. I'm going to go wash my face. Xia Yuling stood up from her friend's arms and stumbled into the bathroom. Even though Xia Yuling's friend was anxious, she knew she had to give her some time and space. But, 10 minutes later, there was still no movement from the bathroom. Her friend paused for a moment. Just as she was about to get up and check on the situation, she heard a hurried knock on the door. Her friend thought it was Tang Qinwen. But, after quite some time, Tang Ning's voice was heard. Auntie Xiao, open the door. Xiao Jia paused for a second before she ran over to the door and opened it. Mo Ting and Tang Ning stood behind the door. They were so tall that people had to look up at them. Your mother is in the bathroom. She's been in there for a while. I'm a little worried. Tang Ning looked behind her. Mo Ting immediately gave Lu Che a phone call. 2 minutes later, the hotel manager handed Tang Ning the key card. Tang Ning pushed open the door and entered. She saw Xia Yuling sitting by the bathtub. She almost broke down. If not for the man behind her giving her strength, she would have already collapsed. Mom. Tang Ning gently called out. As soon as Xia Yuling heard this, she turned her head slightly. As soon as she saw Tang Ning, tears immediately rolled down her cheeks. You're finally willing to call me. Tang Ning walked over to Xia Yuling's side and knelt down in front of her. She held on to Xia Yuling's cold hands. It's all my fault. No, you're not wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. You've remembered everything I've taught you. Xia Yuling took a deep breath. She couldn't bear to part with Tang Ning. She had been waiting for Tang Ning to call her mom for a long time. In that case, let's not talk about it anymore. Let bygones be bygones. From now on, let's live a good life together. No. I still need to get back what you deserve. Xia Yuling shook her head. Xia Yuling shook her head and refused. Originally, she had already prepared for the worst. But, if she was to leave forever, who was going to control the Tang family? You are the legitimate child of the Tang family. You don't need to bow down to anyone. I was too selfish in the past and made your life suffer. Now, I've thought things through. I no longer plan to hide from the Tang family. I will take back everything that belongs to us. Don't you like filming? You should continue filming. As long as you and Mo Ting are happy, I'll be satisfied, Xia Yuling said as she held on to Tang Ning's cheeks. Tang Xian wants to harm you, but I won't let her. Let me be the head of the Tang family. Xia Yuling said as she held on to Tang Ning's cheeks. In the past, I was too weak. Now, I want to protect you. At this moment, Tang Ning felt like her heart had received a heavy blow. All these years, she had never been kind to her mother. But, she never expected that Xia Yuling would endure so much. But, this is your mother's choice. As a daughter, you should respect it, Mo Ting said as he lifted Tang Ning in his arms. She has her own wish to fulfill. Mo Ting is right, Xia Yuling wiped away her tears and stood up. She then took a few steps towards Tang Ning and Mo Ting. From now on, you will not only have a husband, you will also have a mother. Tang Ning burst into tears as she hugged Xia Yuling. Meanwhile, Mo Ting wrapped his arms around Xia Yuling. That's enough. How old are you? Why are you crying like this? If the media capture you crying like this, your image will be ruined. No matter how good your films are, no one will watch them. Tang Ning, I can rest assured handing you over to Mo Ting. But, I still have one more important thing to do. Xia Yuling's eyes were filled with determination as she spoke. She suddenly understood. In order to truly protect Tang Ning and let her do what she wanted to do, she had to seize power. It was time for Tang Xian, the child of a mistress, to step down from her position as executive director. Just in time, Elder Tang called to ask you to return to the Tang family home, Xiao Jia said as she held onto Xia Yuling's phone. No, we're not going to the Tang family. I've worked so hard for the Tang family for so many years. This time, I want someone from the Tang family to come see me. Xiao Jia looked at her good friend and suddenly realized that once a woman's heart hardened, it could have the power to destroy heaven and earth. Tongming was like this in the past, and now, Xia Yuling was the same. Although it was painful to extricate oneself from the abyss of pain, it was the only way to break through the shackles and gain new freedom. Explosive. This is Tongming's real identity. In order to protect her daughter, Mrs. Tang stepped forward and exposed her husband's secret. Revealing the secrets of the rich and powerful, the two families are caught in a shocking scandal. Without a doubt, news about the Tang family immediately became one of the hottest searches. After all, Tongming and her mysterious background had the power to back it up. After all, the person who was originally called the mistress was the real first wife. Moreover, she had suffered many years of humiliation and glances at her. What was even more terrifying was that the person who was called the first wife turned out to be the one who had an affair. This was simply subverting one's worldview, as the incident involved a famous person in the entertainment industry and the Tang family. The public was in a heated discussion. If you think about it carefully, after Tongming fell and got injured, she was even rumored to be keeping a ghost. At the time, she was scolded quite badly and was even replaced by someone else. If all of this was done by the Tang family, then it would be quite scary. What is this? In the world of the rich, they will do anything to seize power. Look, there's an analysis post on the internet. Who is Hai Rui looking for and who is Xia Yuling referring to? It's her, the eldest daughter of the Tang family, Tang Xian. Rumor has it that Tang Xian and Tongming don't get along and that Tongming left the Tang family because of Tang Xian. The young mistress of the Tang family is extremely vicious. I've met her a few times in the past. She's arrogant and thinks highly of herself. The netizens were undoubtedly powerful. It didn't take long before they deduced that Tongming's accident had something to do with Tang Xian. Because in the entire Tang family, she had the worst relationship with Tongming. It seems, Xia Yuling couldn't take it anymore. That's why she decided to reveal the truth. With this, the big miss has become the daughter of a mistress. How dare she bully a true descendant of the Tang family? Xia Yuling should expose her. Tongming left home at the age of 17 and has struggled for so many years on her own. Yet, Tang Xian still won't let her go. All of a sudden, the matter of the Tang siblings became the talk of the netizens. Of course, the reaction of the Tang family was also exceptionally spectacular. After seeing the news from the press conference, Elder Tang sat in the study room for a long time without saying a word. Meanwhile, at the hospital and at school, Tang Yichen and Tang Jingxian were shocked. But they suddenly felt that it wasn't a bad thing for Tang Xian to explode. After all, the Tang family had already been turned into a mess by Tang Xian and there was no one left to hold her back. Tang Qinwen hid in the bathroom, too afraid to step out. All he could do was sit on the floor. He never expected that Xia Yuling would treat him like this. It seemed to be very wrong, but it also seemed to be pardonable, only Tang Xian. After seeing the news, he got up from his office chair and looked at the TV screen. He asked his assistant in disbelief, "This is a joke, right? It's all Xia Yuling's tricks, isn't it? How could I be the daughter of a mistress? My mother is the heiress of the Liang family. How could she be someone's mistress? How is this possible? I don't believe it, I don't believe it." Tang Xian took a few steps back and leaned back in her chair. Her eyes were glazed over, she obviously couldn't accept the truth. "President Tang, it's the truth," his assistant replied respectfully. "Madam Tang has already presented evidence. Evidence can be faked. But documents can't be faked. I don't care." Tang Xian suffered a huge blow as she sat on the floor. "I am the big miss of the Tang family. She is the daughter of a mistress. This must be it must be." The assistant looked at Tang Xian and slowly retreated to one side. He knew that if Tang Xian refused to accept the truth, no matter who tried to talk her out of it, she would view them as her enemy. A strong woman was suddenly told that her mother was a mistress. In fact, it was revealed in front of the entire nation. How was she supposed to face the world from now on? The assistant suddenly pitted Tang Xian. Xia Yuling's move was too ruthless. It was a blow that Tang Xian couldn't fight back at all. So, after all the hares were dead, Tang Xian tried everything she could to deal with Tang Ning. In the end, she suffered a backlash and dug her own grave. This time, the entire nation was going to know that Tang Xian was the daughter of a mistress and that she had viciously schemed against her own sister. No wonder Tang Xian was sitting on the floor in a daze. How was she to leave the house from now on? The assistant continued to accompany her and watch over her. Finally, he received a phone call from Elder Tang. How is Tang Xian? Chairman, she's not doing well, the assistant replied honestly. She's sitting on the floor in a daze and hasn't said a word. Hayes. Take her home. She needs to go see Yuling to admit her mistakes and atone for her sins. Okay, I'll take her home. Immediately, the assistant nodded. She's been tricked even though she's the CEO. From now on, she can forget about the Tang family business. The assistant hung up the phone with a dark look in his eyes. But, he still walked over to Tang Xian's side and carried her off the floor. The chairman wants me to take you home. Tang Xian glanced at the assistant. Perhaps she had mistaken him for her husband, so she hugged him and burst into tears. The assistant sighed. Just as he was about to take her downstairs, Tang Xian's real husband suddenly stepped out of the elevator. Seeing the couple hugging each other, he furrowed his brows. Let go of her. The assistant was a little surprised as he quickly explained, it's the chairman. Don't let me find out that the two of you are having an affair in private. Mr. Zhong, you've misunderstood, the assistant immediately bowed respectfully. Oomph, the man picked up Tang Xian and turned around to enter the elevator. In reality, he was also burning with anger. After marrying him, Tang Xian had been pestering him to let her work and not have children. Now, she was even trying to steal power and hurt her own sister, making it onto the national news. He was, after all, a famous entrepreneur. Yet, he had to endure the ridicule of the public because of his wife. Above all, Tang Xian's identity as the daughter of a mistress had been confirmed. Right now, his entire family was unhappy with Tang Xian. She didn't want children and her identity wasn't pure. This marriage had obviously come to an end. Most importantly, the way Tang Xian's assistant looked at her made him feel uncomfortable. After the press conference, Mo Ting returned to Hyatt Regency with Tang Ning and Xia Yuling. Take mom to freshen up. I'll make you guys something to eat, Mo Ting said as he patted Tang Ning on the head. Mo Ting gently patted Tang Ning on the head and reminded her gently, today, I will allow you to cry. But only today. Tang Ning nodded her head and pulled Xia Yuling into her walk-in closet. Mom, this is my outfit. Just make do with it. Xia Yuling looked around the couple's home. The villa was so big, yet it didn't feel cold at all. Even though it was just the two of them, it gave off the feeling that the couple had put a lot of effort into this home. Especially when she saw a photo of the couple, Xia Yuling calmed down a little as she praised, Xiaoning, you and Mo Ting are a great match. Plus, why is he the one cooking? As long as he's not too busy, he will definitely cook. Plus, he doesn't like me entering the kitchen. He treasures my legs. Tang Ning pulled out some home clothes and handed them to Xia Yuling. If you like it here, you can move in too. This is your little family, how can I disturb you? I have another place to live. Xia Yuling sighed as she held onto Tang Ning's hand. My daughter is very capable and has a husband that dotes on her. In this life, I have nothing else to ask for. I just hope to see my grandson or granddaughter again in my remaining years. There will be, Tang Ning replied with a smile. Go wash up and come out for dinner in a moment. Mo Ting's cooking is really good. I never thought the almighty CEO of Hai Rue, a cold and strict person, would do something so normal. Even without all that, he is still a normal man. He still needs the warmth of a family, Tang Ning smiled. Tonight, you can stay here. I'll sleep with you. What about Mo Ting? Let him stay in the room. Why do I feel like my daughter is bullying him? In my life, I have someone that I can bully, so of course I have to grab hold of the opportunity. After speaking, Tang Ning pushed Xia Yuling into the bathroom. Mom, no matter what decision you make, I will support you and be by your side. But, don't push yourself too hard. Okay, Xia Yuling took a deep breath as she stepped into the bathroom and cheered herself on. No matter what, Tang Ning had returned to her side. Daughter, and son-in-law, After seeing Xia Yuling had finished washing up, Tongning finally made her way downstairs. She gently approached Mo Ting from behind and wrapped her arms around his waist. Today has been a chaotic day. Are you still sad? Mo Ting asked as he cooked. His actions were not restricted by her at all. The most important people are all by my side. I shouldn't be sad no matter what. But, I don't know why, but I just want to cry. I think it's probably because you've always been with me, no matter big or small. I'm touched. I'm already used to it. Mo Ting replied. Ting. Hug me a little longer. Come in front of me. Mo Ting pulled her in front of him and hugged her from behind. He then placed his head on her shoulder. Does this feel better? Much better, Tongning nodded as the corners of her lips curved upwards. My entire body feels warm. After freshening up, Xia Yuling originally wanted to ask Tongning where the hairdryer was. But, as she stood in the kitchen doorway and saw the couple, she immediately kept quiet and did not disturb them. Why would she disturb such a beautiful scene? Half an hour later, a light meal was placed on the dining table. Seeing the exquisite dishes, Xia Yuling smiled. It seems Mo Ting has seriously practiced his culinary skills for your sake. He knew how to cook in the past. Tongning pulled Xia Yuling to sit down. Of course, she didn't forget to defend herself. However, after marrying me, his culinary skills have improved. Mom, have a taste. Xia Yuling nodded her head. Although she had always thought that Mo Ting was a cold and ruthless man, after seeing the couple's life, she suddenly realized that Mo Ting was only ruthless towards outsiders. When it came to family, he was a true man and took care of Tongning meticulously. What do you think? It's delicious. Xia Yuling praised. But, as a wife, you need to understand Mo Ting's hard work. He has to manage the company, be your manager and… Xia Yuling did not continue. She simply laughed at herself and continued, in short, he should be considerate. She is a good wife. Look, that's what he said. Xia Yuling couldn't do anything about Tongning. It had been a few decades since she had experienced warmth like this. She had a meal with her daughter and son-in-law and she had a chat with her beloved family. Thinking of this, Xia Yuling wanted to cry again. But, Tongning held on to her hand and said, since you've already made your decision, don't regret it. The scenery in front of you may not be as good as the scenery behind you. Okay, hurry and eat. We still need to meet with the Tang family tonight. Needless to say, Xia Yuling's plan was to get a divorce with Tang Qinwen. Of course, if they were to get a divorce, they would be taking the Tang family's shares with them. I've already arranged a place for the meeting. Don't worry. I've also sent someone to notify them. Xia Yuling nodded her head. Mo Ting was indeed capable of running a successful business. He always took care of everything. Hurry and eat. You don't need to keep me company after dinner. Go do what you need to do. I'll wander around by myself. Tongning smiled and did not force her. Meanwhile, Xia Yuling was even more surprised. She originally thought that the home of the CEO of Hai Rui would be filled with servants. She never expected that she would be able to enjoy a simple meal. After dinner, Xia Yuling went to the garden to get some fresh air and Mo Ting returned to the study room to deal with some work. Meanwhile, Tongning sat on the sofa and continued to read her script. After having Xia Yuling, Tongning was even more determined to act in well. After all, her identity and freedom as an actress was obtained by Xia Yuling's sacrifice. In order for Tongning to become a good actress, Mo Ting had also sacrificed a lot. For the sake of the people she loved, she was going to use her actions to prove that she, Tongning, was going to become a top-notch actress. As for Tang Xian, it seemed she had suffered quite a blow today. She had always thought that she was above everyone else and that no one could climb up to her. Only now did she realize that she was the one that should be stepped on. That feeling shouldn't have been easy to accept. When she thought about the jewelry box that Xia Yuling had given her, she guessed that her mother must have considered walking down the path of despair. Just like the time when she stumbled upon Han Yufan and Mo Yuro having an affair, for a split second, she thought about ending her life. But, after a while, she realized that things that weren't worth it shouldn't be treated with her precious life. That night, she really wanted to see Tang Xian's expression. Or, was it because she didn't even have the guts to face anyone? It was a rainy night. Mo Ting arranged for a limousine to take the mother and daughter to the hotel. After Xia Yuling's sadness subsided, she was in high spirits with Tang Ning by her side. A person's temperament was determined by their heart. Those who were kind would appear as calm and elegant as a chrysanthemum flower. This was a 5-star hotel, a place that was especially popular with artists. Even so, Tang Ning and Xia Yuling's appearance still attracted the attention of the people around them. A woman that dared to expose her husband and a mother that was willing to protect her daughter, the light that shone from her body was eye-catching. "Mom, you might as well debut with me. There are so many people looking at you," Tang Ning couldn't help but laugh. "How old is your mother? How can you still joke around?" Xia Yuling smiled as she looked around. "Where's Mo Ting? He still has other matters to attend to. Your son-in-law won't go missing." Tang Ning finally won back her mother and opened her heart. "Don't worry, he'll be here soon. Stop tormenting him. Otherwise, the Mo family will be heartbroken." "I'm the one who's heartbroken." Tang Ning hooked her arm around Xia Yuling's and walked to the lift. Under the guidance of a waiter, they arrived at the door of a private room. "Please enter. The other guests have already arrived." Xia Yuling suddenly hid her smile and looked like she was ready for battle. This made Tang Ning's expression turn serious as well. Not long after, the door to the private room swung open. The first person that came into view was Elder Tang, who was sitting in the main seat. He held onto his walking stick and continuously rubbed his fingers against the smooth surface of the stick. His expression was calm and dignified. On the other hand, Tang Qinwen was leaning back in his chair in defeat. His eyes were lifeless. It seemed he had yet to recover from the events of the day. Tang Yichen and Tang Jingxian had their heads lowered as they whispered to each other. Only Tang Xian stared unblinkingly at the couple. Her gaze was cold and piercing. Xia Yuling scoffed as she led Tang Ning to their seats. She tried her best not to look at her husband. "Yuling," Elder Tang said in a deep voice. His voice sounded like it came from a deep valley, empty and unfamiliar. "I never expected you to keep such a big secret from me. You must have suffered all these years." "Father, I hope you won't blame me for ruining the Tang family's reputation. After all, I already gave them a warning, but someone didn't hold back. So, I had no choice but to do this. After all, no one wants to be forced into a desperate situation." Xia Yuling replied calmly. She knew Tang Ning needed her protection. Grandpa Xing nodded. After a moment of silence, he said, "Since the whole family is here today, let's sit down and talk about it. We can plan for the future as soon as possible. Yuling, you're the victim. Tell me what you think first. I'll try my best to satisfy you." "Grandfather," Tang Xian cried anxiously, "you trust this woman so much? Now that the entire world knows that I, Xia Yuling, am legitimate, why can't you accept this reality?" "Tang Xian, I told you. I'll make you regret it." "Yuling, speak." Elder Tang pushed Tang Xian away and waved at Xia Yuling. "I want to get a divorce from Tang Qinwen, so I simply want to split our assets. Together with the shares that Tang Ning has in my hands, our shares combined will only be equal to yours. I don't ask for anything else. I have done something wrong to the Tang family and made my 2 children unable to hold their heads up high. But, I still want to know how you plan to deal with Tang Xian," Xia Yuling asked in a serious and strict tone. Hearing the word divorce, Tang Qinwen finally reacted. He looked at Xia Yuling in disbelief. He looked at his wife, who had suddenly become so strong. After hearing Xia Yuling's words, Elder Tang lowered his head and remained silent for a moment. In the end, he said in a hoarse voice, "Yuling, is the anger in your heart still not gone? I can transfer the shares under my name to you. But, you and that jerk have already been together for half a lifetime. Are you really going to break up like this?" Xia Yuling was moved, but she still replied firmly, "As long as Tang Xian exists in the Tang family, the 2 of us will not exist. I've already removed Tang Xian from her position as acting CEO. From now on, I will not allow her to enter Tangkor again. Even so, is there no way to change the situation?" "Grandfather." Tang Xian stood. Up in a hurry, I am your granddaughter. I am the only one that has the Tang family's blood flowing through my veins. You are simply the child of a mistress. Xia Yuling used the same words that Tang Xian had said to Tang Xian in the past. Your existence is illegal, Tang Xian. If that's the case, second brother is also. But second brother is kind, while you are evil. You should really thank second brother and fourth sister. Otherwise, I would have revealed the truth a long time ago. Would I have allowed you to strut around for so many years? Xia Yuling laughed. You and I both know what happened to Tang Ning. Luckily, nothing happened to her this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let her off so easily. After speaking, Xia Yuling looked at Elder Tang and said stubbornly, Father, if you want me to return to the Tang family home, I can. But, if I go in, Tang Xian has to leave. She has done so many wrong things, shouldn't she be punished? Or, are you going to continue to cover up for her and allow her to make even bigger mistakes? How did Tang Ning leave in the past? How does Tang Xian leave now? Tang Ning has gotten to where she is today without relying on the Tang family. Since Tang Xian thinks she is a piece of cake, then she should go out and give it a try. Let's see how the big miss of the Tang family will fare in the same situation. Elder Tang once again fell into deep thought. But because he did not reject Tang Xian began to panic. Grandfather. You can't be. Okay, Elder Tang agreed in a straightforward manner. Since Tang Xian was the cause of this incident, we should make her pay the price. It wouldn't be unreasonable for her to leave the Tang family with nothing. If you can do it, I can return to the Tang family. But Qin Wen and I will resolve our own matters. Please don't get involved. I also agree, Elder Tang nodded. Grandfather. You can't be so cruel. I am your granddaughter. Tang Xian suddenly knelt down in front of Elder Tang in a panic. You can't do this to me. Tang Ning has been out on her own since she was 17 years old. I remember how happy you were when she left. Now that it's your turn, are you worried? Elder Tang asked. It's not that I don't know about the despicable things you have done. I've already given you plenty of chances to change for the better. Yet, not only have you not realized your mistakes, you've even worsened them. Tang Xian, you are already 29 years old, not 19 years old. If you really want to sit in a high position, then go out and rely on your own capabilities. The Tang family can't afford to keep you around. You even tried to harm your own sister. If one day I don't do what you want, will you kill me as well? Let's go. After hearing Elder Tang's final words, Tang Xian finally stood up from the ground. I bet all of you can't wait for me to die, can you? Your life is your own. If you still want to use it to threaten me, then do whatever you want. Elder Tang's voice turned cold. Tang Xian looked at the calm Tang Ning sipping her tea and then at the other siblings. She couldn't help but sneer, even you guys are on Tang Ning's side? We simply want a peaceful and harmonious family. We don't like to steal and argue. Plus, Sister 2 and I can tell that Sister 3 has no intention of taking over the Tang family. Yet, you continued to pressure her and even planned the fall incident. Big sister, you're not as capable as you think you are. The only reason you can dominate us is because you're jealous, Tang Jingxian said in a calm and strict manner. Tang Jingxian said coldly and sternly, since you're already married, then focus on your family. Don't cause so much trouble and make us feel bad. Plus, haven't you noticed that Sister 3 has been tolerating you all this time? She defeated so many people and earned her current position in the dirty and complicated entertainment industry. Did you think your methods could compare to hers? She's simply been making you. You can think whatever you want. Either way, Sister 2 and I feel that the current outcome is a happy one. After speaking, Tang Jingxian returned to his seat. It was obvious that he and Tang Yichen had been holding a grudge against Tang Xian for a long time. Because, deep down, they already knew what kind of person Tang Xian was. But, they couldn't be blamed for being cold-blooded. After all, Tang Xian's words had always been about benefits. After hearing Tang Jingshuan's words, Tang Xian nodded her head sadly. At this moment, the entire family had turned against her. It turned out, not a single person was willing to stand on her side. This was exactly what they meant by an unjust cause finds no support. This was exactly what was happening right before their eyes. Let's not talk so much. After we return home, pack your things and leave. Elder Tang said before he placed his gaze on his son. There's another person in the family that should be punished. I never imagined that my son, who has been practicing medicine and saving lives, would do something so despicable. Father. I've also suffered over the years, Tang Qinwen said in a dull voice. Tang Qinwen said in a hoarse voice, I also feel sorry for Yuling, but I really don't have the courage to admit it. I should also leave. I should be like Tang Xian, leaving with nothing. Alright. Traitors should end up like this. From today onwards, the Tang family no longer have Tang Xian and Tang Qinwen. In this way, the old master's wish will be fulfilled. After speaking, the old man stood up. A look of confusion appeared on his aged face. I'm old, I almost became muddle-headed. Xiaoning, can you escort grandfather out? Tongning looked at Elder Tang and nodded her head gently. She then stood up from her seat and walked over to him. The grandfather and granddaughter walked downstairs. It was also raining and they both sat in the same car. The old man looked at Tongning and asked gently, Grandfather will ask you one more time. Are you really not willing to take over my responsibilities? Tongning looked at Elder Tang and shook her head, Grandfather, everyone is born with a mission and a path to walk. I can only say sorry to you. What do you have to be sorry about? Elder Tang turned his gaze back to Tongning. You've been out on the road since you were young, so you've seen through the fickleness of human nature. Grandfather should have known that you can't force things like this. Forget it. Actually, my mother is a trustworthy helper, Grandfather. You little brat, you've already placed your hopes on your mother, Elder Tang scolded jokingly. However, he still nodded his head. If one day, Grandfather and your mother are unable to move, can I hand the Tang family over to you? That would be many years in the future. Tongning remained silent for a few seconds. She couldn't bear to reject the old man, so she finally nodded her head, I agree. Okay, then it's settled. Child, Grandfather has owed you too much over the years. Tongning knew that Elder Tang still had a reputation in his heart. Perhaps her heart had been bitterly disappointed, but it didn't mean that Elder Tang's heart wasn't clear. However, as the head of the family, his life was too difficult. Grandfather, that's all in the past. One day, bring Mo Ting home for dinner. Only that rascal has the guts to be your husband. As for whether he's in the entertainment industry or not, I can't control him anymore. After this incident, Elder Tang felt like his heart had aged beyond recognition. As for matters concerning his children and grandchildren, he would leave them to worry about. Okay, I'll ask him to bring you some tea leaves you like, Tongning nodded her head in seriousness. Finally, Tongning stepped out of the car. At this time Mo Ting appeared beside her with an umbrella like last time. Grandfather has praised you. Mo Ting wrapped his arm around Tongning and said, in the entire Beijing, he won't be able to find another grandson-in-law as outstanding as you. President Mo, your skin is getting thicker. Let's go take Mom home. Just as the two of them were about to turn around, a group of people from the Tang family walked out of the hotel. Xia Yuling and Tang Yichen walked together, while Tang Xian and Tang Qinwen walked together. Brother-in-law. Tang Jingxian leaned over in admiration, but Tongning pushed him away. Meanwhile, Xia Yuling looked at Tang Xian and her husband. They were both in a daze. Especially on a rainy night, their bodies appeared unusually weak. Xia Yuling couldn't bear to see them like this, so she asked Mo Ting for an umbrella and handed it to Tang Qinwen, here. Tang Qinwen received the umbrella with tears in his eyes, thank you for still taking care of the Tang family. I've let you down. We're even now, Xia Yuling replied. I will return to your side. After saying this, Tang Qinwen held on to the black umbrella and left. Meanwhile, Tang Xian glared at everyone angrily. Don't think that just because you kicked me out of the Tang family, I won't be able to do anything about it. Unless I die, none of you will get away with it. If you want revenge, then come at me. It has nothing to do with them. Xia Yuling said as she shielded Tongning and the others. Tang Xian, this is all your fault. If you didn't have such evil intentions, perhaps the Tang family would have been yours a long time ago. Enough with the nonsense. This matter isn't over yet. If worst comes to worst, I'll just start all over again. After speaking, Tang Xian ran off into the rain and disappeared from everyone's sight. There's no end to this, Tang Jingxian scoffed. He then looked at Tang Ning and begged, Sister 3. Can you help me beg brother-in-law to let me enter Hai Rui to sing? You can become a trainee based on your own abilities, Tang Ning replied. In that case, should I join your production as an extra? You'd rather give up on being the fourth master of the Tang family than act as a corpse? Mo Ting raised an eyebrow. If that's your wish, I can fulfill it. Really? If you really want to be an extra in your sister's film, you need to receive at least 3 months of training before you can act as a corpse. What's my sister's new film about? It's so good. Does she even need to train as a corpse? Tang Jingxian asked. A disaster film. The kind where the entire world dies and only one survivor is left. Tang Ning replied. Either way, focus on your studies. Don't even think about entering the entertainment industry. None of you have ever heard me sing. How do you know I can't do it? Tang Jingxian asked unhappily. Sister 3, you've been challenged before, but in the end, you still proved yourself. Why don't you give me a chance? I'm not necessarily worse than a singer from Hai Rui. Even grandfather isn't against me anymore. Jingxian, let auntie speak up for you. You and Yichen can go home first. Tang Yichen couldn't stand Tang Jingshuan's fawning, so she grabbed his collar and dragged him towards her car. Auntie, you need to remember. Yichen sure is cold on the outside, Tang Ning sighed. She's actually cold on the outside but warm on the inside, Tang Ning sighed. She then hooked her arm around Xia Yuling's arm. Come stay at my place tonight, you promised me. Xia Yuling nodded her head helplessly. Mo Ting protected his wife and mother-in-law as the family of 3 quickly boarded the car and drove home. After arriving home, Tang Ning returned to her bedroom to freshen up while Xia Yuling sat in the living room reading through the script. Seeing her daughter diligently taking notes, Xia Yuling couldn't help but sigh. She never imagined that her daughter would one day become an actress. A moment later, Tang Ning returned to the living room and smiled at Xia Yuling. I'm going to pour Mo Ting a glass of milk. Wait a moment, I'm afraid he's hungry. In that case, I'll make you guys some supper. No need, Mom. He doesn't have the habit of eating supper. After speaking, Tang Ning quickly took care of Mo Ting and returned to Xia Yuling's side. How are you going to convince me to let Jingxian enter the entertainment industry? Everyone has their own ambitions. Don't you understand Jingxian? With his stubborn temper, even if you don't let him in, won't he still think of other ways? Tang Ning was silent for a moment before saying, but this industry. Mom understands. Tell him to hide his identity and not to use the Tang family's name. Let's torture him a little, and then he'll return to the Tang family. Tang Ning smiled without saying a word. She knew deep down, once Tang Jingxian entered the industry, he would never be able to escape. But, how was she going to explain this to Elder Tang? Who would inherit the Tang family in the future? But, Xia Yuling was right. When the time came, she would just have to think of a way to get Tang Jingxian back. It wasn't like she was completely out of options. Okay, I'll agree to your request. But, I will not give him any special privileges. Even I have to do things according to the rules. Tang Ning said this to prevent Tang Jingxian from thinking that she or Hai Rui were supporting him. He knows this better than you. Actually, that child has a very strong ego. How many years has it been since you've leaned on your mother like this? Xia Yuling asked as she leaned on her shoulder. It's been many years, read your script. Mom will also watch TV. Tang Ning nodded her head. Just like that, the mother and daughter sat there until late into the night. This was something that Xia Yuling never dared to imagine. She never imagined that her daughter would one day forgive her and lean on her like this. A few hours later, Tang Ning fell asleep. However, her arms were numb and sore. Just as Xia Yuling was about to wake Tang Ning up, Mo Ting appeared behind them and said gently, Mom, let me take over. You can sleep now, the guest room has already been prepared. After speaking, he placed his hand on Tang Ning's head and cupped it in his palm. Xia Yuling nodded her head and stood up to leave. Meanwhile, Mo Ting gently placed Tongning down on the sofa. In that case, you keep her company. After speaking, Xia Yuling entered the guest room. However, just as she closed the door, she saw Mo Ting carry Tongning and the corners of her lips subconsciously curved upwards. Ting, huh? Mo Ting carried Tongning back to the bedroom and placed her on the bed. I want to kiss you. After speaking, Tongning suddenly opened her eyes, hooked her arms around Mo Ting's neck and gave him a passionate kiss. Afterwards, Tongning whispered in Mo Ting's ear, I still want you. Their bodies were inseparable, their combination was unfathomable and they were deeply entangled. Nothing could prove how deep their feelings for each other were. After the pleasure, Mo Ting hugged Tongning to calm down. Although they were both covered in sweat, they were still tightly hugging each other. Although they had already been married for half a year, the relationship between the couple had not faded at all. In fact, it had grown even stronger. How strong was it? So strong that even if you wanted my life, I would give it to you right away, as long as you continued to love me. We're about to start filming. Before that, I need to stick to you every day. Okay, Mo Ting smiled as he patted her long hair. Late at night. Zhong family home. Tang Xian rarely appeared with her husband in front of her in-laws. But now, she had nowhere to go. The Tang family refused to let her through the front door and even threw her things out. Mom, keep Xiaoxian company for a while. I still need to work. After speaking, the man grabbed his jacket and left. Tang Xian looked at her mother-in-law cautiously. She was actually a little nervous. Mother Zhong glanced at her and smiled. Don't be nervous. I've heard about what happened with the Tang family, Xiaoxian. It's not that I want to nag, but if your stomach is strong and you give birth to a child earlier, Elder Tang might be a little more lenient towards you on account of me. Although Tang Xian knew Mother Zhong's reminder had a deeper meaning, it was hard to deny that it had helped Tang Xian resolve her predicament. Mom, don't worry, I will give you a grandchild as soon as possible. That's good. Mother Zhong patted her on the back of her hand with a much friendlier expression. If she had a child, she would have another bargaining chip when she fought for the Tang family's possessions. When that time came, whether it was a mistress or a wife, it would all be gone. It was obvious, Mother Zhong had more foresight than Tang Xian. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were unexpectedly on the same side. Actually, it wasn't that Mother Zhong didn't dislike Tongning. But, regardless of whether she was a mistress or a wife, she was still part of the Tang family's bloodline and would definitely benefit from it in the future. Plus, they had already been married for so many years. Even if they got divorced, they might not be able to find a wife that satisfied him. So, she might as well train this one. From the looks of it, Tongning was still clear-headed. But, it all depended on whether she was strong or not. If Tang Xian couldn't win against Xia Yuling, what if she added another child? She might have a chance of winning, but, was Tongning a vegetarian? Meanwhile, Han Xiner had already been Bai Chendong's training partner for a good few days. After confirming that Bai Chendong would be joining the cast in 5 days, Han Xiner secretly rejoiced. But, Bai Chendong noticed and narrowed his eyes. You seem happy to hear that. I'm joining the cast? Han Xiner cleared her throat and smiled at the cold man. It's because I don't know anything. I feel like I've caused you a lot of trouble. Bai Chendong withdrew his gaze and replied calmly, you have indeed caused me quite a bit of trouble. She had always wanted to pounce on him and kiss him. In that case, once you join the cast and start filming, you won't feel annoyed anymore. Han Xiner put down her script. She had decided to leave work early tonight and go out to watch a movie. But, was this man going to let her go? Your hands can move on their own now. I want to go home early today. Is there someone else at home? No. Han Xiner replied. But, it's been a long time since I've had some personal time. I want to go out and buy some things and go shopping. I'll go with you, Bai Chendong suddenly offered. Huh? Han Xiner was surprised. You? National treasure actor? Go shopping with me? No, I don't want to be surrounded by people. Don't you think it's better to be with me? Bai Chendong asked as he pointed to himself. You'd rather be with Tongning than stay here? Because I like Ningjia. Are you trying to say that you don't like me? So being with me is torture? Han Xiner was stunned. Did she say that? Plus, Bai Qindong was almost 33 years old, he was a few days older than Mo Ting. How come his thoughts weren't as mature and stable as someone his age? I want to go watch a movie. In that case, I'll go with you. Don't worry, after I disguise myself, no one will recognize me. After speaking, Bai Qindong entered the bedroom to disguise himself. Soon, a bearded man appeared in front of Han Xiner. Can you leave now? Who knows, the headlines tomorrow will say that a little assistant has an affair with a big star. Han Xiner was shocked. In that case, you can go. Bai Qindong collapsed onto the sofa in defeat. Worst of all, Han Xiner quickly ran away. Was he really that scary? With a gloomy expression, Bai Qindong gave Mo Ting a phone call, put Tongning on the phone. Mo Ting raised his eyebrows. Did he eat dynamite? Even so, he still put Tongning on the phone. Your assistant is a bit stupid, no, really stupid. From the looks of it, Bai Qindong had been tormented by Han Xiner to the point of going crazy. He tried to be nice to her, but Han Xiner simply avoided him time and time again. It was like she didn't understand his intentions. To deal with Xianxia, you have to make use of her sympathy. As the saying goes, you have to injure yourself to gain the confidence of others. You acted like I was a superstar and you had to serve me. Of course, Xiner chose to be perfunctory with you. After all, it's not like she hasn't seen a handsome man before. My husband has already shocked her enough, so you have to show her how good you are. Do you understand? He's so lazy. How would he know how to cater to her tastes? Mo Ting replied calmly. With his personality of wanting to sleep with someone on the first day and register their marriage the next day, he doesn't like the complicated process of chasing someone. That's why no woman would want to marry him. Bai Qindong was hit where it hurt, so he directly hung up the phone. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was as Mo Ting said, he didn't like to drag things out. So, there were a few times when he wanted to hold on to Han Xiner and ask her if she wanted to be with him. But, because he knew she would reject him, he didn't get the chance to ask. Tongning wondered, was this the trick of injuring herself to gain the confidence of others? Other people chased after their idols and never got to see them once in their entire lives. Yet, she spent all her time by the side of a national treasure. Why didn't she think about flirting with him and looking at his beauty? Bai Qindong couldn't understand. He was an almighty actor, yet he was chasing after a mere assistant. Wasn't that a bit too degrading? Preparations for WH were nearing its final stages. During this time, Tongning disappeared from the public eye and focused on studying her script. However, 2 days before she was to start filming, she heard the good news that Stupid had been confirmed. This was the first film she had ever participated in, so it was very important to her. It's confirmed to be released in June. So, when the time comes, you will need to take part in the promotions. Of course. Tongning smiled. By the way, I heard you've actually arranged for Xianxia to apply for Hai Rui's training program? He's currently called Luo Xing. He's given himself a stage name. It's obvious he wants to break away from the Tang family. You can't open the back door for him. I've always been strict. I'm already like this with you, so I'm sure he understands this, Mo Ting said as he hugged Tongning. No one can achieve instant success. I'm sure Tang Jingxian understands this. But, I must admit, his voice is indeed special. Don't worry, I will definitely deliver a satisfactory result for WH. There will be a lot of explosions in the film. You need to be careful, Mo Ting reminded Tongning in seriousness. As he kissed Tongning, he emphasized, Bai Qindong has taken Han Xiner, so I don't think she'll be coming back. As for Long Jia, I don't think it's appropriate for her to be around either. After all, she and Lu Che are currently preparing for pregnancy, so it's not suitable for her to travel around with you. I will help you find another assistant. As long as she's sensible, Tongning didn't have high expectations for her assistant. She didn't need one that was too bad-tempered or tiring to talk. In reality, if she didn't need to focus on filming, she wouldn't even need an assistant to take care of her. How much I want to follow you, this time I have Bai Qindong and Zihao. You don't need to worry. Mo Ting did not say a word as he hugged Tongning tightly. President Mo, you are becoming more and more childish. I simply want to go out and film. But, without you by my side, I can't eat well and I can't sleep well. I'm already used to having you in my life, Mo Ting said gently. After filming, hurry home. When I have time, I'll visit you on set. Tong Ning felt helpless. My mother and Xianxia are relying on you. We are husband and wife, I don't need you to remind me of this. Meanwhile, after not seeing Tong Ning for a long time, Tong Ning's fans seemed to have developed a form of lovesickness as they all logged on to Mo Ting's social media page to ask for her. Mo Ting, hand over Tong Ning. She hasn't appeared in a long time. Has she already started making babies? What activities does Tong Ning have planned for next? President Mo, we all miss her. Seeing this, Tong Ning couldn't help but laugh. So, she took a selfie and uploaded it to Mo Ting's account. Tong Ning is not missing. When Han Xiner found out that Tong Ning had a new assistant, she was both shocked and hurt. Because, when she joined the production team, her task of taking care of Bai Chendong was completely over. Originally, she wanted to return to Tong Ning's side. But, who would have thought, Tong Ning had found another assistant. Originally, Han Xiner simply wanted to make a guest appearance. Did she really think she would be able to stay by Tong Ning's side forever? Why are you in a daze? Bai Chendong couldn't help but ask as he saw Han Xiner walking in front. Ning Jia already has an assistant. I think. It's time for me to retire, Han Xiner replied as she turned around and looked at Bai Chendong with a disappointed expression. She already has an assistant. But I don't, Bai Chendong looked down at her. Are you telling me that following her isn't as good as following me? Look at her new assistant. She's not as pretty as you, nor is she as smart as you. Shouldn't you show her what you're capable of? Are you going to make Tong Ning regret changing people? Han Xiner did not respond. In reality, she was a little hurt. After all, Tong Ning hadn't even said hello to her. Was she really that useless? Forget it. You look like you're going to suffer if you follow me. I won't force you. After speaking, Bai Chendong grabbed his luggage and turned to leave. However, Han Xiner held him back. You're going to be alone. I've always been alone. Either you become my assistant, or I go alone, Bai Chendong replied straightforwardly. Han Xiner glanced at Tong Ning and her new assistant before looking at Bai Chendong. In the end, she nodded her head. Okay then, I'll be your assistant. Words don't count. I already prepared a contract. Let's sign it first. Han Xiner. At this moment, Han Xiner finally realized how scary Bai Chendong was when he was a man of action. Did he already want to sign her? Otherwise, why would he have already prepared a contract and carry it around with him? Can you at least give me some time to look at the contract? What's there to look at? Double your salary. Sign it. Bai Chendong flipped to the last page of the contract and handed it to Han Xiner. Han Xiner was a little surprised, but she still signed the contract. In reality, if she was a little more careful, she wouldn't have sold herself for 30 years without noticing. The impatient Bai Chendong revealed a rare smile after putting away the contract. He then led Han Xiner towards Tong Ning. Tong Ning remained calm as she played along with Bai Chendong's act. Xiner. Because I wasn't sure when you would be back, Ting decided to let Yan Shu be my assistant for now. It's okay, she already signed it to me. After saying this, Bai Chendong quickly dragged Han Xiner away. Meanwhile, Tong Ning couldn't help but laugh as she followed behind. Life is really like a play, it all depends on acting skills. No wonder Bai Chendong was able to become a national treasure actor. Weren't you a little too fierce to Ning Jia? She didn't do anything wrong. She doesn't want you anymore. That's right. It's not that she doesn't want me. In fact, she's already helped me enough. Don't hold a grudge against her, Han Xiner said in seriousness. If you want me to not hold a grudge against her, that's fine, but that depends on your performance. Han Xiner did not feel like she was being lied to. In reality, as Mo Ting's cousin, Bai Chendong and Mo Ting did not emit the aura of kind-hearted humans. Of course, Mo Ting's methods were done in the dark, while Bai Chendong was straightforward. He had an impatient personality and was lazy to the bone. It was simple, he didn't think anyone else was more suitable to be with Han Xiner than him. Not long after, WH held a secret opening ceremony. As the producer, Mo Ting also attended. In reality, Mo Ting had higher expectations for this film than he did for Stupid. After all, disaster films were still lacking in the domestic market. If Hai Rui could really produce a high-quality film, it would be very meaningful for both him and Tongning. President Mo, thank you so much, and Zihao said in seriousness. It's not that I haven't approached other people, but, when it comes to money, my judgment has always been accurate, Mo Ting replied confidently. Don't worry, I will take good care of Tongning, and Zihao understood what Mo Ting was worried about. Last time, the incident with Hidden Expert had happened right in front of him. Perhaps, it would be something that he would be afraid of for the rest of his life. While you're at it, keep an eye on Bai Qindong, Mo Ting whispered. As soon as he enters the set, the only person he will listen to is the director. Don't worry. When the time is right, I will pay attention to our promotions. After all, in the entertainment industry, there were always newcomers that became famous and people that were forgotten. And Zihao had never worried about promotions. With the way Hai Rui operated, there was nothing he couldn't think of, but nothing they couldn't do. This time, let's see how Tongning performs. If WH is released in the second half of the year, Tongning will definitely have a chance of winning the Best Newcomer award. In reality, if Hai Rui wanted to, the Best Newcomer award was already in the bag. But, all these years, Mo Ting had never interfered with the judging process. Even though she is my wife, she still needs to speak with her capabilities. After hearing Mo Ting's words, and Zihao did not say another word. This was a sign of Mo Ting's trust in Tongning. In reality, it also proved that Tongning was indeed capable. There's an important scene in the first scene. Do you want to watch it before you leave? No need. I want to save this surprise for last. After speaking, Mo Ting turned around and left. However, as soon as Mo Ting left, Tongning's heart began to feel empty. But, it didn't take long before her attention was diverted. Just like Zihao said, the first scene was going to be an important one. A small town had an outbreak of germs and everyone was investigating the cause. During the day, Bai Qindong's husband would treat a patient. But, at night, after returning home, he would lock himself in the bathroom for 2 hours. At the beginning, Tongning's wife would have a dream about her body rotting. Afterwards, she would enter the bathroom and smell a horrible stench. At the same time, she would also see the strange back view of her husband. They also had a Labrador and the big dog kept chasing after her husband. As soon as it saw him, it would pounce on him. In the end, the wife had no choice but to lock the dog in a cage. The town hasn't been very peaceful lately. Try not to leave the house. The wife looked at her husband's back with a confused expression. Afterwards, she slowly approached her husband. Just as she was about to see what he was doing, her husband suddenly turned around. The wife was given a scare. The first scene was a close-up of Tongning's frightened face. The crew had no idea that Tongning would act so realistically when she was frightened. Her face turned pale like she had seen something terrifying. As a result, everyone on set broke out in a cold sweat. In reality, the reason why Tongning had such a high completion rate was because she had already practiced her character at home hundreds of times, and Tongning's serious attitude made Bai Qindong feel extremely satisfied. While Tongning and Bai Qindong were acting, Han Xiner and Song Yanshu were also standing to one side. Han Xiner glanced at Song Yanshu and said, "Ning Jia is a very good person. I hope you can take good care of her." "Don't worry, I will." Song Yanshu was relatively petite, but her facial features were just like her name. She had the aura of a southern woman and a scholarly aura. You need to remember the things she doesn't like. Song Yanshu smiled as the mole between her eyebrows glistened. "Xiner, I'm actually quite envious of you." "Envious of me? Why?" Han Xiner was confused. "Don't be envious of me. I've been suffering for the first half of my life. To be honest, I actually want to be Bai Qindong's assistant." Song Yanshu pointed to Bai Qindong with her chin. "But, he only wants you. You are the only assistant he has, the only one." "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, I once applied to be Bai Qindong's assistant when he was still working as an actor at a small agency. But, Bai Qindong said he didn't need one. Plus, in almost 10 years, I've never seen anyone specially take care of him. You are the only one, Xianxia explained patiently. The only reason I agreed to be Tanning's assistant was because Bai Chendong asked for you. Huh? Han Xiner was stunned and Xianxia did not say another word. Was this her way of getting back at Bai Chendong for ignoring her in the past? Good luck to him. After the first scene ended, Bai Chendong's entire body was soaked in blood. So, the stench made him want to vomit. But, his great assistant was nowhere to be seen. After Xianxia covered Tanning with a thin blanket, she turned to Bai Chendong who was looking for Han Xiner and said, Xiner seems to be making a fuss about leaving. Leave? Why? Bai Chendong furrowed his brows. She knows you tricked her into signing a contract with you, Xianxia replied straightforwardly. Tanning couldn't help but laugh as she left with her assistant, leaving Bai Chendong alone. Ignoring the smell of blood on his body, he stormed into the hotel and stopped Han Xiner, who was dragging her luggage. Where are you going? Home, Han Xiner replied angrily. You just signed a contract with me. Why are you going home? You're not allowed. Bai Chendong grabbed Han Xiner's luggage and headed straight for the set. But because Han Xiner was packing in a hurry, she didn't even close the zipper of her luggage. So, Bai Chendong only took a few steps before the contents of her luggage fell out. Not only that, her originally packed underwear also rolled out. Han Xiner's expression immediately changed. As for the other staff, they looked at Bai Chendong and held back their laughter as they reminded him, Donggu, your underwear has fallen. Bai Chendong looked down and glared at the man. He then nonchalantly bent down to pick it up, held it in his hand and continued walking. Han Xiner's face had already turned the color of liver as she chased after him. Bai Chendong, give it back to me. If you say you're not leaving, I'll give it back to you. Bai Chendong said as he hooked onto his underwear. Can you be any more shameless? Han Xiner asked as she gritted her teeth. All I care about is the result. I don't know what shamelessness is. Bai Chendong replied calmly. At this moment, his expression was extremely calm. His face was not red or his heart was racing. Do you still want your heart-shaped underwear? Shameless. I'm scared of you. Give it back to me. Han Xiner jumped up and tried to snatch it back. You're already a 32-year-old man. Don't you feel embarrassed? Let me ask you, what's wrong with following me? Bai Chendong asked as he held onto the underwear tightly and crossed his arms. Why do you insist on me being your assistant? Because you've successfully attracted my attention by treating me like a pervert. That's what you do in the romance novels I read. Han Xiner said angrily. How did you know I read romance novels? Han Xiner. Han Xiner was actually thinking, why doesn't the heavens strike this devil down with lightning? How is he not a pervert? What kind of normal man would threaten a woman with her underwear? Why should I be the assistant of someone that's always playing tricks on me? In that case, I'll play tricks on you and you can be my assistant. You must have bought your Best Actor award with money. Han Xiner glared at him. You're as shameless as a national treasure. Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to count to 3. If you don't agree by then, I'm going to. Stop. Han Xiner snatched her underwear from his hands and stuffed it back into the suitcase. Go back to your filming. I won't leave, okay? Leave the suitcase to me. I said I won't leave, so I won't leave, Han Xiner scoffed. Han Xiner scoffed, I'm not like someone who would do anything to achieve their goals. I almost misunderstood Xianxia. How do you know she wasn't willing to give you to me? Bai Chendong asked as he raised an eyebrow. Compared to you, I definitely trust her. After speaking, Han Xiner dragged her luggage back to the hotel. A moment later, she returned on set with Bai Chendong's jacket. She wished she could hold on to the jerk in her hands. What national treasure, he was simply a pervert in the movies. No wonder he chose to act in WH. He was like a carbon copy of him and was much more suitable than the prince. Back then, she had thought he was like a cold and aloof person. She couldn't have made such a mistake. The second scene was to film a good friend pleading for help from the author. She had already been infected, but the husband stopped her friend and warned her not to appear in front of the author again. The wife was confused. She had no idea what was going on in town, so she got into a huge argument with her husband. After the argument, the wife stormed out of the house to find their beloved pet lying in the yard on the verge of death. Just as she was about to take a closer look, her husband pulled her away again. Like this, the wife was kept in the dark by her husband. Meanwhile, the husband continued to save people, conduct all sorts of research and come up with all sorts of solutions. But, all of them ended in failure. Like this, a terrifying disaster was about to happen. As the people on set watched the scenes being filmed one by one, they felt extremely satisfied. Tongming's honest expression of her emotions was enough to draw them into the film. As for the husband that Bai Chendong played, he made them feel like he really was a carrier. Even seeing him in private made their hair stand on end. Of course, this also included Han Xiner. Especially after Bai Chendong finished filming, Han Xiner did not dare to get close to him. "What are you doing?" "I can't help it. It's your fault for acting so well. I feel like you are carrying a virus that is contagious," Han Xiner explained. "In that case, would you think I'm cute if I went to film an animated film in the future?" Bai Chendong asked. "I'm hungry, let's go eat." "But, I think the film is really good." "You are quite amazing," Han Xiner said from the bottom of her heart. Although she said this, deep down, she was completely convinced by Bai Chendong's acting. Tongming's scenes became bigger and bigger. Sometimes, they even involved explosions. Every time there was a scene like this, Mo Ting would personally make an appearance and arrange for someone to check for any hidden dangers. Only after ensuring that nothing went wrong would he allow Tongming and Bai Chendong to continue filming. Just like that, the famous model Tongming disappeared from the public eye and no longer appeared on the runway. Everyone in the fashion industry felt it was a shame. No one would have thought that she would choose to become an actress when her modeling career was at its peak. But, up until this point, people had only seen her audition videos. The actual product was still nowhere to be seen. During this time, all sorts of talent shows were held and reality shows became popular. Recently, there was even a new group called KNG that had just debuted. They were representing King and Glory. Of course, Hai Rui also released a newcomer. This newcomer was Luo Xing, who was discovered during the auditions due to his unique voice. Everyone thought Luo Xing was his real name and Hai Rui's impression of him was that he was cold and mysterious. So, no one knew about his relationship with Tongming. During his free time, Tang Jingxian sent Tongming a message, "Sister 3, I can finally sing on stage." "When?" Tongming replied as she removed her makeup. "Next Wednesday. The agency has arranged for you to appear on a show." Tongming could tell that Tang Jingshuan's voice was filled with excitement and anticipation. But, Tongming couldn't explain it to him in detail. In the industry, newcomers were always bullied. Right now, they were enjoying the sweetness of being surrounded by the stars. But, in the future, there would be more darkness and depravity. "If there's an emergency, you can look for your brother-in-law," Tongming replied. "If I have some free time, I will go watch you perform." "It's okay. You are currently filming. Work is more important." Tang Jingxian did not take Tongming's words to heart and had no intention of looking for Mo Ting. He had already said that he would make a name for himself, so he would never rely on anyone's help. Tongming understood his temper. Perhaps, it was time for him to experience some setbacks. "Yanshu, do I have any free time next Wednesday?" Tongming asked her assistant after putting down her phone. Song Yanshu looked at her schedule and replied, "In theory, you don't have any free time. But, on that day, you can ask Nzihao for a day off." "Huh?" Tongming didn't quite understand. "Your birthday." Tongming let out a gentle laugh and nodded her head. "I can't believe time has passed so quickly. I'm almost 27. President Mo should have made arrangements that day." This was the first birthday she had ever celebrated with Mo Ting. She wondered if he would remember. Actually, all these years, Tongming had always been on her own. She didn't have the habit of celebrating birthdays with others. Even though she looked forward to it when she was with Han Yufan, now that she thought about it, Han Yufan's perfunctory attitude. She had completely lost interest in this day. "That's it. Help me change, the next match is about to begin, alright. In reality, wasn't as easy to shoot as its name suggested. Because it was a disaster film, for the sake of realism, Tongning and Bai Qindong were often tortured by the environment. Many of them were filming in the rain. Blood and corpses, as well as horror and emotions, intertwined the scenes of this movie. A lot of people found it hard to endure. Although Xianxia was a newcomer, he had high expectations for his work. Even an actor like Bai Qindong failed multiple times in his hands, let alone the other supporting actors. Above all, there were a lot of seaside scenes where they ended up fighting in the water. At that time, Tongning practically spent the entire day in the water and her fingers were wrinkled from soaking in the water. Tongning works hard in everything she does. This reminded Xianxia of the time when she was a model. Before they even met, he had already created a lot of trouble for Tongning. Above all, he never expected Tongning to be so thoughtful. To be honest, seeing Tongning's dedication, Xianxia felt a little pressured. After all, Mo Ting was right beside him as he watched Tongning get hit by the waves over and over again. Her hard work will eventually be seen by everyone. The strange thing was, Mo Ting did not step forward to stop her or ask her to stop because he understood Tongning's determination to create a good character. It wasn't until the end that he finally grabbed a towel and rushed over to Tongning's side. No matter how strong the waves were, he carried her in his arms and carried her back to shore. Every time I see you like this, I regret pulling you into the cast. But, every time I see you finish a scene, I feel like it was the right decision. I'm very conflicted. Tongning let Mo Ting dry her hair as she smiled, your decision was the right one. Every time I think about the fact that the audience will be able to see my character on screen, I feel extremely satisfied and proud. By the way, President Mo. I want to take a day off next Wednesday, Tongning begged as she piqued her head out from under the thick towel. What do you want to do? Mo Ting asked gently. Do you know what day it is? How could I forget my wife's birthday? Mo Ting replied before wiping her hair. What do you want to do? I'll be here with you. I want to go watch Xianxia perform. I'll arrange it, Mo Ting agreed. Tongning had been filming for an entire month without a break. Plus, this was her first birthday since marrying him, so he couldn't just casually celebrate it. We finished filming for today. Let's go back to the hotel and get some rest. But I still want to do it again. You need to give Bai Qindong a chance and time. He doesn't really want to be with you, Mo Ting said as he placed a kiss on Tongning's forehead. That scene just now was already good enough. If you were to fall into the water again, my heart would be broken. Don't worry, I'm not going to let you fall into the water again. Tongning turned around and glanced at Bai Qindong. She couldn't help but laugh. Has there been no progress between him and Xianxia? Although we're cousins, there's still a difference in the way people think. In reality, Bai Qindong's patience was about to run out. How could Xianxia not have the slightest bit of interest towards him? Was there a problem with his figure? Was there a problem with his looks? Or did she think he was too old? In reality, just as Tongning expected, Tang Jingxian was about to experience the filth and darkness of the entertainment industry right after enjoying the glory of being in the limelight. Worst of all, this was happening while Tongning was busy filming. But, this time, he wasn't doing it for himself. He was doing it for Tongning. Since they were siblings and lived in the same environment, they were naturally interdependent. Of course, there was another reason. Not everyone could rely on themselves. It was a music awards ceremony and as a newcomer, Tang Jingxian was given a rare opportunity to perform on stage. 2 days before the ceremony, Tang Jingxian was given a rehearsal. As Tang Jingxian had joined Hai Rui without letting anyone know of his identity, he was currently in the hands of a manager that had several artists under his care. KG's team was also rehearsing. As they were all newcomers, Tang Jingxian ended up sharing a waiting room with them. But, during this time, someone from the opposing team grabbed the magazine that Tang Jingxian had on the cover and started to write insults on it. This model is called Tongning, isn't she? She must be good in bed, that's why she managed to catch the CEO of Hai Rui. Look at her legs. Any man would want to touch them. She's taller than you, don't even think about it. If I ever get the chance, I will make sure she can't get out of bed. Pa Tang Jingxian heard someone slam the table and stand up. He stood up and glared at the three people sitting on the sofa. His gaze was dark and piercing. Who are you insulting? Seeing Tang Jingshuan's anger, 3 17 to 18-year-olds stood up as well. Their dyed hair fluttered in the wind as they looked at Tang Jingxian and laughed. Tongning, what's wrong? Hey, don't cause trouble. He is from Hai Rui, one of the teammates warned the arrogant youngster in a much calmer tone. The youngster scoffed and spat. So what if Hai Rui does? Do you think you can control everything? Do you think I can insult Tongning? Which agency are you from? Tang Jingxian asked. I'm telling you, don't offend Hai Rui. The team leader held on to his teammate. The team leader pulled his teammate back and said to Tang Jingxian, he misspoke just now. Please forgive him. Tang Jingxian looked at the youngster and turned to leave. At this time, the three youngsters kicked the coffee table in front of them angrily. He is Hai Rui's new voice designer. His voice is not bad and he sings professionally. He will be our biggest rival. Since he will be our rival, then we should think of a way to teach him a lesson. The three youngsters looked at each other with a tacit understanding. This was how the industry survived. Everyone simply supported each other and stepped on each other. Competition had always been cruel. Actually, when Tang Jingxian went to the rehearsal, he also felt that he was too emotional. Although he was mentally prepared, hearing someone insult his sister in person, anyone would stand up, right? Otherwise, would he still be a man? Furthermore, Tongning was not someone they could humiliate. With this thought, Tang Jingxian sent Tongning a message. Sister 3, if you personally heard someone insulting you, what would you do? Actually, it wasn't just Tang Jingxian. Back then, Hu Jingjing and Tongning had also stood up for each other. They didn't care what the public thought, they simply couldn't hear it with their own ears. As soon as Tongning saw the message, she could guess what was going on, so she quickly replied, ignore them. Just remember their names and tell me. You're not angry? There's no point in me being angry, but the entertainment industry is only this small. One day, they will all fall into my hands. When that time comes. She had always made sure that they didn't even know how they died. Seeing that Tang Jingxian did not respond, Tongning asked again, tell me your name. Don't I have to attend the music awards ceremony on Wednesday? I was at the rehearsal today. Just a moment ago, I ran into KG's people in the waiting room. They were rude to you, so I couldn't help but. Don't be impulsive from now on. The industry isn't as simple as you think. Perhaps, at this time, Tang Jingxian had yet to understand. But, on the other end of the phone, Tongning immediately said to Song Yanshu after putting down her phone, give Longjia a phone call and ask her to help me look into KG's information. Hurry. Okay, you go ahead with your filming. I'll find the information for you in a moment. Song Yanshu understood that Tongning valued relationships. Since she had brought Tang Jingxian into the industry, even though she promised not to interfere, she still couldn't stop worrying. She had entered the industry when she was 17 and it was about to be 10 years. She had already seen countless people. Under these circumstances, she was going to do her best to protect Tang Jingxian. 3 p.m. Tongning was transferred to another set. At this time, Song Yanshu displayed her extraordinary speed as she quickly compiled the information she received from Long Jia and handed it to Tongning. This group is made up of 3 guys. Han Xiang and Rao Zai are both from rich families. They entered the entertainment industry for fun. Plus, they are both problematic youngsters. Their families couldn't control them, so they let them enter the industry. According to Long Jia sources, the 2 of them have a bad record of smoking marijuana. As for the team leader, Wu Yang, he came from the auditions. He is very talented and has a calm personality. He doesn't have any bad habits. All 3 of them are from Ice Age. Recently, because of their good looks, they have become very popular. These 3 can be considered Luo Xing's biggest competitors. Competitors were all from rich families. Ask Long Jia if she can find any records of their marijuana use, Tongning replied calmly. Jingxian isn't prepared. But, in a situation like this, they are in the waiting room and they are competitors. It's easy for them to make a move. Okay. Is there anything else you want me to do? Ask Long Jia to be the team leader. Since she is a clear-headed person, she should know how to weigh the pros and cons if she were to form a team with two people with bad records. It was only a matter of time before they were dragged down with her. Tongning didn't harm people, she simply guarded against people. No one could hurt her friends and family, especially in the entertainment industry. Okay, I'll get to it immediately. Tongning's preparedness was scary. At the same time, she was well thought out. I simply hope the things I prepared won't be used. After hearing Tongning's words, Xianxia felt a little emotional. He felt a little emotional because when this woman made her move, she was completely ruthless like Mo Ting because someone had invaded her territory. In fact, in life, she was really a woman who stood aloof from worldly affairs. At least, it could be said that she rarely pursued money and power. All her efforts were for the people close to her, for the people she loved. Such a woman, thinking about it, was really quite interesting. It didn't take long before Tongning moved to another location and continued filming. The later they got, the more difficult became. So, she and Bai Chendong focused all their energy on their scenes together. They wanted to give the audience the best experience possible. Of course, Xianxia also reported this matter to Mo Ting. Tongning silently agreed. She knew that Xianxia was Mo Ting's manager, so she would definitely report everything that happened on set to him. After hearing about the entire situation, Mo Ting's expression did not change much. He simply replied, "Do as she says." Long Jia's information had always been accurate and fast. It wasn't easy for her to establish this circle of friends and maintain it from the moment she entered the industry. The information that Tongning wanted wasn't a difficult task. All she had to do was ask around a little and she would be able to get it. Most importantly, Lu Che helped her out. The couple quickly found out the whereabouts of the two rich heirs and found out they had bad records when they entered rehab. Most importantly, Lu Che found out that the two recently appeared to be using marijuana because they were looking for resources. Who in the world did they think they were in? Mo Ting's attitude towards artists that used drugs was firm and had zero tolerance. So many people sacrificed their lives at the border every year. Who was going to give the police a second chance? It didn't take long before Tongning had evidence in her hands. She now had the best information. Ning Jia. What do you plan to do now? That depends on what the boys plan to do. As long as they don't provoke Jingxian, I will let the police deal with them quietly. But if they have any ulterior motives, I will have to teach them a lesson, Tongning added after a short pause. Consider it a lesson for Jingxian. It's your birthday that day. It's not as important as protecting Jingxian. Since she agreed to Xia Yuling's request, she had a responsibility. What if Luo Xing makes a mistake? Xianxia asked. We'll see when the time comes. I've actually heard him sing and he's really good. So, I hope to see him perform on stage next Wednesday. After speaking, Tongning looked at herself in the mirror and lowered her head with a smile. Actually, I've never been a big sister, nor have I been a good daughter. I want to play these roles well before Mo Ting and I decide to have a child. I hope the child I raise in the future will be positive and healthy. Do you have any plans for a child? Actually, I plan to have one at the end of the year. I'm already 27 and Ting is 33. It's time we have a child, Tongning replied. Does President Mo know? I don't need to say anything. He always understands me, Tongning smiled before she continued removing her makeup. Of course, after hearing Tongning's words, Xianxia's opinion of Tongning once again changed. Before she came into contact with Tongning, she thought Tongning was like any other artist, she only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. After becoming a tycoon, she didn't have to worry about food and clothes for the rest of her life. So, she thought her life would be shallow. However, in the process of getting along with her, you would realize that she was a very emotional person. She could even be described as interesting. She did not go with the flow, nor did she curry favor with those in power. Do what you like and love the person you love. Standing at a high place, one could let go immediately, and sitting at a low place, one would not feel sorry for oneself. She had a quiet but iron-blooded personality. Although she looked weak, she had a clear line between love and hate. So, she was able to receive Mo Ting's love. People should be able to be high or low. The set was set in the middle of a rainforest. Due to the difficulty of filming and the fact that it was night time, it didn't take long before Tongning and Bai Qindong ran out of energy. As Bai Qindong was soaked in the rain for too long, he ended up running a high fever. Han Xiner ran up and down to take care of him. She gave him fever medicine and ice cubes. In his daze, Bai Qindong spotted Han Xiner and said, "If I knew a fever could make you so nervous, I would have had it a few more times." "Stop joking around," Han Xiner punched him in the chest. "Are you going to keep me company tonight?" Bai Qindong asked pitifully as he sat on a chair. He didn't look like a man in his 30s at all. "If I don't keep you company, who will? If I don't become your assistant, what will you do?" "I will still have to live on my own." For some reason, these words made Han Xiner feel a little emotional. So, her voice became a lot gentler. "Won't you feel lonely? You don't have any family by your side and you don't have any friends. Humans are social animals. A person can't survive alone unless he's sick." Han Xiner understood this feeling all too well. Because of sickness, people would push away their family. Apart from this, there was no other reason why a person would rather endure loneliness. "It's because I'm lazy." After speaking, Bai Qindong closed his eyes, unwilling to continue. In reality, Han Xiner still had a lot of questions in her heart. Why did Bai Qindong insist on making her his assistant? Why was he so lazy? If he was so lazy, why was he so serious about acting? He must have a story. Han Xiner thought confidently in her heart. What could she do to pry open his mouth? In the middle of the night, Bai Qindong's body suddenly started trembling. Han Xiner was so frightened that she immediately wrapped him in a blanket. Bai Qindong took this opportunity to pull her into a hug. However, she slapped him across the face and almost broke his nose. "You jerk, you're taking advantage of me when you have a fever. How did you know I was awake?" Bai Qindong yelled as he held onto his nose. "You've gone too far." "Really? Next time, hold back a little." Bai Qindong took a deep breath and lay down again. "My head really hurts." "I'm not lying to you. Who took care of you when you were sick in the past?" Hearing Han Xiner's question, Bai Qindong suddenly rolled over and mumbled, "You're disturbing my rest. Get out." What a temperamental jerk. But, the more Han Xiner thought about it, the more certain she was that Bai Qindong was definitely hiding something. Soon, it was midnight on Tuesday. Filming started late, but Mo Ting arrived on set early in the morning. He wanted to be the first person to wish his wife a happy birthday on Wednesday morning. Tongning finished filming. As soon as she saw Mo Ting's dignified figure, she walked over and placed a kiss on his cheek. "My first kiss at 27 years old is for the person I love the most. Mrs. Mo, I am here to give myself to you." Mo Ting took the opportunity to hug her and wrap his arm around her waist. "Will you accept this gift? I thought it would be a diamond ring. I thought you would like me to be full of energy." Tongning couldn't help but laugh. The intimacy between the couple quickly attracted the attention of the rest of the crew, especially Bai Qindong. That pair of eyes had a faint flame in them. "Ning Jia, happy birthday," everyone on set cheered. "Tongning, happy birthday." And Zihao smiled at her and gave her a thumbs up. "My gift is to give you a day off. Don't you think you're well loved by your colleagues?" "Thanks." Tongning freed herself from Mo Ting's embrace and bowed to everyone. "Thank you in advance. In that case, shall we be leaving now?" "Let's hurry, President Mo is getting impatient," everyone teased. In reality, everyone had prepared a gift and placed it in Tongning's room. As soon as she returned, she would naturally see it. Even Bai Qindong, under Han Xiner's orders, unwillingly prepared a small gift and placed it amongst the pile of gifts. Of course, the biggest gift was still Tang Jingxuan's appearance on stage. However, this musical night was destined to be extraordinary. By the time they returned home, it was already 2 a.m. As she pushed open the bedroom door, she was pleasantly surprised to see the rose petals all over the floor. Mo Ting quickly carried her from behind. "Do you like it?" Seeing the white candles on the floor and the present on the bedside table, Tongning nodded her head. "It's been a while since I've been home. The hotel bed is hard and you weren't there." Mo Ting lifted Tongning in his arms and placed her on the bed. He then leaned over and pressed his body against hers. His deep and sexy voice sounded beside Tongning's ear. "Madam, a man will go bad if he abstains from sex for too long. You need to make it up to me." Tongning giggled as she lifted her head and planted a kiss on his lips. Like that, the lingering flames were ignited. Perhaps it was because of the fragrance in the bedroom, or perhaps it was because they hadn't been in the same room for too long. The two entangled figures were a little intense. Afterwards, the couple hugged each other and couldn't calm down. "Give me your right hand." "Huh?" Tongning lifted her right hand confusedly. Emoting let go of Tongning and turned around to pick up the box on the bedside table. He then removed the gold bracelet from within. "This is the work of the world-renowned jewelry designer, Lisa. It is a pair of bracelets that is unique in the world. There's nothing special about this bracelet, but it has a special meaning: to grow old together. This was a gift that Lisa gave to her husband. Afterwards, it was auctioned off in the UK and I acquired it. Now, I want to give it to you." This was a work of Lisa's in her later years. She was already old and couldn't do too many exquisite designs. So, apart from making the bracelet look like a vine, she didn't do anything else. "It looks good," Tongning said. The vines were intertwined with each other and didn't separate. Emoting helped Tongning put the bracelet on and Tongning helped him put it on. In the end, the couple interlocked their fingers and leaned against each other as they chatted. "At the end of the year, I will take you to see grandfather." "Why the end of the year? Didn't you plan to have a child at the end of the year?" Emoting laughed. "Let's finish filming first. I need to consolidate your career. By the end of the year, when your status is stable and you receive an important award, grandfather will be even happier. If we bring the baby back to the Mo family home, grandfather will be even happier. Did Xianxia tell you this?" Tongning looked at Emoting. "Also, why don't you go see him now? I just don't want them to push you to have children and make things difficult for you. When that time comes, will you be willing to stop acting every 2 or 3 days? Since we've walked this path, I'll accompany you to the end." In reality, Tongning was indeed worried about this. If she went to see the Mo family and they didn't like what she was doing, what would she do? Of course, Emoting knew it was possible that she would give up everything for him. But, in his heart, helping Tongning realize her dream and having a family did not clash. So, he was considerate enough to give them more time. "Hubby, you're really good to me. Only now do you realize how good I am to you? Looks like I'll have to treat you better in the future." Tongning lay on Emoting's chest and breathed in his fragrant scent. Because of this birthday, she had forgotten all the unhappiness in the past, and her life was once again filled with meaning and hope. This was the man who gave her a career, gave her a second life, and gave her happiness. In this life, she would stay by his side. The next day, friends and family sent their blessings. Long Jia even brought over gifts from many people. Hu Jingjing, who was far away in France, recorded a congratulatory video. Meanwhile, Xia Yuling decided to take the day off and head over to Hyatt Regency to prepare a scrumptious breakfast for Tongning. Emoting and I each prepared half of the food. It's all your favorites. Now that you're no longer on the runway, you should eat more. It's fine if you put on some weight. Tongning looked at the table full of dishes and couldn't help but tear up. "Really?" "Yes, from now on, I won't control myself anymore." "You can eat however you want," Emoting said as he patted her on the head. Tongning was obviously able to hold her own on the outside, but in front of Emoting and Xia Yuling, she was like a pampered little woman. "From now on, I will celebrate every birthday with you." After speaking, Emoting pulled out another box from his pocket and handed it to Xia Yuling. "Mom, this is for you." Xia Yuling was a little surprised as she smiled. "I have another one?" "Her birthday is also your mother's day of suffering. Thank you for allowing her to be by my side." Xia Yuling opened the box and saw an expensive jade bracelet inside. She then closed the box again. "Emoting, I should be the one thanking you for doting on Tongning and treating her like your own life. No matter what happens, from now on, I want you to be happy. I'm willing to do anything for you." "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Today is Tongning's birthday. After breakfast, you guys can go wherever you need to go. I still need to return to Tangkor for a meeting." "Mom, have you gotten used to taking over Tangkor?" Your mom studied finance. Although I haven't worked for many years, I didn't study for nothing. It's just. Xia Yuling paused for a moment before taking back the words she was about to say. It's nothing. If there's anything, I'll let you know. In reality, Tongning didn't actually have any big wishes. Whether it was her birthday or not, it wasn't that important. Last night and this morning were enough. She didn't want the two people she loved the most to make such a big fuss over her. After breakfast, Xia Yuling left. Meanwhile, Mo Ting asked Lu Che to bring over the gifts that fans had sent to the agency. Meanwhile, on Mo Ting's social media page, there were plenty of messages from fans. 6 p.m., Mo Ting and Tongning headed straight to the music awards ceremony dressed in simple clothes, sunglasses and hats. The two sat in VIP seats and kept a low profile. On top of that, the lighting was dim, so not many fans recognized them. Meanwhile, Tang Jingxian was also working hard backstage. However, in the same waiting room, King's three men looked at Tang Jingshuan's back with a deep meaning as they sneered. In the order of appearance, King was first, followed by Tang Jingxian. They were all in the same unit and were only separated by a few minutes. Before the ceremony started, Tang Jingxian sent Tongning a text, "Sister 3, are you not going to make it?" Tongning took a photo of herself and Mo Ting at the ceremony and sent it to Tang Jingxian. "For your sake, your brother-in-law has made an exception. No other superstar would make him make a move like this." "No way, is he doing this for your own good?" "Either way, happy birthday." After speaking, Tang Jingxian saved the photo and put away his phone, ready to perform. Although he had already debuted, this was his first time witnessing a grand event like this, so he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "Hey, don't you think the two people sitting in the first row of the VIP seats look familiar? Where are they?" Some fans began to look around. Is there a normal person wearing sunglasses and a hat in the middle of the night? Quick, look at those legs. Is that Tongning? Some people guessed, but because they were too far away, they couldn't confirm it. I think President Mo is there as well. The couple came together. Forget it, how big of an occasion is this? One of them is the big boss of the entertainment industry and the other is a famous model. It doesn't make sense for either of them to attend an award ceremony like this. In that case, I must have been mistaken. Afterwards, the awards ceremony officially began. The host's witty words caused the audience to burst into laughter. The Golden Song Awards, Top 10 Pop Music Awards, Male and Female Singles Awards and so on were all waiting for the highlights. Singers, actors, and models were no different. In reality, they all needed to make an appearance at various events to make the audience remember them and create a good impression. As for a singer, they all began by singing alongside them and performing at small events. Just like the fans said, an award ceremony like this did not have absolute authority and recognition, so Mo Ting would never pay attention to it. But, this stage was the dream of many newcomers. "KG, it's time to go on stage," Mo Ting's manager said as he knocked on the door. "Okay." The three men had thick makeup on and were dressed in studded jackets. As they were going to sing and dance, they were dressed very fashionably. On the other hand, Tang Jingxian was a lot more down-to-earth. He was going to sing a love song. The three men looked at Tang Jingxian for a moment before leaving the room. Tang Jingxian was completely unprepared as he felt extremely nervous. "Luo Xing, you're about to go on stage. Hurry to the backstage," Tang Jingshuan's manager urged as he patted him on the shoulder. "Perform well, don't be nervous. Just perform as you normally would." Tang Jingxian nodded his head as he suddenly thought of Tongning's confident expression on the runway. Afterwards, he left the room and headed backstage. This year, our music industry is filled with newcomers. Before us, we had King, a heavenly artist, and now, we have Luo Xing, a young man with a beautiful voice. Next up, let's hand the stage over to Luo Xing, a young man who loves music. Let's welcome. As soon as the host finished speaking, the stage lights dimmed. All that could be seen was the twinkling glow sticks. Even though there were only a few people cheering for him, there were only a few people in the room. As the soothing music played, Luo Xing appeared in the middle of the stage. With the spotlight shining on him, he suddenly felt a little nervous. Below the stage, Tang Ning and Mo Ting were also a little anxious about Tang Jingshuan's stiffness. Could it be that his younger brother, who often shouted that he would bring him into the entertainment industry, had stage fright? Ting. What should we do? Do you know this song? Mo Ting asked. In the indefinite future? I will. Tang Ning nodded her head. This was an old motivational song. Back in France, she used to sing this song to encourage herself. Then let's go and help him. Mo Ting said firmly. Ah? Go. After speaking, Mo Ting pushed Tang Ning up from the stage. Tang Ning was sitting in the first row. With her enviable height, as soon as she stood up, she caused a small crowd to scream. Helplessly, Tang Ning walked onto the stage from the audience. She removed her hat and sunglasses, walked over to Tang Jingxian, took the microphone from his hand and began to sing to the rhythm. Tang Jingxian was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Soon, the crowd broke into discussion. Is that Tang Ning? That must be Tang Ning. I can't believe she's here to save the day. What's so strange about that? Hairue's artists all support each other. It's only natural that Tang Ning would come on stage. As Tang Ning sang, she gestured for Tang Jingxian to join in. Afterwards, the host snapped out of his daze and handed the microphone to Tang Jingxian. With Tang Ning leading the way, Tang Jingxian suddenly felt more relaxed. In terms of technique and voice, he was many times more professional than Tang Ning. As soon as one opened their mouth, they felt like they were about to cry. Tang Ning's voice gradually became softer as her lips curved upwards. Tang Jingxian was getting more and more into the groove. His voice was extremely pleasant to listen to and full of life. His singing and voice were enough to leave an unforgettable memory in the minds of the musicians present. Not long after, the song came to an end and the light returned to the stage. The host immediately walked over and exclaimed in surprise, I never thought that our Tang Ning would attend our awards ceremony. In fact, she even stood up for her junior brother. What a pleasant surprise and an honor for us. Hello Tang Ning. Hello, host and everyone. Please forgive me for not being able to control myself. I also like this song, so I decided to show up uninvited. This song, Forever Away, is about the dreams of so many people. I'm sure everyone started out as a newcomer. This song is perfect for Luo Xing and it's perfect for everyone that's fighting for their dreams. Tang Ning's intention was to emphasize that Tang Jingxian was a newcomer and to remind everyone not to forget the awkwardness of their time as newcomers. So, as soon as Tang Ning finished speaking, everyone began to think about their own inexperienced times. As for Tang Jingshuan's stage fright, they understood a little better. Don't be afraid, Tang Ning comforted. Since Tang Ning is here, let's see if President Mo is also here, the host suddenly asked. It had been a long time since the couple had appeared in front of the public, so they naturally attracted a lot of attention and curiosity. The cameras looked around and finally found Mo Ting in the VIP section. Mo Ting did not react too much as he simply nodded his head in greeting. I never thought President Mo would actually be here. The couple sure are inseparable. The host said enviously. I also wish Luo Xing and everyone here the best of luck. After speaking, Tang Ning bowed to everyone and left the stage. Tang Jingxian watched as she left and his eyes suddenly teared up. She promised not to rely on her family, yet, faced with a situation like this, Tang Ning still stepped onto the stage without a care for herself. But, Tang Ning had always been like this. Whether it was a friend or a family member, as long as she cared about them, she would protect them until the end. Meanwhile, Mo Ting received a phone call. His originally calm expression suddenly turned serious. As soon as he saw Tang Ning, he handed the phone to her. It was a call from Lu Che. He was currently backstage and had a complete grasp of the situation in Tang Jingshuan's waiting room. Madam, a few rascals are quite brave. They tried to frame Tang Jingxian for taking drugs, so they placed some marijuana in his backpack and called the police. In that case, let's give them an eye for an eye, Tang Ning replied coldly. After Tang Jingxian stepped off the stage, his manager patted him on the shoulder. Of course, he had no idea about his relationship with Tang Ning. Rascal, you sure are lucky to have met the president and Tang Ning. Tang Ning has always been a loyal friend. In the past, Hu Jingjing and Fang Yu both received help from her. Now, it's your turn. I'm so jealous. Tongning is a good person. Of course. How could the wife of the president not be? Tang Jingshuan's manager grabbed onto his arm as they walked towards the waiting room. Hurry and remove your makeup. Okay. Tang Jingxian pushed open the door to the waiting room and saw the three men from KNG walking up and down his body with evil intentions. Tang Jingxian did not think too much of it as he sat down in his seat and asked the makeup artist to remove his makeup. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps and voices could be heard from the corridor backstage. Tang Jingshuan's manager was negotiating with the group of people outside, but it didn't take long before the negotiations failed. There was a knock on the door. The makeup artist put down the makeup remover and opened the door. A moment later, 3 to 4 police officers walked in. You guys. We received a report of an artist called Luo Xing smoking marijuana, so we immediately rushed over. Which one of you is Luo Xing? Tang Jingxian froze. He suddenly realized something as he glared at the 3 young and arrogant men. That's him. Han Xiang pointed to Tang Jingxian. Search his bag. The 3 of us saw it with our own eyes. I have no feud with you guys, why are you slandering me? Tang Jingxian questioned the manager. The manager was even more confused and asked Tang Jingxian, what's going on? They slandered me for taking drugs and even called the police. Tang Jingxian yelled. Slander? Just like you said, we have no feud with you. Why would we slander you? Police, arrest him. Things have already gotten to this point, why are you still not being honest? Among them was a man with dyed blonde hair. His name was Rao Zai, and he pointed at Tang Jingxian arrogantly. Jingxian, tell me honestly, did this happen? The manager asked. No, Tang Jingxian replied in a firm and unquestionable tone, I can check it at any time. Just because you don't smoke it doesn't mean you don't hide it, Rao Zai said. It's in his backpack. Check it if you don't believe me. Tang Jingxian looked at the 3 of them angrily. Then, he looked at his backpack and casually handed it to the police. If you want to investigate, then go ahead. I'm innocent. The police officer took Tang Jingshuan's backpack and poured everything out in front of everyone. However, apart from Tang Jingshuan's daily necessities, there were no drugs. More and more people gathered to watch. Among them, there were many famous celebrities. When they saw this scene, they immediately realized that Tang Jingxian had been tricked. But, there was nothing in the bag, everyone looked at the pile of items, and the 3 people opposite them were also shocked. How could there not be an expression on their faces? Where's the marijuana? I will immediately contact your boss. If Ice Age doesn't give Luo Xing an explanation, I will report this matter to the CEO's office and let President Mo personally handle it. The 3 boys on the other side obviously didn't expect such an outcome. Their arrogant expressions turned into guilt. This is all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. The 3 immediately changed their attitude as they said to the police and their manager, we misunderstood Luo Xing, since we're going to search, let's search them all. That's only fair, Tang Jingxian said to the police. Are you kidding me? The 3 of us never touch these things. Everyone looked at the 3 men, including the police. In the end, the 3 men had no choice but to hand the backpack to the police. If you don't believe me, you can search them. The police took the backpack and opened it, but, at this time, a shocking scene happened. Suspicious items fell out of the 3 men's backpacks, the expressions on the 3 men's faces changed. Even if others didn't recognize them, there was no way they wouldn't recognize them. What's going on? This can't be. These bags were clearly in his backpack, I personally put them in there. Personally put them in there, Rao Zai was still young and rash. He actually blurted out how he wanted to frame Tang Jingxian. Everyone at the scene was in an uproar, who would have thought it would be such a farce? How could a few 17 to 18-year-old teenagers be so vicious? No, this has nothing to do with us, the 3 men tried to deny it. The 3 of them started to deny it, but the police wouldn't give them a chance. They immediately stepped forward and detained the 3 of them. Come with us. No, no. The 3 men tried their best to resist, but they were knocked unconscious by the police. It was a normal awards ceremony and there were so many people in the audience, but the backstage was in a mess. Once again, the reporters had something to write about. "Are you okay?" Tang Jingxuan's manager immediately asked. Tang Jingxian shook his head, but he was still confused. If the three men really wanted to scheme against him, then who was the one that placed these items in their backpack from his backpack and caused them to backfire? Thinking about it, he was indeed a little scared. "Don't take it to heart. You will see a lot of people stepping on others to get ahead in the future," Tang Jingxuan's manager comforted. "You were lucky today. First, Tongning saved the day. Now, you are blessed by God. If you don't become famous, it would be a waste of your experience." Tang Jingxian didn't think it was God's blessing. These three jerks have reaped what they sowed. Soon, the men were taken away and the onlookers also dispersed. Tang Jingxian thought to himself as he removed his makeup. In the end, he thought of Tongning and sent her a message. "Sister 3, did you help KNG frame me?" After seeing the message, Tongning did not deny it. "If I didn't help, were you planning to defend yourself? I've told you before, this industry isn't as simple as you think. There are people everywhere waiting to step on you. Let's take the two incidents that happened tonight as an example. If I wasn't around, whether it was because you were afraid of the stage or because you smoked marijuana, you would have returned to your original state and never been able to make a comeback." Tang Jingxian was stunned. "It really was, but, how did you know? After you complained to me that day, I began to pay attention to these kids. Since they are your competitors, there is no reason for me to let my guard down. Jingxian, remember, in this industry, where there is competition, there is danger. The more popular you are, the more people will be eyeing your position. The people that smile at you may stab you in the back. This is the entertainment industry, it's cruel. There's a limit to how many times I can help you." Tang Jingxian had to admit that he was truly shocked. Tongning was able to make so many deductions from a simple complaint. His sister 3 was actually this strong. "Luo Xing, to give the public an explanation, you should go to the police station tomorrow for an examination. That way, you can stay out of this matter," his manager reminded. "Okay, thank you, Huagu." Tang Jingxian thanked his manager and swore to himself that he would definitely work towards Tongning. But, wasn't Tongning always surrounded by trouble? Currently, it was June. After 3 months of secret filming, WH finally came to an end. The author's wife was given a new lease of life in the pouring rain. The small town was freed from the nightmare of the virus and the disaster was averted. At the final moment, after discovering that her husband was a virus and everyone was on the hunt for him, the wife spent her days in fear. On one hand, she had to protect her husband, but on the other hand, she had to save others. This scene was filled with danger and excitement, so Tongning and Bai Chendong had their fill of acting. On the other hand, Tongning was faced with danger from beginning to end. On one hand, she was infected. On the other hand, she was misunderstood. On multiple occasions, she was pushed into a corner by danger. Everyone on set was extremely satisfied. With Tongning and Bai Chendong's acting, it was only natural that they would be successful. Above all, Tongning's scenes in WH were even heavier than Bai Chendong's. But, her completion rate was so high that everyone on set, including Nziheo, agreed. "Tongning, congratulations." Wearing a baseball cap, Nziheo presented her with fresh flowers. "Happy filming. After 3 months of danger, you have finally been rescued." "Thank you, Director N. I can't wait for the day the film is released." Tongning and Nziheo hugged gently. "It's such a good day. Why isn't President Mo here?" Nziheo looked left and right but did not see Mo Ting. He was curious. Whenever Tongning had an important moment, Mo Ting would never miss it. The couple always supported each other. No matter how busy they were, they always put each other first. This type of relationship didn't exist everywhere. "He will definitely attend the celebration," Tongning replied with a smile. "I heard Luo Xing participated in the singing competition and won first place in the popularity category. Have you congratulated him?" Nziheo asked. In reality, not many people knew that Tang Jingxian was Tongning's younger brother, apart from those close to her. Nziheo had seen Tang Jingxian visit the set before, so he was aware of their relationship. He also knew that Tongning had been busy with filming recently and had no time to read the entertainment news. Of course, Tongning replied as she raised her eyebrows. She then waved her phone in front of Xianxia. He's already reported to me. After the music awards ceremony incident, KG was banned by the public because they were caught taking drugs. As Tang Jingxian voluntarily cooperated with the police to prove his innocence, he gained a group of sympathetic fans and his popularity skyrocketed. With the help of Hai Rui, Tang Jingxian had more opportunities to appear on stage and participate in large-scale talent shows. So, the Tang Jingxian of today was no longer the same as before. I would like to invite him to sing the theme song for the movie. I wonder. It's business. If you want to talk to his manager, I won't get involved. After speaking, Tongning carried the flowers and left with Song Yanshu. As Xianxia watched Tongning leave, his lips secretly curved upwards into a smile. This magical woman always brought happiness to the people around her. Afterwards, Beichindong scenes were also completed. Of course, this cool and lazy national treasure actor did not need flowers. All he wanted was his little sidekick. Even though, the little sidekick still thought that Beichindong liked to tease her. At 3 p.m., the production crew of WH announced that they had wrapped up filming and the film would begin post-production. But this did not mean that Tongning could rest. After all, Stupid was scheduled to be released in the middle of June. There was another film that was also very popular at the same time. It was called Devil Shooter. It was a film that brought together the most popular actors and actresses. It was said to have cost a few $100 million to create and was very popular amongst the younger generation. After all, there was a type of film called fan film. Even if the special effects were full of flaws and the story was broken, it still did not affect the film's sales. After all, it was a film that brought together the most popular actors. As long as they acted cool, they would be able to win the love of their fans. For Stupid, this was a huge blow. In terms of popularity, it could not be compared to Devil Shooter. Especially since no one had seen Tongning's acting before. So, after a few months of filming, people no longer felt surprised. In fact, it was safe to say that they no longer had any trust in her. Even though the film had Best Actor Lin Xing, the popularity of the film could not save the increasingly younger market. After Tongning switched careers from being a model, she no longer appeared on the runway. With the addition of the few months of silence, people's impression of her had stagnated. If it wasn't for the fact that they occasionally saw her name, they would have forgotten how she had slowly climbed her way up to the top of the fashion industry. Many people felt pity for her, including Tang Jingxian. After seeing the negative comments from fans, he couldn't help but ask, Sister 3, have you ever regretted changing careers? If you weren't filming, you would definitely appear on the Victoria's Secret stage in August. Look, you are basically starting from scratch. Do you want me to announce our relationship? I haven't reached the point where I need you to help me become famous, Tongning laughed. Plus, don't you trust in your brother-in-law's abilities? Of course I trust in his abilities. But, the thing that makes me anxious is that there hasn't been any news yet, Tang Jingxian replied. He was currently known as the Little Heavenly King and was at the peak of his popularity. If his sibling relationship with Tongning was revealed, it would definitely help her return to the top. As a model, I need to act like a model and receive the best. As an actress, I need to act like an actress and receive the status that I deserve. No one can stop me, Tongning said confidently. Seeing Tang Jingxian in a hurry, Tongning said confidently, even your brother-in-law isn't worried, so why are you? Aren't I just worried about the attendance and reputation of Stupid? That's not something you should worry about. Just focus on singing and take care of yourself, Tongning glared at him. Tongning glared at him. After 3 months of settling down, Tongning had become more mature and calm. Hurry up and leave. Don't you have work tonight? Don't you need to attend? I'm just worried about you. What does your sister need you to worry about? Mo Ting asked as he removed his jacket. You need to have confidence in her. Tang Jingxian thought for a moment before he reluctantly nodded his head, I'll also take my fans to the cinema. If you need me for anything, just let me know. You are miles away from your sister's status, Mo Ting said without holding back. Even as a model, she is more popular than you. I will prove to you that I can also become a top singer in Hyrule. After speaking, Tang Jingxian left Hyatt Regency, leaving the couple behind to look at each other and shake their heads helplessly. Actually, I'm not as optimistic as you think, Tang Ning finally revealed the truth after Tang Jingxian left. After Tang Jingxian left, Tang Ning finally revealed the truth. Stupid is my first film, it holds the most weight in my heart. But, I don't know if it will be acknowledged in the future, so I'm quite nervous. Stupid was scheduled to be released on June 27th, while Devil Shooter was scheduled to be released on June 28th. The two films were only one day apart. But, the film market was a strange one. The popularity of a film represented the first impression the person had of the film. Whether it was good or bad, as long as it was a hot topic, the film would receive a lot of attention. Obviously, the combination of Best Actor Lin Xing, French director Coq Tang Ning was not as popular as the appearance of a handsome young man. After all, this was the era of the younger generation. So, in the eyes of industry insiders, Stupid was not viewed favorably. Of course, to determine whether a film was a hit or not, it wasn't just based on the number of screenings, it was also based on the number of people who attended the film. And, the number of people who attended the film was the lifeline of the film. Most importantly, the film market was no longer within Mo Ting's control. Simply put, it all depended on his capabilities. I don't believe in anything else, but I believe in your acting. Mo Ting walked over to Tang Ning's side and wrapped his arms around her. Mo Ting walked over to Tang Ning's side and wrapped his arms around her. He then pulled her into his embrace. I feel uneasy not being able to pick you up. Uneasy about what? Tang Ning leaned into Mo Ting's embrace. Her heart was already at ease. This man's embrace always gave her the greatest sense of security. I don't want to miss out on any important moments of yours, Mo Ting replied in seriousness. Because, for me, they are equally important. Tang Ning giggled as she bit down hard on Mo Ting's neck. This was her way of expressing her complex emotions. Mo Ting was already used to it. But, feeling her strength, he immediately pressed her down onto the sofa. Let me check if you've lost weight. President Mo, I like this excuse you've come up with. Because. I also want to know if you've been too busy with work to take care of your body. Mo Ting's lips curved upwards as he passionately kissed her. Tang Ning responded as she carefully explored every inch of the man's muscles. You've really lost weight. Because I miss you, Mo Ting replied passionately. Tang Ning looked at the man on top of her in a daze as she wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's neck. What are you thinking about? I miss you so much that my body and body hurt. After that, it was an extreme possession, a passionate lingering. Even though it was still afternoon, the living room was already filled with an incomparably ambiguous atmosphere. After the pleasure, Mo Ting brought his wife back to the bedroom to wash up. Seeing his wife had truly returned to his side, Mo Ting wrapped his arms around her and refused to let go. Don't ever leave me for such a long time again, I won't be able to take it. But, you obviously come to visit me every weekend, Tang Ning exposed. His so-called long time was only a short week. If I say it's long, it's long. She suddenly felt like Mo Ting was acting coquettishly in front of her. He was obviously going to be 33 next month. Stupid is about to start its promotions, so I might need to fly all over the country. I'll accompany you. Don't forget, I am your manager. It's only natural for me to accompany you to events. Are you really not worried about the results of Stupid? That film is your blood and sweat. I hope everyone can come and watch my husband's film. Mo Ting smiled but did not say a word. To him, his anxiety for Tang Ning had already exceeded his dreams. He had already planned everything for the post-production and promotions. In the end, he could only leave it up to fate. But, he hoped Tang Ning would have a good start. I'm only worried about you. What's wrong with you today? Tang Ning asked as she rubbed against Mo Ting's smooth chin. You seem to be clinging to me. I'm tired. Tang Ning smiled as she stood up and walked over to the bed. She then patted the spot next to her. Let's not do anything today. I'll accompany you to rest. Mo Ting walked around the headboard and lay down on the bed. He then buried his head in Tang Ning's chest. This was the air he needed. The nourishment he would never be able to live without. The next day, Tong Ning and Mo Ting attended the celebration for WH. Of course, they quickly followed up with the promotions for Stupid. After disappearing for a few months, Tong Ning suddenly reappeared. Her fans suddenly came back to life, even though they had already guessed that Mo Ting had placed her on a secret production team. Tong Ning has finally made an appearance to promote her film. It's already been 3 months. Although I am a fan of Tong Ning, I would rather watch Devil Shooter. What should I do? The traitor above, I will definitely bring my entire family to watch Tong Ning's film. If you don't support your own idol, what are you doing? I really have no confidence in Tong Ning's acting. What if I praise her and end up getting slapped in the face? That's why I'm too afraid to say anything. Hayes. I have no confidence either. Online, because the industry did not have high hopes for the film, the attitude of film fans was extremely cold. Even though Hai Rui had put in a lot of effort into their promotions, Devil Shooter was like an army pressing down on them. Industry professionals commented that Stupid could become the first film in Hai Rui's history that couldn't even break the $500 million mark. If this was the case, then Mo Ting's decision-making and ability would be questioned in the future. Because of this, Tong Ning felt even more pressure. She wanted to prove that Mo Ting's foresight was right, she wanted to prove that Mo Ting's decision-making and ability were correct. She wanted him to forever be a legend in the entertainment industry. But the feedback from the public was not optimistic. At this time, an even more shocking thing happened. On the eve of the pre-screening of Stupid. On the internet, someone revealed that because she was an insider and had watched Stupid in advance, she claimed it was extremely ugly. She also claimed that Tong Ning's acting was not as good as her previous audition, so it was best for everyone to take a detour. Not only that, she also listed 5 reasons why Stupid was not good. The truth and falsehood were extremely confusing and confusing. So, as soon as this post was released, the industry's expectations for Stupid became even lower. It was as if they had already determined that Stupid was a terrible film. This was obviously a vicious scheme by a competitor. When it came to fighting for the film market, the person behind the scenes was extremely calculative. As a result, the attendance of Stupid at the pre-screening was worrying. Tang Jingxian thought Mo Ting had resigned himself to fate. So, he anxiously stepped out and offered to treat his fans to the film out of his own pocket to repay Tong Ning for her help. The fans accepted his offer and felt Tang Jingxian was a loyal man. Even if they didn't like films like this, they would still support him. Of course, they bought tickets for the pre-screening with the mentality that they would definitely fall asleep. Perhaps, in order to compete with Stupid, Devil Shooter also used the same marketing strategy as Stupid and began pre-screening in cinemas. Their method of competing with Hai Rui was obviously to raise their status and reputation within the country. After all, no one expected that Hai Rui could produce a flop film. Who produced Devil Shooter? How could they be so shameless? The day before the pre-screening, Long Jia gave Tong Ning a phone call out of concern. Of course, she was a straightforward person. So, in a situation like this, she had to get it out of her chest. I heard it's a real estate tycoon, Tong Ning smiled as she held onto her phone. Although I don't know much about the box office, Lu Che told me that Stupid is in a bad situation. Their numbers could be crushed at any moment. Is the situation really that bad? All I can say is, it's going to be a tough battle, Tong Ning replied in seriousness. If it was about the fashion industry, she was able to explain a lot. But, when it came to the film industry, she was still a complete outsider, she had no idea what was going on. I don't care. I'm going to take all my friends and family to watch it, Long Jia said. It seems, you only have a few friends and family, Tong Ning exposed her mercilessly. Long Jia did not say anything else. She simply told Tong Ning not to worry and not to get nervous, otherwise, she would fall into their trap. You're the one that's getting nervous, Tong Ning replied helplessly. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office at Hai Rui, Fang Yu sat opposite Mo Ting with a lazy and relaxed expression. His eyes contained a slight sense of mockery. Especially when he thought about the disgusting marketing strategy of Devil Shooter, the corners of his lips couldn't help but curve upwards. Seeing how much effort they put into advertising for us, I'm really touched. What's the attitude of the shareholders? Mo Ting asked without lifting his head. The shareholders aren't too concerned. They probably know they're digging their own grave, Fang Yu replied casually. The longer she stayed at Hai Rui, the more she liked challenging jobs. She also liked films like Stupid that required a battle to turn the situation around and win. She didn't like films that had all the elements of fame and popularity at the same time. To him, it was child's play. Of course, if he felt it was a piece of cake, then to Mo Ting, it was something that he couldn't even be bothered to look at. So, even though the public had already given Stupid a death sentence, the people in the office remained calm. If the other party wanted to compare Stupid, then so be it. It was still unknown who would have the last laugh. After tomorrow's pre-screening, arrange for 2 more shows of the same scale. Let's see how well the seats are filled, Mo Ting said calmly. Do I need to divert the time between us? No, Devil Shooter only has the guts to do a pre-screening, Mo Ting said confidently. Because of its fragmented plot. The other party was very good at playing real estate. But he didn't understand the film market. Films that dared to have a pre-screening were usually films that had a good reputation. However, the other party obviously did not know their own film. Or perhaps, he was too confident in the fan market? Okay, I will talk to the managers of the major theaters. The reason why Mo Ting had been in the entertainment industry for so many years was not because of luck, but because of strategies that seemed like luck. The more cunning his enemy was, the more excited he was. After all, men sometimes enjoyed the thrill of being the king of the world and the embarrassment of seeing their enemies bow down to them. The next day, the 2 pre-screenings simultaneously began at the designated theaters. Due to the strong appeal of Devil Shooter, its advantage was highlighted on the day of pre-screening. It was hard to get a single ticket and the attendance was extremely high. The industry had high hopes for this film. After all, its appeal was too strong. Even if the plot was a bit far-fetched, fans would still pay for it. As for Stupid, the number of pre-screenings was average and the attendance was average. However, no one knew that amongst these people, Mo Ting had invited the most influential film critics, experts and representative film fans to watch the film. They had the absolute right to speak. So, after the first day of pre-screening, Devil Shooter earned over $10 million at the box office, leaving Stupid in the dust. But, at the same time, word of mouth began to split. The first type was, of course, crazy praise. They felt that someone in the film was extremely handsome and the plot was exciting. This type of people were usually fans. The other type were film fans. They complained about the film to the point where it was completely useless. The investment of a real estate tycoon is indeed untrustworthy. Even after spending hundreds of millions, it still can't save the pitiful plot. Ah, Xianxia is so handsome in the film. Are those that said it wasn't good blind? Even if I like a certain someone, I will never watch a film like this again. On the other hand, at the beginning, no one paid attention to Stupid because they were all focused on the reviews for Devil Shooter. But, it didn't take long before the appeal of the film critics became apparent. As soon as a certain influencer saw Stupid, the first thing he did was defend Tongning. A post titled, "Tongning alone is enough to beat up the whole family." As soon as it was posted, it received a huge response. Since the other party knew how to use Hai Rui's influence, Hai Rui, of course, knew how to use the other party's popularity. This influencer had a lot of influence in the film industry. This was also the reason why Mo Ting insisted on inviting him to the pre-screening. Even though, he didn't have high hopes for Stupid and Tongning's future. But, after sitting in the theater for 2 hours, he was speechless for a long time. This surprise gave him the urge to start writing. Of course, he resisted the urge because he had already finished watching a few other films. In the end, all he could think about was scenes from Stupid. 5 reasons to defend Tongning. The influencer used the news that had previously slandered Stupid to write a completely different post. Of the 5 reasons, there was actually only one. The reason was, Tongning had gone from being a model to being a newcomer in the film industry. Her acting skills were miles ahead of the professional actors next door. Inside the post, there were a few motion shots of Tongning from the trailer of Stupid. An unknown source of information versus a professional film critic. The latter was obviously more effective in guiding the film industry. At the same time, everyone was curious about Tongming's acting, causing the popularity of Stupid to rise to new heights. Hai Rui's first step was extremely stable, so stable that the producers of Devil Shooter began to worry. It didn't matter, they would only know the truth after the official release. No matter what, the screening rate for Devil Shooter was bound to be much higher than Stupid. This was determined by the market. However, when it came to President Mo, nothing was absolute. In reality, even Tongming herself had not seen the complete version of Stupid. During the test screening, she was still filming WH. Now that the pre-screening had come out, her heart was in sync with the reactions of the public. From the looks of it, Stupid seemed to be struggling to survive. According to your shooting schedule, you should be able to take on 3 movies a year. So, in the second half of the year, I will take on another film for you. After that, you can go home and prepare for pregnancy in peace. That night, the couple sat in the study room sifting through scripts. Mo Ting scanned through all the resources and placed them to one side. I will listen to your arrangements. Tongming replied as she leaned against Mo Ting's back. You know, I like the life you have planned. Hearing Tongming's sigh, Mo Ting's lips secretly curved upwards as his heart felt extremely satisfied. I want you to bring home this year's Fei Tian Best Newcomer Award. You trust me that much? Tongming put down a script as she turned around and rubbed her head against Mo Ting's back. Actually, I really want to know how Stupid is doing. Mrs. Mo, are you doubting your husband's ability? Mo Ting turned his head and raised an eyebrow. Of course not. I'm just used to being anxious because this isn't my area of expertise. Relax. Mo Ting pulled her into his embrace and sat her on his lap. You haven't seen it yet, have you? Let's go watch it together during the second pre-screening. Beautiful? Even the most optimistic film critic in the industry has stepped out to defend you. What do you think? Mo Ting raised an eyebrow. You've never been so unconfident before. This is something I can't control, I will teach you how to control it. Mo Ting gestured for Tongming to sit beside him and said, the film industry isn't actually that difficult. Actually, everything in the entertainment industry is quite similar. You were simply shocked by how aggressive the other party was. Don't look at others, just look at yourself. From the screenwriter, to the actors, to the director, and behind the scenes, we have the confidence to do 3 pre-screenings. This is our confidence in the movie. Hai Rui's operations have always been the best in the industry. We don't need to compare ourselves to our competitors, we need to understand our strengths and make use of the environment. After hearing this, Tongming suddenly let out a gentle laugh. Actually, in the end, it's because you have enough confidence in your film. Of course, my judgment has always been very accurate. As Mo Ting said these words, his eyes were filled with confidence. His entire being exuded the domineering aura of an emperor. This side of Mo Ting captivated Tongming the most. Her man's abilities had never been doubted. So, when it came to Stupid, she slowly relaxed and felt her body filled with strength. Oh my god! An error in judgment. Tongming's acting is surprisingly good. Let's not talk about anything else. Just take Stupid for example. I only saw the actresses in the film and didn't see Tongming. Unexpectedly, I felt it was quite good. Tongming's acting might not be the best, but she definitely beats her neighbor. Plus, she turned into a model. I can tell that Tongming put in a lot of effort in her acting. There are no traces of her true self at all. It's quite amazing. If Tongming's character was played by an unknown actress, people would want to slap her in the face. But, the actress that Tongming played was not hateful at all. It's obvious to see how evil the person that slandered Tongming's acting was. At least, I didn't feel anything wrong with her acting. This time, I will stand on the side of Stupid. Online, in an instant, people that had watched Stupid began to stand up for Tongming and the film. Compared to the exaggerated Devil Shooter, Stupid was much more meticulous. Even though, in terms of popularity, the 2 films were still a far cry from each other. But, in terms of reputation, Stupid was steadily improving. Because, apart from the film itself being exciting and tight, Tongming was indeed the one that surprised people the most. Actually, this was all thanks to the slandering of Devil Shooter. If it wasn't for the fact that film fans didn't have high expectations for Tongning, they wouldn't have been so surprised. Due to their curiosity towards Tongning's acting, a lot of people expressed their eagerness to watch the second pre-screening. But the number of pre-screenings did not increase because of the audience's demand. This was one of Mo Ting's strategies. He didn't want to satisfy everyone too quickly. Everything would be left for the public release. 2 days later, the second pre-screening began. This time, Mo Ting invited a few special people, including business partners and big-name directors. Mo Ting's motive for this pre-screening was clear. He wanted to let those that doubted Tongning's acting know that there was nothing wrong with her acting. He wanted them to feel assured and invite her. Mo Ting was not affected by the producers of Devil Shooter. His decisions were as clean and decisive as ever. However, this time, Tongning and Mo Ting were also in a special theater. This was the first time Tongning had seen the finished product. It was a strange feeling, especially when she saw her name appear on screen. This was a sense of pride that she couldn't receive as a model. Sitting beside Tongning was Mo Ting. He was completely focused on watching the film. Even during Tongning's kissing scene and bed scene, he surprisingly did not have much of a reaction. This was because he did not see the Tongning in front of him as the actress in the film. It was a strange feeling. The entire 2-hour film was tight with a few twists and turns. The clumsy disciple that made people sigh turned out to be the son of an athlete and a swimming genius. Soon, time passed. It wasn't until the lights in the theater came back on that everyone realized the film had come to an end. After the son stood on stage and shouted, "My father has abandoned me," multiple times, the frustration in the hearts of the audience was finally released. Especially when he mentioned the man's name, in front of the entire world. Everything came to an abrupt end. This was not a mainstream film, but it was surprisingly outstanding. It wasn't stunning enough, it wasn't as popular as it should be, but it was unforgettable. Most importantly, by the end of the film, no one had realized the tragic actress was actually played by Tongning. After exiting the film and looking at the cast list, they suddenly realized it was actually Tongning. Tongning, how could a supermodel have such good acting skills? This made those that didn't have high hopes for Tongning feel slapped in the face. It seemed, no matter if she was a model or an actress, she could use reality to prove that there was nothing she couldn't do. Tongning, this time, you can hold your head high. This was the sigh of the fans after the second pre-screening. Tongning did not disappoint. She made everyone that supported her feel proud and elated. Although she was only a supporting character and didn't appear in many scenes, she left a deep impression on her fans. She was simply stunning. Because of Tongning's acting, the topic of stupid was once again brought up. This time, there were a lot of comments, so the post that was previously slandered was brought up again. As a result, the insider that slandered Tongning was exposed. This was simply a tactic used by their competitors. Everyone in the industry knew about it. After the second pre-screening, although the box office did not break the $10 million mark, the attendance doubled compared to the first screening. In fact, it even exceeded Devil Shooter. As expected, their competitors did not dare to hold a second pre-screening. After the first screening, the comments were already polarized. Especially after Stupid stood out. With a few $100 million investment and special effects that were comparable to those of a blockbuster, apart from fans, there was nothing else that could motivate them to watch the film. Mo Ting had always been confident in his ability to win. So, from the 2 pre-screenings, Stupid had already shown signs of making a comeback. It was a huge slap in the face for many in the industry. Of course, this wasn't enough. After all, Stupid wasn't a mainstream film. Even up to this point, it was still too early to tell who would win or lose. Everything would have to wait for the box office to be released. But, with Mo Ting's strategy, the entire Hai Rui did not have to worry about the future of Stupid. Because Mo Ting was a legend. This was also the reason why he and Tongning could stay together for the rest of their lives. They were too similar in nature. No matter how impulsive the public was, they could always maintain a rational mind and make accurate decisions. In the end, they would shock everyone. As expected, after the second pre-screening, the number of directors that contacted him increased overnight. With a backer like him and Tongning's acting skills, anyone that didn't approach him would be a fool. but the real move was yet to come. Because WH had not been announced to the public yet. Mo Ting was confident that the release of WH would cause an even bigger uproar. Long Jia, Lu Che, and Fan Yu took some time to watch the film. Although they knew Tang Ning's acting wasn't bad, they didn't expect it to be this good. Long Jia, in particular, was shocked. Although she had seen Tang Ning shoot the film before, when she saw it in person, she couldn't help but be shocked. After watching the film, they walked out of the theater speechless. After quite some time, Fan Yu finally asked Long Jia, did Tang Ning secretly sign up for acting lessons? Screw you, how could she have time to learn acting? But, I know, since the beginning of the Dao, she likes to figure out all kinds of things, haven't you noticed? She doesn't even have a shadow of herself in any of the films and commercials she's filmed. This is called God feeding her. Long Jia scoffed at Fan Yu in disdain. This is the first time I've seen it. It's amazing. Fan Yu couldn't help but be impressed. She sacrificed a lot too, okay? He could recite every line. Also, did Jingjing watch it? When she returns tomorrow, I will take her to see it. Don't worry, Fan Yu said. He then turned to Lu Che and said, hurry and take your wife away, she talks too much. Are you looking for a fight? Lu Che immediately defended Long Jia. Fine, you're bullying me because my wife isn't here. Fan Yu smiled as he admitted defeat. Regardless, I finally understand why the president has so much confidence in stupid. To be honest, I didn't even go to the test screening because I wasn't too interested. But, I trust in the president's decision. Now that I think about it, the film itself is really not bad. Our Tang Ning has slapped everyone in the face this time. Let's go, Che. Let's go home and celebrate. Fan Yu couldn't stand how noisy Long Jia was, even though Hua Jingjing didn't mind giving in to her. Meanwhile, in a small theater in Beijing, Bai Qindong was sitting in the last row with Han Xiner wearing a baseball cap as they watched Stupid being screened. Of course, he was dragged here by Han Xiner. Although he wasn't really interested in films like this, he had to admit that Lin Xing and Tang Ning's acting was indeed remarkable. As an actor, he wholeheartedly acknowledged those that were serious about acting. Tang Ning and Lin Xing were like him. This was the reason why he accepted Tang Ning from the start. Because she was aiming to play a good role, not for those flashy fame and fortune. In the film and television industry, this was no easy feat. Soon, the 2-hour film ended. Han Xiner was in a complete mess of tears as she sniffled, my Ning Jia is indeed amazing and the film was great. The person I like has finally appeared on the big screen. Why are you crying? Bai Qindong asked impatiently. You will get to see even more from now on. That's true. Han Xiner wiped away her tears and turned to look at Bai Qindong. Now that I've seen it, I'm even more excited for WH. With Ning Jia as the female lead, the scenes will be even grander and more exciting. Bai Qindong glared at her. She was always talking about Tang Ning. Did Han Xiner only have eyes for Tang Ning? I'm done. Let's go home. Donggu. Why don't you work with Tang Ning on another film? That way, I can see Tang Ning all day. I will never work with her again, Bai Qindong replied in a low voice. Huh? Cancel all my plans for the next half of the year. I need some rest. Bai Qindong waited until everyone had left before he stood up from his seat. Han Xiner quickly followed behind him. You're not going to act anymore? You're not going to take on any more projects? Wouldn't that be a waste of money? He even joined WH for free. If he was to rely on acting for a living, he wouldn't be able to support himself. After all, he wasn't a prolific actor and it all depended on his mood. Most importantly, if you don't take on any projects, what am I supposed to do? I can't possibly play with you all day. You're right. Bai Qindong crossed his arms and said to Han Xiner, the weather is getting hot. I'm going to the North Pole for a holiday. I'll take you with me. Han Xiner replied, I want to work hard, I don't want to play with you all day. If you're still this lazy, then I won't be your assistant anymore. I don't like lazy men. Bai Qindong. The two women's argument quickly attracted the attention of passers-by. To prevent themselves from being discovered, Bei Qindong hooked his arm around Han Xiner's neck and led her out of the theater. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go back and read the script. Although Han Xiner took a lot of effort to walk, her lips secretly curved upwards. Do you want to take on another film and television drama? Han Xiner asked. You're very bold. You dare to make decisions for me? Under the pressure of stupid, the production crew of Devil Shooter also began to work hard. The main characters of the film all stopped what they were doing and began a nationwide promotional tour. Every single venue was filled to the brim with fans. There were even some artists that tried to convince their fans to support their film and expressed their frustration at being judged as having zero acting skills. As a result, fans began to dislike and boycott Stupid. In order to support their idol, some fans even went to a professional film review website and gave Stupid a negative score. Not only that, they all gave bad reviews. However, Mo Ting remained unmoved by all this. In the face of these waves of attacks, he maintained a calm and composed attitude from beginning to end. This was because he had seen too many things like this. This was the current state of the film industry. Anyone that stood in their way was an enemy and should be destroyed. President, there are two newcomers on the set of Devil Shooter that think they aren't famous enough. They have publicly stated that the madam's acting isn't as good as their actors. Every time Lu Che looked at the news, he would choose the ones related to Tongning to inform Mo Ting. After all, Mo Ting didn't care about anything else. In the ever-changing entertainment industry, he was the only one that remained as steady as Mount Tai. The reason why the other party did not dare to compare Lin Xing was because Lin Xing's status was already at the top of the Best Actor awards. But, you don't need to worry. Luo Xing has already retaliated and his fans have already destroyed them, Lu Che laughed. Who would have thought there would actually be a day when Tang Jingxian would be able to protect Tongning? At least the pain wasn't in vain, Mo Ting replied calmly. But, President, we need to be careful of this real estate tycoon. He is cunning and has other tricks up his sleeves. I know what I'm doing. Tell Fang Yu to keep an eye on his artists. Mo Ting instructed carefully as he held onto a thick stack of scripts in his hands. Of course, he only chose the ones that were suitable for Tongning. But, in the end, he chose one that he was worried about getting hurt. Tongning entered the study room with a glass of milk. Seeing Mo Ting hesitating, she raised an eyebrow and sat down beside him. What's wrong? Mo Ting's gaze was still on the script he had just read. Tongning followed his gaze and saw the name of the script. It was called The Lost Relative. It was a police film. That meant a lot of martial arts action, thrilling escapes, and a rainforest of bullets. In films like this, the actors were usually constantly injured. You want me to play it? Afterwards, Tongning flipped open the script and looked at the outline. This time, the wife is a police officer. Her husband has been missing for many years. She investigated the case while investigating the whereabouts of her husband. In the end, she found out that the shocking case was committed by her husband. And before she and her husband married, he was a wanted criminal. This time, Tongning's character was purely a fighter. She was not good with words and only knew how to solve problems with her fists. This is quite difficult, Tongning suddenly laughed. But, it should be very thrilling. I like it. When Mo Ting looked at a script, his first requirement was for the story to be complete. Plus, the types of projects he helped Tongning with were all different. This was because he knew Tongning would definitely be able to act. Unlike many actors, after their debut, they kept repeating different genres. The reason why he didn't want Tongning to act in a drama was because the filming period was short and he could quickly hone her skills. But, you will get hurt. Mo Ting said as he closed the script, let me look at something else. What else is there to look at? Since you have decided, then it should be the best. There's nothing else to think about. I'll play it. I know the difficulty is the highest, but I really like it. This will be my last project before I get pregnant. I want to give my fans a surprise. Mo Ting carried Tongning in his arms. From his body language, it was obvious that he couldn't bear to do it. Racing, gunfights, martial arts, and escaping, no matter which one it was, it would make him extremely anxious. I am your manager. Plus, Stupid hasn't been released yet. Once it's released, you will have more opportunities. Tongming understood that Mo Ting was worried, so she did not insist. She simply smiled and handed him a glass of milk. Drink this first. You're almost 33 years old, you need to take care of your calcium intake. Mo Ting turned his head and saw Tongming smile. He immediately closed his laptop and lifted her in his arms. Let me show you the strength of my waist. Late at night, in a secluded villa, a man in his early 40s was playing chess with his friend. At this time, his assistant suddenly approached him and said, Chairman Zhou, I brought her here. Behind the young assistant was a young woman in her early 20s. She was in a panic and her body was trembling. Xia Jingyi, Miss Xia, please have a seat, Chairman Zhou said as he focused on the chess game. I came out without my manager knowing. I don't have much time, the young woman replied. Why are you in such a hurry? Chairman Zhou lifted his head and adjusted his glasses. You are currently the most deserving singer in Hairue. I am very interested in you. I have no grudges with you, why did you make a move on my brother? Xia Jingyi asked. Yes, you have no grudges with us, but your president has a grudge against us. It wasn't easy for me to invest in a film. Not only did your president go against me, he even manipulated the hearts of the people and the market to suppress me. Don't you think this is considered a grudge? Actually, I don't need you to do anything. It's simple. Everyone knows how much Mo Ting dotes on Tongming. All I need is news of Tongming. I don't have access to people on that level, Xia Jingyi quickly waved her hands. You do. Chairman Zhou laughed. None of you know, Luo Xing's real name is Tang Jingxian. He is Tongming's biological younger brother and you often work with him. Did you think she wouldn't tell her younger brother about something? How did you know? Xia Jingyi asked in surprise. This is a business matter, don't ask too much. I want to know how Tongming is doing. If Mo Ting dares to stand in my way again, I will make a move on his treasures. Don't think I don't know what he's plotting behind the scenes. Chairman Zhou scoffed. Hasn't he heard of a saying? The older the ginger, the spicier. The competition between stupid and devil shooter was originally something that happened off the surface. Of course, it was still off the surface. But, it was impossible to guard against people being despicable. Xia Jingyi was born into a family of scholars. Singing had always been her hobby, especially pop music. The reason she entered Hairue was not because of her voice or singing skills, but because of her ability to compose. She and Tang Jingxian had indeed worked together before and were quite familiar with each other. But, because of this, she ended up being targeted by Chairman Zhou. The entertainment industry had always been deep. Xia Jingyi had already prepared herself for this. Behind the bright and beautiful scenes, there was always darkness surrounding them. But was she going to help the evildoer because of this? She had no control over the environment, but she could make her own decisions. After returning to Hairue, she spotted Tang Jingxian practicing his new song in the practice room. Hearing his clear voice, she hesitated for a second before pushing open the door and entering. Luo Xing, I have something to talk to you about. Tang Jingxian put down the guitar in his hands and glanced at Xia Jingyi. He then stood up and said, Why don't we talk somewhere else? Let's go to the rooftop. The two headed to the rooftop one after another. Tang Jingxian leaned against the railing and looked at Xia Jingyi. Speak, what's wrong? Your real name is Tang Jingxian. Are you Tongming's brother? Xia Jingyi asked as she clenched her fists. She was actually quite nervous because she didn't know if the choice she had made was right or wrong. Tang Jingxian was a little surprised as he stared at Xia Jingyi's delicate face and nodded his head. How did you know? The producer of Devil Shooter, which was released at the same time as Stupid, knows that you and I have worked together before, so he kidnapped my brother and threatened me to get information about Tongming from you, Xia Jingyi explained anxiously. As the wind blew through her hair, she looked even more innocent and sincere. I don't want to do something like this and I don't want to be threatened. But, can you help me think of a way to save my brother? Tang Jingxian looked at Xia Jingyi. She obviously could have compromised, but she chose to be honest. I'm sorry, I never thought that someone completely unrelated to us would be in danger because of us. I know you don't want to see this happen. But, the most important thing right now is to save my brother. He is only 17 years old. Since your brother is in the hands of that scumbag, then your whole family should be under his surveillance. Tang Jingxian said, this won't do. Even if we save your brother, your parents will be in danger. I have to go find President Mo. Will he be willing to save my brother? You don't have to worry about that. Since it's my sister's business, he won't just stand by and watch. Even if Mo Ting was willing, Tongning would not. Another person who would do anything for money, kidnapping and threatening. Sometimes, in this industry, people really want to curse. We look so glamorous on the outside, but I didn't expect there to be such a mess behind the scenes. Tang Jingxian couldn't hold back his anger any longer. I finally understand why my sister kept telling me that the industry is different from what we imagined. When you meet CEO Mo, please take me with you. Don't worry, I know you're worried about your brother. The other party was obviously just testing the waters, but Tang Jingxian immediately drove Xia Jingyi to Hyatt Regency. Night had just fallen, but the sky above Beijing was dyed red. It was a little tiresome. Mo Ting had just returned home. As soon as he saw Tang Jingxian and Xia Jingyi, he raised an eyebrow. Luo Xing, this is private space. Brother-in-law, there's an emergency. Tang Jingxian grabbed Xia Jingyi and dragged her into the living room. Tongning was sitting on the sofa reading a script. What's wrong? Xia Jingyi spent some time explaining the entire situation to the Mo couple. After hearing everything, Tongning's expression turned gloomy, completely different from her previously aloof self. Ting. I think I'll ask Mom about Chairman Zhou. She will understand better. No need. Lu Che will deliver the information to my desk tomorrow morning, Mo Ting replied calmly. He is indeed rich. I can't believe he would use such a common method to resolve an issue in the entertainment industry. What do you think? Tongning asked as she turned to ask. Your brother isn't in their hands. If he really did kidnap your brother, it wouldn't be as simple as getting information from Tongning. The price to pay for it is too high. He could easily exchange it for something more valuable. He is simply taking advantage of your inexperience, Mo Ting replied straightforwardly. So, I'm sure your brother is somewhere safe. Immediately make a phone call and contact your friends and family. Ask them if they can find him. I've already asked. My parents said my brother is going on a graduation trip with his friends, so I didn't dare to say too much. Give me the information, I will get someone to investigate as soon as possible, Mo Ting said calmly. After I receive news of my brother, you don't need to worry about this matter. I will handle it myself. But, brother-in-law, Jingyi's family is safe. I will take responsibility, Mo Ting said firmly. But, seeing Tang Jingxian did not respond, he leaned back and raised an eyebrow. What, you don't trust me? Your brother-in-law has been in charge of Hai Rui for so many years. What hasn't he seen? Tongning suddenly interrupted. Since it's a common occurrence, I'm just trying to make you guys feel better. After hearing Tongning's words, Tang Jingxian nodded his head and turned to Xia Jingyi. Don't worry, if my sister says it's fine, then it's definitely fine. But, Luo Xing, you need to take care of Xia Jingyi's safety. She is the most dangerous person. Okay, Tang Jingxian nodded his head seriously. Tang Jingxian nodded solemnly before he pulled Xia Jingyi up. Let's go, I'll take you home. President Mo, sorry to trouble you. Mo Ting nodded his head. However, from within Mo Ting's sharp gaze, Xia Jingyi could see a bottomless fire. This man seemed more dangerous than the so-called Chairman Zhou. After Tang Jingxian and Luo Xing left, Tongning turned around and looked at Mo Ting. Ting, I know. I won't let an innocent person suffer for us, don't worry, Mo Ting comforted gently. That's good. Tongning relaxed. This was the competition within the film industry. But, the darkness was only the tip of the iceberg. Mo Ting had long gotten used to it. As for Tongning, she gradually forgot about it. Behind the glamorous crowd was Mo Ting, protecting their cleanliness. Thinking of this, Tongning moved closer to Mo Ting and wrapped her arms around his waist. From now on, you and I will work hand in hand in the darkness and share glory. As your wife, I can also hold up the sky, Tongning said firmly. So, don't protect me too much. As long as it's for you, I'm willing to climb a mountain of daggers and swim into a sea of flames. Regarding this, Mo Ting had never doubted it. So, what did Emir Chairman Zhou want to do? Late at night, Mo Ting was still sitting in the study room. Meanwhile, Lu Che was even faster. In just 5 hours, he managed to track down Xia Jingyi's brother's whereabouts. It turned out, he had lost his phone with his classmate and couldn't remember his family's phone number, so he didn't contact them immediately. He was currently safe. After hearing this news, Xia Jingyi let out a sigh of relief. She and Tang Jingxian were still in Hai Rui's practice room. Amidst the darkness, the two looked at each other and suddenly smiled. President Mo is indeed amazing. He was able to see through everything with one glance, Xia Jingyi sighed. Of course. Did you think anyone could marry my sister? Tang Jingxian laughed as he held onto his guitar. Since your brother is fine, let's wait and see what happens to Chairman Zhou. Xia Jingyi smiled and nodded her head. Come, I'm still energetic. Help me with the accompaniment. No problem, Xia Jingyi said as she sat down on the piano. The next morning, Mo Ting sat in the CEO's office at Hai Rui and looked through all the information on Chairman Zhou. When Chairman Zhou was young, he was a gangster and arrogant. But, he had one weakness. He wasn't afraid of anything, but he was afraid of someone called Father Li. It was said that Father Li single-handedly helped him get to where he is today. That's why he is extremely afraid of Father Li. Lu Che followed by Mo Ting's side and told him everything he found out so he could save Mo Ting some time reading through the documents. Although Chairman Zhou is a terrible person, Father Li has a good reputation. He is an upright person and a loyal friend. It's just that he doesn't go out much these days. Mo Ting pulled out the information and looked at the photo on the resume. He then threw it to one side, asked Father Li out. I've already asked him out. I should be able to hear from him before noon, Lu Che replied respectfully. He had already lost count of the number of times he had dealt with similar problems with Mo Ting. Also, ask Father Zhou out, Mo Ting said coldly. Make preparations for negotiations. After speaking, Mo Ting threw the matter to one side and continued to deal with other matters at Hai Rui. Tomorrow is the third pre-screening of Stupid. Invite the last group of people to watch it. Needless to say, Lu Che understood. The third group of people were famous reporters, entertainment reporters, and influential journalists. It was for no other reason than to ensure that the reporters would roll their eyes the next time a member of Demon King mentioned that Tang Ning's acting wasn't as good as theirs. Needless to say, running a movie is as difficult as you can see. At noon, Lu Che received news that the other party had agreed to meet and had arranged to have dinner that night. In order not to worry Tang Ning, Mo Ting did not tell her he was going to negotiate. He simply told her he would be home late. Tang Ning could roughly guess what was going on, so she secretly gave Lu Che a phone call to confirm her suspicions. In the end, she decided that after everything was over, she would personally drive over to pick her husband up. 7 o'clock in the evening, high-class club. Father Li and Mo Ting had already greeted each other. But, Father Li knew the reason for his visit, so he said to him by the pool, "Young man, do you want to have a competition? Let's see if you can beat this old bag of bones." Mo Ting was well aware of Father Li's background, so he nodded his head. It would be impolite to refuse. After changing into a pair of swimming trunks, Mo Ting entered the pool. His muscles made Father Li praise him profusely. To be able to manage your body so well, it's no wonder you can manage the entertainment industry. The two men swam with all their might towards the middle of the pool. But, after one round of swimming, Mo Ting had fallen a little behind Father Li. Father Li knew Mo Ting was only using half his strength, so he laughed. This Xiao Zhou is too much. Not long after, a waiter entered the pool to inform the two that Chairman Zhou had arrived. Only then did the two men enter the VIP waiting room. Have a seat. Xiao Zhou, you sit too, Father Li greeted. Since everyone is here, let's get straight to the point. Xiao Zhou, why did you threaten an artist from Hai Rui? Chairman Zhou's expression did not look too good as he looked at Mo Ting with a complicated expression. Mo Ting's lips curved upwards as he took the initiative. Chairman Zhou, it seems you don't have much confidence in your own film. You took advantage of the fact that you've dominated the entertainment industry for so many years to block my path to riches. Of course, I'm going. To cause trouble for you, Chairman Zhou replied straightforwardly. This is his ability. If you can't do it, then you use despicable methods. Don't you think it's too unsightly? Fatherly asked as he dried his hair. Since Chairman Zhou says Hai Rui is blocking your path to riches, then fine. After all, the two films will only be released one day apart. We won't interfere with the cinema's operations and will let them decide how they want to distribute the films. Are you satisfied with that? How could I not interfere with the distribution of the films? He wanted to make money, he couldn't possibly give in just for the sake of fairness. Fine, you interfere and I'll let it go. Are you satisfied with that? Mo Ting asked as he raised an eyebrow. The king's aura from his body made even Fatherly feel threatened. Would you be so kind? I, Mo Ting, always do what I say. But, no matter what the box office results, you are not allowed to cause trouble for Hai Rui again. Mo Ting pointed his finger at Chairman Zhou. Otherwise, Hai Rui will fight to the death with you. I'm sure Chairman Zhou is a smart man. I'm sure he wouldn't put his property business on thin ice just because his film didn't make enough money, right? I've already given Fatherly enough face. If another artist from Hai Rui is threatened like this, I will blame it all on Chairman Zhou. Feel free to try my methods. After hearing Mo Ting's words, Fatherly knew the outcome had been decided. Xiao Zhou, are you not satisfied with President Mo's suggestion? Grandpa Li asked Jay Chou. Not only did they not interfere with the cinema's screening, they also did not interfere with you influencing the cinema's screening. This gift is enough to show their sincerity. If you continue to do such a despicable thing, then I, Grandpa Li, will pretend that I never knew you. Chairman Zhou weighed his options and finally nodded his head. Okay, remember what you said. Of course, Mo Ting nodded. I'm sorry about what happened to Xianxia. I will never touch Hai Rui again. Fatherly can be my witness, Chairman Zhou vowed. Mo Ting's lips curved upwards without saying another word. Okay, since we've come to an agreement, let's all have dinner together. No need, Fatherly. I need to go home and keep my wife company, so I won't be joining you, Mo Ting said as he stood up. Thank you very much for today. Don't mention it. President Mo's wife sure is lucky. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone left. As Mo Ting led Lu Che out of the club, he noticed Tong Ning's car parked outside. He was a little surprised as he walked over. As soon as he saw it was Tong Ning, his expression changed. Why are you waiting here? Of course I'm here to welcome you home, Tong Ning smiled. Everything's settled, right? Mo Ting turned around and said to Lu Che, do as I say. Drive home. Yes, President, Lu Che nodded his head and left. Of course, since he said he wouldn't interfere with the distribution of the films, he was going to keep his promise. So what if they had 80% distribution? He, Mo Ting, would still win. From now on, if I don't tell you about it, don't appear, Mo Ting warned Tong Ning as soon as he boarded the car. Don't worry, just this once. Tong Ning nodded her head obediently. Since Mo Ting specifically told her not to do it, it must be dangerous. So, from now on, she was going to be careful not to add to his burden. What did they say? Keep your tricks to yourself. Let's rely on our own abilities, Mo Ting replied as he loosened his tie. On the first day of release, a conservative estimate is that the number of screenings will not exceed 30%. On the second day, it may drop to 10%. Are you giving way? Mo Ting looked at Tong Ning with a deeper meaning and smiled. Indeed, Tong Ning was the person that understood him the most in this world. She didn't even need to think twice to know that he was giving way. Trust me, even if I give way, I can still revive stupid. This is the first movie you've acted in. I want everyone to see that you're a good actor. Of course, that's important. But, I simply want you to be happy, Tong Ning replied as she drove. The entertainment industry is your kingdom. You have the final say. Mo Ting stretched out his hand and touched Tong Ning's cheek. Silly woman, if he didn't dote on her, who would he dote on? The third pre-screening for Stupid was once again attended by more than 30% compared to the previous two screenings. This attendance was proof of a lot of things. Not long after, Stupid welcomed its first day of release. Mo Ting kept his promise and did not interfere with the distribution of the film. But, the industry had already tasted the sweetness of Stupid's steady rise. So, the nationwide distribution of the film was 30%. It wasn't too high, but it wasn't low either. But, it had already exceeded Mo Ting's expectations. Because of the 3 pre-screenings and the popularity of Tongning defeating the newcomers, the box office for Stupid on its first day of release was over $40 million. The results were average. Hey, have you guys seen Tongning's film? Pfft, what's so interesting about a model acting? Once you see it, you will know how good Tongning's acting is. I don't believe you. Add me if you don't believe me. Filled with curiosity towards Tongning's acting, many people bought tickets for the event. They wanted to see if Tongning's acting was as amazing as the rumors said. After all, after 3 pre-screenings, the film had such a good reputation. It was hard not to suspect that Hai Rui had hired a water army. But, after watching the film fans were amazed. It turned out, the model could actually act and her acting skills did not cause her to fall out of character. If the pre-screening of Stupid could only be said to have conquered a certain group of people, then from the public release, Stupid had conquered the entire film market. It's not mainstream, it's not conventional, and it's unexpectedly good-looking. I recommend it. Originally, I went with the intention to complain, but I can't find anything to complain about. The film is surprisingly good too. I wonder who the screenwriter is. Tongning is amazing. Did she really not secretly learn how to perform? At the same time, at the end of the film, Tongning and Lin Xing were also shown. Fans were amazed by how serious Tongning was when filming, she was completely at ease. I went to complain, but in the end, I ended up becoming a fan. Haha. Tongning is good material. She's different from the cheap B*TCH on the outside. I hope she can continue to maintain her image. In future films, I will definitely support her. On the first day of screening, Tongning's mentions continued to rise. The film matched the analysis of film critics. It was indeed Hai Rui's style and was a film that was easy to remember. Whether it was the stubborn actress, the scumbag athlete or the stupid apprentice that was abandoned multiple times, they all left a deep impression in people's hearts. However, on the second day of its release, the number of screenings for such a movie was squeezed to less than 15%, while Devil Shooter had nearly 40% of its screenings. As soon as these numbers were released, everyone that had watched Stupid was unconvinced. They could immediately tell that Devil Shooter was manipulating things from behind the scenes. They've seen both films. Devil King is obviously a fan film. Plus, they even tried to squeeze Stupid into their schedule. How shameless. This also proves that Hai Rui did not do anything behind the scenes. Otherwise, who would dare to challenge their position? Cinema, can you please screen more of Stupid? I want to watch it a second time. Sorry, I will definitely boycott fan films. The crew of Devil Shooter is too disgusting. Both films had highlights at the end. But when I saw Tongning fall a few times without a sound and crawl back up to continue acting, whereas next door, Tongning's eyes turned red from a slight scratch and she even begged for comfort from the entire crew. Oh my god, the difference is quite big. Based on this, I support Stupid. Although Devil Shooter had a lot of fans, the public couldn't help but have eyes. Plus, the reaction was too intense. In the end, Devil Shooter ended up with a box office that was lower than Stupid by a few $100,000 on its first day. Everyone originally thought Devil Shooter would be a huge hit. This was too much of a slap to the experts' faces. Their initial predictions were now being scolded out of the sky by fans. Seeing this scene, the film distribution company returned all of the benefits that director Zhou had given them. They had seen the market for Stupid and firmly believed that the public couldn't be offended. As a result, from the third day onwards, the screening rate for Stupid returned to 30%, while Devil Shooter dropped to 15%. The attendance rate was the best indicator of the film's strength. The meticulous plot and attention-grabbing performances were the foundation of the film. Seeing this reversal, director Zhou crushed the glass in his hand. Because he never thought that the fans wouldn't buy his act, in reality, he was wrong in his arrogance. If not for the pre-screening, his film would have been a huge hit on its first day. Even if there was a problem with the film, it would have at least maintained its popularity for the first 3 days. It would not have been so cold as soon as it opened. Chairman Zhou, we've confirmed that Hai Rui did not make a move, the assistant said. Director Zhou closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Okay. Mo Ting must have predicted this would happen, that's why he made such an attractive offer. What was the point of not interfering with the screening? Mo Ting had already misled the audience and fans during the previous 3 pre-screenings. So, even if he didn't do anything, he was confident that he would win. Although director Zhou wasn't willing to give up, he knew that Mo Ting could no longer cross the line. In the entertainment industry, he couldn't win against others. Luckily, he wasn't going to lose out. So, he still had a chance to compete with Mo Ting in the future. Like this. Stupid breaks $100 million in box office after 3 days. Tongming named most promising actress. Stupid screenwriter's identity remains a mystery, fans become curious. Stupid will soon be released in the US and Europe. It will be released in July at the earliest. At the same time, Tongming's VIP film, Fulls, also appeared in a famous international magazine. This was a surprise to Tongming. Because of the filming, Tongming had almost forgotten about the film. She had even forgotten that she had taken photos like this. But now, as she looked at the cover of the magazine that Fulls had sent her, she couldn't help but feel emotional. Because of her, Fulls did not attend the autumn/winter fashion week. At the same time, Hai Rui released the cover of Tongming's magazine and attracted a lot of attention. It was almost like the person in the film was also living in the real world and had even filmed a famous designer's film. Film fans looked at the magazine and then watched the film. At this moment, they couldn't help but be impressed by Tongming. They knew, with Mo Ting around, the fashion industry would never forget about Tongming. She could return to the runway at any time, he had always left her a way out. The craze that Fulls created was the best proof. Not long after, Stupid would be released in Europe and the US. When that time came, Fulls' VIP series would definitely be known by more people. It was rare to see a model that was also a serious actress. So, whenever the locals mentioned her, they were always proud because she used her own abilities to open the door to the international market. Just by looking at Tongming's films, you can tell that she is still the same person. She is the same person that created the Oriental trend and made LM famous. I always thought it was a pity that she chose to film. But, after seeing Stupid, I realized I was wrong. I really hate the fact that there aren't 2 Tongmings in this world. One is a runway model and the other is a film actress. That's right. As a fan of hers, I feel she is amazing. From now on, no matter what she does, I will support her and will never doubt her again. Even if she says she is going to release an album, I will give her a thumbs up. According to Tongming's current standards, if she continues to train, she will definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Best Actor Lin Sheng. I hope she works hard. All in all, a person that can shine in front of everyone, but also suffer behind the scenes, will definitely attract a lot of fans. I feel that after marrying President Mo, her life has really turned on a whole new level. The 2 of them can conquer the world together. Sob sob sob, it's so sweet. Seeing so many people acknowledging her role, Tongming felt an urge to cry. She wasn't actually a genius, but, over the years, she had been constantly trying to understand the outside world and had accumulated a lot of experience during her runway shows. She had always thought that after she became an actress, the runway would no longer be something she dared to dream about. But, it turned out, Mo Ting used this method to tell her that her status was already there and that her path would never disappear. Ting. Thank you so much, Tongming looked at her husband tearfully. Mo Ting turned Tongming's photos of the full series into a giant poster and placed it in the living room. For Tongming, this was a memento. Mo Ting stretched out his arms and pulled Tongming into his embrace as he rested his chin on her head. I know. Although you've never talked about it, this matter has always been a sore spot in your heart. You've simply avoided it. Now, let me tell you, if you want to, you can still walk on the runway. There will always be a place for you in the fashion industry. It's not that the fashion industry doesn't want you anymore, it's that you have better options. Tongming nodded her head. I never expected that you would use fools like this. Because you deserve the best. After speaking, Emoting lifted Tongning's chin and placed a kiss on her lips. Don't be afraid. As long as you want it, I will give it to you. In that case, let me act in the lost relative, Tongning said in seriousness as she looked at Emoting. I like this story and I like it to be challenging. It will be dangerous. I'm not afraid. In the end, Emoting finally relented. You know, I've never been able to reject any of your requests. Stupid has already surpassed the $500 million mark in 15 days of release. Best Actor Lin Xing has a chance to win Best Actor with Stupid. Hai Rui announces that Stupid has surpassed the $1 billion mark. They may hold a celebration party. Haha, not just $1 billion, even $1. $5 billion is a possibility. After seeing the entertainment headlines, Long Jia was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Although she was no longer a manager, seeing Tongning's achievements made her happier than if she had won the lottery herself. Now, can you rest assured about having a baby? Lu Che asked as he sat down on the other side of the bed. Long Jia's face turned a little red, but she still put down the newspaper and turned to look at Lu Che. When have I ever been worried? In that case, I won't use a condom tonight. Lu Che. When will your EQ improve? How can you say something like this out loud? Long Jia yelled as she covered her face. In the end, Lu Che pressed her under his body. Perfect timing, I checked your menstrual cycle. It's easier to get pregnant these few days. Then, what are we waiting for? The couple met with their parents. Although Lu Che's parents did not say much, Long Jia could tell that they did not fully approve of her as their daughter-in-law. As long as Lu Che liked them, they did not interfere. But, if they were to have a child, wouldn't that make them happier? Lu Che, is it because mom and dad want a child that you are trying to placate them? Can't you think of something else every day? Lu Che glared at her. We aren't superstar actresses. We don't need to worry about the madam's plans like the president. We are just a small family. I just want a child that belongs to us. I don't do it for any other reason. Don't overthink things. Okay, Long Jia nodded. After a moment of silence, she added, but, Mom and Dad. I've told you a long time ago, the person you will spend the rest of your life with is me, not my parents. Don't always carry this burden, Lu Che sighed as he ran his hand through Long Jia's hair. Lu Che stroked Long Jia's hair and sighed, the industry is too messy. I simply want to protect you and let you live a carefree life. Long Jia smiled as she buried her head in Lu Che's arms and quickly fell asleep. Actually, Long Jia had her own capabilities. For example, she could sometimes get information faster than Hai Rui. Amongst the people close to Tongning, if Hu Jingjing was the embodiment of bravery, then Long Jia was the embodiment of loyalty. This was the reason men were attracted to them. Of course, while there were voices of praise, there were also voices of disapproval. For example, Hai Rui's PR was all about Tongning. This made Lin Xing's fans quite uncomfortable. I knew this would be the result. Our Xianxia has been treated as a stepping stone. No matter how good Tongning's acting is, I don't like it. Especially since she's only a supporting character. Let's wait for Tongning to get the lead role before supporting her again. I hope Hai Rui doesn't mess up Lin Xing's status. The public are exaggerating. Tongning's acting is still worth watching in front of experienced actors. For example, Wang Ruanxin and Gu Heng can beat her up. In this world, there were bound to be people that you couldn't please. If this was in the past, or if it was someone else, Mo Ting would not have cared. After all, he knew better than anyone that taking care of everyone was an impossible task. Even if it was money, there were bound to be people that didn't like it. But, as soon as Tongning was mentioned, Mo Ting had the urge to show off his wife. So, after discussing with Nzihao and the others, Mo Ting decided to release the trailer for WH before the next screening of Stupid. According to the production cycle of WH, it would be released at the beginning of next year. But, the entire film was still under wraps. So, taking advantage of the popularity of Stupid, releasing a trailer for WH would be the first wave of publicity. So, oh God, what film is this trailer for? It's so exciting, I feel like I'm on fire. It's a disaster film. OMG. Another product from Hairue. I want to see it, I want to see it. Oh my god, the male lead is Bai Qindong. My dong, Bai Qindong is acting as a psycho. It's so exciting. Haven't you guys noticed that the female lead looks a little familiar? So, she's Tongning. F***ck. Overnight, the number of mentions for WH immediately went from 0 to the top 10 most popular movies on the internet. Someone even filmed the trailer for WH at the cinema and uploaded it online. The short 35-second trailer was enough to whet the appetite of film fans. In order to see the HD version of the trailer, a lot of fans even bought tickets for Stupid. While they were in the cinema, they could feel the impending threat of disaster. At the same time, Tongning's hysterical performance in the trailer made many fans excited. Bai Qindong's film is a must-watch. That weirdo only accepts good scripts. Plus, Tongning's acting isn't holding him back. I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xing's fans are about to be slapped in the face. F***ck, Hairue's move is amazing. They didn't even bother to slap their faces with news, they directly slapped them with their work. Who said Tongning can't act as the female lead? It feels so good, haha. I feel like Tongning's path to becoming an actress is getting better and better. I'm glad she didn't casually accept a film just because of her popularity. No wonder Tongning hasn't appeared for months. It turns out she's been filming behind closed doors. I like her calm and collected way of doing things, it's so cool. No one expected Hairue to have such a trump card up their sleeves. If Stupid and Devil Shooter were compared because of the different genres, then WH had taught the crew of Devil Shooter a good lesson. Looking at it this way, the plot of Demon King was more like elementary school students playing house. On the other hand, Stupid and WH influenced each other and boosted each other's performance. The box office continued to rise and the industry was shocked. Looks like this celebration feast is definitely going to be held. The first thing Hu Jingjing did after returning to China was to watch Stupid and meet up with Tongning. As expected, President Mo's decision was right. Tongning, you are suited to be an actress. Plus, even if you want to come back halfway, you still have a chance, don't you? Look at how well your man has prepared an escape route for you. Tongning glanced at Hu Jingjing and smiled, but this is far from enough. I want everyone to know that I, Tongning, am the epitome of a good film. You've always been so ambitious, Hu Jingjing laughed. It seems, everything you do has a goal in mind. If I don't produce results, I might as well not do it at all. After speaking, Tongning put down the new script in her hands. Although The Lost Lover had already sent her the script, the female lead still needed auditions. But, it seemed, there were plenty of actresses competing for this role. So, she decided to work even harder. According to the way you work, it won't be long before you take home the title of Best Actress. When that time comes, what will you do? Will you cross over to sing again? This time, Tongning shook her head and replied confidently, Ting and I have decided to have a child. So, my new task is to play the role of a good mother. With the mention of a child, Hu Jingjing felt a little conflicted. Ignoring her identity as a model, she already had Xiaoyu at home and Fangyu had never suggested having another child. If she was the one to suggest it, would Fangyu feel like she didn't see Xiaoyu as her own child? Seeing Hu Jingjing remain silent, Tongning could guess that she had something on her mind. Did things not go well with Fangyu? Of course not. I still want another child, but I don't know how to bring it up, Hu Jingjing replied as she put down her wine glass. I don't know what Fangyu is thinking. If he loves me, he would probably want me to give birth to his child, right? Perhaps, he hasn't mentioned it to you because of your career? Tongning asked. Hu Jingjing thought for a moment and decided this was a possibility. Fine, you've successfully comforted me. Let's find a way to ask him. Tongning reminded. Being friends with someone with a high EQ was like having nothing to worry about. Late at night, a group of men dressed in black appeared at Beijing's airport. They were protecting a 70-something-year-old man. He was dressed in a black traditional Chinese suit and appeared to be in high spirits. With his hands behind his back, he seemed to be deliberately keeping a low profile. But, because of his outstanding aura, he still attracted a lot of attention. When this old man was young, he had countless admirers from women. Make sure you do everything I ask you to do. Remember, if you dare to alert Mo Ting, you can quit your job and go home to eat your own food, the old man instructed his assistant as he walked forward. But, Chairman Mo, the big master isn't so easily fooled. I don't care. I'm here to see my granddaughter-in-law. Who told him to keep hiding her from me? The old man scoffed. Whenever he called Mo Ting would always make excuses. How could he dote on his wife so much? Did he still care about the Mo family's rules? But that film is very dangerous. Your health. The assistant was worried. After all, this Chairman Mo was none other than Mo Ting's grandfather, the founder of Hai Rui. Before he founded Hai Rui, he was already an experienced actor. So, his method of getting close to his granddaughter-in-law was to join the cast of The Lost Relative. In fact, he had to hide it from Mo Ting. There was an old beggar playing a supporting role in the film. His sloppy appearance was perfect for hiding it from others. The assistant was speechless. In reality, he knew deep down that he was addicted to acting. He said he wanted to see his granddaughter-in-law, but he simply found a perfect excuse to satisfy his craving. But, that was a police film. Was there really no problem with his body? The next morning, Mo Ting was working at Hai Rui. At this time, Lu Che suddenly knocked on the door and whispered something in his ear. Mo Ting put down the diamond pen in his hand and froze for a few seconds. He then smiled, whatever he wants to do, you just need to pretend you didn't see it. But what if the old chairman makes things difficult for the madam? Do you think my wife can't handle it? Mo Ting lifted his head and looked at Lu Che in seriousness. Lu Che quickly shook his head, I'm just worried that the madam will be wronged. Does the old man think this is the same as when he left Hai Rui 10 years ago? Why did he make such a big fuss? It's like he's on the streets and is afraid people won't know he's back. Mo Ting shook his head, you don't need to worry about anything else. You just need to keep an eye on his safety. Mo Ting had no intention of telling Tongning about this. He wanted to see what the old man had up his sleeves. Tongning was not at all alarmed by Elder Mo's arrival because she was currently preparing for her audition. She was indeed invited to The Lost Lover, but she wasn't the only one. So, it was still unknown who the female lead would end up with. This time, Gu Heng, who was mentioned by Lin Xing's fans, was also participating in the audition. At this time, Tongning no longer cared about her qualifications. She simply wanted to secure the role. Everyone would have to rely on their own abilities and leave the final decision to the director and producer. That night, Mo Ting returned home. As soon as he saw Tongning sitting on the sofa practicing her script, he remembered that Elder Mo was already in Beijing. What tricks would he come up with to make things difficult for his wife? The corners of Mo Ting's lips suddenly curved upwards into a slight smile. Before the audition, we need to hold a celebration party for Stupid. When the time comes, you will need to attend. Mo Ting hid his thoughts about Elder Mo and sat down beside Tongning. Must I go? Tongning was already addicted to studying the script. It's been a long time since you've interacted with your fans. It's good to keep a low profile, but you also need to maintain an appropriate amount of exposure. Tongning sat up and thought for a few seconds before nodding her head, you are my manager, of course I will listen to you. Mo Ting pulled her into his embrace and kissed her gently on the forehead. He knew a strange old man was about to appear and make things difficult for his wife. Although he didn't want her to leave, she had to get through this on her own. What's wrong? Today. Tongning noticed Mo Ting's actions were strange, so she immediately asked. Nothing, what do you want to eat? I'll go make it. After speaking, Mo Ting let go of Tongning, rolled up his sleeves and prepared to head into the kitchen. Tongning smiled and gestured for him to do whatever he wanted. Mo Ting tapped the tip of her nose as he slowly walked into the kitchen. A moment later, Tongning followed behind and hugged Mo Ting from behind. This was her favorite position. CEO Mo, you are so virtuous. Then, which one of my strengths ranks first in your heart? You can cook? Make money? Or physical strength? Tongning buried her head in Mo Ting's back for a few seconds before replying, the third one. What? I said third, Tongning replied as she peeked out. The couple's interactions were becoming more and more shameless. I knew it was the third one. How could you leave me? Tongning smiled as she accompanied Mo Ting in the kitchen. In reality, by the time the meal was ready, it was already 2 hours later. As promised, Hai Rui held a celebration banquet after Stupid broke the billion-dollar mark. This broke the predictions of experts and successfully entered the ranks of the best films in the industry. That night, Mo Ting held a grand banquet at a 5-star hotel and invited quite a few famous celebrities. With the addition of the first wave of promotions for WH, Bai Chendong was also ordered to attend. Of course, the only reason he showed up in the end was because of his little assistant. Hai Rui's celebration banquet was naturally a gathering of stars and superstars. At this time, Tongning arrived dressed up just like Mo Ting had arranged. Dressed in a blue floral dress, she turned into an elegant beauty as she weaved through the guests. From now on, her identity was no longer a model, but an actress. As soon as Han Xiner stepped into the banquet hall, she quickly ran over to Tongning, completely ignoring the angry expression on the man behind her. However, Tongning noticed Bai Chendong's expression immediately. It was so obvious. Did Han Xiner not notice anything special? Ning Jia. I've missed you so much. Stop hugging me. Tongning could already feel Bai Chendong's murderous gaze. An almighty national treasure actor had to follow behind a little assistant. Just the thought of it was embarrassing. Especially when he saw Han Xiner run over to Tongning, Bai Chendong felt like he had been keeping an ungrateful wolf by his side for the past few months. So, he picked up a glass of champagne from a waiter's tray and started drinking on his own. At this time, quite a few people approached him to strike up a conversation. If this was in the past, not only would he ignore them, he wouldn't even attend events like this. But, after seeing Han Xiner ignore him, Bai Chendong actually turned around and started chatting with someone else. Tongning wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. So, she asked Han Xiner, how does it feel to be Bai Chendong's assistant? He's so lazy. I've never seen a man as lazy as him, Han Xiner couldn't help but complain. You don't like him? I should say, I'm used to it, Han Xiner replied without any hesitation. Actually, he's quite easy to manage. Most of the time, he's quite obedient. Han Xiner was obviously the one being tamed, so why was Bai Chendong always the one to compromise? Who was the one teaching who? Xiner, haven't you noticed? In this world, you are the only one that can get close to him. If you want to get close to him, you would probably be able to circle the earth a few times. Tongning looked at Bai Chendong as he rejected another woman and said with a deeper meaning, a man like him is extremely lazy. You need to be his assistant for the rest of your life. Otherwise, you won't even know when he grows weeds. He simply thinks I'm easy to bully, Han Xiner scoffed. A man like him is too lazy to see people and has a weird personality. You need to keep him in check. Don't worry, he's doing well, Han Xiner said as she patted her chest. He's about to enter a new production. And it's all thanks to me. Then, why aren't you going to block the alcohol? There are so many women surrounding him, Tongning said as she gestured to Bai Chendong with her chin. Han Xiner looked at Tongning and was immediately angered, he can't drink too much. After speaking, Han Xiner stormed over angrily. However, she accidentally bumped into someone on the way. Water and alcohol spilled all over the person. As soon as Han Xiner regained her balance, she immediately apologized, sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Which agency are you from? Why haven't I seen you around? Why are you so clumsy? The two people in front of Han Xiner were two women. From the looks of it, they weren't ordinary people. Ijia, do you know how expensive this dress is? Now that it's spilled red wine, it's impossible to wear. I really didn't do it on purpose. Han Xiner quickly bowed apologetically. Forget it, Xiaoyang, come with me to get changed. Leave her name and tell her to compensate you according to the price. Don't make things difficult for her, the woman called Ijia said in a gentle voice. On the surface, it seemed like she was being considerate of Han Xiner's mistake, but in reality, she had no intention of letting Han Xiner off lightly. Compensate her according to the price, according to Han Xiner's salary, Even if she worked for a few decades, she wouldn't be able to afford a single piece of clothing like this. Han Xiner's face turned pale. Let me help you wash it. Wash? You want our Xianxia to wear clothes that are wrinkled from washing? Which agency are you from? Call the person in charge here. Is he a staff member of the hotel? The woman had no idea who Han Xiner was. But, of course, in a situation like this, it was normal for them to call the person in charge. Han Xiner looked at Bai Chendong in despair. She originally thought that he hadn't noticed her. But, a moment later, Bai Chendong walked over and stopped beside her. Meanwhile, Tongning, who was watching the show, continued to enjoy the show. What happened? As soon as the woman saw that Bai Chendong was the one asking, she immediately smiled. Oh, it's Dong Go. This waiter dirted Yijia's dress. We are currently dealing with it. Thank you for your concern. Who cares about you? Bai Chendong replied coldly. He then lowered his head and looked at Han Xiner. Speak. I saw someone trying to force you to drink, so I rushed over to stop them. But, I accidentally bumped into Yijia. Yijia said that I would compensate you according to the price, but where am I supposed to find the money? Han Xiner swallowed half of her words. The woman's expression froze for a moment. She wanted to know the relationship between Bai Chendong and Han Xiner. However, to the woman's surprise, Bai Chendong directly threw the glass of wine in his hand at her and said, I don't like it when people bully my people. I'm going to pay for this. So, this dress is now mine, right? In that case, I can deal with it however I want. Dong Ge, the woman was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Look carefully, she is my assistant, not some random customer service employee. If you want to extort someone, you better wear your glasses. Bai Chendong held on to Han Xiner's neck. His voice was filled with coldness. Before she could react, he dragged her away. As he walked away, he turned to Mo Ting and said, I don't like this kind of setting. I'll be leaving first. Mo Ting narrowed his eyes. Was your mission to cause trouble? But, seeing the smile on his wife's face, he felt that Bai Chendong had put on a good show. As long as Tongning liked it. Ting. When do you think Xiner will understand? It's not like she doesn't understand. She's just pretending. Mo Ting led Tongning away. Han Xiner was not Lu Che. Even Lu Che pretended to have low EQ at times, let alone a sensitive girl like Han Xiner. In actual fact, Tongning suspected that she was pretending to be dumb. Or, perhaps, she didn't want to believe Bai Chendong, so she was pretending not to know anything. After leaving the hotel, Han Xiner freed herself from Bai Chendong's grasp and hugged onto a tree. I just saw Ningjia and you're trying to drag me away again. As my, Bai Chendong's, assistant, you still get bullied. Are you so stupid that you don't know how to fight back? Bai Chendong pulled her back again. From now on, if I see anyone humiliating you again, I will throw a wine glass at their head. Since you're out, let's go see the director with me. We already agreed on this, Han Xiner suddenly suggested. I'm not going. Bai Chendong felt like Han Xiner was constantly testing his limits. I promised her. You can't make me go back on my word. You made me pay for the damages tonight. Tell me first, what do you plan to pay me back with? Bai Chendong suddenly remembered he had just lost a large sum of money, so he crossed his arms and asked Han Xiner. What do you want? Han Xiner immediately hugged her clothes to protect herself. Let me tell you, I only sell my skills, not my body. Do you have any skills to sell? Bai Chendong glared at her with a slight smile on his face. I won't make things difficult for you. Come to my house and wash my underwear for a month and we'll forget about this incident. Are you a pervert? Don't you know how to wash your own underwear? I'm lazy. Bai Chendong said as he took a few steps forward. Seeing Han Xiner not moving, he turned around and asked, Aren't you going to see the director? Of course I'm going. Han Xiner humphed. On the surface, she appeared to be angry, but in reality, she was trying to hide her blushing face. If you're going to wash your underwear, why didn't you ask me to warm your bed for you? You perverted uncle. In reality, if Han Xiner were to explain her relationship with Bai Chendong, she wouldn't be able to explain it herself. Her life was too simple. She never thought about being liked by anyone because she didn't know if anything would happen to her body. All she wanted was to simply work hard to live. During her time with Bai Qindong, it wasn't that she didn't notice how special he was to her. Although this man appeared lazy on the surface, in reality, he had already made plenty of exceptions for her. She was well aware of this. But, she never expected herself to be worthy of such a big star. She didn't want to end up with Bai Qindong telling her that he was simply fooling around after giving everything she had. So, she pretended to be stupid, even though she was about to lose control of her feelings for Bai Qindong. After spending so much time with a man, especially a man that treated her so well, how could she not be moved? But, she was well aware of her position. She was merely a fan. She simply wanted to protect her heart and leave a mark on the world like Tongning. So, she decided to try out for the position of PR manager at Hai Rui. Of course, that would be when Bai Qindong no longer needed her. What are you thinking about? Why don't you walk properly? Bai Qindong suddenly hooked his arm around Han Xiner's neck and carried her away. The couple had already done this a few times. Han Xiner seemed to have gotten used to Bai Qindong finding excuses to touch her. But, with her status, there was no way she was going to marry into the Bai family. Stop dreaming, did Bai Qindong sense her hesitation? For a lazy person like Bai Qindong, he would probably spend his entire life trying to figure out what others were thinking. If you keep looking at me, I'm going to eat you up. Bai Qindong knew Han Xiner was looking at him, so he threatened. In this lifetime, he had no intention of letting go of Han Xiner. So, he had plenty of time to waste with her. He wasn't good at guessing what others were thinking, but he wanted to know what Han Xiner was thinking. So, he tried his best to understand her. If 1 year wasn't enough, then he would wait for 2 years. If 2 years wasn't enough, then he would wait for 10 years. Eventually, the little one would understand. Because of her appearances in Stupid and WH, Tongning's identity as an actress had slowly solidified in the hearts of the public. In fact, just like when she was a model, every step she took was steady and convincing. As a result, the public's trust in Tongning increased by a few notches. They even placed her on par with Lin Xing and Bai Qindong, even though she was still far from them. At least, she was aiming for the identity of an actress. She wasn't a celebrity that would appear on variety shows after receiving recognition. The audition date for The Lost Relative was officially announced. But, Gu Heng and Tongning weren't the only ones fighting for the female lead. There were also artists from other agencies and even South Korean actresses. The director this time was Wei In, who had won 3 international awards. The reason why all the actresses were fighting so hard for him was because his films had a high chance of winning an award. Which actor didn't want to win an Oscar? This was another important reason why Mo Ting was willing to let Tongning take part in the film. He hoped his wife's efforts would be rewarded accordingly. As for Tongning, she deserved the best. 12 p.m. inside a certain 5-star hotel. An old man dressed in a blue traditional Chinese suit entered Director Wei En's room with 2 bodyguards as he waved his fan. As soon as the 2 men saw each other, Wei En immediately extended his hand towards the old man. Elder Mo, it's been a long time since we last met. You are still as strong as ever. Elder Mo let out a gentle laugh as he sat down on the sofa. How can I compare to the limitless glory of a great director like you? Elder Mo, you are an old artist. I don't deserve such praise. I actually came here today because of 2 matters. I wonder if Director Wei can give me some face? Elder Mo asked leisurely as he waved his fan. Elder Mo, you are an old veteran. You are a respected figure in the entertainment industry. If there is anything you need, just say the word. Wei En smiled as he rubbed his beard. Firstly, I want to take a guest role in your film. I will join for free, but my identity must be kept a secret. No one can find out. Elder Mo narrowed his eyes. The old man was a little surprised. It would be my honor to have you take on a guest role. But, your health. Don't worry, Elder Mo waved his hand. What about the second thing? As for the second matter, I hope you can give Tongning a hard time for the female lead's audition tomorrow, Elder Mo said straightforwardly without beating around the bush. Isn't Tongning your granddaughter-in-law? I haven't admitted it yet. The old man snorted. I still want to see if she has the guts and wisdom to match up to my most outstanding grandson. So, for tomorrow's topic, do whatever you want. How about this, just tell her to reschedule, aren't you purposely making her late? Wei Yan laughed at the old man's teasing. Actually, it wasn't hard to understand. In Elder Mo's entire life, acting was his favorite thing to do. Since his grandson had a wife and was determined to become an actor, he had to test him. What is this? Don't you know what's going on in this industry? As an actress, no matter how good her acting skills are, she has to be on guard against being replaced at any time, having her funding withdrawn at any time, and being schemed against at any time. If she doesn't even have the ability to react to this, then let me look at my grandson's eyes, they should be even worse than an old man like me, the old man thought for a moment. In reality, he had seen Tong Ning's non-acting and did not find anything wrong with it. She was extremely attentive. However, she did not have any foundation in martial arts. So, he was more inclined to choose Gu Heng, who had a martial arts background. He was a perfectionist, so he hoped that the actress he found would also be proficient in martial arts. Since Elder Nangong had said this, Mo Ting decided to use the opportunity to create a problem for Tong Ning. Perhaps, using Gu Heng would be safer. Okay, no problem. Since this is Elder Mo's request, I will do my best to satisfy it, Wei Yan agreed. Be serious. Don't be afraid of Mo Ting, I will support you from behind. I don't think President Mo would bother me over such a small matter, Wei Yan laughed in disdain. Elder Mo looked at him with a deeper meaning, but he did not say another word. This was because the old man had no understanding of his grandson. When it came to the entertainment industry, Mo Ting had always been ruthless and decisive. But, when it came to relationships, he had the traditional genes of the Mo family, he doted on his wife. Wouldn't he cause trouble, wouldn't he? Wouldn't he use the trailer of WH to slap Tong Ning in the face just because he scolded her a little? From what he saw, Mo Ting's every move was for Tong Ning, he was paving the way for his wife. Rascal, you've mastered the art of using your official position for personal gain. Let's see how your wife deals with this tomorrow. Elder Mo hummed as he waved his fan and hummed a song. Soon, he disappeared from Wei Yan's room. 1 p.m. Song Yanshu received a phone call from the production crew of The Lost Relative. They informed her that the audition had been moved to 3 p.m. the next day, an hour later. Do you know why it was moved back? Tong Ning asked. They said it was because the director was busy at that time. Tong Ning looked down at her script and nodded her head, okay, I understand. Come pick me up at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Okay. In that case, Ning Jia, I'll be heading home first. Song Yanshu closed up Tong Ning's schedule and bowed slightly. Although Tong Ning nodded her head, according to her strict personality, especially after she was notified of her competitor when she was endorsing a watch, she knew that a change in timing was usually a sign of a change in the decision-maker's attitude. So, she immediately gave Long Jia a phone call and asked her to gather some information. After all, there were more than a few dozen people auditioning tomorrow. Don't worry, I will give you a reply first thing in the morning. Tong Ning, you are becoming more and more cautious, Long Jia commented. It's because I've been lied to too many times, Tong Ning replied. Long Jia nodded her head, understanding Tong Ning's concerns. The Lost Relative was an open competition, so it was inevitable that competitors would use underhanded methods. She couldn't be defeated by someone's schemes before even appearing on stage. She wouldn't actively use underhanded methods, but it was impossible for her not to be on guard. Okay, I will let you know as soon as I hear anything, Long Jia said before hanging up the phone. Tong Ning put down her phone and looked at the script beside her. Since Mo Ting had his eyes on her, she was determined to play the female lead. That night, after Mo Ting returned home, Tong Ning dragged him into their gym and spent almost 4 hours rehearsing with him. But, while they were sleeping, Mo Ting noticed that, even though Tong Ning tried her best to hide it, there were still bruises all over her body. So, the CEO had no choice but to wake up in the middle of the night to look for medicine for his wife. For the sake of a short 2 hours on screen, the price that an actor had to pay was too high. After helping her apply medicine, Mo Ting's heart ached. But, he thought to himself, this was the real Tong Ning, the Tong Ning that was made of flesh and blood. For the sake of her goal, Tongning was willing to sacrifice herself. The next morning, Tongning received a phone call from Xianxia. Strange, everyone else was notified of their auditions at 2 p.m. Why did they tell you to go at 3 p.m.? Is there a different time for the lead actors? After receiving this answer, a cold glint appeared in Tongning's eyes. She then replied, I understand. Tongning, don't tell me someone is actually scheming something behind your back. I'm not sure, but we have to be cautious, Tongning replied. Don't worry, I can handle this. I'm not worried. I'm more worried about the person that's targeting you, Xianxia said before she hung up the phone. She was no longer a manager. Instead, she was working as Fan Yu's assistant at Hai Rui before she took the promotion test. In reality, the main reason was because she was preparing for pregnancy. Tongning put down her phone and gave Song Yenshu a phone call. I need to get ready. Come pick me up and take me to the audition location. You're early? Song Yenshu was a little surprised. Tongning nodded. There's been a change in the situation. In order to adapt to the situation, she decided to stay close to the agency. 1:30 p.m. Those that had been notified of their auditions began to arrive one after another. This included Gu Heng. It seemed she was determined to get the role. She was one of the few actors in the country who had martial arts skills, and her martial arts movements were powerful and smooth. Therefore, police films would usually consider her first, mainly because of her rich experience. Tongning was among the 100 people. She was wearing a normal t-shirt and a black sun hat. She was sitting on a chair reading her script in the most ordinary way possible. She even hid her legs under the chair. This caused everyone to overlook the fact that this low-key woman was the Tongning that attracted attention no matter where she went. The audition took place at the Beijing Academy of Performing Arts. This was Wei An's alma mater. At this moment, over 100 people were waiting in the spacious classroom while the audition candidates entered the rehearsal room. As time was tight, the person whose name was called quickly went to the audition. Among them, there were those who went in and came out, and there were also those who stayed for 10 minutes. Hey, didn't they say that Tongning was going to audition? Why isn't she here yet? In the crowd, someone began to gossip to ease the tense atmosphere. Actually, among these people, most of them had some background or qualifications. Otherwise, how could anyone act in a famous director's movie? I haven't seen her yet, that was what Wei An's assistant told Wei An at the judging panel. Wei An nodded his head, you must keep this a secret. When it's Tongning's turn, remember to call her by name. Okay. Elder Mo was also in the rehearsal room. However, he sat in an inconspicuous position. Just because you said it was 3 p.m., it's 3 p.m.? Why can't you use your brain? Elder Mo expressed his disappointment that Tongning hadn't appeared. It was obvious that Wei An wanted to eliminate Tongning, but he was worried about Hai Rui's reputation. So, he found an excuse for Wei An. Soon, Gu Heng entered the rehearsal room accompanied by her assistant. Apparently, after her performance, the judges all nodded their heads in approval. They were just short of making a decision on the spot. But, even if they didn't say it out loud, they still approved of her performance. So, they insisted on watching until the end. Director Wei, it's Tongning's turn. Go invite her in. Wei An said as he lowered his head. Since Tongning hadn't arrived, he could at least give Elder Mo an explanation. But, just as the assistant went out to invite Tongning, a person wearing a hat suddenly stood up from within the crowd. Needless to say, her height was enough to prove her identity to everyone. But, to everyone's surprise, no one recognized Tongning, including the assistant, who had assumed Tongning hadn't arrived yet. Seeing Tongning walk over to his side, the assistant was a little surprised. How was he going to explain this to the director? Plus, he had clearly told Tongning to arrive at 3 p.m. How did Tongning arrive on time? Enduring the awkwardness, the assistant led Tongning into the rehearsal room. At this time, Wei An, who was looking down at Tongning's resume, lifted his head and saw her. His eyebrows twitched. Good morning, judges. I am Tongning. Tongning removed her hat, revealing a head of short hair. Short hair, that's right, she was wearing a wig. This was how the thug in the film looked. What was even more surprising was, Tongming was wearing ripped jeans, white shoes, and a baseball jersey. This? Out of the 4 judges, apart from Wei-in, the others were pleasantly surprised. With this outfit, Tongming was like the female thug standing in front of him. Sure enough, the rumors said that Tongming was good at reading people. It turned out, they weren't lying. She had come prepared. Meanwhile, Elder Mo, who was sitting in the shadows, almost clapped his hands and cheered. This young woman was indeed interesting. He noticed a dark look flash across Wei-Yan's eyes, but, in Wei-Yan's heart, he was certain that Tongming was only good at silent scenes. So, even if Tongming arrived on time for her audition, she still wouldn't pass. Even if she passed, he would find another reason to reject Tongming and let Gu Heng take over. At least, he would be more satisfied with Gu Heng's performance. You can start. I have a request, Tongming said to the judges. I would like to ask director Wei-in to act in my film. I wonder if you would be willing. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Tongming to be so brave. She didn't want anyone else, she actually wanted Wei-in. Wei-in revealed an interesting expression. He leaned back in his chair, threw away his pen and nodded his head, sure. How do you want me to cooperate? Tongming had even prepared her own props as she handed Wei-in a gun. In The Lost Relative, there is a scene where the female lead and male lead are trapped in a cave. In that scene, the male lead held a hostage and was trapped in a cave with the female thug. According to the script, the male lead had his foot on the hostage's back and the gun in his hand pointed at the other hostage's head. At this time, the female lead was sitting on a rock facing off against the male lead. There was a silent scene, but the most exciting part was the fight scene at the end. After the female lead is shot, she pounces over to grab the gun. Wei-in never expected that Tongming would act in such a place. But, he didn't think Tongming would be able to act in such a place. Are you sure you want to act that scene? Wei-in asked suspiciously. Yes, Tongming nodded her head confidently. I'll fulfill your wish. After speaking, Wei-in gestured for his assistant to hand him the script. After familiarizing himself with it, he turned to Tongming and said, let's begin. When he said he would fulfill her wish, he didn't mean to fulfill her wish, he simply wanted to see what she was capable of. Afterwards, he sat down on a chair and placed the prop under his feet. He then pointed his gun at it. Tongming squatted 2 meters away from him. Her head was originally lowered. But, as she lifted her head, her eyes were red and filled with anger, panic and a complex expression. The judges were immediately shocked. At this moment, there was no longer any trace of Tongming on her body. She was the female fighter. You've been missing for 12 years. I've been searching for you for 12 years. Everyone said I was crazy. When I saw someone wearing the same clothes as you drowning, I hugged the body and cried for an entire day and night. Tongming lowered her voice and made it sound hoarse and serious. Not only that, her voice trembled as she questioned her. This shocked the judges. Wei-in was stunned for a moment. He didn't know how to respond. He had never expected Tongming to get into character so quickly and the image of the female fighter was so clear. Wait a minute, let's start again, Wei-in said. Tongming immediately put away her previous expression and returned to the aloof Tongming. All of this happened in the span of a second. Although she had the same makeup, Tongming was still Tongming and the female fighter was still the female fighter. Wei-in was once again stunned. This time, he did not plan to brush her off. After all, he had seen Tongming's non-acting scenes and knew he shouldn't underestimate this model-turned-actress. Afterwards, he readied himself and Tongming lowered her head once again. This time, she actually continued with her previous words and continued acting. There was no need to start again. The child stood beside me and told me, Mom, this person isn't Dad, you've picked up the wrong person. In the end, I laughed and cried at the same time as I asked the family to take him away. ****starred. Tongming spoke hurriedly and loudly. Her words were laced with grievance and even a hint of hatred. You are a police officer and I am a robber. We can't walk the same path. Wei-in finally caught up to Tongming as he sneered with his eyes wide open. We will definitely walk down the same path because we can die together. After speaking, Tongming suddenly pounced towards him. Wei-in fired a gun at Tongming. Tongming held onto her stomach as she rode on top of him and bit his arm. Wei-yin, who was so strict with himself, naturally had his own standards as well. So, even though he was a true fighting expert, when it came to a real fight with Tongming, he found it extremely difficult to win. Because at this moment, the female fighter had completely disregarded life and death. When she exchanged blows with him, every punch landed on his flesh, and she used all her strength. But, what surprised Wei-yin the most was, Tongming's movements and posture were in no way inferior to Gu Heng's. Especially the look in her eyes. It was the kind of look that said she was putting her life on the line, although, in the end, she was still captured by him. He could not forget the expression on the female fighter's face. The expression on her face, that if she persisted a little longer, she would be able to escape, made his heart skip a beat. The person in front of him was like she had come to life from a script. She was so realistic and pitiful. However, Tongming's performance came to an end. Due to time constraints, the judges were speechless for quite some time. They couldn't believe that someone could actually act. Her acting was so realistic that it made them break out in a cold sweat. Wei-yin stood rooted to the ground. After quite some time, he finally recovered from his shock. He had never experienced an actress with such a powerful aura. For the sake of her character, she was willing to immerse herself in her own life. Everyone else was putting on an act and pretending to be someone else, but Tongming was putting on an act and showcasing herself. Wei-yin felt extremely regretful. How could he have assumed that Tongming could only act in non-acting scenes? He didn't like to use stunt doubles, it would ruin the feel of the film. But, Tongming, do you need a stunt double? Wei-yin asked. When I filmed Stupid and WH, I did not use a stunt double, Tongming replied. No matter how difficult the action is, I can learn it. Okay, Wei-yin nodded his head. Wei-yin nodded his head and pointed to Tongming. You must act in The Lost Relative. Hearing this, everyone was once again shocked. Wei-yin had never said something like this to an actress during an audition. You must act in The Lost Relative. Not only that, he turned to his assistant and said, since the female lead has been confirmed, let's proceed with the audition for the supporting roles. Thank you, Director Wei, Tongming immediately bowed. I have one more question. I told someone to notify you that the audition was at 3 a.m. Why did you arrive so early? Wei-yin asked straightforwardly. Since Tongming had arrived, it was obvious that she was smart. Since she was smart, there was no need to beat around the bush. I arrived at 9 a.m., Tongming replied honestly. No matter what time it is, I was determined to get the role. Tongming was trying to tell him that she had done a lot of preparation for the role. In fact, she had arrived early in the morning and had been waiting. She did not mention the dirty tricks behind her back because she wanted to save Wei-yin some face. However, Wei-yin replied, I purposely put you in a difficult position. But, it's obvious that you were born for this industry. After speaking, Wei-yin returned to his seat. Go back. We will discuss the contract another day. Okay. Tongming nodded with a smile. After responding, she walked out of the rehearsal room, leaving behind a few judges who continued to compliment her. She's scary. I've never seen anyone that can control their performance so well. I can't believe it. She's only changed careers less than half a year ago. She's already been studying others for 10 years, Wei-yin replied. But, I never expected that her fighting moves would be so on point. It seems she really put in a lot of effort into preparing. You can't reject an actress like this, can you? The other judges laughed. I broke out in a cold sweat watching her. I wonder how she managed to do it. Perhaps, God is a gift from the heavens. Even if she was gifted by God, without hard work, how could she be so amazing? Wei-yin understood. Especially when he saw the bruise on the back of Tongming's hand, he realized that she had high expectations for herself. Elder Mo sat in the shadows and nodded his head. This granddaughter-in-law of his was quite a character. She was worth digging. I heard the female lead has already been confirmed. Have you guys heard? That can't be possible. Half of the people haven't auditioned yet. It's true. I have some connections on set. I heard the female lead has already been confirmed. Then who is it? Is it Gu Heng? The remaining people had already heard the news. As for those that had auditioned, they heard from Wei Yan's assistant that they were only auditioning for supporting roles. But, even if it was a supporting role, they still fought tooth and nail. After all, even if it was just an extra, it was still possible for them to appear on screen. Everyone assumed that Gu Heng was the one that had been confirmed. Even Gu Heng herself thought so. After all, a role like a thug was tailor-made for her. Out of all the actresses that had been auditioned, she had the highest chance of acting. However, to her surprise, that very night, Gu Heng's manager received news that Tongning was Wei Yan's female lead. So, she asked Gu Heng if she wanted to play the role of the older sister. How much did Hai Rui bribe Wei Yan with? Gu Heng asked as she stood under the chandelier with her arms crossed. I heard Wei Yan has already sent the contract over. Xianxia, I suggest we accept even a supporting role. Firstly, this is a rare opportunity. Secondly, you can prove that you are 1,000 times better than Tongning. Of course I want to accept it. Gu Heng closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The male lead of the film was her boyfriend, Bai Qiuxing, who was also a famous martial arts star. The two had agreed to fight for the male and female leads of the film together. But, Bai Qiuxing's role had already been confirmed, while Gu Heng's role had been snatched away. Xianxia, don't be angry. Being able to act in Wei Yan's film is the most important thing. Her manager comforted. What's the point of saying this now? Who told your PR to not be as good as Hai Rui? Gu Heng turned around and leaned against the sofa, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Forget it, I can't blame you. After all, your opponent is Mo Ting. It would be strange if you could beat him. Deep down, Gu Heng believed that Tongning got the role because of Hai Rui's PR and Mo Ting. But, she didn't realize that Tongning actually had the ability. After all, who would want to admit defeat in front of a newcomer? Tongning secured the role as she wished, but Mo Ting's heart ached. After returning home, he grabbed the medicine prepared by the doctor and rubbed it all over Tongning's body. Tongning sat on the sofa. Seeing Mo Ting did not respond, she quickly explained, it's just a little difficult at the beginning. As long as you can overcome it, it will be easy afterwards. Plus, these are all small injuries. In reality, Tongning had learned everything she did today from Mo Ting. So, Mo Ting was well aware of the extent of her injuries. During the contract signing this afternoon, I've already discussed it with Wei Yan. Every day after filming, you will directly return home. Tonight, I'll rehearse with you. I'll teach you all the martial arts scenes. I don't trust anyone else. Okay, Tongning nodded. With Mo Ting around, she always carried a treasure box with her. Also, I heard that Gu Heng accepted the role of your sister. Mo Ting put down the bottle of medicine and sat down beside Tongning. The two of you will have quite a few scenes together and there will even be fighting scenes. Give me a call when you're filming, I must be there. Are you afraid that she will use her power to get back at me? Tongning guessed. She is one of the top 3 female boxers in the country. If she wanted to do something, no one would be able to detect it. I'll listen to you. Tongning wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's neck. This man had already thought of everything for her. What else did she have to worry about? If there was one thing that Tongning and Mo Ting needed to worry about, it would be the secret relationship between Gu Heng and the male lead. Of course, the most exciting part was the appearance of a strange old man. The public did not seem surprised by who secured the role. Whether it was Gu Heng or Tongning, one had the ability and the other had the background. It was inevitable that fans would argue, but it did not affect the bigger picture. Soon, the crew of The Lost Relative released an official announcement. They announced that Tongning would be the female lead and Gu Heng would be relegated to a supporting role. Tongning's acting is not bad, but when it comes to fighting scenes, I'm more impressed by Gu Heng. The commenter above, don't be too sure. According to Tongning's usual style, she will definitely slap you in the face. So, this time, I'm not going to side with anyone. Let's just sit back and watch the film. Tongning always catches us by surprise. So, I'm not surprised that she secured the role this time. After all, when she gets serious, even she is afraid of herself. Our Gu Heng is already the benchmark for this genre. Is the director crazy? As a fan of Gu Heng, I really want to say, who can compete with Tang Ning's background at Hai Rui? Can her husband do anything he wants? I'm sorry, commenter above, but Tang Ning has taken one step at a time to get to where she is today. She's no worse than you, okay? All in all, the netizens had their own opinions about the casting. After all, they had been slapped in the face by Tang Ning so many times that they were no longer able to come to a conclusion. If there was something that you said she couldn't do, then she would prove it to you. What could you do when faced with an actress like this? Meanwhile, the male lead, Bai Qiuxing, received news of the casting and immediately gave Gu Heng a phone call. What happened? How did she lose to Tang Ning? You shouldn't be asking me. You should be asking Hai Rui, Gu Heng complained. Did you think I didn't do my best? It's not like you don't know how important this film is to me. But, our background can't compete with hers. What else can I do? The man on the other end of the phone remained silent for a few seconds before replying, let me think about it. What else can you think? There are so many fighting scenes in this film. What do you think? Bai Qiuxing asked. For Tang Ning, this film was simply an opportunity. But, for him and Gu Heng, it was the key to fighting for the annual Fei Tian Awards. After being a secret couple for so many years, they wanted to rely on the awards to solidify their status. Once their relationship was revealed, it would reduce the impact on them. But, Tang Ning had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Qiuxing, are you planning to force her out of the cast? Bai Qiuxing replied. Don't get involved in this matter. Otherwise, you will be the biggest suspect. After all, you are the beneficiary. But, if others find out, no one will find out. The filming of such a dangerous film has always been dangerous, Bai Qiuxing replied firmly. Bai Qiuxing replied firmly. Gu Heng, Hai Rui can't blame us for this matter. Tang Ning was the one that stole your role first. Gu Heng thought about it carefully. She was 32 years old this year and didn't have many years left to waste. So, she had to grab hold of this opportunity. Filming began in July and the film was scheduled to be released in December. As for the Fei Tian Awards, it would be held in February of the following year. As a result, The Lost Relative was her biggest hope. And this year, her agency had the intention to help her with the judging panel. If she missed out again, the agency might shift their focus to someone else. Bai Qiuxing was right. She couldn't wait any longer. In this circle, who didn't want to live for fame and fortune? For the sake of Tang Ning, hadn't Mo Ting put in a lot of effort? When it was time to step on others, Hai Rui did not show any mercy. After focusing on her career as an actress, Tang Ning spent even less time in public. Apart from necessary events, she practically never left her home. She was doing her best to prepare for her new film. After all, the challenges she faced this time were even more difficult. In order for Tang Ning to better integrate into her role as a police officer, Mo Ting hired a professional police officer to give her the same strict training as a police officer. Whether it was the way she walked, the way she fought or the way she held the gun, she had to make sure she was the same as a real police officer. As a result, Tang Ning's heroic spirit became stronger and stronger. In fact, every time Long Jia saw her holding a gun, she couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. People who don't know might really think you're a police officer. Tang Ning put down her fake gun and leaned against the wall. Being a police officer is an amazing profession. My job is to present the best side of the police to the public. Alright, your husband was afraid that you would be hungry, so he specifically asked Lu Che to call me and ask me to bring you a nutritious lunch. Don't just focus on practicing, come over and eat something. Yes, Tang Ning nodded. Long Jia opened the lunchbox and sat down with Tang Ning to eat. However, before they started eating, Long Jia suddenly said to Tang Ning, do you want me to ask around about the male lead? Also, Gu Heng, who lost to you, has become a supporting character. I'm afraid she won't be satisfied. You're finally on your guard, Tang Ning smiled. If you have time, you can ask around. Okay, I will do it later. After speaking, Long Jia suddenly turned around with an unnatural expression on her face. Is there anything else? Tang Ning saw through her hesitation, so she took the initiative to ask. Say, the older I get, the harder it is to get pregnant, right? I've been preparing for pregnancy for so long. but my stomach hasn't moved at all. I'm a little worried that there's something wrong with me, Xianxia said worriedly as she put down her chopsticks. Tongning, I want to give birth to Lu Chei's child as soon as possible. Have you had a checkup? Tongning asked her gently. I don't dare to go, you better discuss this with Lu Chei. This is a matter between you and your wife. Don't always be a taciturn person. Sooner or later, something bad will happen. Haven't you learned your lesson? Tongning was referring to the time Xianxia was forced to kneel. Xianxia nodded her head. Okay, I'll discuss it with him at home. Tongning looked at Xianxia's lowered head and began to worry. Why was a carefree person like Xianxia in such a rush to have a child? After Xianxia left, Tongning gave Lu Chei a phone call. Madam? I'll pass the phone to the president now. No need, I came looking for you, Tongning replied as she leaned against the table. Do you know what Xianxia has been worrying about lately? She seems to be absent-minded when she's eating. Ting may have given you a lot of work, but don't forget to take care of the people around you. Lu Chei furrowed his brows. Of course, he understood Tongning's good intentions, so he nodded his head in seriousness. Thank you for your concern, madam. You are the one taking care of the most important people in my life, Lu Chei. I understand, Lu Chei replied. Afterwards, Lu Chei hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Mo Ting lifted his head and looked at him darkly. Lu Chei smiled awkwardly and explained, the madam called me because of Long Man President, please don't misunderstand. My wife called you because she's worried about you. Take care of your family, Mo Ting said calmly before he lowered his head and continued to work on some documents. Lu Chei took a deep breath. Although he knew Xianxia had a lot on her mind recently, he didn't expect it to be so serious. It seemed the pressure his parents put on her was quite a bit. It was time to find an opportunity to resolve it. With this thought, Lu Chei left Mo Ting's office and gave his parents a phone call to arrange a time to meet up. Sometimes, all a woman wanted was a firm attitude from a man. Late at night, as Tongning returned home from the training grounds, Mo Ting was already sitting on the sofa. Tongning dragged her exhausted body over to him. However, he hugged her and placed her on his lap. You gave Lu Chei a phone call? How did you know? Tongning was a little surprised. He picked up the phone right in front of me. Mo Ting said unhappily. Mrs. Mo, it seems you aren't afraid that your husband will be jealous. President Mo, an appropriate amount of jealousy is good for one's health, Tongning giggled. She then held on to Mo Ting's handsome face and explained, originally, I didn't want to get involved in Xianxia's personal matters. But, with Xianxia's personality, sometimes, she is too considerate of others and ends up harming herself. I don't want her to do anything stupid, so I gave Lu Chei a reminder. I know, Mo Ting replied. A man shouldn't be involved in a woman's private conversation. In that case, are you still jealous? Tongning leaned over and bit down hard on his neck. Mo Ting placed his hand on the back of Tongning's hand and held on to it. However, he realized, after holding on to the gun for so long, calluses had formed between her fingers. My heart aches for you, Mrs. Mo. After hearing this, Tongning gave him a kiss. What about now? Are you still heartbroken? I really don't know what to do with you. Yes, he had no choice. Mo Ting had dominated the entertainment industry for so many years, but no one or anything had ever made him feel helpless. That was, until he met Tongning. This was the only woman that he was willing to do anything for. Let's go, I'll carry you upstairs to apply some ointment. After speaking, Mo Ting lifted Tongning in his arms. Let's see if you come back tomorrow with this many injuries. The film is about to start filming. I will personally deliver the thing you want me to bring back to you, Tongning said in a serious and confident manner. She also wanted an award, because she deserved it. I will definitely make your wish come true. Of course, bribing the judges? Of course, bribing the judges? That was something Mo Ting felt was shameless and an insult to Tongning. But, he firmly believed that whatever his wife wanted, she wouldn't be able to run away. After all, whether it was as an actress or as a model, she had always given her all. It didn't take long before the producers of The Lost Relative held a press conference in Beijing. That night, Tongning was confirmed to attend. For Tongming's fans, this was undoubtedly the last chance they would get to see her before she went into seclusion. So, they all rushed to Beijing from all over the country just so they could get up close and personal with her. From being a model to an actress, Tongming's fans experienced a huge change. But, after seeing Tongming's steadfast attitude, they learned a lot of good qualities from her. This was also Tongming's first time meeting the rest of the cast and crew. Backstage, she got to know Bai Qiuxing and Gu Heng. Bai Qiuxing was tall and well-built, but he had a gloomy aura. When he didn't speak, he gave off an oppressive vibe. He resembled the male lead of the film. Needless to say, Wei Yan's eyes were indeed sharp. Gu Heng, on the other hand, had a head of long, fluffy hair and appeared polite. It was hard to tell how she treated people. It was obvious that she spoke the same language to everyone. I heard your audition was amazing. I'm looking forward to our upcoming collaboration. Gu Heng stretched out her hand with a slight smile. Tongming responded with a gentle smile as she held onto Gu Heng's hand and shook it gently. Have you guys greeted each other? Wei Yan suddenly entered the waiting room with a smile. It's almost time to go on stage. In a moment, the reporters will have some sharp questions. Make sure you guys answer them properly. Don't worry, Director Wei. Gu Heng nodded her head generously. By the way, Tongming, why isn't President Mo here? Wei Yan had heard that Mo Ting was Tongming's manager and that Mo Ting only had one artist under his care. But, whether it was the audition or the press conference, where was the manager? He'll be here in a moment, Tongming replied. Gu Heng and Bai Qiuxing looked at each other without saying a word. But, as soon as they heard Mo Ting's name, the disdain in their eyes intensified. However, they hid it too well, so no one noticed. Afterwards, the press conference began. Gu Heng appeared first because she was playing a supporting role this time. Seeing her boyfriend appear with Tongming, Gu Heng felt a little upset. But, she had to endure it. A moment later, the male and female leads appeared together. Feeling the passion of the crowd, Tongming and Bai Qiuxing greeted the fans generously. Haha, while CEO Mo isn't here, can I say something? The male and female leads are very good, right? The host joked boldly. Tongming smiled embarrassedly as she picked up the microphone and replied, he will be watching the live broadcast. That's right, the female host quickly covered her mouth and pretended to be nervous. Luckily, our Tongming reminded us. Actually, they are quite compatible. That's right. Of course, he has to be matched in the film. But, who can compare to Mo Ting in real life? Our Ning is marrying the best, okay? Hearing the discussions of the fans below the stage, Gu Heng sneakily glanced at Bai Qiuxing. She couldn't help but feel the pain in her heart that the public had dragged Tongming and her lover together. At the same time, her female lead had been snatched away and her boyfriend was about to be snatched away by Tongming. However, no one noticed Gu Heng's expression. After all, her relationship with Bai Qiuxing was that of a secret lover. Not long after, Mo Ting arrived from Hairui and sat in the front row of the fans. As expected, the husband and wife followed each other. The fans erupted in cheers. However, Mo Ting remained calm as he simply looked at Tongming and scanned his eyes across the other people on stage. As Tongming was standing side by side with Gu Heng, she couldn't see the expression on Gu Heng's face. But Mo Ting could easily tell what she was thinking. Of course, at this time, he could only speculate that Gu Heng was angry at Tongming for stealing the role of female lead, so she needed to be cautious. Following on, it was time for the reporters to ask questions. Of course, they were already prepared to be asked tough questions. But, they never expected that the first question would hit Gu Heng where it hurt. The first question, I would like to ask Director Wei Yan. Of course, the two actors on stage are both very talented. But, I would like to know why you chose Tongming over Gu Heng. The reporter stood up and asked politely. Although the questions were tough, Wei Yan was already used to it. Just like you said, they are both very talented. But, they each have their own areas of expertise and roles that suit them. So, I made these arrangements to make the film even more exciting. To put it bluntly, they were playing Tai Chi. Can you tell us in detail what they are good at? In your eyes, what do you think of them? Wei Yan turned his head and scanned his eyes across the two women. He then smiled and replied, in my eyes. Gu Heng is like a fierce tiger. Her performance often makes people feel relaxed. Plus, the impact it gives off is strong. Her fighting scenes are also very exciting and contain the aesthetics of violence. As for Tongning, don't be fooled by her gentle appearance. In reality, she is like a sleeping lion. Not too long ago, you have all seen her work. Although she started out as a model, it does not hinder her talent and her hard work. So, they each have their own strengths. There is no way to compare them. Aya, how could the director describe these two beauties to be so fierce? The host laughed. All beauties are fierce. In that case, I would like to ask Xiaoxing my second question. Since you are about to work with Tongning, I would like to be a little nosy. On behalf of the public, I would like to ask, what are your criteria for choosing a partner? The reporters quickly changed the topic to Bai Xiaoxing. Bai Xiaoxing was dressed in a burgundy suit as he smiled at the cameras. I want to be tall and quiet. In that case, which type do you prefer? The host continued to gossip and dragged Tongning and Gu Heng into the conversation. Bai Xiaoxing looked left and right before he cleverly replied, I like women like Su Tong. Su Tong was Tongning's name in the film. Gu Heng's eyes immediately turned red. Although she knew they were just putting on a show, it was hard for her to accept that her boyfriend was a perfect match for another woman in front of her while she was thrown to one side like a fool. This scene was extremely ironic to her. As a result, her hatred towards Mo Ting and Hai Rui intensified. But, who told her not to get her hands on the best resources? If this wasn't the most important opportunity for her, she wouldn't have bothered fighting with Tongning. But now, she had no other way out. Towards the end of July, The Lost Relative officially started filming. Originally, Tongning wanted to wait until after Mo Ting's 33rd birthday before she joined the cast. But, as her manager, Mo Ting naturally had to consider her image on set, so he asked her to synchronize with everyone. I know you want to be by my side, but when the time comes, I will come and pick you up, Mo Ting said with a smile as he ran his hand through her hair. Okay, Tongning stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Mo Ting's lips before she entered the set. To her, the most important thing in the world was her husband. Whether it was modeling or acting, Mo Ting was nothing compared to 1/10,000 of her heart. For acting, she could give it her all. But, for Mo Ting, she could even risk her life. Song Yenshu accompanied Tongning into the set. That day, after burning incense, Tongning checked into the hotel. As her scenes were scheduled to start the next day, she racked her brain trying to think of a birthday present to give Mo Ting. Late at night, Tongning, Song Yenshu, and Weiyan were returning to their room after dinner when they bumped into two familiar figures in the hotel's sky garden. Although it was only for a moment, Tongning could tell who they were. Even Song Yenshu stopped in her tracks and called out, Ningjia. I saw them, Tongning whispered. Do you want me to ask around? Song Yenshu asked. Just keep it to yourself. Tongning reminded. Before we confirm it, don't tell anyone. Gu Heng would never have imagined that the relationship she and Bai Xiaoxing had been hiding for so long would be discovered by Tongning so easily. Even though, Tongning only saw the two of them sneaking past. Okay, Song Yenshu nodded. Although Tongning said this, it didn't mean she didn't take the matter to heart. On the contrary, if the male lead and the supporting actress were to have an ambiguous relationship, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the female lead. You will have a scene with Gu Heng tomorrow. It's best to be careful. Song Yenshu had already been warned by Mo Ting, so she was extra careful about Tongning's safety. I understand, Tongning nodded. Afterwards, the couple entered their hotel rooms one after another. Previously, Mo Ting had told her to give him a phone call if she had a scene with Gu Heng. At that time, she really thought Mo Ting was making a mountain out of a molehill, but now. She took out her phone and dialed her husband's number. What's wrong? Mo Ting appeared to be driving. Stop the car first, I'll tell you later. Tongning was worried about Mo Ting's safety. Mo Ting let out a gentle laugh as he quickly stopped the car by the side of the road and asked, Speak, what's wrong? I have a scene with Gu Heng tomorrow. The third scene will take place in the afternoon, Tongning said in a low voice. I want you to come over. After hearing this, Mo Ting's eyes darkened. Especially when he thought about Gu Heng's expression on the day of the press conference. So, he immediately agreed, I'll come over tomorrow afternoon. Don't worry, wifey, I'll be here. I know. It's fine. Go back to work and rest early tonight. Don't stay up late to deal with work while I'm not around. I'll give you a call later to check on you. Okay. After speaking, Mo Ting hung up the phone. At the same time, he guessed that Tong Ning must have discovered something. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given him a phone call right before filming started. But, since Tong Ning didn't say anything, he didn't intend to ask. If she wanted to ask, she would naturally tell him. This was the tacit understanding between the couple. Late at night. In a secluded room in the hotel, the two people on the big bed had just finished their entanglement. They were hugging each other and leaning against the headboard to calm down. Gu Heng wrapped her arms around Bai Qiusheng's neck and whispered in his ear, tomorrow, Tong Ning and I will have a scene together. In fact, it's going to be an intense argument. Why don't you let me do it? No. Bai Qiusheng rejected. It's too risky. But if I wait for you two to film together, I'm afraid it will take too long. Tomorrow, I have a scene where I pull Tong Ning's hair and hit her head. No. Why? This isn't the first time something like this has happened on set. Even when we weren't famous, we were treated the same way. But, we simply said we lost control and didn't control our strength well. All in all, just wait patiently, Bai Qiusheng said as he placed his hand on Gu Heng's shoulder. Be a good girl. Although Gu Heng did not say another word, she couldn't help but repeat this thought in her heart. In fact, it was getting stronger and stronger. This was a rare opportunity to injure Tong Ning and force her to leave the cast. But, Bai Qiusheng was extremely cautious. Should she do it first tomorrow and think about it later? With this complicated feeling in her heart, Gu Heng struggled to hold on until the next morning. As the first scene was for Tong Ning alone, Gu Heng dragged out some time before arriving on set to wait for her scenes. Meanwhile, Tong Ning was in the middle of filming a scene where she searched for a husband. Gu Heng did not pay attention to Tong Ning's acting because she was still struggling internally. Plus, the more she looked at Tong Ning's head, the more she imagined Tong Ning getting injured and leaving the cast. Hayes, I must say, Tong Ning's acting is flawless. She has the makings of a good actress. That's right. She doesn't put on any airs, doesn't cause trouble and gets into character quickly. She's not bad at all. Beside her, the staff were all discussing Tong Ning. This made Gu Heng's hatred towards Tong Ning rise exponentially. That afternoon, the props team were making their final preparations. Meanwhile, Tong Ning and Gu Heng were already in position. Gu Heng, as soon as you start filming, grab Tong Ning by the hair from behind and drag her a few steps forward. Afterwards, push her into the water tank. For safety reasons, we made some changes to the scene, Wei Yan explained to Gu Heng. Wei Yan explained to Gu Heng. You already have a lot of experience. I'm sure you know how to control your strength. Okay, director, Gu Heng nodded her head guiltily. Originally, she was supposed to be slammed into a stone pillar, but instead, she was going to drown in a water tank. In that case, her plan wouldn't be able to go ahead. Director, there's no need to make any changes. Sister's emotions will explode at this point. Let's just follow the original script, Tong Ning suddenly suggested. But you might get hurt. I'm sure Gu Jia is a professional actress. She won't let me get hurt, right? Tong Ning asked as she turned and looked at Gu Heng in seriousness. Gu Heng was stunned for a few seconds before she smiled. Of course, we are all professional actors. In that case, let's rehearse, Wei Yan suggested. Gu Heng looked at Tong Ning with a complicated expression. She couldn't understand why Tong Ning was willing to take a risk. But, regardless of everything, she had once again regained her opportunity. Okay, get ready. Gu Heng looked at Tong Ning standing in front of her and watched her back. According to her abilities, if she wanted to hurt Tong Ning, it would be a piece of cake. But for some reason, she felt extremely nervous as her palms began to sweat. But, when she thought about it, Tong Ning was the one that provoked her. So, she couldn't blame her for making a move. However, just as Gu Heng was about to make a move, Mo Ting suddenly appeared in front of everyone. He walked onto the set like a king and looked at the couple rehearsing. For some reason, Gu Heng's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. "President Mo, why are you here?" Wei Yan asked as he stood up. "Are you here to visit Tongning?" "No," Mo Ting replied calmly as he looked at the couple. Mo Ting looked at the two and said calmly, "Perhaps it's because I'm scared after seeing Tongning fall during the filming of Hidden Expert. So, whenever Tongning needs to film a dangerous scene, I want to personally witness it before I can be at ease." "Director Wei, you don't mind, right?" "That's normal, why would I mind?" Wei Yan shook his head and replied with a smile. He had simply witnessed how much Mo Ting valued Tongning. This was a sign of their deep love, so he couldn't possibly say anything about it. "Come, Gu Heng, get ready." Gu Heng glanced at Mo Ting and noticed his piercing gaze. It felt like every move she made was under his watch. His gaze was filled with a sense of warning, making her feel so guilty that she couldn't get into character. Even during rehearsals, she ended up failing miserably. Finally, Tongning turned around and noticed Gu Heng was nervous. "So," she asked, "Gu Jia, is Mo Ting disturbing you?" No, it's my own problem." "I'm sorry." Previously, during the filming of Hidden Expert, he personally witnessed me fall. So, from now on, whenever there is a dangerous scene, he will personally be present so he can be reassured. "I'm sorry if I've caused you any stress," Tongning said as she looked into Gu Heng's eyes. "I don't want him to be worried, so I allowed him to visit me." "President Mo did it because he cares about you," Gu Heng said in a low voice. Perhaps even she did not realize that her voice was trembling slightly. "What can I do? Our fates are connected." "He hates it when I get bullied," Tongning giggled. After hearing this, Gu Heng suddenly realized what was going on. Tongning was indirectly warning her that if anything happened to her, Mo Ting would not let anyone off easily, no matter what excuse she used. Gu Heng suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She suddenly felt a deep sense of fear towards Tongning and Mo Ting. At this moment, there was a clear voice in her head reminding her to be careful. "Tongning, you can't touch her. Otherwise, you will be finished too." "Then let's start again." Gu Heng nodded her head. This time, she adjusted her mindset and focused on filming to distract herself from the evil thoughts she had towards Tongning. This time, the two passed in one take. Of course, she did not notice Tongning's acting because she was too focused on reminding herself. Mo Ting stood on set the entire time. After watching the two film, he finally approached Tongning and asked, "Are you okay?" "Of course I'm fine," Tongning replied with a smile. "Gu Jia is a professional actress. There won't be any problems. If something happens to you, then this film has no value." After speaking, Mo Ting wrapped his arm around Tongning's waist and walked to one side, leaving Gu Heng standing there in shock. Up until this moment, she was still feeling a little scared. Luckily, she did not make a move. Otherwise, she didn't know what Mo Ting would have done to her. The couple returned to the van. As they were about to change sets, Tongning finally said to Mo Ting, "Just now, before you appeared, I clearly felt a burning gaze behind me. Ting. I think there's something wrong with Gu Heng and Bai Qiuxing. Last night, Xianxia and I saw them in the garden. Although it was just a flash, their movements were suspicious and did not seem legitimate. In that case, don't film anymore." Seeing Mo Ting's serious expression, Tongning suddenly laughed. "I'm sure, with your warning just now, Gu Heng won't be able to do anything. She was just scared. Plus, I'm not telling you to quit the film, I'm telling you to solve a problem. Hubby, you should know that I can solve a problem on my own. But, I've never hidden anything from you. Apart from the fact that we are united as a couple, I want you to know that I would never joke around with my own safety. As soon as something is wrong, I will tell you immediately." Mo Ting looked at Tongning and pulled her into his embrace. He then placed a kiss on her forehead. "I'm here for everything. However, you need to pay extra attention to Bai Qiuxing. A man's thinking has always been stricter than a woman's." Tongning smiled. "In this world, you are the only person that can make me willingly submit to you. I don't necessarily lose to anyone else." Of course, Tongning always knew how to speak to Emoting's mind. So, what reason did Emoting have to stop her? It would be best if I can finish filming this film in one piece. But, if someone does something bad to me, I'm not someone that can be easily bullied. If I want to bully someone, it will be you alone. Emoting took a deep breath helplessly. How could I bear to bully you? Then, I will bully you. Tongning bit Emoting's neck out of habit. Gu Heng watched as Emoting left the set. But, from this moment onwards, she no longer dared to have any thoughts of harming Tongning. She knew that Tongning wasn't a simple person. She was extremely meticulous. Tongning was reminding her and warning her at the same time. Afterwards, Gu Heng sent Bai Qiusheng a message in fear: don't make a move on Tongning. Otherwise, you will be harming yourself. I can give up on this award. I can wait a little longer. After seeing Gu Heng's message, Bai Qiusheng lifted his head and glanced at her. He did not reply as he simply put away his phone. Gu Heng knew that Bai Qiusheng was stubborn, but she couldn't touch Tongning. No matter how good their reasons were, Emoting was not going to let go of the person that hurt Tongning. Luckily, it wasn't too late for her to see through this. Perhaps she should build a good relationship with Tongning. That way, she could prevent Bai Qiusheng from doing anything stupid, even though, deep down, she wasn't willing to accept that she was merely a supporting actress. Ning Jia, should we continue to keep an eye on those two? Song Yanshu asked as she stood behind Tongning after a day of filming. Gu Heng can relax a little, but Bai Qiusheng, let me think. The image of a gloomy yet expressionless man appeared in Tongning's mind. Let's see who can hold on longer. I need to think of a way to tame him. Everyone thought that when compared to Gu Heng, Tongning would appear petty. She exuded the aura of a supporting character. However, the most surprising thing was, her calmness in private was a stark contrast to her stunning acting skills. It had only been 2 days since filming started, but she had already conquered the hearts of most of the crew. Especially when Tongning and Gu Heng were in the middle of filming, she was able to completely overwhelm Gu Heng with her aura, making it seem natural that she was the female lead. This feeling subconsciously seeped into Gu Heng's heart, causing her originally unbalanced heart to slowly start to acknowledge Tongning. No matter how dirty or messy the scene was, as long as the director asked, Tongning would nod her head and agree without a care for her image. This wasn't something that every actor could do, especially an actress. As for dangerous scenes, she never used a stunt double. As soon as the director notified her, she would go home and rehearse with Emoting. Then, the next day, she would usually pass with 1 or 2 takes. Most importantly, when it came to her fighting scenes. At times, Gu Heng couldn't help but admit that Tongning's seriousness was always convincing. Even if she didn't know how to do it a moment ago, one shouldn't use this moment to judge the previous Tongning. As usual, Emoting visited the set in dangerous scenes. The crew had already gotten used to this. Most of the time, Weiyan would get a little excited during filming. So, he couldn't help but say to Emoting, President Mo, I've never seen an actress with more potential than Tongning. Her comprehension is too high. At times like this, Emoting would calmly nod his head and reply, I know. Train her well. Don't let her talent go to waste. Today, it's on me. Emoting's lips curved upwards as he handed out benefits to the crew. Gu Heng stood to one side quietly as she waited for her scenes to start. Every time she saw Emoting on set, she would feel a little anxious. She was afraid that Emoting would discover the evil thoughts she once had towards Tongning. If she lifted her head to look at Bai Qiusheng again, she would feel even more guilty. She wasn't sure if Bai Qiusheng had already given up on his plan or if he was doing something else behind the scenes. At this time, Gu Heng received a message from Bai Qiusheng on her phone, wait a little longer. Gu Heng was shocked. Just as she was about to reply, she was afraid of being caught red-handed. So, she decided to persuade Bai Qiusheng when they met up. President Mo is treating everyone today. Let's have dinner together after filming, Weiyan announced. As soon as Gu Heng heard this, her heart skipped a beat. She was afraid that Bai Qiusheng would find an opportunity to make a move on Tongning. So, just as Tongning walked past her and was about to change, she suddenly called out, Hey! Tongning stopped walking and turned her head in confusion. This was the first time Gu Heng had called out to her. There are a lot of fighting scenes in this movie. you have to be careful. Thank you, Sister Gu. I understand. Tongning smiled calmly. She appeared nonchalant, but she definitely took it to heart. However, Gu Heng couldn't possibly see through her. Ningjia, what do you think of this matter? Song Yanshu asked as she followed behind Tongning. She lived in fear every day, afraid that someone would make a move on Tongning. Yet, Tongning had always been calm and composed. She understands that hurting me won't do her any good. She's simply trying to please me, Tongning replied. Since she's reminded us, we should be more careful. Okay. Mo Ting's birthday is just around the corner. I want to resolve this issue as soon as possible. I don't want him to worry, Tongning replied. So, I have no choice but to take the initiative. Ningjia, are you planning to? After filming ended, everyone headed to the hotel for dinner. On the way there, Tongning purposely stayed until the end so Weiyan and the assistant director boarded her van and headed to the restaurant together. Tongning, I previously had a lot of opinions about you, please don't take it to heart. I've wanted to say this to you for a long time, but I never had the chance. Tongning shook her head and smiled, I've never interacted with you before, so of course I don't trust you. I understand, Wei Dao. But, Director Wei, I remember I still have a scene where I race with Bai Qiuxing. Can we film it earlier? I want to focus on the dangerous scenes so Mo Ting doesn't have to visit me every couple of days. Will that be difficult? That's easy. We can start filming tomorrow. We just need to adjust the sequence a little, Weiyan nodded. Thank you, Director Wei, Tongning said with a smile. What are you thanking me for? Weiyan was actually feeling a little guilty. He still had a promise with Elder Mo, and in a few days, the old man was going to personally make things difficult for his granddaughter-in-law. So, he was hoping that Tongning would make more requests. It would also lessen the burden in his heart. Not long after, the group entered the private dining room. Everyone was already seated, except for Tongning, Weiyan and a few others. Tongning and Song Yanshu sat down together and glanced at Gu Heng and Bai Qiuxing. Neither of them were talkative people, so in a situation like this, they remained silent. Weiyan did not immediately notify them to change their scenes. Instead, he tipsily mentioned it to everyone as the dinner was about to end. After hearing this, Gu Heng's expression changed as she subconsciously turned her head to look at Bai Qiuxing who was sitting not too far away. Her expression was caught by Tongning. Tongning looked at the two without batting an eyelid as a faint smile appeared on her lips. After dinner, Tongning and Song Yanshu stood up to leave. At this time, Gu Heng caught up to Tongning and said, I heard the car race scene will be filmed on set. You need to be careful. Okay, Gu Jia. I'll go to the set tomorrow and give you a demonstration. I've filmed quite a few scenes like this. In that case, thank you in advance, Gu Jia. Gu Heng smiled as she shook her head. She didn't dare to look into Tongning's eyes, she was afraid she would reveal her guilt. Afterwards, Tongning watched as Gu Heng left before she turned around and said to Song Yanshu, go find the set manager and ask him about the layout of the set as well as the props that will be used tomorrow. Most importantly, find out the car that I will be getting into tomorrow. Don't worry. Although I don't want to think in that direction. Gu Heng has reminded me time and time again, so I have no choice but to be cautious. If their relationship is really improper, then it's entirely possible that Bai Qiuxing will force you out for the sake of his lover. After all, if something happens to you, Gu Heng will directly replace you as the female lead. Let's give it a try. Tongning sighed. In this world, it was hard to differentiate between good and evil. But, many of the actions of adults were driven by profit. She had long said that if someone was good, she would be good, if someone was evil, she would be evil. As for Tongning's safety, after Song Yanshu reported to Mo Ting instructed Lu Che to personally handle the situation. If Bai Qiuxing dared to make a move, then he couldn't blame him for being ruthless. That night, Gu Heng sneaked into Bai Qiuxing's room multiple times, but he was nowhere to be seen. His phone was turned off and his assistant was nowhere to be found. So, she was almost certain that Bai Qiuxing was going to use the car race as an opportunity to force Tongning out of the cast. If he succeeded, then it would be a fluke. But, what if Tongning already knew? Gu Heng did not dare to think too deeply about this possibility. So, she spent the entire night in fear. The next morning, Tongming was at work when she ran into Gu Heng at the entrance of the hotel. Gu Jia? Let me go to the set with you. Didn't we agree yesterday that I was going to give you a demonstration today? Gu Heng asked cautiously. Tongming smiled, how could I trouble you? It's fine. I'm simply doing this for the sake of presenting the film to the public, Gu Heng replied politely. Okay then. The three of them walked to the set together. The crew had already contacted the traffic police and sealed off the roads. Everything was ready. Afterwards, Gu Heng placed her gaze on Bai Qiuxing and scanned him up and down. But, Bai Qiuxing completely ignored her. It was obvious, he felt she was being too soft-hearted. This was Tongming's first time filming a car racing scene. Although every car on the road followed the directions, the director still carefully explained to Tongming what to pay attention to and the details of the scene. Bai Qiuxing stood in front of Tongming. At this moment, Tongming really wanted to know what he was thinking. Had he never worried that she might lose her life because of the severity of the accident? That's right, Tongming's car had been tampered with. Although the cameras did not capture Bai Qiuxing entering the set at 3 a.m., he did not escape Lu Che's eyes. Gu Heng stood in front of Tongming. She could sense that Tongming looked at Bai Qiuxing with disdain and mockery. Tongming, when the time comes, just focus on the camera and remember your route. Let's rehearse first, Wei Yan said. Tongming glanced at Bai Qiuxing and nodded her head. Director, can I try the car out first? I've never filmed such an intense scene before, so I'm a little nervous. Of course. Wei Yan nodded. Why don't you let me try it? Gu Heng pushed aside the assistant director and walked over to the group. I'm more experienced in this sort of thing, so Tongming will be able to learn faster. Wei Yan looked at Gu Heng meaningfully and nodded his head. Okay, in that case, Gu Heng will demonstrate. Watch carefully. Bai Qiuxing looked at Gu Heng in shock and anger. His eyes were obviously filled with anxiety. He never expected Gu Heng would be so direct as to stop him from hurting Tongming. She was even willing to sacrifice her own life. Actually, she was protecting him, however, she did not feel regret. Tongming is a very professional actress. She doesn't need your demonstration. In front of everyone, Bai Qiuxing said in a deep voice, Director, let me guide Tongming. After one run, she should be able to learn. That will save a lot of time. Wei Yan nodded his head in agreement to Bai Qiuxing's suggestion. Tongming looked at Bai Qiuxing as the corners of her lips curved upwards. Director Wei, I think it would be better to let Bai Ji drive me once. Hearing Tongming say this, Gu Heng's face finally turned pale. This proved that Tongming knew everything that she and Bai Qiuxing had in mind, including Bai Qiuxing's plan to hurt her. Tongming is right. In that case, Qiuxing, I'll need you to give Tongming a demonstration, Wei Yan said as he pointed to a nearby car. Although Bai Qiuxing had been tasked with this task, he remained calm as he walked straight over to his car and prepared to give Tongming a demonstration. But his car was out of gas. As soon as the production crew saw this, they immediately apologized. Sorry, I didn't check properly beforehand. I'll go refuel now. In that case, Qiuxing, you can drive Tongming's car, Wei Yan said to Bai Qiuxing. Bai Qiuxing furrowed his brows and subconsciously looked at Tongming. However, Tongming's gaze contained a sense of interest and mockery. Bai Qiuxing was a little surprised as he stepped out of the car. Just as he was about to open Tongming's door, Gu Heng blocked his way. Let me drive. This time, Wei Yan was a little surprised, so he asked, what's the point of fighting about something like this? Gu Heng turned her head and looked at Tongming, hoping she would be merciful. However, Tongming laughed along with Wei Yan. That's right, Gu Jia, you were supposed to be resting today, so you don't need to worry about my safety. Everyone is here. Although this is my first time filming a scene like this, I'm not afraid. Gu Heng looked at Tongming. Seeing that Tongming was not backing down, she suddenly didn't know what to do. Qiuxing? Wei Yan called out to Bai Qiuxing once again. Bai Qiuxing pushed Gu Heng away, boarded the car and closed the door behind him. Of course, he couldn't tell anyone that there was a problem with the car's brakes. So, he looked at Tongming through the rearview mirror with a sense of danger. He never imagined that he would fall into Tongming's hands, a woman's hands. How did she find out? Or, Could it be that Tang Ning had no idea and it was all a coincidence? Gu Heng looked at Bai Qiuxing as he sat in the car. His attitude remained indecisive. Was she going to shoulder all the responsibility? If she revealed the truth, her life would be ruined. But Bai Qiuxing took the risk for her sake. She couldn't let Bai Qiuxing take the risk, so all she could do was beg Tang Ning. In fact, she even pulled Tang Ning to one side. Tang Ning, I don't want anything to happen to you or Qiuxing today. Because of this, can you please plead with the director? Gu Jia also knows that there's a problem with the car? Tang Ning probed. I simply don't want. Gu Heng's expression was ugly. He did it for my sake. I hope you can be merciful. Have you thought about what would have happened if I had sat in that car? Tang Ning asked straightforwardly. Didn't I follow you here? Whether it was you or him, I would have stopped him. If you can stop him this time, what about next time? Tang Ning asked. Gu Heng was left speechless by Tang Ning's question. That's right, what about next time? Since he dared to gamble with my life, he should pay me back with his life. I, Tang Ning, have always been a person that returns a tooth for a tooth. Even if you kneel down and beg me, I will still let him drive that car. I want him to know that not everyone can make him do as he pleases. Because, for the sake of my husband, I need to live better than anyone else. Of course, Tang Ning couldn't possibly say the second half of her sentence. Gu Heng watched as Bai Qiuxing sat in the car. She felt like all the energy in her body had been sucked out. At this moment, all she felt was fear. Qiuxing, let's start. Wei Yan had no idea what was going on as he smiled and reminded Bai Qiuxing. Bai Qiuxing did not resist as he sped up the car and showed off his driving skills. Everyone on set cheered. But, only Tang Ning and the others knew that the car's brakes had malfunctioned. It wasn't that Bai Qiuxing wasn't afraid, but he never expected Tang Ning to be this ruthless. But, there was no way he was going to admit that he had tampered with the car, unless he wanted to give up his identity as an actor. So, he decided to take a gamble. Director Wei, something doesn't seem right. Qiuxing can't seem to stop. He keeps going in circles, one of the crew members said as he noticed something was wrong with the car. Wei Yan's expression changed as he yelled, hurry up and see what's going on. Bai Qiuxing sat in the car and had no choice but to go in circles on the restricted road. Although the car had slowed down, it was still a close shave. Qiuxing, jump out. Jump out of the car. Bai Qiuxing felt the world spin around him as the front of the car crashed into the side of the road. After a puff of smoke, everyone was shocked as they ran towards Bai Qiuxing. Luckily, apart from being in a daze, Bai Qiuxing was not hurt in any way. In reality, the car didn't have much fuel either. Gu Heng immediately ran over to Bai Qiuxing. Ignoring everyone's gaze, she held on to him. Are you okay? I'm fine, Bai Qiuxing replied after quite some time. Unknowingly, his back was already drenched in sweat, however, he had single-handedly created this close shave. Needless to say, Tang Ning was ruthless. She had taught him a painful lesson. Only at the very last moment did he realize that the car had been tampered with for a second time. Even if there was fuel, the car would stop on its own. What happened to the car? Wei Yan asked concernedly. Is he okay? Bai Qiuxing shook his head, he's fine. The brakes just suddenly malfunctioned. Who was in charge of this? Get to the bottom of this immediately. Wei Yan was furious as he yelled at the staff. Luckily Qiuxing's driving skills are good. If it was Tang Ning, have you thought about the consequences? Wei Yan's words were like a heavy blow to Gu Heng and Bai Qiuxing's hearts. One had witnessed the incident with his own eyes, while the other had personally experienced it. No one knew better than them how unbearable it was to be in a situation like this. It's fine, as long as you're fine, Gu Heng said guiltily. That won't do. Hurry and send him to the hospital for a checkup. Let's not continue with today's scene. Wei Yan was strict, but he still treasured his actors. In order not to affect the performance of the actors, he paid more attention to the physical and mental state of the actors than ordinary people. Director Xia. After thanking the director, Bai Qiuxing left the set with Gu Heng's support. As they brushed shoulders with Tang Ning, Gu Heng said one thing. Tang Ning, I'm convinced. After this incident, I hope we can forget all our grudges. Tongming's expression was calm as she gently lifted her chin. I've said it before, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Bai Qiusheng looked deeply into Tongming's eyes before he left with Gu Heng. At this time, Wei Yan approached Tongming and comforted, did you get a scare? Tongming shook her head, I'm okay. That's good. Tongming, you are a lucky person, Wei Yan said before he turned and left. However, his words were full of deep meaning. Afterwards, Tongming pulled out her phone and gave Mo Ting a phone call. Everything went smoothly. Wifey, when you get back. Mo Ting said gently. Tongming held on to her phone and turned around to find Mo Ting's car parked by the side of the road. Tongming immediately ran over. As soon as she boarded the car, Mo Ting immediately wrapped his arms around her. It's okay, I'm here. Tongming wrapped her arms tightly around Mo Ting's waist. In reality, she still had a lingering fear in her heart. If she hadn't noticed earlier, she would have been the one on the headlines today. Don't you think I was too ruthless? Tongming asked Mo Ting. If you didn't say you wanted to resolve it yourself, I would have been even more ruthless than you. Mo Ting's eyes glowed with an ink-black coldness. On the way back, Wei Yan and Elder Mo exchanged glances like foxes as they sat in the car. Tongming isn't simple, Wei Yan said to Elder Mo at first, I was only guessing. But, when I saw Gu Heng rush over anxiously after Bai Qiusheng got into an accident, I suddenly realized what was going on. Those two were obviously trying to set Tongming up. Yet, she forced Bai Qiusheng onto that faulty car. This lesson was too painful for him. I was wondering why she wanted me to film this scene earlier. It turns out. I really can't underestimate her. She barely passed, Elder Mo scoffed. Elder Mo scoffed. Of course, since he was Mo Ting's grandfather, the two of them shared the same thought process. There was justice in this world, but there were some people that deserved to be taught a lesson like this. Tongming's method of dealing with Bai Qiusheng was passable. If he was in her shoes, he would have done the same as Mo Ting. But, it wasn't too bad. Unlike Gu Heng, who only knew how to cry when something happened. Although Elder Mo didn't want to admit it, Tongming was already very good in these aspects. She still has a long road ahead of her. Just wait and see. Elder, your granddaughter-in-law is the same as you. I'm impressed by how she dealt with Bai Qiusheng so cleanly, Wei Yan smiled. Wei Yan smiled. Sometimes, on set, there were a lot of dirty tricks and unwritten rules. Who would have thought, Tongming actually had the ability to cure this kind of evil? Haha, she was indeed Mo Ting's wife. They both used ruthlessness to deal with ruthlessness. Let's talk about it after she gets past me, Elder Mo continued to scoff. In his heart, if Tongming wanted to be Mo Ting's wife, she had to be outstanding in more than just a few aspects. He didn't expect his granddaughter-in-law to be highly educated or have a good family background. He simply wanted her to be on the same wavelength as her family. If her way of thinking and values couldn't be aligned, then wouldn't he be gifting a grandchild to someone else? So, he still had a chance to see Tongming. Don't be too strict. After today's incident, I hope Bai Qiusheng will restrain himself. I bet he was quite frightened. When I saw him step out of the car, his face was pale white. Wei Yan thought about it and felt strangely satisfied. Of course, Tongming didn't actually want to take Bai Qiusheng's life, so she was fully prepared. But, her method was still ruthless. He wondered if she had always been this ruthless or if Mo Ting had taught her to do so. Qiusheng, don't go against Tongming from now on. She's not as easy to deal with as we thought. Inside the hospital, Gu Heng sat beside Bai Qiusheng's bed and tried to convince him. I've already thought about it carefully. From the moment she announced her comeback, she has gone from being a model to being an actress. She has done everything flawlessly and won so much applause. She didn't just rely on Mo Ting to back her up. Bai Qiusheng remained silent. Perhaps, he still hadn't recovered from the thrilling scene he had just witnessed. At this moment, he finally understood what it felt like to be scared. Let's focus on filming and stop going against her, okay? Bai Qiusheng hesitated for a moment before he finally nodded his head. After hearing Bai Qiusheng agree, Gu Heng finally let out a sigh of relief. She was truly afraid of Tongming's meticulous mind. In fact, she didn't even know how Tongming found out and whether she knew more about the inside story. Tongming. was indeed scary. The next morning, Bai Qiuxing and Gu Heng returned to the set. Wei Yan immediately approached them and asked, "Are you both okay?" "I'm fine. I was just a little shocked," Bai Qiuxing replied calmly. Tongming followed behind them, but she did not humiliate them again. She simply acted like nothing had happened. So, as soon as filming was over, Gu Heng immediately went to look for Tongming and asked, "Why didn't you kill us off? You could have used the opportunity to replace us." Tongming glanced at Gu Heng and smiled, "I've made my stance clear from the start. I won't take the initiative to attack anyone. Since what happened yesterday is already in the past, there is no need to bring it up again. You may have had evil thoughts, but I didn't go easy on you. So, I have no right to chase you away. Plus, since Wei Yan was the one who chose the actors for this film, he must have his reasons. Even if it was for the sake of the film, I would not make a move again. I'm sure you all know why I was so ruthless yesterday. There won't be a next time. Everyone's job is to film a good film. Plus, Gu Heng, for a couple to maintain their relationship, it's not about the outside world, it's about your own heart. Don't try to provoke me again. For the sake of my own safety, I will do anything." After speaking, Tongming left with Song Yanshu, leaving Gu Heng trembling in fear. After hearing Tongming's words, she finally understood the difference between them. She never imagined there was a woman like Tongming in the entertainment industry, a woman who clearly separated love and hate. At this moment, she had to acknowledge Tongming's way of doing things, her attitude and everything about her. When Tongming said she wouldn't bring it up, it was as if she had completely forgotten about it. She never hinted, humiliated or reminded him. This made Gu Heng admire her even more. There were plenty of people that stood on the moral high ground, yet coerced others. But, Tongming didn't care at all. The dangerous car racing scene was to be filmed again 2 days later. This time, Bai Qiuxing gave a serious demonstration and Tongming studied hard. Although there were a few NGs, the thrilling scene was finally completed with everyone's hard work. During this time, Tongming bumped her head a few times, suffered from motion sickness a few times and vomited everything out. But, after 5 minutes of rest, she was able to recover. It was from this moment onwards that Bai Qiuxing's attitude towards Tongming changed. Some people were born with more talent than you, yet, they worked harder than you. So, you couldn't help but admire how others were able to receive better resources. Afterwards, Gu Heng watched a video of Tongming's audition. In the end, she told Bai Qiuxing that she was completely convinced of her role. "Ning Jia, it's almost President Mo's birthday. What present are you planning to give him? Do you want me to buy it for you?" Song Yanshu asked as she stood behind Tongming during a break in filming. She assumed Tongming wouldn't have time to prepare anything for herself during filming. Tongming lowered her head and thought for a moment before shaking her head, "I will prepare it myself." "But, you don't even have time. The things he wants can't be bought on the market." Tongming smiled as she turned and looked at Song Yanshu. "The next scene is about to start. I'm going to go get ready." Song Yanshu looked at Tongming's back as she left and nodded her head in agreement. Mo Ting had everything he wanted, so no matter what he gave him, it wouldn't be a surprise. But, 2 days before Mo Ting's birthday, Wei Yan notified Tongming that a big shot would be joining the cast. Although it was only a guest appearance, he requested everyone to cooperate. At first, Tongming didn't quite understand what this meant until the man appeared on set. In the film, the man was a retired police officer who was unkempt. Because he had injured someone when he was young, he was dismissed from the police force. But, he was good at investigating cases, so Tongming decided to ask him for help. However, not only in the film, even in real life, the man was also unkempt. It was like, once he was put on the role, he had no intention of returning to his original appearance. So, no one on set knew who he was. Someone tried to find out who he was, but Wei Yan simply smiled and said there would be a surprise in store. But, while the man could chat and laugh with everyone else, he only looked at Tongming with suspicion and distrust. This made Tongming wonder if she had offended the man. But, from what she could remember, she had never interacted with the man before. But, it had to be said, Tongming acknowledged the big shot that Wei Yan mentioned. Even though he was old, he was still able to act. From the day he arrived on set, he was already able to imitate the expressions of the entire cast. His acting skills were indeed those of a few decades of accumulation. As the first few scenes were between Bai Qiuxing and the old man, Tongning did not have the chance to interact with him. But, the day before Mo Ting's birthday, Wei Yan notified Tongning that she would be filming a scene with the old man. The old man was very strict, so she had to be on high alert. Afterwards, Tongning asked Wei Yan for a day off. But, somehow, the old man found out about it. As soon as he heard that he would be filming a scene with Tongning, he turned around and stormed off. I hate people that ask for time off from filming. I'm not filming with her. Get someone else to do it. There are so many people waiting on set. What privilege does she need? She can't even be considered an actress, yet she already knows how to act like a big shot. The old man's words were straightforward. In front of Tongning and the entire crew, everyone felt extremely awkward. But, Tongning did not get angry. She simply bowed and said, I'm sorry, senior. Even if the sky were to fall down, I wouldn't ask for a day off. But, for this matter, I have to leave. Do you believe that I can get someone to replace you? Tongning, why don't you? Director Wei, I definitely need to ask for a day off. I can do anything in exchange for it, Tongning said sincerely. Wei Yan nodded his head and waved his hand, you can go. Thank you, Tongning nodded her head in thanks. Why did she ask for a day off? Wei Yan asked confusedly. Didn't Tongning know that this was an opportunity for her to perform? I heard from Assistant Song that it's President Mo's birthday. Oh, no wonder. Wei Yan immediately understood. He looked at Elder Mo with a smile. Tongning had always put Mo Ting first. Old man, are you satisfied? By the time Tongning returned to Hyatt Regency, it was already 11:30 p.m. In order not to wake Mo Ting up, Tongning gently pushed open the bedroom door and walked over to the bed barefooted. With the help of the faint moonlight, Tongning saw Mo Ting had fallen asleep with a document in his hands. Her heart ached as she moved the documents away and placed the red rose on the bedside table. Mo Ting did not wake up at all. Originally, he had agreed to pick Tongning up the next morning, so he rushed to finish his work so he could spend the day with his wife. But, he never expected, at the last minute, Tongning would return home and return to his side. Perhaps he sensed someone was staring at him, Mo Ting opened his eyes cautiously. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw Tongning, he froze for a moment before sitting up. Why are you back? I was rushing to be the first to wish you a happy 33rd birthday, Tongning placed her gaze on the red rose. Mo Ting followed her gaze. As soon as he saw the flower, he couldn't help but laugh. Mrs. Mo, I've never seen a woman give a man flowers. In that case, let me set a precedent, Tongning smiled. But, between her brows, there was an unconcealable sense of exhaustion. She had continuously filmed for over 20 hours, all so she could have this one day off to spend time with Mo Ting. Mo Ting's heart ached as he gently stroked her cheek and pulled her into his embrace. In this world, there would never be another person that would work so hard just to celebrate his birthday with him before 12 p.m. In this world, there would never be another person that would treat him so wholeheartedly and put him first in everything. In this world, there would never be another person like Tongning. I haven't eaten yet and I haven't showered yet, Tongning said in a muffled voice. You must be tired? I got carsick on the way here and my stomach feels terrible, Tongning replied coquettishly. Go have a shower. I'll make you something to eat first. After speaking, Mo Ting turned to get out of bed. But, Tongning held him back and shook her head. Seeing you, I feel better. There were no sweeter words of love than this. Mo Ting thought to himself, with Tongning's sacrifice, he felt his previous 32 birthdays had all been a waste. If only he had been with Tongning from the start, how great would that have been? Then I'll take you to take a bath, and then we'll eat together? All right. Tongning nodded her head and buried her head in Mo Ting's arms. Not long after entering the bathroom, she fell asleep. Mo Ting looked helplessly at the bruises all over her body as his heart ached even more. He had already told her not to come home with a body full of injuries, yet, she still had to show it to him. To help her sleep more comfortably, Mo Ting also laid down in the bathtub like a cushion. He originally thought she wouldn't wake up until 12 a.m. But, as soon as the big clock struck 12, Tongning opened her eyes. In a daze, she wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's neck and said, "Hubby, happy birthday." Mo Ting kissed her forehead. "Tomorrow, I'll bring you to a place, I want to give you a present." After speaking, she rubbed her head against Mo Ting's chest and fell asleep again. Mo Ting hugged his wife tightly. He couldn't help but place a kiss on her earlobe. "God knows, you are the best present for me." As a man, Mo Ting was an iron-blooded man. Of course, he didn't like roses. But, the bouquet that Tongning brought home was the most beautiful flower he had ever seen. The next morning, Mo Ting originally thought he would wake up before Tongning. But, as he sat up, he realized there was no one beside him. Instead, there was a glass of warm water on the bedside table and a note on top of it. "Hubby, I really don't want you to celebrate your 33rd birthday. Or perhaps, I hate that I'm only 27 years old. I don't want the 6-year gap between us. It feels like when I grow old in the future, you will abandon me and leave this world on your own. So, today is your first birthday. Because this is the first year of our marriage, you are 1 year old today. Hurry and get out of bed. Come to the address I left for you, I'll be waiting for you there." I thought I'd see my wife as soon as I opened my eyes. Mo Ting smiled helplessly as he got out of bed and washed up. An hour later, Mo Ting arrived at the address Tongning mentioned. It was a private photography studio. Mo Ting walked in suspiciously as the staff smiled and said, "President Mo, please come up to the 3rd floor." Mo Ting stepped into the lift. In reality, he had no idea what Tongning's present was. Until he reached the 3rd floor. Under the large chandelier, the floor was filled with wedding dresses. And, Tongning was standing behind the curtains. Mo Ting stretched out his hand and gently pulled open the curtains. Tongning was standing in front of the mirror dressed in a pure white wedding dress. Mo Ting was a little stunned. He had never seen Tongning like this before. She wasn't a celebrity or an actress, she was a woman waiting to be married. "I've worn wedding dresses countless times, but, we've been married for so long, but we've never taken a proper wedding photo. In the past, if it wasn't for advertising, if it wasn't to announce our relationship, right now, I just want to give you a simple wedding that belongs to us. It belongs to the two of us. I've already arranged for a church. Mr. Mo, are you willing?" Mo Ting's heart suddenly felt like it had been struck by a blow as he hugged Tongning tightly in his embrace. "Even if I were to repeat this 100 times, I wouldn't feel annoyed." This was clearly a very ordinary matter, but, as long as he was with Tongning, he felt it had a special meaning. Many women felt that being doted on would be the happiest thing in their life. But, when it came to Tongning, not only did she want to be doted on, she also wanted to enjoy the process of doting on someone. Not long after, Mo Ting appeared behind Tongning in a white dress. This was the first time Tongning had seen him dressed in white. His noble aura did not waver in the slightest. In fact, he looked even more imposing. Tongning drove Mo Ting to the church in her wedding dress. Although no one recognized the couple along the way, it was the first time many people had seen such a flashy wedding car. The church was located halfway up the mountain. The couple held hands as they entered the simple church. Facing the solemn God, Tongning lowered her head and said to Mo Ting, "I originally wanted to give you something better, but after thinking about it for a long time, I realized you don't lack anything." Mo Ting looked at Tongning and said in a serious tone, "It's not that I don't lack anything. It's that everything added up can't compare to you. Although from today onwards, I will be 33 years old, I can promise you that I will protect you for the rest of my life. I will never leave you, even when I'm old." Behind the church was a sea-view bungalow. As soon as the couple entered the living room, they stuck close to each other as they breathed in each other's lungs. Only when they couldn't breathe anymore did Tongning finally leave Mo Ting's lips. Standing in the middle of the living room, Mo Ting scanned his surroundings and whispered beside Tongning's ear, "Have you even prepared the bridal room?" "2nd floor." Tongning replied gently. After hearing this, Mo Ting lifted her in his arms. His eyes were filled with lust as he kicked open the door to the 2nd floor and pressed Tongning against the wall. He then lifted her hands up high and pressed his lips against hers. Tongning felt pain from the kiss as she pushed Mo Ting away. "Don't leave any marks. I still need to film. I can't care about that anymore. Mo Ting directly tore open Tongming's wedding dress and threw her onto the bed. Tongming sensed Mo Ting had lost control as the smile on her face grew bigger. But it didn't take long before Mo Ting swallowed it back. In the spacious room, the sea breeze continuously swept through every corner, and in the square mirror not far away, two entangled bodies were reflected. What a man wanted was actually this simple. Your heart and your body were enough to appease a hot-blooded wolf. After a few rounds of intimacy, Tongming lay weakly in Mo Ting's arms. But he still wanted more. Ting, don't do it anymore. In a daze, Tongming felt weak all over. Mo Ting chuckled as he helped her clean up. It wasn't often that he heard Tongming say something like don't do it with such a lustful tone. The wedding dress had already been torn to shreds and Tongming was like a wrapped present. Looking at her snow-white skin, Mo Ting thought to himself, if he could always have a present like this, he would rather celebrate his birthday every day. Strange. Even though this was how he usually celebrated his birthday, he still felt this was the best birthday he had in 33 years. Tongming slept all the way until the afternoon. After waking up, she did not rush to put on her clothes. Instead, she wrapped herself in a blanket with Mo Ting and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window to watch the sunset. How many children do you want from now on? 2, Mo Ting replied in seriousness. It's best if one of them is like you and the other is like me. The daughter needs to be as smart as you and be a daddy's little lover. Okay, let's have 2 then. Tongming smiled as she hugged Mo Ting's arm tighter. Even so, she felt it wasn't enough. So, she turned around and laid her head on Mo Ting's chest as she wrapped her arms around his waist. Mo Ting took the opportunity to wrap the blanket around them even tighter. Do you want me to take you to the set? No, I want to spend a little more time with you. Tongming shook her head shamelessly. Also, Ting, let's take a photo and post it online. We can give our fans some candy. I think our love can give many people the courage to believe in love. Alright. He then grabbed his phone from the bedside table and snapped a photo of the couple leaning against each other. He then uploaded it onto his social media account. Of course, as soon as the couple's fans saw the photo, they went crazy. Ah. Oh my god, President Mo is giving out candy, giving out candy. Where are the 2 of them? There's even a sunset glow behind. It's so beautiful. I knew Tongming would be by President Mo's side on his birthday. It's so sweet. Sob sob sob, I'm so happy. Is it just me? Are you guys wrapped in the blanket? It seems. They aren't wearing any clothes. Haha, you even noticed that. Amazing. After seeing the photo, Hu Jingjing joined the discussion. Don't bully me because I can't see my husband while I'm overseas. I hate people who flaunt their love. President Mo is going to die soon. I want the whole world to be jealous of me. Tongming smiled as she threw away her phone. She watched the sunset with Mo Ting and then the stars. The couple stayed together until the wee hours of the morning. Finally, Mo Ting packed his things and escorted Tongming to the set. However, as they entered the hotel, Tongming did not want Mo Ting to escort her. If you come up, I won't let you go. Then, I won't leave. After speaking, Mo Ting quickly dragged Tongming into the room and slammed the door shut. But, the soundproofing here isn't very good. After all, this wasn't a high-class 5-star hotel. It's okay. I will make sure you can't make a sound. Tongming felt, ever since she and Mo Ting got married, although they had their share of intense times, it had never been like the past 2 days. It felt like they couldn't get enough of each other from morning till night. Did this mean her love for Mo Ting had increased a little? The next morning, before the sun had even risen, Tongming was still fast asleep by the time Mo Ting woke up. Mo Ting did not wake her up. He simply left her a note and returned to Beijing. He had an important board meeting to attend. As soon as Tongming woke up, she saw the note and headed straight to the set. There was another big problem waiting for her today. The annoying big shot was waiting for her to explain herself. Tongming, you're back. Weiyan looked at Tongming with a troubled expression. Weiyan looked at Tongming with a troubled expression as he approached her and whispered, Today, we need to film your scene with Old Hay, but Old Hay. Everyone on set referred to Elder Mo as Elder Hay because he said his surname was Hay. He still doesn't want to act with me, is that right? It's not that he doesn't want to act with you, it's that you don't have the attitude of an actress. Just because it's your husband's birthday, you can abandon the entire production? You're too awesome. Elder Hay complained as he sat to one side. I hope the person I act with is a real actor. If you can't do it, I can tell the production to replace him. Tongning's brows furrowed. This old man did not give her any face at all as he ridiculed her in front of the entire crew. Sorry, I know I shouldn't have taken the day off. But, in my heart, my husband is number one and that will never change, Tongning explained as she looked at Elder Hay. I'm sorry for wasting everyone's time. Actually, according to the contract, it was reasonable for Tongning to take the day off. Not only that, if it was any other actor, it was normal for them to take a day off after working so hard on an important scene. The crew simply couldn't understand why Elder Hay kept making things difficult for Tongning. Everyone was convinced by Tongning. What did she make this old man so unhappy about? Either way, there's no room for negotiation. Weiyan looked at Tongning as his expression turned uglier. He is one of the investors, so he has a lot of authority. Tongning, you should try to coax this old man. But he won't give me a chance, Tongning replied. Weiyan glanced at Tongning before he turned to Elder Hay and asked, Elder Hay, what do you want Tongning to do? Tell me and we can discuss it. What did I do to displease you? Are you going to reject me simply because I asked for a day off? Did you really think that your acting was better than Gu Heng's? From what I see, you are still far from her level. Elder Mo scoffed as he sat in his chair. Don't be unconvinced. Gu Heng's acting is stable, but you overexerted yourself in a lot of your scenes. You can rely on your own talent to imagine yourself as the character, but don't forget, as long as you are a normal person, you can't always be someone else. A normal person has a limited amount of time to focus. So, your acting isn't always better than Gu Heng's. Unless you are schizophrenic, you can't always be someone else's person, Elder Mo criticized Tongning's acting. In fact, he couldn't see any good points in her acting, he simply criticized her. Plus, you appear to be willing to do anything, but deep down, you are arrogant, Elder Mo's words were harsh. After he finished speaking, he noticed Tongning's expression did not change, so he calmed down a little. It seems, you are well aware of yourself. Otherwise, if someone else was in Tongning's position, they would have been furious. It wasn't that Tongning didn't care, it was just that Elder Mo was speaking the truth and she didn't have the confidence to refute him. Furthermore, in her opinion, this old man had the right to teach her a lesson, because he was very powerful. Not bad. Even after being scolded like this, you did not point at my nose to refute me. I can see that you have a good mentality. Elder Mo glanced at Tongning and finally showed a slightly friendlier expression. Being scolded by me now is better than being scolded by the audience later. Tongning did not say a word as she quietly listened to Elder Mo's nagging. Everyone on set looked at the two. To be honest, when Elder Mo scolded Tongning, they were afraid that she would turn around and leave or do something shocking. After all, she had Mo Ting backing her up. But, she acted like a humble student. Even though she was scolded by a teacher, she did not feel embarrassed because she was indeed in the wrong. In reality, Tongning's method of dealing with an angry Elder Mo was the best. Because, by saying a few words, the anger in his heart would dissipate and he would not continue to cause trouble. You want me to act with you? Sure, but you have to be my assistant for a week. It depends on my mood. Of course, you have a great husband. You can also look for him and tell him that you were bullied on the set. Let him come and settle the score with me. Tongning looked at the man and then at Weiyan before nodding her head, okay. If you promise me, don't hide and cry when the time comes. With that, the old man waved the fan in his hand and stood up. Weiyan immediately whispered to her, do you want to move your scenes back? No need, Director Wei. You just need to focus all my night scenes on this week. I can handle it. I can't let my personal problems affect the progress of the film, Tongning replied sincerely. Okay, if this old man bullies you too much, you must let me know, Weiyan reminded. Okay, Tongning nodded. Afterwards, Song Yenshu approached Tongning from behind and said gently, Ningjia, I'm sorry I was late. Why don't you tell President Mo? What do you have to apologize for? Don't tell him, I can handle it myself. After speaking, Tongning ran after the old man. As for the old man, he did not live in a hotel like the rest of them. Instead, he lived in a small courtyard. Whenever he had free time, he would play with his cats and dogs and take care of his plants. From today onwards, you will be in charge of my daily life. I'm hungry. What does the old man want to eat? Take a guess. If you get it right, I'll finish it all. If not, you will have to cook until I'm satisfied. The old man smiled as he sat on a bamboo chair. Tongning glanced at the old man and nodded her head, please wait for a moment. Elder Mo watched as Tongning left and scoffed. Yesterday, you went out to have fun with your grandson, didn't you? Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. The old man's appetite was the most demanding in the Mo family. Even if he wanted to make a delicacy, he would have to see if he liked it or not. If this brat could control his stomach, he would let her off easy for a few days. She had a good heart. Tongning was here to put on an act, but she was now forced to do the old man's laundry and cook. Yet, she did not feel wronged at all. In fact, she seemed to be enjoying it. Half an hour later, 3 exquisite dishes were served on the dining table. As soon as the old man saw the vegetables and tofu, he was immediately displeased. Do you think I'm a sheep? You can try it first, Tongning said humbly as she handed him a bowl and chopsticks. The old man received the chopsticks and unwillingly picked up the vegetables. With just one bite, the aroma made him feel refreshed. This rascal, Mo Ting, was indeed lucky. He had found a wife who could cook. She was different from the cheap women on the outside. But, he couldn't give Tongning any face. So, he threw away his chopsticks. I don't eat bland food. In that case, I'll go make some more. Tongning turned around without hesitation. But, as soon as Tongning turned around, the old man had already finished half the dishes on the table. He even pretended to be carrying his cat and fed the food to it. After torturing Tongning for half the morning, the old man finally stopped. He then staggered onto the set to watch Bai Qiusheng and the others practice. During this time, the old man kept telling the people around him how he would have handled the scene if he was younger. Everyone listened with interest. Of course, this included Tongning. However, the fact that the female lead had been turned into someone else's assistant made the people on set feel unfair for Tongning. Who was this old man? How did he have such a powerful background that even the wife of the big boss of the entertainment industry had to give him face? From the looks of it, he was just an old man with some acting skills. They had never heard of this person before. What old hay? Even after searching through the history of the entertainment industry for 30 years, they still couldn't find any information on him. How could he torture Tongning like this? Seeing this scene, Bai Qiusheng suddenly had the urge to replace Tongning with Gu Heng. Since old He hated Tongning so much, could he make use of him? So, he went to look for Wei An in private. Director Wei, if Tongning becomes someone else's assistant, what will happen to her scenes? She will film at night. But this will delay my rest time. I can handle it for a day or two, but if it's a long period of time, I won't be able to handle it, Bai Qiusheng replied. What do you mean? Wei An squinted his eyes. Could it be that Bai Qiusheng still had designs on Tongning? I simply hope you can make the appropriate arrangements. Originally, they agreed that Tongning could go home that night. But, after Elder Mo made things difficult for her, she had no choice but to ask Song Yenshu to tell Mo Ting the truth about the situation on set. Mo Ting did not interfere with her decisions. He simply knew who was making things difficult for his wife. Just wait and see. This old man had made his wife suffer a lot. When the time came, he was going to get revenge for Tongning. But, right now, it was more important for Elder Mo to understand Tongning. So, he simply instructed Secretary Song Yan to note down every single thing that Tongning had to endure. In fact, she had to remember it clearly. That night, Bai Qiusheng and Tongning had a scene together. Perhaps it was because of Elder Mo's nagging during the day, but when Bai Qiusheng looked at Tongning again, he felt her acting was a little different than before. As she was a model, although Tongning was talented, she lacked experience. Most of the time, she relied on her strengths and avoided her weaknesses. But, at this moment, she had learned to use techniques. The two were currently filming a scene where they brushed past each other. But, in reality, Bai Qiuxing knew Tongning was looking for him. So, when he found out Tongning's identity as a police officer, he had no choice but to leave her side. Seeing the anxiety in Tongning's eyes, Bai Qiuxing was momentarily distracted. In fact, Wei Yan noticed it, cut. Qiuxing, what's wrong? It's nothing, director. Let's do it again. Bai Qiuxing calmed himself down as he once again felt conflicted. He wasn't sure if he should replace Tongning. Elder Mo also came to watch Tongning's scene that night. In the end, he scoffed, looks like you still have some potential. On the surface, Elder Mo appeared to be in a difficult position. But, in the end, she was still his granddaughter-in-law. He could bully her, but others couldn't. This was a typical Mo family attitude. The next morning, Tongning's face was a little pale. Seeing this, Elder Mo actually went to sleep in. Tongning lay on the table for a while. Then, in the afternoon, she staggered out with Elder Mo to watch other people's scenes. Everyone has their own unique characteristics when they act. Even if it's just a small role, don't overlook their existence. Sometimes, a small role can make the entire film a success, Elder Mo said to the people beside him in a low voice. In reality, he was simply telling Tongning. So, Tongning carefully observed the acting of others and took what she could learn from them for her own use. During a break in filming, Bai Qiuxing lifted his head and glanced at Tongning and Elder Tang. In the end, he decided to give it a try. So, he asked his assistant to contact Elder Tang and Elder Tang agreed to meet with him that night. This time, Elder Tang did not bring Tongning because she had a scene to film. Inside a private room in the hotel, Elder Fong waved the fan in his hand and asked Bai Qiuxing, if you have something to say, just say it. Actually, to be honest with you, I want Gu Heng to be the female lead of this film. Since you don't like Tongning, can you replace her? We can discuss the price. Bai Qiuxing asked straightforwardly. The old man's disgust towards Tongning was obvious. The old man glanced at Bai Qiuxing and closed his fan. He then laughed, do you think I hate Tongning? At least, you prefer Gu Heng, who told you that? Old Master Xing's protectiveness was immediately triggered. I did say that Gu Heng was stable the other day, but that was because I didn't mention her flaws. I thought you had already learned your lesson from the car racing scene. Bai Qiuxing's expression changed. Because Tongning did not mention it again, he almost forgot about it. But, how did this old man find out? That. Bai Qiuxing tried to explain. That's enough. The reason why I want Tongning to be my assistant is because I have higher expectations for her. I don't have any expectations for you guys because I don't care about you guys, Elder Tang said in disdain. Also, if you have bad intentions, God will deal with you sooner or later. After speaking, Elder Tang stood up, but Bai Qiuxing flew into a rage. Do you think you're so great just because you're one of the investors? If I wasn't great, would you be sitting here right now? Elder Tang retorted. Tongning has given you a chance to live, so you should cherish it. If you continue to play dirty tricks, even God won't be able to protect you. After speaking, Elder Tang turned around and left in a domineering manner. Bai Qiuxing was left trembling in fear. He wanted to know what this old man's identity was, he dared to look down on everyone. That night, after Bai Qiuxing returned home, he had no appetite to eat. In the end, he gave his assistant a phone call and gave him a few instructions. So, the next morning, the crew began to receive phone calls from the media claiming that Tongning was being bullied on set by an investor. The media kept calling to verify the matter, but Wei Yan could only dismiss them with an excuse. But, the film crew couldn't stand up to all sorts of rumors. For example, Tongning had been following an old man around and was even seen washing his clothes and cooking for him. This time, the rumors turned into a bloodbath. In fact, there were even rumors that Mo Ting was afraid that his marriage with Tongning would change. When Elder Tang saw the news, he sat down with Wei Yan and scoffed, this Bai Qiuxing sure doesn't learn his lesson. Bai Qiuxing's move was quite ruthless. If he did this, the media would assume that Tongning was the one that released the rumors. She wanted Bai Qiuxing and Wei Yan to fight while Bai Qiuxing reaped the benefits. Elder Mo, what do you think of this matter? This person can't be allowed to live, Elder Mo said as he waved his fan. Why don't you reveal your identity? There's no rush. Elder Mo tried to stop him. We need to wait until he's done with his tricks before we give him a slap in the face. Getting rid of him now would be too easy on him. Also, hurry and find someone to replace him. A person can have their own personality, but they can't have any bad intentions. Okay, I understand, Wei Yan replied. Even if Elder Mo didn't say anything, he would have done the same. Because if the film was a success, but the male lead had a bad character, wouldn't that leave a stain on his reputation? Of course, he wouldn't allow this to happen. Originally, he thought that if Bai Qiuxing stopped, he would be given a chance. But, who would have thought, the desire in his heart would suddenly reignite. So, they couldn't be blamed. Actually, the rascal's acting isn't too bad. Elder Mo suddenly mentioned. If he didn't have to take over Hai Rui, he would have been a top actor. Does President Mo know how to act? Wei Yan was suddenly interested. There's nothing he doesn't know how to do. This was something that Elder Nangong had always been proud of. In that case, why don't you go back and manage Hai Rui for a few months? Why don't we let President Mo act? Wei Yan suggested. In your dreams. Elder Mo scoffed. Was he joking? It wasn't easy for him to get rid of his burden, how could he take it back now? Don't even think about it. Hai Rui needs Mo Ting to manage. I can't think straight anymore. All I can do is act. Wei Yan smiled and did not say another word. Elder Mo had indeed slacked off, but it couldn't be denied that he had single-handedly built up his empire. Those few years in Beijing were glorious. However, after so many years of playing with his grandson, he had long lost the ambition he once had. But, when it came to brains, no one could compare to him. Does that mean you approve of Tongning as your granddaughter-in-law? Approve of what? She hasn't even shown her true abilities, Elder Mo waved the fan in his hand. Let's see how she performs. Wei Yan looked at Elder Mo helplessly. This old man was stubborn on the outside but soft on the inside. He had already protected Tongning so well, yet he still refused to admit it. However, the matter of replacing Tongning needed to be handled immediately. Who is this dirty old man? Why is Tongning following behind him? Are the rumors true or false? What about Mo Ting? If they break up, I will never believe in the entertainment industry and love again. The entertainment industry is filthy. What kind of plot doesn't exist? Is Tongning about to go down the wrong path? Tongning shouldn't go out and do whatever she wants. What do you think of President Mo? I don't believe you. Is that old man really an investor in the film? Why is Tongning washing his clothes and cooking for him? What kind of plot is this? I'm really worried about President Mo's feelings. Does he know about this? The public was in a frenzy as news about Tongning on set spread like wildfire. Of course, the public's desire to know the truth was also strong. They wanted to know if Tongning was really taking things too hard and abandoning herself. She had such an outstanding husband, yet she chose to serve the old man. Plenty of media outlets made phone calls to Hai Rui. However, the public relations department righteously told the public that it was just malicious slander and that the rumors were false. Of course, Mo Ting also saw the news as soon as it was released. His expression was equally gloomy, but it wasn't because he believed the news. Instead, it was because the old man actually tortured his wife so badly. He had always doted on Tongning, so he tried his best not to let her do any housework. Yet, this old man made her do his laundry and cook for him. Why? His man? Did he agree? President Lu Che couldn't understand Mo Ting's emotions. Was he angry? But that shouldn't be the case. This incident had nothing to do with Tongning. Forget it, I'll endure it for now. Mo Ting turned off his computer and suppressed the anger in his heart. How are we going to deal with this? What did Wei Yan say? Mo Ting lifted his head and asked Lu Che. It was obvious that someone had purposely leaked the news. As for who that person was, there was a tacit understanding. Director Wei has asked Hai Rui to recommend a suitable candidate. Director Wei will hold a secret audition and replace Bai Qiuxing at the right time. As there aren't many martial artists in the country and even fewer famous ones, Director Wei won't be able to find a suitable candidate in a short amount of time, Lu Che explained. In reality, Lu Che also wanted to say that Director Wei's choice was none other than Mo Ting, the CEO, but, of course, he didn't have the guts. Does the old man have a candidate in mind? No, Lu Che shook his head. Elder Mo isn't too interested in the male lead. As long as it didn't interfere with his acting and training Tonning, he was fine with it. Make a phone call to Bai Chendong. But, the madam has just worked with Bai Chendong. If we were to work together again, wouldn't the audience get sick of it? Lu Che was a little worried. After all, the two had already worked together on WH. In that case, contact an actor from overseas and we'll work together internationally. In a moment, I'll write down a few names for you to show to Wei in. After he makes his choice, contact them and check their schedules. The main reason why Mo Ting made this decision was because he wanted to pave the way for Tonning to enter the international stage. In reality, there was no lack of good martial artists in the country. But, their acting was too weak. If they could hire a big name from overseas, it would be able to bring out Tonning's potential. After all, foreign actors always worked hard when it came to acting. Bai Qiuxing had no idea that the entire production crew was already preparing to replace him. From the moment he decided to take revenge, he already had a feeling that the people he offended weren't people he could afford to offend. That night, Tonning prepared dinner for Elder Mo. Originally, she wanted to head to the set to film her scenes, but Elder Mo waved his fan and said, "Don't waste your energy. In 2 days, you will see Bai Qiuxing leave." Tonning furrowed her brows and turned around to look at Elder Mo. "Don't tell me you don't know who started the rumors," Elder Tang said as he picked up his bowl and chopsticks, hiding a satisfied smile as he looked down at Tonning. "Does Director Wei plan to replace Bai Qiuxing? What's the point of keeping a black sheep like him?" Elder Mo scoffed. "If he doesn't have the ability, then he would have to endure it. But, since he has the ability, he has the responsibility to maintain the good atmosphere in the entertainment industry. As for those with bad intentions, he will ban them every time he sees them. This is the courage of the Mo family." "Huh?" Elder Mo was stunned. "Oh no, he almost let the cat out of the bag. It's nothing. In the next few days, you can continue filming, but don't stay up too late. Who are you trying to impress with a pale face when you arrive in the morning?" Elder Mo expressed his dissatisfaction. Tonning nodded her head obediently, "Okay." In reality, Elder Mo was indirectly reminding her that he was going to replace her in the next few days. He was telling her not to be too serious and to take some time to rest and prepare for the real male lead. How could a smart person like Tonning not understand what he was trying to say? So, as she left, she had a smile on her face. Although the old man was indeed a little annoying, he was doing it for her own good. He wanted to suppress her arrogance a little. After all, the success of Stupid made her forget that she was still a newcomer. So, the timing of the old man's appearance was perfect. On the way back to the hotel, Tonning bumped into Gu Heng. Their eyes met awkwardly, but Tonning said calmly, "He still won't let go. I'm sorry. Since he has made a move, I will definitely stand on his side. After all, he is doing this for me," Gu Heng replied. "I will gather my fans to start a boycott. Tonning, let me give you a reminder. After all, you have always been a good wife to Mo Ting. But this time, in the eyes of your fans, you have done something humiliating. This matter isn't up to you guys to decide," Tonning said with a smile. There was no trace of panic or anger in her eyes. This made Gu Heng extremely confused. How is it that no matter what happens, you can always be so calm? Why don't you tell me? That's because I know evil people won't succeed, Tonning smiled confidently. At least, in my world, no one has ever succeeded in doing something evil. Gu Heng couldn't see through Tonning. But she knew that Tonning had already seen through her. When it came to intelligence, it was likely that even in her next life, she wouldn't be able to surpass Tonning. She refused to believe that Tonning would be able to overcome any difficulties. Everyone was bound to have bad luck one day. I know what Xiaoxing is doing isn't good for either of us. But, I will do whatever it takes to protect him. After speaking, Gu Heng disappeared from Tongming's sight. Tongming did not look back as she returned to her room. From the looks of it, Gu Heng had no idea that the production was planning to replace Bai Qiuxing. Tongming wondered, what was the point of fighting over and over, only to end up empty-handed. That night, Long Jie gave Tongming a phone call to check on the situation. What happened this time? What's wrong with that old man? You are such a troublemaker. Every time something goes wrong, you end up on the hottest search rankings. Someone did it on purpose. Tongming explained helplessly as she explained the situation on set to Long Jie. As soon as Long Jie found out, she was furious. What kind of luck is this? The male lead and supporting actress are a couple, so of course they want to chase you away. Why don't you think about who will benefit the most from your departure? Long Jie sighed. But, I'm already used to you encountering obstacles in everything you do. If nothing goes wrong, you wouldn't be called Tongming. What did the director say about this? They've decided to replace him, Tongming replied. Replace you? Replaced by Qiuxing. Tongming couldn't stand Long Jie's screams and giggled. That's good. Long Jie let out a sigh of relief. If I wasn't preparing for pregnancy, I would follow you around every day. What kind of assistant did boss find for you? He doesn't seem to be taking his work seriously. Be a good girl and prepare for pregnancy. Don't worry about me. Since there's no problem, of course I'm not worried. It's just that the rumors about you and boss are spreading like wildfire. They keep saying that you guys are going to divorce. I'm getting angry. Tongming understood that Long Jie truly cared about her, so she allowed her to nag for quite some time before hanging up the phone. Finally, Mo Ting called. The first thing he asked was, who were you on the phone with for so long? I couldn't get in. What do you think? Tongming asked in a coquettish tone. Long man, I'm just teasing you. The incident was originally suppressed, but Bai Qiuxing stepped out and said a few words, causing the situation to escalate. I'm mentally prepared. Hubby. If it wasn't for the fact that Bai Qiuxing's heart isn't in the right place, I actually have high hopes for his relationship with Gu Heng. Gu Heng is willing to give up everything for Bai Qiuxing. I can sense the helplessness in her heart. I'm not optimistic about anything. I just want to kill the person who bullied you. Mo Ting replied in seriousness. Wei Yan knows how to handle this matter. You don't need to make an appearance. Hai Rui will handle the PR. If Bai Qiuxing wanted to cause a scene, then let him. Faced with the media's interview, Bai Qiuxing straightforwardly explained that he wasn't sure why Elder He kept targeting Tongming. Plus, Tongming only followed him because she wanted him to act with her. As for everything else, he had no idea. His explanation further hinted that Old He had slept with Tongming. The entertainment industry was a place where people made groundless accusations. Bai Qiuxing simply said a few words, but the media was already able to make a lot of assumptions. Tongming has been found to have slept with Tongming. Fellow actors prove Tongming has slept with Tongming. What will happen to Mo Tang's relationship? Rumor has it that Mo Tang's marriage changed. Mo Tang hasn't stepped out of his office since. Faced with the increasing pressure from the media, Hai Rui no longer tried to suppress them. Instead, they directly warned Bai Qiuxing, as an actor, you must first learn to be an honest person. This was Hai Rui hinting that Bai Qiuxing was lying. In an instant, it was hard for the public to differentiate between the truth and lies. However, Mo Ting and Elder Mo were not in a rush. Bai Qiuxing's current actions were not enough for the production to replace him. So, they waited to see what other tricks Bai Qiuxing had up his sleeve. After all, face-slapping incidents like this were only enjoyable when they reached the climax. Logically speaking, with the crew in a mess, Wei Yan should be worried about PR. After all, sleeping with someone was harmful to the film. But, Wei Yan remained calm and claimed to be sick. He told his assistant director to film some unimportant scenes to give everyone some time to recover. In reality, he had already gone to the US to meet with the actor that Mo Ting had found. As soon as the actor heard that Wei Yan was involved in the film and was willing to open up the Asian market, they arranged to meet in person. Wei Yan thought to himself, this time, he had profited from his misfortune. But, there were some people that were a little worse off. How dare they spread news about Elder Mo translator, Uni editor, Uni what kind of expression would Bai Qiuxing have when Elder Mo revealed his identity? Just thinking about it made her feel good. Because of Mo Ting's calmness, Tongming's mood was not affected in the slightest. She continued to take care of Elder Mo and learn from him. Song Yenshu tried to persuade Tongming to avoid arousing suspicion, but Tongming shook her head. He's innocent to begin with. If I keep hiding, it will only make things worse. Plus, what's there to be afraid of? She had the entire production and Mo Ting backing her up. If Bai Qiuxing was allowed to get his way, not only Mo Ting, even Wei Yan would feel humiliated. Okay, your fans have also expressed their stance. They will believe whatever you say. Tongming smiled and nodded. Tongming smiled and nodded her head. It seemed her fans had developed a diamond heart. They knew that unless she personally admitted to something, they wouldn't believe it easily. Tell them to calm down. The truth will eventually come out. Okay. Seeing Tongming's confidence, Song Yenshu no longer had any reason to worry. So, she simply relayed Tongming's message to her fans. As soon as the fans heard about Tongming's message, they were relieved. Although she was constantly arguing with people, the pride and joy that Tongming brought to them was multiplied. They all knew how good Tongming was. So, even if the public were to spread it all over the place, they still wouldn't believe it. Who told their idol to take an unusual path? They sat back and waited for Bai Qiuxing to be taught a lesson. Of course, Bai Qiuxing didn't have such a simple trick up his sleeve. To be able to achieve such a status in the entertainment industry, he naturally had his own strengths. At the same time that Tongming was rumored to have slept with Mo Ting, her phone number was also leaked. An unscrupulous reporter received the news and gave Tongming a phone call. Are you Tongming? Really? That's impossible, right? At first, Tongming was able to put up a good fight. But, as the media confirmed that the number was hers, her phone rang non-stop for the entire day. Ning Jia, the man with the surname Bai, is getting more and more out of hand. Song Yenshu no longer wanted to call Bai Qiuxing by his full name. She simply called him by his surname. Originally, she didn't have any feelings for him, but now, she was extremely angry. Tongming looked at her phone with a gloomy expression. Not long after, Mo Ting arrived at the hotel. At this time, the media were already calling Tongming. Mo Ting looked at it and picked it up. Is Tongming? Tell me, is there such a thing as unspoken rules? Which company are you from? Mo Ting asked without hesitation. I am from Huaming Media Company, Limited. The person on the other end of the phone did not seem to realize who was on the other end of the phone. He simply thought it was one of Tongming's staff that wanted to share some big news with him. But, to his surprise, Mo Ting did not even bat an eye as he directly said, Miss Mississippi, wait for the door to close. After speaking, he hung up the phone and gestured for Song Yenshu to leave. I'm fine. Tongming looked at Mo Ting and held on to his warm hand. I know you guys have a plan. So, all I need to do is wait. I've asked Luce to change her phone number. After speaking, Mo Ting knew Tongming was being sentimental, so he added, keep this number for now. Next time, if the media doesn't bother you, you can use it again. Tongming understood that Mo Ting understood her, so she simply smiled and did not respond. Plus, if you want to do something, go ahead and do it. Don't worry about others. Wei Yan's plan won't affect you. Mo Ting encouraged Tongming. As long as Tongming was happy, he was willing to break any taboos and ignore any plans. As long as Tongming could vent her anger. Okay, I understand, Tongming nodded, acknowledging Mo Ting's support. Mo Ting's heart ached as he pulled Tongming into his embrace and gently stroked her hair. That's why I need to put you on the highest pedestal. Only then will others be left in the dust and no longer have any ideas about you. Tongming understood Mo Ting's intentions, so she hugged him even tighter. I only need to know that we are an invincible husband and wife at all times. Of course. After checking on Tongming, Mo Ting left the hotel and turned to Luce. Huaming Media Company, Limited. Tomorrow, I want to see the news of their closure. Also, where does the old man live? I'll take you there. Luce immediately led the way. Mo Ting followed Luce into Elder Mo's courtyard with a dark and handsome face. At this moment, Elder Mo was leisurely standing under the cage playing with the birds. As soon as he saw Mo Ting, he quickly hid. Stop hiding. From the moment you stepped out of the airport, I knew you were back. Come on out. Elder Mo furrowed his brows and had no choice but to step out and look at his grandson. Sure enough, the waves in front pushed the waves behind. This stinking brat actually knew on the day he returned. It seemed like his every move was also being watched by his precious grandson. Since you've endured for so long, why don't you continue to endure? Elder Mo asked as he waved his fan. Seeing Mo Ting did not respond, he thought of an answer. My heart aches for my wife. How much longer are you going to test her? Mo Ting was getting impatient. He had already given the old man so much time, yet he still had a problem with Tongning? What's the rush? Elder Mo calmly sat down beside the stone table. When the time is right, I will let her know. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other. Mo Ting, of course, knew what Elder Mo was talking about. Since Bai Qiuxing wanted to blow up the matter and drag the entire production down with him, Mo Ting was not going to hold back. Mo Ting scoffed and prepared to leave. But, at this time, Elder Mo suddenly lifted his eyes and said, that brat hasn't passed my final test yet. But, her performance so far shows that she has a good eye. Mo Ting turned around and glared at Elder Mo as a warning. If the old man continued to play any tricks, he was going to step in and help him. After Tongming's phone number was revealed, the public began to pay attention to it. As Bai Qiuxing watched Wei Yan return to the set, he began to hint at something. Director Wei, is there any point in continuing to film like this? Wei Yan looked at Bai Qiuxing with a smile. It's my fault for not being strict with the crew. That's why there's a scandal and a phone number being revealed. It's all on me. Director Wei, we both know what's going on. Don't beat around the bush with me. Bai Qiuxing wanted to make sure the incident was real and drag Wei Yan into the mire. This time, Wei Yan's gaze was sharp. In the end, he smiled. Let's wait for another 2 days. In another 2 days, there will be news. When that time comes, there will be a big announcement. I will definitely help you. Bai Qiuxing thought Wei Yan was determined to replace Tongning. So, he decided to give the production another dose of medicine. Wei Yan understood Bai Qiuxing's expression. As soon as Bai Qiuxing left, he immediately went to look for Elder Mo. From the looks of it, Bai Qiuxing is going to make a big move. That will be the perfect time to deal with him. Elder Mo hinted Wei Yan. After all, Bai Qiuxing was on set with Wei Yan, so it was easy for Wei Yan to keep track of his movements. Wei Yan nodded his head. His mind was like a mirror, he already knew what to do next. As long as Bai Qiuxing made his next move, he would be able to close the net. Plus, the overseas actor had already been confirmed. He would arrive in Beijing in 3 days at the latest. In other words, there was plenty of time. I really don't want to reveal my identity. I haven't had enough fun yet. In that case, even if you don't reveal it, I can still deal with the jerk, Wei Yan laughed. No, the rascal just gave me a warning. If I play any more tricks, I may be slapped to death on the beach. I better take it easy, Elder Mo grumbled. No matter what, Mo Ting was currently in charge of Hai Rui. So, he still had to take into consideration Mo Ting's identity and give him some face. Is Elder Mo afraid of President Mo? A new ruler brings his own subordinates. Right now, it's his world. All I care about is eating, drinking and having fun. It's best if I don't get rebuffed. Otherwise, I'll have to face the consequences. That wouldn't be worth it, Elder Mo calculated carefully. Everyone was anticipating Bai Qiuxing's final move. But, for the next 2 days, he did not make a move. Although he still expressed his dissatisfaction towards the production, he did not take a hard stance. Because of Hai Rui's PR, the production returned to normal. Although Tongning was harassed to a certain extent, after changing her phone number, everything returned to normal. This was all thanks to Mo Ting's strength. Bai Qiuxing also understood that if he didn't make a move soon, this incident would soon be covered up by Hai Rui. That day, Tongning was filming at night. While she was waiting for her scenes to start, someone from the production team came to visit. The person claimed to be Bai Qiuxing's friend and asked where he was. Tong Ming casually pointed to a direction and told the person that Bai Qiuxing was currently filming an action scene. The person nodded his head gratefully and quickly disappeared from Tong Ming's sight. Tong Ming had a feeling something wasn't right, but she couldn't put her finger on it. After Song Yenshu returned to her side, Tong Ming whispered something into her ear and Song Yenshu cautiously left. Although Tong Ming couldn't guess, she had a feeling that someone would come to visit at a time like this. Of course, she couldn't directly grab the person and interrogate them, so she had to be careful. Otherwise, she would be making a mountain out of a molehill. However, because of a simple conversation with a stranger, the landmine that Bai Qiuxing had planted a long time ago was triggered. 1 a.m. A huge piece of news once again exploded in the entertainment industry. Actor Bai Qiuxing had been attacked and was currently lying unconscious in the hospital. As soon as the crew of The Disappeared received news, Wei Yan immediately rushed to the hospital. Meanwhile, Bai Qiuxing's agency immediately blocked the news. What's going on? By the time Wei Yan arrived at the hospital, Bai Qiuxing's manager was sitting on a bench covered in blood. From the looks of it, he had indeed been through a tough fight. Director Wei, when I took Qiuxing home that night, someone ambushed him. Originally, with Qiuxing's skills, he would have been able to escape. But, because he was trying to protect me, he was stabbed and sent to the emergency room. This is the phone that the assailant threw away. Tong Ming's phone number is stored inside. The manager handed the bloodied phone to Wei Yan furrowed his brows and immediately realized what was going on. It turned out, Bai Qiuxing's so-called help was actually a self-scripted and self-directed act. He didn't hesitate to get himself injured. It could be seen how scheming he was. A car accident wouldn't scare him. I will get to the bottom of this matter, Wei Yan said to Bai Qiuxing's manager. But before that, don't tell the media. After all, it won't do Qiuxing any good. I understand, Director Wei. I feel wronged on behalf of Qiuxing. We merely spoke the truth, but we didn't want to be attacked. Does the Mo family have the final say in the entertainment industry? Is there no law? Wei Yan suppressed his disgust towards Bai Qiuxing and pretended to pat his manager on the shoulder. Don't worry, I will get justice for him. I hope that's the case. Otherwise, our agency will not let Hai Rui off. After comforting Bai Qiuxing's manager, Wei Yan instructed the assistant director and 2 members of the production crew to watch over Bai Qiuxing's every move. Afterwards, Wei Yan contacted Mo Ting and told him that Bai Qiuxing was about to slander Tong Ming so he could be mentally prepared. He also told Mo Ting about Bai Qiuxing's plan to frame Mo Ting. If he really dares to harm himself and put on an act, then I will respect him for being a man, Elder Mo sneered as he waved his fan. Elder Mo waved his fan and scoffed. I never expected Bai Qiuxing to be so unscrupulous. Since he wants to frame Tong Ming, he can't simply rely on the phone number. That can't be used as evidence. He must have other evidence. Last night, Tong Ming gave directions to a strange man. That man claimed to be a good friend of Bai Qiuxing and came to visit on set. At that time, Tong Ming asked her assistant to follow the man and take a photo. I've already asked Lu Che to investigate further. If this man really has something to do with Tong Ming, then finding him would be equivalent to finding Bai Qiuxing's lifeline, Mo Ting said with a hint of danger. Tong Ming has always been cautious. I'm not surprised that she noticed. Wei Yan nodded his head in agreement. Now, the key point lies with this man. Bai Qiuxing is indeed talented, but he is too calculative. Looking at the entire situation now, I can't help but feel a chill down my spine. Luckily, Tong Ming is careful with every step. Otherwise, she would have been killed by this man without even knowing it. It's all my fault for not being able to see through him. Wei Yan looked at the 2 men and sighed guiltily. Is Tong Ming okay? She's asleep. She's already used to it, Mo Ting laughed. If he hadn't coaxed his wife to sleep, he wouldn't have come out today. That's good. I was worried that she would be affected by something. But, from the looks of it, Tong Ming must have prepared herself last night. I can't help but admire her calmness. Wei Yan let out a long sigh. It was rare to see an actress like Tong Ming, or rather, a woman. On the surface, she appeared gentle and weak, but the things she did were always amazing. She was serious, hardworking, and had no intention of harming others. Was this the reason why Mo Ting doted on her? No matter what, we will definitely find out tomorrow. Mo Ting was 100% confident in Lu Chei's ability to track down information. I'm sure Bai Qiuxing won't be sitting around doing nothing. Let's just wait and see. There will be a good show tomorrow. Elder Mo sat to one side and listened to the conversation between the two men. To be honest, all the scheming and deceit between the two men was irritating to his ears. What he hated the most was the scheming in the entertainment industry. This was the reason why he had abandoned his responsibilities early on. Instead, he spent all his time thinking about framing others. If he didn't train himself, how could his acting improve? How could he possibly win an award? Because of this, he liked Tang Ning's coldness from the bottom of his heart. She was indeed not a kind person, but she never took the initiative to harm others. This was proof that she had a bottom line. If Tang Ning could do something that he liked, it would be perfect. Soon, the night passed and dawn arrived. However, news of Bai Qiuxing's injury spread like wildfire. Needless to say, Bai Qiuxing was definitely going to spread the news. He wanted everyone to see his wound, and the person that caused it was Tang Ning. Although Bai Qiuxing's agency did not explicitly say that Tang Ning had anything to do with the incident, they still revealed that they had found Tang Ning's phone number on the culprit's phone. This was equivalent to telling everyone that Tang Ning was the mastermind. We will report this incident to the police and let them investigate further. I'm sure we will have an answer very soon. Thank you for your concern. As soon as Qiuxing wakes up, we will let everyone know about his condition. Don't worry. Bai Qiuxing was determined to push Tang Ning into the heart of the matter. So, as soon as he woke up, he immediately went to see the police and reporters. He appeared to be seriously injured. His head was wrapped in a thick bandage and his face was pale and skinny. His eyes were bloodshot. The culprit wanted to kill me. This time, I hope the police can find out the truth and give me justice. Punish the culprit. Okay, Qiuxing's condition isn't too good, so he won't be accepting any interviews today. As for the details of the attack, he will hold a press conference when his body is able to handle it. When the time comes, he will reveal everything to the public. I hope the media can understand his current condition. Bai Qiuxing's manager chased the media out of the room, leaving only the police officers behind to record his statement. Not long after, the police left and immediately arrived at Hai Rui to summon Tang Ning for questioning. As soon as this news was released, the entire entertainment industry was in an uproar. Was Tang Ning really the culprit behind Bai Qiuxing's attack? If not, why did the police directly summon Tang Ning instead of looking for someone else, to avoid causing a commotion? The police did not make their move during the day. Of course, the police had already shown their identification, so Tang Ning had no choice but to cooperate. Mo Ting arranged a meeting room for the police to use and Tang Ning immediately rushed over from her home. Of course, Mo Ting wasn't someone to be trifled with. There were already 3 lawyers following Tang Ning into the meeting room. Everything will be fine. Relax, Mo Ting comforted as he patted Tang Ning on the shoulder. I know, Tang Ning nodded her head. But, she still had to follow legal procedures. This was something that no one could escape from. Mo Ting gently stroked Tang Ning's hair as he gestured for her to bring the lawyers into the meeting room. After she sat down, the police began to ask their questions. Miss Tang, let me show you a video first. It was recorded on set, the police officer said as he pulled out his phone and placed it in front of Tang Ning. As soon as Tang Ning glanced at the video, she smiled. This man claimed to be Bai Qiuxing's friend and asked me for directions. So, I told him that Bai Qiuxing was filming a fight scene and told him which set he was on. The police officer took back the video and continued to ask, in that case, how do you explain the fact that the culprit that attacked Bai Qiuxing had your phone number on his phone? Mr. Policeman, how do you want me to answer this question? Tang Ning asked calmly. My phone number has been leaked and everyone knows about it. Why are you asking me how he managed to get my number? As it turns out, the person that asked you for directions was the same person that attacked Bai Qiuxing. We are currently searching for their whereabouts. Once these people are captured, the truth will come to light. The police obviously knew they wouldn't get an answer from Tang Ning because they didn't have enough evidence. Although Tang Ning was the biggest suspect, they couldn't do anything to her. We will not tolerate any criminal activity. The police officer's words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Tongming replied in a serious tone, I hope you remember what you said today. Let's go. After the interrogation, the police got up to leave. However, just as he took a step forward, he turned around again. Now that things have gotten out of hand, you should be in more trouble. Be careful. I naturally have a way to prove my innocence. Thank you for your concern, Tongming smiled elegantly. The two police officers were stunned for a moment before they walked out of Hai Rui. However, Tongming's expression was no longer as relaxed and natural as before. Back when she was dealing with Xianxia, it was a self-scripted and self-directed incident. At that time, she could remain silent and stay out of it. But now, Bai Qiuxing's act had completely dragged her into a whirlpool of emotions that she couldn't pull herself out of. Afterwards, Mo Ting entered the meeting room and held onto Tongming's hands tightly. Lu Che has already received a lead. He will definitely find Bai Qiuxing before the police. Why aren't you cooperating with the police? I need to personally obtain evidence of your innocence before I hand it over to the police. He was used to being in control. Since Bai Qiuxing was holding a press conference to announce the incident, he naturally had to prepare a good show for him. Trust in Lu Che. Nothing will go wrong. Tongming nodded her head, of course, I know you won't let me be wrongly accused. In fact, I'm more worried about you. I don't care too much about what the public says because I know the truth will eventually come out. Your heart is already strong enough, Mo Ting hugged her. His eyes were filled with heartache and relief. Afterwards, the couple returned to his office. While Mo Ting handled his work, Tongming accompanied him by his side. Actually, for Tongming, no difficulty could overwhelm her. As long as the man beside her continued to love her. In order to retaliate against Bai Qiuxing, not only did she need to find the key man, she also needed to find out why Bai Qiuxing did what he did. That was, to prove his relationship with Gu Heng. Tongming still did not know Elder Mo's identity. So, she had no idea that there was a trap within a trap within a trap within a trap that Wei Yan had planned. The public did not have much information about Gu Heng and Bai Qiuxing. So, very few people knew about their relationship. Thinking of this, Tongming's eyes darkened. She then said. To Mo Ting, I want to ask Bai Qindong to help me put on a show. I need evidence to prove Bai Qiuxing and Gu Heng's relationship. What do you want to do? Mo Ting smiled. This method may work, Tongming looked at Mo Ting. Perhaps it was a family trait, but Bai Qindong's ability to imitate was also outstanding. So, Mo Ting found a lot of audio recordings of Bai Qiuxing and handed them to Bai Qindong for him to imitate. Of course, although Bai Qindong didn't want to get involved in a matter like this, he couldn't do anything about the fact that his own family was being bullied. With the addition of Han Xiner's encouragement, Bai Qindong spent some time imitating Bai Qiuxing's voice until it was 80 to 90% similar before he picked up his phone and gave Gu Heng a phone call. At first, Gu Heng did not pick up. But, after Bai Qindong sent her a message, she finally picked up. I'm Gu Heng. It's me, Bai Qindong imitated Bai Qiuxing perfectly. Gu Heng heaved a sigh of relief when she heard a familiar voice. She grumbled, why are you calling me at this time? Didn't we agree not to contact each other for the time being? There are some things that I need to see you about. We can't go home. We can only go outside. Let's go to our usual haunts. Alright, wait for me. Don't call me, I don't want to alert the media. Okay, Gu Heng was extremely obedient. Bai Qindong hung up the phone and threw it to one side. He then looked at Han Xiner and Tongming proudly, like he was telling them not to bother him with small matters like this again. It was a waste of time. Han Xiner pretended to bite him while Tongming looked out the window gloomily. She could only hope that the person following Gu Heng would find something. It wasn't that Gu Heng wasn't prepared. But, during this period of time, she had been extremely nervous because of Bai Qiuxing. So, she couldn't tell whether Bai Qiuxing was telling the truth or lying. So, he simply told her after the incident, after a few more days, things will settle down. When that time comes, you will be the female lead. Now that things had gotten to this point, Gu Heng no longer had any feelings for the female lead. She was afraid that Bai Qiuxing would be exposed. But, Bai Qiuxing refused to tell her anything. He simply told her to wait and told her to never admit to her relationship with him. Because Gu Heng didn't know the truth, she took the bait when Bai Chendong lied to her. She had no idea what Bai Qiuxing was up to. Gu Heng left home late at night without her assistant. She drove all by herself to the place where she was supposed to meet Bai Qiuxing. It was an underground cafe. But, when she arrived, Bai Qiuxing was nowhere to be seen. In the end, she received a phone call from Bai Chendong. "I've been discovered by my manager. I can't leave right now. Go home first, I'll see you later." Gu Heng trusted this voice without a doubt. So, she hurried home without even noticing that someone was following behind her. She was in too much of a panic. Those that were sent out by Mo Ting were definitely reliable people. So, it didn't take long before he managed to gather a lot of information from the cafe. On top of that, he also managed to get his hands on Gu Heng and Bai Qiuxing's hotel records. He also managed to collect photos taken by the hotel staff that saw them. The hotel was indeed secretive and they did a good job of keeping it a secret. But, in the end, they couldn't resist a bribe. After all, the hotel manager had no idea who leaked the photos. At the same time, Lu Che also received news. Although the culprit had escaped once again, he had found an important lead and was confident that he would be able to catch the culprit within 2 days. With evidence in hand, Tong Ning let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Han Xiner looked at her in admiration. "Ning Jia is indeed smart. Why don't you say that my acting is good?" Bai Chendong scoffed as he turned to look at Han Xiner. "Now, I can only hope that Lu Che will do his best. I hope he doesn't make any mistakes." Han Xiner placed her palms together and bowed sincerely to the sky. Bai Chendong had no choice but to stand up and drag Han Xiner out. "Since there's nothing else for me to do, I'm going to leave. I have a lot of flowers and plants at home, so I can't be gone for too long." This was Han Xiner's latest method to cure Bai Chendong's laziness. She had 5 cats, 5 dogs, 5 parrots, 5 turtles and a bunch of flowers and plants at home. However, Bai Chendong actually fell for her tricks. Apart from filming, he spent all his time at home cultivating. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." After all, Weiyan was also making preparations. The old man was still waiting to deal Bai Qiuxing a fatal blow. Actually, it wasn't difficult to sort out the entire incident. Even though Bai Qiuxing controlled the public opinion, they had more evidence in their hands. Perhaps, Bai Qiuxing was afraid that the longer the investigation dragged on, the more likely Tong Ning would find evidence to prove her innocence. So, on the 3rd morning after waking up, he announced that he would be holding a press conference. As the incident this time was extremely bad and concerned Tong Ning and Hai Rui's reputation, the media practically turned out in full force. They all turned up at the press conference prepared by Bai Qiuxing's agency, Hall 5 of a certain 5-star hotel. As for Bai Qiuxing, he didn't need to prepare much. All he had to do was sit in his wheelchair and place it on the steps. This scene was enough for the reporters to come up with different headlines. Bai Qiuxing's manager held onto the microphone and thanked the media. He then said in a serious tone, "Regarding the attack on Qiuxing, when we found out the truth, we were heartbroken. Of course, the police are still investigating, so I can't jump to conclusions. So, I'll let Qiuxing describe his experience in detail." After speaking, the manager handed the microphone to the wheelchair-bound Bai Qiuxing. Bai Qiuxing was wearing a hospital gown and his head was wrapped in bandages. His head was initially lowered, but after receiving the microphone, he finally lifted his head and faced the countless cameras and flashes. "I feel a little strange. I don't even know what I did wrong to receive such a painful attack. That night, my manager sent me home to get some rest. But, a group of men were waiting outside my house with axes, metal bars and other tools. I used to be a stunt double, so I'm quite skilled. But, they actually attacked my manager. I had no choice but to take the hit for my manager. Afterwards, I lost consciousness. However, my manager managed to grab hold of the man's phone while they were fighting. The police haven't announced their conclusion yet, so I can't say for sure. But, Tong Ning's phone number is in the man's phone. And, according to the police's investigation, the man that attacked me also had a conversation with Tong Ning. I really don't want to associate such a vicious thing with a woman, but, who's going to sympathize with my experience?" After speaking, Bai Qiuxing paused for a moment, clearly choking on his emotions. His manager quickly tried to calm him down before adding, I hope the police's conclusion has nothing to do with Tonning. Otherwise, I will definitely take legal action and fight Hai Rui to the end. As the big boss of the entertainment industry, Hai Rui has an unshakable position in the industry. If this incident was really caused by Tonning, then President Mo, I hope you can get Tonning to come out and give me a proper apology. As an outsider, it's not appropriate for me to get involved in your marriage. But, I simply expressed my opinion and did not offend you in any way. If Tonning is angry because of my previous comments, I would like to apologize. But, at the same time, I am also waiting for the police's final conclusion. Bai Qiusheng first tried to defend himself. Then, he explained what had happened and finally brought up the matter to Hai Rui's reputation. At the same time, he pointed out Tonning's motive. Because he said a few things that he shouldn't have. He hinted at Tonning's ruthlessness and Mo Ting's connivance and protection. The media already knew about the entire incident, but now, they had received confirmation. Bai Qiusheng's every step of the way had already convinced the public to stand on his side. Because his current appearance made him look like a victim. Otherwise, why would the wheelchair be in such a pitiful state and the bandages be covered in blood? He was obviously trying to gain the sympathy of the public. Now that the incident has gotten so big, Hai Rui can't possibly protect Tonning anymore, right? If they were to protect her, it would be too unreasonable. Just because they have power and influence, they can step all over others. This time, they've involved unspoken rules and paid a hitman to hit someone. Let's see what Tonning has to say. I have to hand it to Tonning. No matter where she goes, she won't be able to stop her methods. If we kick Tonning out of the industry, I'm sure no one will object, right? Exactly, Tonning, get out. Get out. Inside the banquet hall, all sorts of discussions could be heard. Most of the reporters were filled with anger towards Tonning as they promised to get justice for Bai Qiusheng. Justice. Bai Qiusheng looked at the crowd's reaction and hid the anger in his eyes. When no one was looking, the corners of his lips curved upwards. There was no truth to this incident. The truth was that Tonning paid a hitman to hit someone. Faced with the flashing cameras, Bai Qiusheng's manager and Bai Qiusheng looked at each other with a tacit understanding. However, just as everyone was about to head back to work on their big news, the door to Ballroom 5 suddenly swung open. Everyone turned their heads and saw Tonning appear at the entrance of the banquet hall. She was wearing a light blue rippling dress. Oh God, Tonning's here. How dare Tonning show up here? Tonning. All of a sudden, the reporters swarmed over and pushed the topic in front of Tonning, completely surrounding her. Tonning, are you here to clarify things? Tonning, say a few words. Tonning. Tonning smiled confidently at the reporters and said, You've all been listening to Bai Qiusheng for quite some time. Shouldn't you all hear what I have to say? As soon as the media heard Tonning's words, they immediately understood her intentions and became even more excited. They knew Tonning was going to make this incident full of twists and turns, so the resulting news would be even more exciting. Reporters, please take a seat. Although this is Bai Qiusheng's press conference, since it involves me, then I have a reason to stand out and say a few words. I can't just remain silent and do nothing, right? In order to get more exciting news, the reporters all returned to their seats, and they already had the attitude of watching a good show. Bai Qiusheng and his manager looked at each other again, reminding each other to act according to the situation. After all, Tonning had never been easy to deal with. Tonning walked to the front of the stage with a slight smile on her face. She first bowed to everyone before lifting her head to face the media. I actually have a few questions I want to ask Mr. Bai Qiusheng. Tonning, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Haven't you harmed me enough? Bai Qiusheng angrily berated. You said that I hired a hitman because of two things. First, my name is in the hitman's phone, and second, I've spoken to him before. Now, let me tell you the truth. First, my phone number has been leaked. I think everyone here should have my number in their phones, right? Quite a few of them even fought it before. As soon as everyone heard Tonning's words, their expressions turned a little awkward. Especially those that had harassed Tonning multiple times. Second, the man that day simply asked me for directions. He said he was your friend and was visiting you. I simply gave him directions. How did I become someone that hired a hitman to hurt you? Who do you think will believe a story that you made up? Bai Qiuxing asked as he lifted his chin. However, Tongming was not in a rush. She continued, in that case, what evidence do you have to prove that Bai Qiuxing didn't make this up? Is it simply because he was injured? After hearing this, the reporters below the stage suddenly sneered. According to what you're saying, Bai Qiuxing wrote and directed this show himself? Would someone hire someone to beat themselves up? Bai Qiuxing has no evidence either, so he's just going around spouting nonsense, Tongming calmly said as she controlled the situation. He has no feud with you, why would he try to frame you? If you want to push the blame away, you should at least find a better excuse. No feud? Tongming looked down at the crowd and repeated these words. She then scoffed, who told you that I have no feud with him? In that case, what feud do you have with him? Tell us, the reporters yelled at Tongming. Tongming calmed herself down and lifted her head. Firstly, not too long ago, we were filming a car racing scene, but my car was tampered with. That day, if I hadn't discovered it early, perhaps I would be lying in the hospital right now. Everyone on set can testify to that. Secondly, Lao He appeared in the crew. He didn't like my style, so I took care of the old man's life with the attitude of learning. I wanted to ask for his cooperation, but I was used by some people. They said that I was sleeping with an investor and started rumors about my marriage. Afterwards, my phone number was leaked. Afterwards, I mysteriously became a criminal that hired a hitman to hurt someone. From start to finish, I was the one that was hurt the most. How did Bai Qiuxing become the one to blame? Tongming asked. The reporters looked at each other. It seemed they really hadn't thought through the entire incident. You are all leaders in the media industry, so I'm sure you can easily understand that if I really wanted to do something, Hai Rui's background alone would be enough to provide me with a safe haven. Why would I put myself in such a difficult position? I, Tongming, already have a moting. Why would I need to cheat on you? When have I, Tongming, ever resorted to such underhanded methods to deal with others? Are you trying to say that Bai Qiuxing is slandering you? But, there's no need for him to do so. The reporters couldn't understand why Bai Qiuxing and Tongming would take such a risk if there was no feud between them. Tongming, don't you think your story is a little too ridiculous? At this moment, Bai Qiuxing also agreed with the reporter. He was confident that the public opinion was on his side, so he didn't need to worry about Tongming overturning their conclusions. Don't you know very well whether I'm making up a story or not? Tongming laughed in ridicule. Her eyes finally contained a hint of anger. I was originally giving you a chance, hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense, one of the reporters yelled anxiously from below the stage. Actually, the reason why Bai Qiuxing slandered me is simple. It's because he and Gu Heng are lovers. What does it mean if the male lead and the supporting actress are lovers? It means if I withdraw from the cast, the supporting actress will become the female lead. As soon as Tongming's words left her mouth, the reporters below the stage were in an uproar. Some looked at Tongming in disdain, while others looked like they had just realized something. The entire incident was now connected, the motive and goal were all there. On the other hand, according to Tongming's EQ and IQ, it was indeed difficult for her to hire a hitman to beat someone up. This was also the point that many reporters had been struggling with. Tongming was a part of Hai Rui. Did she need to spend so much effort to teach someone a lesson? Sensing that the reporters were starting to waver, Bai Qiuxing immediately pointed to Tongming and yelled, I've never seen a woman as shameless as you. In order to escape punishment, you would drag an innocent person into the mess. You said Gu Heng and I were a couple. Who took a photo of us? Who has any evidence? Gu Heng and I are just acquaintances. Don't slander me here. You'd better admit your crimes as soon as possible. Just acquaintances? Are you sure? Tongming asked as she looked at Bai Qiuxing. Her eyes were filled with confidence and deep meaning. Bai Qiuxing's heart skipped a beat. However, things had already gotten to this point and he had no way out. If you have evidence, then show it to me. Tongming stared at him for 3 seconds before she turned to look at the reporters below the stage. As long as you have the intention, you can find evidence everywhere. But, I think it's best if we get Gu Heng to speak to you in person. Where's Gu Heng? Is Gu Heng here? Bai Qiuxing sneered at Tongning. He felt she was usually smart, but even if Gu Heng was here, she wouldn't be on her side. Was there something wrong with her brain? Tongning also looked at Bai Qiuxing with a smile. But, her smile seemed dangerous and provocative. The media stretched their necks and looked towards the entrance of the banquet hall. They waited for about 10 seconds, but Gu Heng was nowhere to be seen. In the end, the reporters couldn't take it anymore and asked, "Stop keeping us in suspense. Show us all the evidence you have." "That's right, Tongning, stop keeping us in suspense. Hurry and tell Gu Heng to come out." Seeing that the reporters were getting anxious, Tongning finally looked towards the entrance of the hall. Not long after, the door to Hall 5 was flung open and Gu Heng wasn't the only one who walked in. Wei Yan, the assistant director and producer, were also there. Gu Heng never imagined that she would fall for Wei Yan's trap. She thought he wanted to see her because of the replacement. Who would have thought? He directly brought her to Bai Qiuxing's press conference. This time, the reporters were shocked again. What kind of internecine war was going on with the cast of The Lost Relative? This was clearly more exciting than the content in the movies. The male protagonist accused the female protagonist of hiring a hitman to hurt him. The female protagonist accused the male protagonist and the supporting actress of setting up a trap to frame her. What was the truth? At this moment, as the number of people at the scene increased, the story behind it seemed to become even more confusing. Gu Heng is here. Gu Heng, tell Bai Qiuxing what Tongning said about you and Bai Qiuxing being lovers, but Bai Qiuxing immediately denied it. As the person involved, how do you see this problem? Are you and Bai Qiuxing lovers or not? Gu Heng's hand, which was originally holding on to Wei Yan's, suddenly dropped to her side. She had dodged left and right, but she still couldn't escape the questioning. Gu Heng looked at Tongning and then back at Bai Qiuxing. One was calm, while the other had hidden intentions. But, she had already said that she would protect Bai Qiuxing at all costs. So. After a brief mental battle, Gu Heng lifted her head and replied firmly, "Of course not. How could we possibly be lovers? Bai Qiuxing and I are just acquaintances. Tongning, I've never offended you. Don't be so ruthless. Plus, everyone knows that you hired a hitman to hurt someone. Why are you trying to divert the public's attention and divert the blame? Bai Qiuxing and I are innocent. Why did you drag me into this?" Acquaintances. Even their lines were the same. Everyone received their answer. But, Tongning simply smiled without a trace of panic. In fact, this made Gu Heng feel pressured. Even the person involved has denied it. Let's wait and see what Tongning has to say. Just as the reporters were about to lose control, Wei Yan suddenly waved to everyone and stepped onto the stage. "I would like to take this opportunity to express my stance on this matter. Replacing Tongning is a given. My film will not allow such an ambitious person to appear." As soon as Wei Yan spoke, everyone was shocked. Wei Yan had actually made such a decision at a place like this. Was he planning to replace Tongning in public? Everyone turned to the stage and snapped furiously. Meanwhile, Bai Qiuxing looked at his manager with a deeper expression. He even looked a little proud. Hadn't he worked so hard just for this moment? "Director Wei, since you've already decided to replace Tongning, have you already found someone else?" "Director Wei, aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble by replacing Tongning like this? Does Director Wei need to be afraid? Isn't it normal to clean up the trash in society?" Bai Qiuxing said as he looked at Tongning. It was obvious he was implying that she was trash. Wei Yan did not say a word as he looked at the reporters below the stage and let out a gentle laugh. He felt they were too young and pitiful. At this time, just as everyone thought Wei Yan was going to replace Tongning, he suddenly shrugged his shoulders and asked, "When did I say I was going to replace Tongning?" "You're not going to replace Tongning? Then who are you going to replace?" "Of course I'm going to replace him. Bai Qiuxing." After speaking, Wei Yan looked at Bai Qiuxing and emphasized, "As for the rest, I will leave it up to Tongning to verify it. Let me just say one thing, the car racing incident that Tongning mentioned did happen and everyone on set knows about it." The reporters were stunned. After a few seconds, they realized they weren't hearing things. Wei Yan was actually talking about replacing Bai Qiuxing. Replacing Bai Qiuxing was not Tongning, it was Bai Qiuxing. Bai Qiuxing's expression immediately changed as he asked anxiously, Director Wei, did Tongning say something to you? Or did Hai Rui bribe you? The lost relative has already chosen an A-list actor. That's all I have to say. After speaking, Wei Yan ignored Bai Qiuxing's expression as he patted Tongning on the shoulder and left. Bai Qiuxing was the victim, yet he was being replaced. What exactly happened in between? Director Wei, Qiuxing and I are the victims, right? Isn't it hard to convince the public by doing this? Gu Heng couldn't help but speak up. Are you trying to convince the public? Tongning asked in seriousness as she looked at Gu Heng. Gu Heng, I remember I warned you. And gave you a chance. I know you've always been upset that I became the female lead and that you were merely a supporting character. You've always thought that I only got the role because of Mo Ting, so you've always wanted me to leave the film. Am I right? You're slandering me. Gu Heng retorted. In order to escape punishment, you slandered my and Bai Qiuxing's reputation. Do you have a conscience? Slander? Tongning repeated. She then raised an eyebrow at Gu Heng. Did you lie to yourself when you said that? Tongning, stop putting on an act. If you're so capable, then show us your evidence, Bai Qiuxing pointed at Tongning. Bai Qiuxing pointed at Tongning with a different kind of anxiousness than before. If you don't have any evidence, then don't spout nonsense and try to scare us. Evidence? Are you referring to this? Tongning pulled out a photo of the couple hugging each other from her handbag. In fact, there was more than one photo. In the photos, they were dressed in different outfits and from different angles. It was obvious they hadn't been on a date just once or twice. In fact, they had been on the same date for at least a year. Bai Qiuxing's face turned pale. What? Don't you recognize the person in the photo? Tongning showed the photo to the reporters. Is this the so-called innocent you're talking about? Don't insult the term casual acquaintance. As soon as the reporters saw this explosive news, they immediately passed it around like crazy. Even though one or two of the photos were blurry, there were still plenty that were clear. So, Bai Qiuxing couldn't deny it. Perhaps, you think these photos have been edited? Are you going to tell the reporters that I'm framing you? That's fine, I have other things. After speaking, Tongning pulled out their hotel records. Let's see how you're going to explain this. Oh God, they've been dating for a few years. I can't believe they've never been photographed together. They sure keep it a secret. If that's the case, then Bai Qiuxing and Gu Heng are indeed lovers. In that case, is everything Tongning said true? The reporters below the stage were in a frenzy. The amount of information they received that morning was simply too much. Originally, they thought it was a given that Tongning was going to hurt someone. But, she managed to turn the situation around. It was truly thrilling and exciting. In the end, the photos and hotel records were passed to Director Wei, who directly passed them to Gu Heng. Do you want to see them? Gu Heng's face was pale, but she still took the photo and information from Wei Yan's hands. However, her fingers had already turned white and were trembling slightly. After all, this was something that she and Bai Qiuxing could not deny. Bai Qiuxing looked at Gu Heng and tried his best to maintain his composure. Even if Gu Heng and I are lovers, that doesn't mean you didn't hire someone to hurt me. So, you admit your relationship with Gu Heng? Tongning turned her head and raised an eyebrow at Bai Qiuxing. Seeing his silence, she nodded her head. So, you agree? Everyone, please think about it. If the male lead and female lead are a pair of lovers, then as the female lead of this film, what kind of situation am I in? Above all, Gu Heng doesn't believe that I was able to secure the female lead role. This is a police film, at least 60% of the film is filled with dangerous scenes and I have scenes with both of them. If they were to do something to me and something happened to me, who would benefit from it? Do I need to ask? Of course, it would be Gu Heng. That's right. The reporters followed Tongning's explanation and slowly understood the stakes involved. On the other hand, do you think I was involved in an unspoken rule? Did you think I needed to be involved in an unspoken rule? My husband is in control of the entertainment industry. If I had accepted the filth of this industry from the start, I would have been able to get any resources I wanted. Is taking care of an old man's daily life a problem? Why can't it be a form of respect? From the younger generation to the older generation? Did you think, with just a few words, you can prove that you didn't hire someone to hurt you? Bai Qiuxing once again changed the topic to his injury. He wanted to emphasize the main point, and at the same time, he wanted to hide the fact that his relationship with Gu Heng had been exposed. In that case, let me ask you, are you really not going to admit that this is a self-scripted and self-directed show? Tang Ning pointed out the core of the problem and asked sharply, from the broken brakes, to the spreading of the scandal, to the leaking of the phone number, and finally, to the hiring of a hitman, don't you think this is all part of a chain reaction? The reporters were shocked by Tang Ning's conclusion. If this was the truth, then this Bai Qiuxing was a bit too scary. Where's the evidence? You make it sound so good, but do you have any witnesses? Do you have any evidence? Bai Qiuxing was determined to deny everything. At a time like this, as long as he refused to let go of Tang Ning, she would still be the loser. You've already been replaced. What's the point of continuing to struggle? Tang Ning asked. At this time, Bai Qiuxing finally realized that he had indeed been replaced by Wei Yan. In fact, he had announced it in front of everyone. I have no idea what you're talking about. Unless you can provide me with evidence, I will continue to fight with you. Tang Ning did not respond. At this time, Wei Yan couldn't stand it any longer. He had never seen someone as shameless as Bai Qiuxing. It was enough to make one want to pull out a knife and attack him. I'm sorry, but let me interrupt. Bai Qiuxing, do you know who the person you're slandering is? Bai Qiuxing's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. TSK, you don't even know who you're slandering. Aren't you afraid of slapping yourself in the face? That's right, Tang Ning was washing old Black's clothes and cooking for him. But, let me tell you, this isn't strange at all. Even if Tang Ning was to send him off, you wouldn't be surprised, because it was part of her job. Everyone looked at Wei Yan confusedly. Why was Tang Ning taking care of him? Even Tang Ning was a little confused. What did Director Wei Yan mean by this? You guys don't need to look at me. I think it's best for old Black to explain this matter himself. After speaking, Wei Yan pulled out his phone and made a phone call. Afterwards, the hall once again became noisy. No one knew what Wei Yan was planning to do. So what if he's an investor? Does he think he can do whatever he wants? Bai Qiuxing scoffed. He's not an investor. Wei Yan chuckled as he explained. But, in reality, he was simply keeping everyone in suspense. End of chapter 442. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.